In the era of the Sage of Six Paths, a human named Ryomen Sukuna fought the Sage of Six Paths to the death. In the end, he was defeated and sealed into 20 fingers. That battle left countless dead and wounded. Sukuna's name spread far and wide, and the world feared him, calling him a demon god. Several decades later, Indra, who longed for power, broke the seal and took one finger. And this story begins here. When Sukuna opened his eyes, above him was a thick canopy of leaves, with sunlight filtering down through the gaps. He was lying on the soft grass beside a riverbank, the river flowing slowly, its waters murmuring softly. He did not move at once. He simply lay there for a moment, as his consciousness gradually surfaced like reefs exposed after the tide receded. Countless images, sounds, sensations, killing intent, techniques, all of it crashed through his mind like a broken floodgate. He was the king of curses, the nightmare that ran rampant 1,000 years ago, an existence feared by all and hated by all. Every pore remembered how to kill. Every inch of skin remembered the force of muscle contraction in battle. But at the same time, another voice buzzed in his head. Earth, the 21st century, 9 to 6, day after day, year after year, crowded subway rides, tapping at a keyboard, eating the same takeout, walking under the same streetlight countless times. That kind of monotony was not pain, it was sinking, like falling into the deep sea, losing light and losing direction. Sukuna slowly sat up and lowered his head, looking at his forearms, distinct joints, strong and powerful, black markings winding across them. The vision from 4 eyes overlapped together, forming a strange yet natural kind of stereoscopic sight. Interesting. Sukuna bared his teeth in a grin that could only be called savage, light flickering in all 4 eyes. He did not dwell on it, nor did he have the habit of dwelling on things, whether he was Ryomen Sukuna, the king of curses, or a young corporate slave. As long as he existed, that was enough. Sukuna stood up, took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. The tip of his tongue licked across his lips, and his expression carried an almost innocent delight. The air in this place is pretty good. It was not a polite remark. He genuinely thought so. There was a special kind of power in the surroundings, heavy like the pulse of the earth, violent like a mountain flood, everywhere and seeping into everything. Cursed energy came from negative emotions. It was the malice condensed from human fear, anger, and despair. But the power here, it was more primal, more rugged, like the breath of the world itself. Sukuna raised his right hand and half-clenched his fingers. Dark red cursed energy gathered in his palm, condensing into a spinning sphere, black wisps flickering at its edges. He stared at the sphere for 2 seconds, then gave it a light squeeze. The sphere shattered soundlessly and dispersed into the air. No problem with cursed energy, he muttered in a low, hoarse voice, like sandpaper scraping across stone. Sukuna raised his hand again, his fingers together like a blade, and casually slashed toward the river. Dismantle. The instant the word fell, an invisible slash had already torn through the air. The river seemed to split open in an instant, walls of water surging upward with a thunderous crash, spraying shattered droplets into the sky. The severed river channel remained unable to close for a long time, exposing the wet rocks at the bottom. Then, expressionless, he pressed a hand against the old tree at his side and quietly spoke the second word, cleave. In the next second, the massive tree, one that would take 2 people to wrap their arms around, silently came apart, turning into dust-fine powder that drifted down in a soft rustle as he withdrew his hand. Looks like my technique hasn't been affected either. He lowered his gaze, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Then, he started walking down along the river, gravel and dirt crunching softly underfoot. After walking for about half a day, a more open plain appeared ahead. In the distance, a cluster of buildings could be seen faintly. It looked like a place where a clan lived together. Sukuna had no habit of taking detours, and he also happened to need some information, so he headed straight in that direction. At this moment, a young man was patrolling the outer perimeter of the clan's territory. His name was Kenta. He was one of the lower-ranking samurai of this clan, responsible for outer patrols. Kenta gripped the hilt of the sheathed sword at his waist, doing his best to stay alert. But, honestly, nothing major had happened in the past few years. There were frictions between clans, but large-scale battles had not appeared for a very long time. He walked in a relaxed manner, even already thinking about the hot bowl of soup he would drink after finishing his patrol. But in the next second, a huge shadow fell over him, as if something had covered the sky. On instinct, he turned around and looked up, and his whole body froze on the spot. Under the sunlight, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, broad and heavily built, with 4 arms, was looking down at him with an overbearing, lofty gaze. The markings on that face looked like curse patterns. On the right side, a reddish-brown mass of flesh and bone armor had grown out, uneven across the surface, with a second pair of eyes embedded in it. The 4 arms hung casually at his sides, and the black robe on his body swayed gently in the night wind. "Yai, you." The young man's voice trembled as he instinctively took 2 steps back, drawing his sword and holding it in front of himself. Sukuna did not answer. He simply lowered his head and looked at this sword-bearing human, unable to muster even real interest. At this level, he could not even be bothered to kill him. Still, if he was going to stay in this world, he needed at least some information. "What place is this?" Sukuna spoke at last, his voice low and casual. "If Therese anything special, tell me." Kenta froze for a moment. He had thought this monster would attack him directly, but thankfully, the other side was only asking for directions. Kenta took a deep breath, lowered his sword, and stammered. "This is Lokao village, on the border, the territory of the Fengyuan clan. WWE are one of the samurai clans in this region, responsible for protecting the surrounding villages. The Fengyuan clan." Sukuna repeated the name, with no emotion in his tone. "Yes, a samurai clan. There are many clans like ours in this area. I'm asking about special things, not this trivial nonsense." Sukuna's patience was wearing thin. His gaze landed on the young man. It was not even enough to count as killing intent, yet it made the young man feel as if his blood was about to freeze solid. Wait, I remembered." The young man shouted, almost on instinct, as if grabbing onto the last straw that could save his life. Sukuna said nothing, but his gaze did not move away. Kenta drew in a deep breath. "In a faraway country to the east, it is said there is a towering tree that reaches the heavens, impossible to climb. The ruler of that land is a god. Rumor says she came from beyond the sky. The god's name seems to be Kaguya." The autumn wind blew past, carrying the dry and biting scent of the wilderness. Sukuna said nothing. One of his 4 arms slowly rose, his fingers lightly rubbing against his chin. Bloodlust and battle intent reflected in those eyes, and the curve of his lips slowly deepened, eventually becoming an unmistakable smile. "A great tree, Kaguya, from beyond the sky." Sukuna's voice was low and pleased. Kenta stood there in a daze, watching Sukuna turn around. He did not dare ask anything, and did not dare stop him. He could only watch helplessly as that 4-armed figure disappeared into the distance. Starlight sighed. The wilderness was silent. In the night, Sukuna's steps were neither fast nor slow. From time to time, he looked up at the sky, as if searching for something. No moon. The world of Naruto. His voice scattered into the wind, carrying a blunt, undisguised anticipation. The next day, the blazing sun hung high in a cloudless sky. In an open space, Sukuna sat cross-legged beside a fire pit. Flames licked at the tiger meat, roasting above it, fat dripping down with sizzling sounds. The firelight reflected across his face. All 4 eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he were thinking about something. 6 paths. Sukuna's lips moved slightly. He knew very clearly that with his current strength, if he blindly fought someone at the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, he would have absolutely no power to resist. There was no exaggeration in that judgment. It was not humility, nor self-deprecation. It was simply fact, and facts had never changed just because of what he thought. The only thing that could change them was action. So the most important thing right now was to increase his strength, not throw his life away for a moment of reckless bravery. He opened his eyes, raised a hand, and picked up a shaved wooden stick from beside him. He nudged the charcoal in the fire, making the flames burn even hotter. So how should he improve? Chakra. He rejected that path immediately. The chakra of this world did not exist naturally. It was something that Guy, the Sage of 6 Paths, distributed to the world, allowing everyone to refine it. but right now, Kaguya had not been sealed yet. The Sage of Six Paths was probably still hiding out somewhere. What the hell was he supposed to refine? Chi. Sukuna's mouth twitched to the side. There were many roads to the same destination. If one path did not work, he would take another. He had never lacked options. The first path, the Jujutsu system. He was too familiar with this system. From the structure of techniques to the manipulation of cursed energy, he could do it all with his eyes closed. Shrine. That was his signature ability. Slashes, cutting, disassembly, flames. There was nothing he could not cut apart or burn to ashes. But the problem was right there. He had already developed everything that could be developed in his technique, and expanded everything that could be expanded. The little marginal gain left was not worth spending too much time on. In this world, that tiny bit of improvement would not even be enough to withstand one slap from the Sage of Six Paths. So although the Jujutsu system was familiar, its room for growth was limited. The second path, natural energy. Sukuna narrowed his eyes and began searching through his mind for information about Sage Mode. The inheritances of the three great Sage regions, the toads of Mount Myoboku, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, the slugs of Shiketsu Forest. By absorbing natural energy, one could bring one's own energy into a certain balance, thereby gaining power and perception far beyond normal. The key was balance. Spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. Only by combining all three could one enter Sage Mode. And the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy was precisely chakra. For ninja, without chakra, Sage Mode could not be used. That was common knowledge in the later generations of the Naruto world. But that was only other people's common knowledge. Mount Myoboku Ryuchi Cave and Shikotsu Forest. These places had already existed before chakra appeared. The toads, snakes, and slugs had been cultivating natural energy for longer than even the Sage of Six Paths had existed. That proved one very simple fact. Chakra was not a hard requirement. Even without chakra, natural energy could still be cultivated. There was nothing to worry about there. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he could not find the three great Sage regions, even if he could not get the specific cultivation methods, so what? Did he look like the kind of person who would be stopped by something like that? After all, I'm a genius. Sukuna's lips spread into a grin, revealing a row of neat teeth. The expression on that face carried an almost cruel confidence. A road was walked into existence. Since others could carve out a path, he could carve out one even wider and straighter. Cursed energy might be able to replace chakra. The moment that thought appeared, it spread like wild grass. Impossible to stop. Chakra was the combination of spiritual energy and the body's life force. Then, what about cursed energy? Sukuna raised a hand, palm upward, fingers slightly spread. A wisp of dark red cursed energy appeared in his palm, then was pulled back in. Cursed energy was spiritual energy, refined from negative emotions. Its scope was narrower, but on the level of spiritual energy, it came from the same source as the spiritual component of chakra. Then, how should life force be obtained? Sukuna tapped his fingers lightly against his knee. Reverse cursed technique, a skill that only very few sorcerers could master. One that transformed negative energy into positive healing energy. What was its principle? The reversal of an energy form. If cursed energy was treated as negative, then reverse cursed technique multiplied it into positive. And what was that positive? In essence, it was life force. Sukuna's eyes lit up. Positive energy, when applied to the body, became healing. It activated cells, promoted regeneration, and was the direct manifestation of life force. Then, what if it was used another way? Instead of applying it directly to the body, it could be used as one component to merge with natural energy. The whole line of thought suddenly clicked into place. Cursed energy would provide spiritual energy. Reverse cursed technique would provide life force. Together, the two would form a new energy foundation inside the body, and that foundation could then be used to draw in and assimilate natural energy. Inside Sukuna's mind, those messy fragments began to piece themselves together. The further he thought, the more he felt this path could work. Not that it might work, that it would definitely work. He had even already begun simulating the exact steps in his mind. The first step, build a foundational framework of cursed energy circulation inside the body. The second step, add energy conversion nodes of reverse curse technique into that circulation. The third step, use this dual aspect mixed energy to sense the natural energy outside. The fourth step, try to establish resonance, then gradually draw it in and assimilate it. The fifth step, a scorched smell drifted into his nose. Sukuna's eyelid twitched and he lowered his head. The chunk of tiger meat on the fire had already been completely carbonized, turned into a black lump, with bluish smoke still rising from the edges. The air stayed silent for about 3 seconds. My lunch. Sukuna yanked the charred tiger meat off the fire, all 4 eyes staring at it, dead on. That expression was hard to describe as either anger or heartache, but it definitely was not a pleasant one. Sukuna took a deep breath, then slowly let it out. Forget it. I'll roast another piece. After filling his stomach, Sukuna felt the flow of cursed energy. Cursed energy flowed through his meridians like blood. He stretched out both hands, and cursed energy surged forth, splitting into 2 streams under his control. One stream remained unchanged. That was negative energy. The other was processed by reverse curse technique and turned into positive energy. He had mastered this process long ago, so it took no effort at all. Good. Next came fusion. Sukuna controlled them and brought the 2 closer, letting the 2 forms of energy touch. And at the instant of contact, pop, like a bubble bursting, both streams of energy vanished at the same time, leaving nothing behind. Clean and complete, without even much of a sound. It failed. Sukuna's brows drew together slightly as he looked at his hands and thought for a moment. Again, separate, reverse, approach, fuse, dissipate. Again, separate, reverse, approach, fuse, dissipate. The 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time. Every single time, they collapsed the instant they touched, unable to last even half a second. Sukuna stopped moving and tapped his fingers lightly against his knee. Why? It wasn't an issue with his technique. His control was precise enough. The problem lay somewhere more fundamental. He began to think. In the history of jujitsu sorcerers, the only one who seemed able to fuse positive and negative energy was Satoru Gojo. Gojo's hollow technique. Purple was created by merging the positive and negative forms of limitless cursed energy, producing theoretically infinite energy that erased everything in its path. No, that's not right. He remembered that Gojo's purple wasn't just mashing positive and negative energy together. It was about pouring energy into the technique itself, then using the force fields created by the technique to collide against each other. And when matter and antimatter met, they wouldn't fuse. They would only annihilate each other. So trying to imitate Gojo was impossible. Wait, Sukuna suddenly stopped moving. A sharp light burst from his eyes, his thoughts spinning rapidly, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled upward. The inertia of thinking really is a terrifying thing. He sat back down, this time with a smile on his face. Because it was jujitsu, he had instinctively tried to think about it like a sorcerer. Cursed energy, frameworks, energy, fusion. All of it belonged to the logic of jujitsu. But he had forgotten one thing. He still had modern knowledge in his head. Positive and negative annihilation could be converted into an enormous energy release. Hehehe. Sukuna's low laughter slipped out from his throat. In a sense, Gojo's purple worked on the same principle, except his involved the collision of opposing force fields. By smashing together 2 force fields compressed to the limit, it produced that space-warping energy. It's not fusion, and it's not Gojo's collision. It's annihilation, he said quietly, reaching that conclusion. If positive and negative annihilation were controlled properly, it wouldn't be loss. It would be conversion, turning the energy produced by annihilation into a new kind of power. Sukuna gathered a mass of red negative energy in his left hand and a mass of white positive energy in his right. The 2 masses of energy floated between his hands, pulling toward each other like 2 magnets. He took a deep breath and slowly brought his hands closer. Boom! The moment they touched, it exploded, and a shockwave spread outward. The shockwave blasted his hands into a bloody mess, with shattered bone fragments flying several meters away. 3 of his arms were blown into ashes. His chest was torn apart, and the muscles beneath his face were exposed. In a certain courtyard, a monk in white robes was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes and looked in Sukuna's direction. This power feels very unfamiliar. After a brief silence, he rose to his feet and walked towards Sukuna's location. Sukuna, heavily wounded, remained expressionless and immediately activated the reverse curse technique. Flesh wriggled. New tissue sprouted at the edges of the wounds. Bones reconnected, and skin spread from the edges toward the center. He shook his hand and laughed. Even though cursed energy isn't a scientifically known form of energy, its destructive power really can't be underestimated. Good thing I protected my body with cursed energy at the moment of the explosion. But that also proved the theory was workable. Sukuna moved his body around and gathered energy again. This time he reduced the amount. The point of contact condensed into a point of light, and an indescribable energy fluctuation spread out from it. But very quickly he lost control. The point of contact began to expand, the annihilation of the two masses of energy accelerated, and it was about to explode again. He immediately pulled his hands apart and forcefully interrupted it. The direction is right. In that brief instant just now he had felt it. What was produced at the point of contact wasn't simple annihilation. It was a new form of energy. He just couldn't stabilize it yet. Again. This time he was even more careful. He focused all his attention on that point of contact, with the precision of performing surgery. At the same time, he controlled the energy supply on both sides, keeping the size of the contact point unchanged and preventing it from expanding. The energy at the point of contact grew stronger and stronger, beginning to emit a bright, transparent golden light. Sukuna could feel that the nature of the energy at that point had completely changed. The golden point of light suddenly trembled and began to destabilize. He immediately cut off the cursed energy supply and severed the connection. Just a little more. Continue. It exploded 4 more times. The first time his control couldn't keep up. The point of contact suddenly expanded, the whole mass of energy went berserk, and it blasted another hole through his chest. Reverse curse technique repaired it. The second time he was too hasty while guiding it. The newly generated energy hadn't stabilized yet, and half his body was gone. Reverse curse technique repaired it. The third time, the cursed energy supply wasn't coordinated properly. The left side got too much, the right side couldn't keep up, and the contact point lost balance. This explosion wasn't too severe. He only lost his fingers. Reverse curse technique repaired it. The fourth time he hadn't done anything wrong at all. He was just unlucky. The contact point stayed stable for over 10 seconds, then suddenly collapsed. After every failure, he repaired himself immediately and started over at once, without hesitation, without pause. Every failure brought him a little closer to success. The first time it exploded, he couldn't even hold it for 1 second. Now he could keep that contact point stable for nearly 20 seconds. One more time. Sukuna condensed the last 2 masses of energy, letting them annihilate each other. The golden point of light between his palms grew brighter and brighter. This time was different. That point of light was stable from the very beginning. Under his control, the golden light slowly expanded, changing from a tiny into a small sphere the size of a fingernail, floating between his palms. The energy was very pure. It didn't feel like cursed energy. It was something else, heavier, denser. Sukuna stared at the small golden sphere, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a grin. He didn't rush to guide it or do anything else. He simply kept the small sphere there and watched to see how long it could remain stable. 1 second, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. 5 minutes passed, and the small sphere did not move in the slightest. Sukuna let out a soft breath. The golden sphere hovered in his palm for 1 more second, then slowly dissipated. It worked! Sukuna threw back his head and laughed wildly. His voice exploded through the air, shaking loose stones up from the ground. He had originally been trying to cultivate natural energy, but he had never expected to make another breakthrough in cursed energy instead. At this moment he was incomparably excited. This power will be called cursed power. Can't be bothered coming up with a name. Ha 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 ha. The next second his laughter suddenly stopped. He tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowing. In his perception, a group of people was hurrying this way. Their spiritual energy was pitifully weak, and their life energy wasn't worth mentioning either. Sukuna didn't move. He just stood there and waited. Not long after, more than a dozen figures in samurai robes leaped out from behind the trees. The moment they saw Sukuna, every single one of them froze. Several people instinctively took a step back, but they were well trained after all. Soon, someone clenched his fist and steadied himself. You! A man stepped out from the crowd, his hand resting on the hilt of the katana at his waist, his face grave as he demanded, "What exactly are you? Was that sound just now caused by you?" Sukuna remained expressionless and didn't even raise his eyelids. "I don't like your tone." With a casual wave of his hand, a slash tore through the air. The man's head slid off his neck, rolled across the ground for half a turn, and still wore that same questioning expression on his face. "Genraku!" The crowd scattered violently, all of them retreating several large steps at once. Someone shouted that name, their voice trembling. A young woman screamed and threw herself forward, dropping to her knees beside the headless corpse. Trembling, she picked up Genraku's head, tears instantly pouring out. Then she looked up and stared at Sukuna with reddened eyes. "You heartless monster!" Her voice was hoarse. "We only wanted to ask a few questions. Why did you—" She didn't finish. Sukuna bared his teeth in a grin. There wasn't a trace of warmth in that smile, only a chilling delight that made people's spines go cold. The young woman's body split cleanly down the middle, neatly dividing into 2 halves. Blood silently spread across the ground. Her lips were still moving slightly, but no sound would ever come out again. The remaining people all fell silent. Some covered their mouths, some had shaking legs, but not a single one of them dared step forward again. Sukuna swept his gaze around. Everywhere his eyes landed, everyone looked like their throats had been seized. Does anyone else have a question? Silence. Dead silence. Since no one's asking, Sukuna said, putting away his smile, then I'll ask. He took half a step forward, and those people all stepped back in unison. Where nearby has the most people? No one answered. It was not that they did not want to answer. They were so terrified they could not even open their mouths. The woman who had been split in two was still lying in the blood, one half facing left, the other facing right. Her organs had spilled out, mixed with dirt and dead leaves, and that bloody stench drilled straight into their noses. Sukuna waited for the time of 2 breaths. Didn't hear me? He tilted his head, his gaze falling on a man at the very front of the crowd. The man looked about 30 years old, with an old scar on his chin. His whole body was strung tight like a drawn bowstring, but he did not retreat. You, Sukuna pointed at him with his chin. Answer. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, and the sweat on his forehead ran down the bridge of his nose. He opened his mouth, his voice dry. I. Sukuna stared at him. About 2 seconds passed. Then he let out a sigh. If you can't talk, then don't talk again. The slash swept past without a sound, cutting him clean in half at the waist. Blood sprayed all over the person beside him. That person froze for a moment, then let out a terrified cry, his whole body trembling violently. Sukuna only felt annoyed, so he killed him too while he was at it. Then Sukuna asked the rest, You answer. His voice was not loud, but every word slammed against the eardrums of everyone present. The crowd was horrified. One young boy broke down on the spot. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice carrying a sob. I'll say it. I'll say it. His voice had gone shrill, and he spoke absurdly fast. 20 li to the south. There's a street with 100,000 people. It's called Hongye Street. After getting the information he wanted, Sukuna was just about to leave. Everyone felt relieved, but Sukuna suddenly stopped. Almost forgot. He let his arm drop, his tone as casual as if he were mentioning something trivial. You people ruined my mood just now. Good timing. I'll use you to test something new. Don't move. The instant those last 3 words fell, everyone's bodies instinctively sensed a kind of horror far beyond comprehension, and their thoughts froze. Sukuna circulated his cursed energy. This time, he did not release positive and negative cursed energy outside his body. He forced both extremes of energy into the deepest part of his body, letting them collide and annihilate each other between flesh and bone. There was no madness in his eyes, no killing intent, only pure excitement. Open. His voice was not loud, could even be called calm. But the instant that word fell, heaven and earth went silent for a moment. Within 5 kilometers ahead, all color, sound, and even the world itself seemed to have been cut away. Then, countless slashes erupted at the same time, turning into a dense, all-covering grid. The earth was cut into fragments, the air was cut into vacuum, and the mountain ridge in the distance collapsed and slid apart like tofu. The slashes were soundless. Only the thunderous noise of landslides and falling trees remained. Sukuna looked at the scene he had created. Even he was moved by it. Not bad. It's almost caught up to a space slash. Sukuna withdrew his hand. The ruins ahead were still collapsing in silence. He lowered his head and looked at his palm, slowly curling his fingers before relaxing them again. My body has undergone some slight changes. It seems to be slowly transforming. The newly comprehended power was indeed interesting, but he could vaguely feel that an enormous surprise was waiting for him ahead. His gaze passed through the still drifting dust and looked into the distance. The strongest one of this era, Kaguya Otsutsuki. With his current power, he might not necessarily win, but if she wanted to kill him, it probably would not be so easy either. A top-tier powerhouse spoken of only in legend. That really was something to look forward to. But the only troublesome thing is Kaguya Otsutsuki's Amanamanaka. If she throws me into another dimension and ignores me, then what? After thinking it over, he felt he had to have some means of dealing with spatial abilities. That way, he would not be left passive. Sukuna stepped forward. The villages and wilderness along the way were nothing more than irrelevant background in his eyes. Occasionally, someone would catch a distant glimpse of him. That appearance of 2 pairs of crimson eyes, forearms, and dense cursed markings wrapped around his body looked especially terrifying even in broad daylight. Some time later, Sukuna stepped into Hongye Street. The street was full of powder and perfume. Signboards for pleasure houses stood one after another, and the air was thick with cheap fragrance and alcohol. People moved back and forth on the street. Men held women in their arms, women leaned against men, and the drunken luxury was displayed without the slightest restraint. Sukuna walked down the center of the street, one pair of arms folded across his chest, the other pair hanging straight down. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He did not need to make any extra movement. Just standing there was enough for everyone to instinctively sense danger. The laughter stopped abruptly. The nearest drunk was the first to notice him. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a smack, and his whole body froze in place as if his throat had been seized. Then came the woman beside him. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. The entire street seemed to have had the pause button pressed in a single instant, as if everyone had instinctively sensed danger. Then came the panicked scattering. Run, run! Don't block the way, move! That guy isn't normal. Sukuna did not spare them a single glance. He walked straight through the crowd like passing through a patch of fallen leaves scattered by the wind. His target was ahead. An unremarkable little restaurant with a half-worn door curtain. It was the only place on the whole street without any flashy decorations. It only sold food. Sukuna pushed open the wooden door, and the bell gave a crisp ring. There were only a few tables of customers inside, all eating with their heads lowered. They instinctively looked up. Just that one glance. The sound of chopsticks hitting the floor rang out one after another. One young man's face went pale as if he had seen a ghost. Another person clamped a hand over his mouth, his eyes full of terror. Not daring to make a sound, he quietly set money on the table and walked out. In less than 10 seconds, everyone in the restaurant had fled cleanly, leaving only steaming bowls and plates of food scattered across the tables. Sukuna's expression remained calm as he walked straight to the table farther inside and sat down. He lifted his eyes, his gaze landing on the stiff, middle-aged man behind the counter. Bring me your finest food. His voice was not loud, but it was clean and direct, carrying an unquestionable sense of command. The owner's Adam's apple rolled violently. Why yes. Right away, right away. Then he turned around, lit the fire and set the pot on, every movement careful and cautious. Sukuna propped his chin on one hand, his gaze sweeping casually across the shop. The walls were somewhat yellowed. A few potted green plants sat in the corners, and the place was fairly clean overall. At that moment, a tiny figure crawled out from behind the counter. It was a little girl of about 5 or 6, with 2 braids in her hair, a little flower still on her face, and big bright black eyes. She held a cloth doll in her hand and tilted her head curiously at Sukuna, completely unlike the others who were terrified of him. She walked up to Sukuna and timidly tugged at his sleeve with her little hand. Big brother, why are they scared of you? Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying the innocence unique to a child. Sukuna turned his eyes slightly and lowered his gaze to sweep over her. There was no fear on that little face, no attempt to flatter him. Only the purest confusion. Sukuna looked away, his tone light. Who knows? He paused. Maybe they're afraid of dying. The little girl tilted her head and thought about it. She did not seem to understand, but she did not keep asking. She just felt that this big brother was a little different from other people. When others saw her, they would smile and pat her head, but this big brother did not seem very interested in her. Sukuna truly was not very interested. If it had been before, he would have been, because women and children were what he loved most. But now that the two souls had fused, the desire to eat people had already vanished, because he was afraid of being sealed. He didn't look at the little girl again. His gaze rested on the counter, and his fingers tapped on the surface now and then. The little girl still wanted to say something, but the owner behind the stove was already so scared his soul was practically flying out of his body. While chopping vegetables just now, he had seen his daughter run up to that fiend. His hand shook so badly he had almost sliced off his own finger. He put down the cleaver and nearly stumbled and crawled his way over, yanking the little girl behind him in one pull. Bowing at the waist, he gave Sukuna a fawning smile. My lord, the child's young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take offense. Don't take offense. Then he lowered his voice and said to the little girl, Go back to your room. You're not allowed to come out. The little girl was tucked under her father's arm, but she still didn't forget to look back at Sukuna. Sukuna ignored her and waved at the owner, seeming to tell him to hurry up. Why yes, right away. The owner stuffed his daughter into the back room and shut the door. Only then did he let out a long breath before coming back to continue cooking. He quickly flipped the wok, added seasoning, and plated the food. His signature skills were pushed beyond their usual limits. Whatever ingredients, whatever seasonings, he threw them all in without caring about the cost. Finally, the first dish was served. Sukuna picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of beef, and put it in his mouth. After chewing twice, he said, Not bad. The owner let out a sigh of relief. His whole body looked like all the bones had been pulled out of it, and he almost couldn't stay standing. He quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to prepare the next dish. Sukuna picked up another bite, then a third. When he ate, there was no extra fuss at all. He stuffed food into his mouth in big bites, as if saying that delicious things were meant to be eaten like this. Jingle. The wind chime hanging from the doorframe gave off a crisp sound. It was a man who looked to be in his early 30s. He was tall and slender, dressed in a plain white robe made of exceptionally fine silk. His face was thin, his cheekbones slightly raised, and his features were so properly arranged they almost seemed too standard, which instead gave him an indescribable chill. What drew the most attention was his hair. He was not bald. A thin braid hung down his back all the way to his waist, while the rest of his hair had been shaved completely clean. From the very beginning, those eyes were locked onto Sukuna. It wasn't spying, and it wasn't scrutiny, but a more direct gaze, one that almost carried a certain kind of longing, like something a person had searched for a long time suddenly appearing right in front of them. The light that abruptly lit up deep in his pupils was not something that could fool anyone. Sukuna's chopsticks did not stop. He didn't even raise his head. The monk's lips curved up slightly. With calm steps, he walked over to Sukuna's side and naturally took the seat beside him. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the counter twice with his fingertips. His voice was so calm it was like he was speaking in his own home. "Owner, give me one serving too." He looked at the empty plate in front of Sukuna and smiled. "The same as the gentleman next to me." The owner froze for a moment, looked at the man in monk robes, then looked at Sukuna. Not daring to even breathe too loudly, he answered with a yes and turned to heat the oil. "This shop's cooking is quite good," the monk said, his tone like casual small talk. "I come here often." Seeing that Sukuna did not respond, the monk smiled, as if he had already expected that reaction. He reached out, picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he picked up the already empty teacup in front of Sukuna and refilled that one as well. "Aren't you going to ask who I am?" Sukuna set down his chopsticks and finally turned his head. He recognized the person in front of him. In his memory, the man before him was a main family member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya's partner when she descended upon this planet. Betrayed and reduced to a pitiful creature clinging to life by parasitizing a monk's body, Otsutsuki Ashiki, also known as Jigen. "Not interested." 3 words, clean and direct. Jigen's smile did not change in the slightest, but the fingers hidden inside his sleeves slowly curled in. He knew this was not some pretended refusal. This man's "not interested" was genuinely not interested. That was far more troublesome and far more dangerous than the kind of coldness people put on to seem profound. Jigen lowered his voice slightly, and his tone gained another layer of meaning. "The rabbit goddess, Princess Kagaya. You should at least be a little interested in that name, right?" Sukuna picked up the refilled cup of tea and slowly took a sip before setting it back down on the table. "Go on." Jigen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a glint flashed through that thin slit. He adjusted his sitting posture, and the white robe made a faint rustling sound with the movement. "My name is Jigen. I came to find you today because I want to work with you to eliminate Kagaya." Jigen spoke at an unhurried pace. Sukuna did not reply and waited for what came next. Jigen continued, "Otsutsuki Kagaya is not a native of this world. She is a plunderer. She came to this world for only one purpose: to seize all the power on this planet and turn all life into her nourishment." A trace of anger entered his voice, as if he were grieving for mankind's fate. "She will devour everything in this world. Every person, every life. Even your current power is nothing more than a dish on her table in her eyes." He paused, then turned his head to look at Sukuna's profile. "An outsider seizing the power of our world and slaughtering the lives of our world. I cannot stand by and do nothing in the face of something so cruel." After he finished speaking, the restaurant fell quiet for a while. The oil on the stove was still sizzling. The owner shrank into the corner of the kitchen, not daring to breathe too loudly. The iron ladle in his hand hung in midair, forgotten. Sukuna slowly turned his head and let his gaze sweep across Jigen's face. "Couldn't stand cruel things?" The corner of Sukuna's mouth finally lifted, though only slightly. This Otsutsuki Ashiki really loved to act. Even he found it funny. "Your ideals are very moving," Sukuna said in a careless voice. "But you've gotten one thing wrong." "What thing?" "I don't care whether other people live or die. When did you start thinking I was a good person?" Sukuna let out a sigh and looked at him like he was an idiot. A crack finally appeared in Jigen's expression. The smile was still on his face, but it had turned a little stiff. "What about you then?" he repeated. The gentleness in his voice was starting to peel away. "Kagaya is immensely powerful. When she makes a move against you, you want to join hands with me?" Sukuna cut him off. "What can you offer me?" At the stove, the owner shakily brought over the 2 men's meals. He didn't dare get close to the counter. He set the food on the table in front of the 2 of them, then silently went back to stir-frying. Jigen's eyes lit up, more intensely than before, more undisguised. "As long as I have it, and as long as it is within what I can bear, I can give it to you." If he were at his peak, he alone could fight Kagaya. There would be no need for cooperation at all. But unfortunately, things had not gone as he wished. His strength had now dropped drastically, and he only had 30% of his peak power left. Sukuna looked at Jigen. Jigen looked at Sukuna. Their gazes met in the air, each weighing the other. A long while later, Sukuna withdrew his gaze, picked up the teacup, and drained the tea, which had already gone completely cold, in one gulp. The corner of his mouth slowly curved upward. He set down the cup, and its base made a light knock against the table. "Then let me see what gives you the confidence to beat Kagaya." The moment the words fell, Sukuna's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared at Jigen's side without any warning, that face carrying a mocking smile almost pressed against the man's ear. Before Jigen could react, a large hand suddenly clamped over his entire face, the 5 fingers tightening like an iron vice. Too slow. Sukuna let out a low laugh, then drove his arm forward, brutally shoving Jigen away like a rag doll. With a deafening boom, the wooden door exploded into countless splinters. Jigen's body was sent flying out of the house along with the shattered wood, crashing awkwardly into the middle of the street. Ah! The crowd on the street instantly erupted into chaos. Men shoved women aside, women scooped up their children, peddlers abandoned their carts, and everyone screamed as they scattered and fled. The soles of their shoes pounded against the stone pavement in a chaotic clatter, mixed with cries and shrieks. In the blink of an eye, the once lively street was left with nothing but a wrecked mess of ruins and overturned lanterns. Sukuna strolled out slowly through the broken doorframe, the wood chips under his feet creaking as he stepped on them. His hands were tucked into his wide sleeves, his head tilted slightly as he looked at Jigen, who had fallen into the rubble, with clear interest. What, you can't get up already? Try a little harder. Jigen was half kneeling in the ruins, his expression somewhat dazed. Dust settled on his shoulders, and wooden splinters jabbed into the corners of his clothes, but he seemed completely unaware. Jigen stared at the ground, replaying that moment over and over in his head. He actually dared to grab me by the face? Jigen slowly stood up and brushed the dust from his sleeves, his gaze shifting from confusion to gloom. An invisible pressure began to rise from his body, and the broken stones at his feet started to tremble slightly. The next second, Sukuna burst forward in an instant, his right fist shooting straight for Jigen's face. Jigen let out a cold snort and met him head-on. The air between them exploded with a muffled thunderclap the moment fists and limbs collided. Bang! 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 A dense string of impacts echoed through the street as the two fought from one end of the road to the other. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs slammed into each other in rapid succession, every strike carrying enough force to tear buildings apart. Sukuna's fist brushed past a stone pillar, and spiderweb cracks instantly exploded across its surface. Jigen's spinning kick missed, but the wind from the strike still tore the roofs off an entire row of shops across from him. Several homes were pierced through by their moving bodies. Wooden walls collapsed, rubble flew everywhere, and even a few pedestrians who had not managed to flee far enough in time were killed by the shockwave. Yet no matter how fiercely they attacked, when their fists and kicks landed on each other, neither could leave a real wound. Dense cursed energy wrapped around Sukuna's body, forming a flowing layer of armor over his skin. At the same time, the chakra inside Jigen's body was also surging madly, and a faint white glow wrapped around his limbs and torso. Sukuna grinned, and genuine delight appeared in his eyes. He licked his lips, and his fighting style suddenly changed, becoming as precise and vicious as a beast tearing into prey. Sukuna deliberately exposed an opening, baiting Jigen into throwing a punch. He slid sideways with a single step, letting the fist barely brush past him, then grabbed Jigen's wrist with his backhand and twisted hard. Jigen frowned and hurriedly tried to pull back, but Sukuna's fingers felt as if they had been welded onto his wrist bone. Right after that, Sukuna's knee drove toward his ribs. Jigen could only raise an arm to block, but the force still pushed him back half a step. The moment he gave up that half step, Sukuna completely seized the rhythm. One punch after another, one kick after another, every move struck right in the gaps between Jigen's transitions, gradually tearing open cracks in his defense. I'm saying. Jigen retreated while blocking, a trace of cold sweat seeping from his temple. Stop. I'm not here to fight you. There was obvious agitation in his voice, and the corner of his eye flicked toward the distant sky, as if a pair of Byakugan eyes were watching from the depths above. If this kept going, Kagaya would sooner or later catch the chakra fluctuations. If that woman discovered that he still existed in this world, then everything would be over. This vessel was only an ordinary person. Forcing it into battle had already caused tiny cracks to appear in its core. But Sukuna turned a deaf ear. Ha ha ha. He threw his head back and laughed wildly and freely, the sound shaking shattered glass loose from the ruins. Jigen was anxious inside, thinking to himself, no, I have to retreat first. If this fight continues, things will go badly. At that moment, Sukuna closed in and gave Jigen no chance to react. He grabbed both arms that were raised in front of Jigen's chest and violently bent them downward, leaving his center wide open. A massive amount of cursed energy gathered in Sukuna's right fist, to the point that even the surrounding air began to distort. This punch is for you. His fist blasted out and struck Jigen square in the chest. Crack! At the exact point where fist and chest met, countless strands of black lightning exploded outward, and the impact reached straight into his organs. Jigen's pupils suddenly widened, and his body was sent flying backward, smashing through two wooden walls. Then he bounced twice across the stone road before finally digging both feet into the ground, gouging out two deep furrows before barely managing to steady himself. He dropped to one knee. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground, the bright red liquid seeping into the cracks between the stones. Mortal! Jigen slowly raised his head. Veins bulged at his temples, his eyes were bloodshot, and his entire face was twisted by rage into something nearly feral. Clutching his chest, He could clearly feel cracks appearing inside that vessel. More than 10 years ago, he had been ambushed by Kaguya. The lower half of his body was devoured by the tentails, and after barely escaping death, he had seized a monk. At that time, he could not even use karma and could only parasitize the monk's body, surviving by devouring the other's flesh and blood. It was only 1 year ago that he had just barely recovered part of his strength. If not for Kaguya, how could he have ended up in such a state? Everything was caused by Kaguya. The moment he thought of that, the veins on his face bulged again. "You've angered me." Jigen ground out those words through clenched teeth, his voice low and trembling. Sukuna still stood where he was. He even casually shook out his wrist and tilted his head toward the battered Jigen, his smile full of contempt and satisfaction. "What, you're throwing up already? I thought someone like you could play with me a little longer. Try harder." At those words, the gloom on Jigen's face spread like ink in water. He took a deep breath. When his closed eyes opened again, his entire aura had completely changed. "Since you're asking to die." His voice was so low it sounded like it came from underground. In the next instant, pitch-black markings crawled up from his neck, rapidly covering his entire face, his whole arm, and his entire body. A faint sound of bone growing came from his temple, and a black horn broke through the skin, curving backward as it extended. "If this body breaks, then so be it." His tone was calm in a way that made people uneasy, and his pupils locked onto Sukuna. The corner of Jigen's mouth twitched slightly, revealing an almost greedy smile. "Using your body as compensation would be perfect. That way I can also complete my revenge." Sukuna narrowed his eyes slightly, but the smile on his face only grew wider. He did not rush to make a move. Instead, he watched the changes in the other man with interest. The power erupting from Jigen came crashing over him in layered waves like a tide. Jigen calculated rapidly in his mind, thoughts flashing by like sparks. "This vessel can hold on for at most half an incense stick's time. I have to finish this battle before then. As long as I obtain this man's body, even if Kaguya discovers me, I will have nothing to fear. Quick battle, quick finish." Jigen's right eye suddenly lit up, and he crossed his hands in one clean, sharp motion. Sukuna sensed the danger almost at the same moment. His brows lifted, and he slammed off the ground with the tip of his foot, leaping backward. Clang! On the stone pavement where he had just been standing, 7 black rods suddenly shot up without warning. Each one was about 2 fingers thick, their surfaces gleaming with a metallic luster. Sukuna flipped once in midair and landed steadily on the slanted roof of a nearby house, looking down at those black rods from above. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the rods. If his memory was correct, Jigen still had another transformation and could return to the true form of an Otsutsuki. And he would awaken both a black eye and a Byakugan, with the black eye being even more special, possessing 2 dojutsu. One of them was Sukuna Hikona, the ability to shrink objects. Those rods had just now been shrunk, and only released in that instant. Second, Daikokuten, a separate dimension completely cut off from the outside world. Sukuna jumped down from the eaves and slowly walked a few steps toward Jigen. His soles stepped on the gravel, making crisp cracking sounds. The air was filled with the smell of blood and dust. Moonlight poured down, lighting up this battlefield. Sukuna's gaze locked tightly onto Jigen, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up as he thought to himself, "Maybe I can steal his eyes. Once I have them, I won't need to fear Kaguya's Amanaka anymore." Across from him, when Jigen saw Sukuna suddenly stop moving, a cold killing intent flashed through his eyes. Good chance. He raised his hand. A black receiver, shrunk down until it was invisible to the naked eye, condensed out of thin air in his palm. Without any wind-up at all, it shot out silently. The black rod tore through the air, heading straight for Sukuna's forehead, so fast that it left only an extremely thin trail in the air. However, at the very instant the black rod was about to pierce his skull, Sukuna's neck twisted at an almost impossible angle. The black rod brushed past his temple, carrying away a few strands of cut hair. Too slow. Before Sukuna's voice had even finished falling, his right arm had already swung out like a long blade. No hand seals, no chant. An invisible slash burst from his fingertips and swept toward Jigen at terrifying speed. Jigen's pupils suddenly shrank, and an icy sense of danger shot straight from his spine to the top of his head. He did not hesitate at all. At the critical instant, his body turned into an afterimage and he used the body flicker technique to leave his original spot. Boom! The slash missed, but it split the many buildings behind Jigen cleanly in two. A bottomless trench extended straight outward. The walls on both sides slowly slid in opposite directions, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up rubble and dust everywhere. Jigen landed on the eaves of another building and slightly turned his head, glancing at that shocking crack. His expression remained cold, as if he had only seen something insignificant, but the heaviness in the depths of his eyes gave him away. "So this is your ability," he said flatly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible amidst the chaos of the battlefield. A technique similar to slashing, unfamiliar energy, pure, cutting. Sukuna did not respond. He did not even look at him. He slightly lowered his eyelids, but the smile at the corner of his mouth only deepened. He raised both hands, his 10 fingers slightly curved, and all 4 arms turned into blades. He lifted his eyes, and Jigen's figure was reflected in those scarlet pupils. The next second, all 4 arms chopped down one after another like wild blades. Countless invisible slashes sealed off all of Jigen's retreat routes from every direction, and the air let out a sharp wail as it was torn apart. Those slashes were invisible to the naked eye. Their existence could only be detected through the smoke and dust they kicked up when they swept across the ground, or through the shifting airflow. Jigen's face changed abruptly. Not good. His body twisted and turned continuously across the eaves, each leap narrowly avoiding the trajectories of the slashes. But those slashes were too dense, too sharp. As he shifted sideways, one slash grazed the edge of his clothes, silently shredding that piece of fabric. He flipped his body, and 3 more slashes swept past from above his head and beside him, cutting the eaves beneath his feet into several pieces of broken wood. As for the slashes he could not dodge, he intercepted them with black receivers. The black receivers moved in Jigen's hands as if alive, turning and shifting with precision into the paths of the slashes. Every collision produced a shrill metallic impact, with sparks flying everywhere. At the same time, the black receivers he had thrown as hidden weapons shrank in midair and stabbed toward Sukuna from all directions at strange angles. Sukuna moved and leaped across the rooftops, and every time he landed, the tiles beneath his feet shattered. He did not deliberately avoid those black receivers. Instead, while closing in on Jigen, he casually swung out slash after slash, knocking away or cutting apart the incoming rods. The 2 figures rapidly chased each other through the collapsing building clusters, one in front and one behind, one attacking and one defending, moving so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. "Ah!" A miserable scream came from below. One slash missed and did not dissipate, instead flying straight into a distant street alley. That whole stretch of low houses split open neatly like toppled building blocks. Broken beams and shattered tiles crashed down, and the dust was mixed with a mist of blood. Another rooftop collapsed under Jigen's step. Beneath the broken bricks and tiles, the outline of a body pinned underneath could faintly be seen. An arm hung weakly outside, the 5 fingers still frozen in the posture of struggling before death. Everywhere there was the sound of houses collapsing. Everywhere there were the wails of death. Jigen landed on top of a pagoda and let out a slight breath. He lowered his head and glanced at his left arm. A shallow line of blood was seeping out. That was the mark left by a slash grazing him just now. His face was expressionless, but the chill in his eyes grew heavier. He had gained no advantage in this battle. This brat was far harder to deal with than he had expected. "It seems, I need to make you understand the gap in our strength." Jigen took a deep breath, and the power he had suppressed for more than 10 years finally began to truly release. His body changed. His originally somewhat thin frame became even more slender, and his skin lost its color, turning pale and cold. His right eye became a golden iris with 8 black lines forming a rice pattern shape, while his left eye turned into a white pupil. Jigen, no, it should be said Otsutsuki Ishiki, slowly landed across from Sukuna. His voice carried no emotion at all, cold like a blade just pulled out of ice water. "Brat, your body is mine for sure." He had hidden for more than 10 years, endured humiliation for more than 10 years. Today he had to reverse the situation. He had to make the person before him and Kagaya pay the price. Sukuna stood on a pile of broken tiles, looking at the opponent before him who had completely changed appearance. Yet there was not the slightest trace of fear in his scarlet eyes. On the contrary, those eyes shone with astonishing brightness, as if he had found some interesting new toy. The corner of his mouth split open, revealing an almost crazed smile. "Now that's more like it." Ishiki said nothing more. He raised his hand, and space condensed in his palm. Buzz! A heavy roar descended from the sky, and a massive shadow instantly covered the entire battlefield. Sukuna looked up. A black cube with sides dozens of meters long was falling straight down at terrifying speed, carrying a force that seemed able to crush everything as it smashed fiercely toward his head. Under the pressure of the cube, the air let out a sharp explosion, and the tiles and gravel on the ground were blasted flying in all directions by the shockwave. In that instant, everything within a 100-meter radius was swallowed by the shadow of that black iron mass. Looking at the black giant object getting closer and closer, Sukuna not only did not retreat, he instead burst into deafening laughter. "Good. Come on. Make me fall for you." His laughter echoed above the ruins, arrogant, wild, and utterly unrestrained. The next moment he bent his legs slightly. Not only did he not dodge, he instead charged straight at the black cube that could crush everything. His right hand shot out, 5 fingers spread wide, and firmly pressed against the bottom of the cube. Boom! A massive shockwave spread in all directions. The ground, along with the wreckage of buildings within dozens of meters, was blown away, and the dust formed a ring-shaped blast wave that surged wildly outward. Sukuna steadily held up that giant object, his body completely unmoving. But in the very next second, Several more cubes suddenly appeared around him, trapping Sukuna from all sides at speeds beyond sound. From a distance it looked like a black magic cube. In the darkness, Sukuna used his forearms to brace against the cubes. His body felt incomparable pressure. That force was continuously crushing his flesh. Not bad. Sukuna let out a light laugh. In the next second, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, then immediately used reverse curse technique to heal his body. His lips moved slightly, and he spat out one word. 8. The next second, the black cube pressed under his forearms suddenly trembled. Countless cracks spread outward from Sukuna's palms, instantly crawling across the entire surface of the cube like a spiderweb. The cutting angles of those cracks were so precise it was horrifying. Every single one accurately pierced through the cube's structural nodes. Crack, 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 crack. The black cube suddenly shattered in midair, turning into tens of thousands of fragments that crashed down into the ruins, kicking up dense clouds of dust. Sukuna slowly descended from the endless black rain. The moment his feet touched the ground, broken rubble crunched beneath them. He raised his head and looked through the layers of dust at the pale figure in the distance. His scarlet eyes glowed in the haze like ghostly flames. Whatever tricks you still have, use them all. As the dust settled, the air froze. Two terrifying powers faced off above these deathly silent ruins. In the distance, Ishiki looked down expressionlessly at that arrogant figure below, while his body gradually grew weaker. He said nothing, but for the first time, true gravity appeared in his eyes, along with a trace of relief. Tell me your name. After you die, I will remember it, Ishiki said calmly. Sukuna bared his teeth in a grin. Since you're asking so sincerely, then I'll kindly tell you.
Ryomen Sukuna.
This name will stand above the heavens and resound through the universe. Ha ha ha. The moment his words fell, Sukuna attacked first without mercy, slashing diagonally from where he stood. That invisible slash tore through the clouds of dust and went straight for Ishiki. Ishiki focused and turned sideways to dodge. The slash brushed past him, then continued moving westward. Sukuna gave him no time to breathe. As soon as the first slash was launched, the second, third, and fourth followed right behind it, each one precisely sealing off the spots where Ishiki had predicted he could land. Ishiki slowly raised his right hand, palm upward. 5 black cubes appeared out of thin air around him, each one as large as a person could wrap their arms around. With a slight movement of his finger, the cubes moved into the path of the slashes. Screech! The slashes landed on the surface of the black cubes, producing a sharp grinding sound. But Sukuna did not stop. The slashes became faster and denser, pouring down like a storm across the sky. Ishiki's expression turned serious. While controlling the black rods to attack, he also controlled the cubes to block the slashes. His right hand clenched in the air, and several shrunken black rods shot silently toward Sukuna's throat, heart, and forehead. Sukuna casually flicked his index finger, and several slashes cut apart the 3 black rods. At the same time, his entire figure suddenly accelerated, going from a calm walk 1 second to a blurred afterimage the next. Before Ishiki could even blink, Sukuna had already leaped to within 5 meters of him. Dismantle! Sukuna's 5 fingers on his right hand came together like a blade, and an absurdly huge slash burst from the edge of his palm. Ishiki's pupils shrank violently. Too fast. The speed. Ishiki gritted his teeth. He couldn't dodge this slash, so he immediately enlarged a cube in front of himself and blocked it. I'll praise you. This fight has brought me joy. Sukuna's voice came from behind him. Ishiki suddenly turned his head and was shocked to find that Sukuna had somehow appeared behind him. In those scarlet eyes was reflected Ishiki's stunned face. Sukuna moved. This time, his speed was faster than any before, so fast that Ishiki could not react in time. Sukuna appeared less than an arm's length in front of Ishiki. His right hand curled into a claw, aiming straight for Ishiki's right eye. Ishiki instinctively leaned back while swinging a black rod toward Sukuna's abdomen. But Sukuna's body twisted at an unbelievable angle, and the black rod scraped past his side waist. How dare you! Ishiki roared, but Sukuna's 5 fingers had already dug into Ishiki's left eye socket. An extremely delicate slash precisely severed every connection between the eyeball and the optic nerve. That black eye was taken from Ishiki's socket by Sukuna, the eye between his fingers reflecting a dim sheen under the moonlight. Ishiki's body suddenly stiffened. His right eye socket was empty, and dark liquid slid down along his cheekbone, dripping onto his pale clothes. He staggered back 2 steps, covering the hollow socket with his right hand as liquid seeped through his fingers. Sukuna raised that black eye before himself and examined it closely. He could feel the power contained within it, a power completely different from his slashes, a power over space itself. Interesting, truly interesting. Without hesitation, he gouged out one of his own eyes and pressed the black eye into his socket. After a brief stab of pain, everything became incomparably clear. The folds of space, the gaps between dimensions, the coordinates of position. So that's how it is. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, Ishiki slowly lowered the hand covering his right eye. In his remaining left eye burned an uncontrollable fury. Give it back. His voice was so low it sounded like muffled thunder forced up from the depths of his throat. Give it back, you lowly insect. Sukuna lowered his head. That newly obtained black eye and his natural red eye both looked toward Ishiki. He smiled. I said, give it back. Ishiki's voice suddenly rose sharply, and the horn on his forehead trembled slightly. He charged at Sukuna, so fast that the surrounding air was compressed into a white sonic boom cloud. In his right hand, a black rod carrying the full force of his strike stabbed toward Sukuna's heart. Sukuna did not dodge. He crossed both hands in front of his chest. Enma Tenin hand sign. If you can survive this move, then your eye and my body can both be yours. Ishiki's pupils contracted violently. Before he could speak, an unprecedented pressure erupted from Sukuna's body. Domain expansion! With Sukuna at the center, an invisible force spread in all directions. Bones burst out from the ground, overlapping and piling together, rising beneath Sukuna's feet to form a massive shrine. Malevolent shrine. The moment the words fell, a domain with a radius of 1,000 meters fully unfolded. In the next second, everything inside the domain began to collapse. Raised rocks, the remaining buildings, scattered fragments of black cubes, and surviving life were all sliced apart in the same instant. Within Malevolent Shrine, there existed slashes that would always hit. In this domain, everything with mass would be covered by endless, omnidirectional slashes. There was nowhere to dodge and nowhere to hide. Ishiki's body froze. He felt no pain. Am I going to die? I still haven't taken my revenge. Ryomen Sukuna, Otsutsuki Ishiki's pale body, along with his final shout, was erased within countless slashes. Everything inside the domain, life, vegetation, houses, all of it silently turned to dust. Standing atop the shrine, the corners of Sukuna's mouth slowly rose. Not a bad opponent. Sukuna slowly released the domain, revealing the devastated land before him, his mood utterly delighted. If one looked down from the sky, this place would seem as though it had been erased. At that very instant, an unprecedented pressure surged in from the horizon. Stronger than Otsutsuki Ishiki, much stronger. Sukuna slightly lifted his chin, and an intrigued curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Right after that, a figure arrived soundlessly from midair. Kaguya drifted down lightly, her sleeves fluttering without making the slightest sound of wind. Expressionless, she looked down at Sukuna from above without saying a word, as if she were examining a stone by the roadside. Sukuna was also sizing her up. Those hollow yet beautiful eyes, that indifference radiating from her bones as though she were cut off from the world itself. He could not help but let out a low laugh. This kind of power really is fascinating. Kaguya's gaze did not linger on his face for long. She tilted her head slightly, sensing the remaining chakra traces on this battlefield. Otsutsuki Ishiki's chakra still filled this place, but the aura of his life was already gone. Then her gaze fell on Sukuna's eye. That eye was Ishiki's eye. Her lips moved, and her voice was cold and calm. You killed Ishiki? Sukuna viciously split his mouth into a grin, his smile full of bloodthirsty delight. Not bad. Do you want to fight me too? Maybe he couldn't beat her right now, but being afraid before the fight even started was never his style. Kaguya shook her head, her expression not changing in the slightest. No, I'm not interested in fighting. She paused, as if stating some trivial matter that had nothing to do with her. I came here only because I sensed Ishiki's chakra and wanted to get rid of him. She turned around, her long hair lifting and then falling. Since he's dead, I'm leaving. Before her words had even fully fallen, her figure was already drifting away. Sukuna stood where he was, staring in the direction she had left, a trace of indescribable disappointment showing in his eyes. He had originally thought Kaguya would bring him a satisfying battle. That power had truly excited him. The power of an Otsutsuki was already strong to begin with, let alone an Otsutsuki who had eaten a chakra fruit. But who would have thought that Kaguya didn't have even the slightest fighting spirit? From beginning to end, that face of hers had stayed completely indifferent. Could even be said to be blank. Sukuna raised a hand and brushed back his hair, his expression full of disappointment. Fighting a block of wood is worse than going to slice fish. He turned and did not spare another glance at the ruins plowed through by his domain. Momiji Street no longer existed. No, to be precise, only half of it remained. Sukuna stepped away over the broken stones, his pace lazy, his back disappearing at the border between the setting sun and the ruins. To the east, several thousand meters away, beneath a collapsed roof, a woman struggled out from the rubble. Her right eye socket was empty. Both her legs had been severed cleanly below the knees. The edges of the wounds had long since rotted through, and yellow fluid seeped from the black-purple rotten flesh. A black short-sleeved shirt had rotted into strips of cloth hanging from her body, and her shorts were reduced to scraps loosely hanging at her waist. From head to toe, old scars overlapped with new ones. The marks of abuse were shocking to the eye. She raised her head, and Sukuna's battle and voice replayed in her mind. Ah, ha. Her breathing became rapid, and her lips trembled. What magnificent power. She suddenly wrapped her arms around herself, her nails digging deep into her skin, beads of blood seeping out through the gaps between her fingers. Her whole body trembled violently as if electrocuted, and her body began to twist erratically. That kind of presence that tramples everything, crushes everything, tears everything into scraps. She laughed, the sound sharp and broken. So amazing, the woman's face flushed into a sickly dark red, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints with excitement. Her entire body suddenly arched, as if every inch of her nerves had been pierced by invisible lightning. You must be a god. You must have come to save me. Her expression froze for a moment, and suddenly she broke into tears, both hands clutching the broken stones on the ground tightly. You must have come to save this rotten world that deserves to be torn apart completely. She lifted her head, and her expression became twisted and fanatical again, the corners of her mouth pulling into an almost savage curve. Kill all the evil, all the filth, all of everything. Kill it all. Her voice suddenly dropped, like a lover's whisper, and like the muttering of a madwoman. Kill it all? Ha 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 ha. On top of the ruins, only her convulsive laughter remained, like a completely broken snake crawling out of hell. Tap tap tap. A burst of footsteps came from beside her. The woman's laughter abruptly stopped, and she looked up. A man in a white robe, with 2 horns growing from his head, stood before her. He looked at the woman and the woman looked at him. My name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The next day, sunlight leaked through the cracks in the clouds and fell by an unnamed small river. On the riverbank sat a small iron grill rack. The charcoal fire was burning hot, and several unevenly sliced pieces of meat lay on top. Fat dripped into the fire, making sizzling sounds. Sukuna sat cross-legged on a flat stone, turning a piece of meat in his hand, his expression rarely peaceful. He took a bite and frowned slightly. The heat's a bit off. The moment he finished speaking, a somewhat discordant voice cut in. Hello! A toad jumped out from who knew where and landed steadily beside the grill. The toad was not large. It had red skin and 2 bulging round eyes, and there was even a pendant hanging around its neck with the character for Maru on it. It looked up at Sukuna, its expression carrying a maturity that did not quite match its size. Are you the one who killed Otsutsuki Ashiki? The toad asked. Its voice was not dry like an ordinary toad's. Instead, it carried a kind of steadiness. Sukuna lowered his head and glanced at it, but did not answer right away. He slowly turned over a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed twice, and ignored it. My name is Gamamaru. The toad squatted there, one front claw slightly raised as if performing some ancient gesture of courtesy. I came to ask you something. What is it? Sukuna turned another piece of meat, his tone as flat as if he were asking about the weather. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Gamamaru's eyes brightened a little, and his voice lowered. I want to cooperate with you and kill her together. The toads had already known about Kagaya and Ashiki arriving in this world, and their battle had also made the toads clearly understand the strength of the 2 of them. So if the 3 great sage regions alone tried to fight Kagaya, they could never win. Sukuna stopped turning the meat. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the plain-looking toad by his feet again. Gamamaru. He repeated the name, then raised an eyebrow. In later generations, Gamamaru seemed to be called the Great Toad Sage by a group of toads. Sukuna stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, chewed it slowly, then stood up and wiped the grease from his hands. He looked down at the toad from above. Cooperate. He bared his teeth in a grin. What makes you think I need cooperation? The air fell silent for a moment. Only the sound of the river flowing could be heard. Gamamaru did not answer in a hurry. He remained crouched beside the grill. After a few breaths, he finally spoke slowly, his voice several degrees heavier than before. Do you know why Otsutsuki Kagaya came to this land? Sukuna leaned against the rock, lazily picking his teeth, and did not answer. Gamamaru did not need his answer and continued on his own. She is planting the god tree. The god tree will continuously draw in the natural energy deep within the earth and turn everything into chakra fruit. When that day comes and natural energy is exhausted, this land will wither and die completely. Grass won't grow, water won't flow, wind won't blow. No living thing will survive, not even an ant. He paused, then raised one front claw and pointed at the soil beneath his feet. Where do you think the vitality of this land comes from? It is natural energy. It is like invisible veins running through the mountains, rivers, and air. If Kagaya is not stopped, not sealed, those veins will be drained clean by the god tree. When that time comes, no matter how strong your power is, you will still be living in a dead world. Gamamaru lowered his claw and looked at Sukuna calmly. That is why I say that for your sake, and for the sake of the world, we need to cooperate. The river wind howled past. Sukuna looked down at the toad, his expression barely changing. There was even a trace of boredom in his red eyes. Finished. Gamamaru was slightly stunned. Sukuna stood up and stretched, his joints cracking. He looked down at Gamamaru. Fighting Kagaya is certainly good, but cooperation? Sukuna gave an evil grin. That is the way of the weak. Gamamaru's eyes dimmed. He lowered his head slightly, I understand. Then I'll leave. Just as he turned around, Sukuna's voice came from behind him. Who told you that you could leave? Sukuna's voice was full of menace. Gamamar's body stiffened. Confused, he turned back and looked at Sukuna in puzzlement. Leave the sage art behind, and tell me the locations of the other 2 great sacred lands. Refuse and die. The setting sun dyed the courtyard a dim yellow. The paper door was half open, and a faint cyan glow spilled out from inside the room. Inside, a woman lay on the bed, her face pale as paper, her breathing so weak it was almost impossible to sense. Below the knees, both her legs were gone. Her body was covered in wounds, and the exposed skin was layered with both old and fresh injuries. In some places, bone was even visible. Otsutsuki Hagoromo stood beside the bed. A pale green yin-yang release glow poured from his palm, spreading over the woman's body like water. His younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura, stood on the other side, likewise channeling the power of yin-yang release. Their chakra intertwined and slowly seeped into the woman's ruined body. Time passed little by little, and the room was so quiet that only faint breathing and the soft sound of chakra flowing could be heard. Finally, the woman's wounds began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rotting skin regrew, the broken bones reconnected, and her flesh gradually filled out. Even more astonishing, her missing legs slowly grew back as well. From below the knees, calves, ankles, and feet gradually took shape. When the final wound had completely healed, Hagoromo withdrew his hand and let out a long breath. Hamura stopped as well. The 2 exchanged a glance, rose in tacit understanding, and quietly walked out of the room, pulling the door shut behind them. In the courtyard, the evening breeze carried a trace of chill. Hamura spoke first, his brows tightly furrowed. Big brother, what's going on with that woman? Hagoromo was silent for a moment. His gaze passed through the courtyard and settled on the darkening horizon in the distance. I brought her back from Momiji Street, he said calmly, though there was a trace of weight in his tone that was hard to detect. If I hadn't saved her, she would have died. Those wounds. Hamura's voice dropped. They were from abuse, Hagoromo said shortly. He paused, as if organizing his thoughts or suppressing some emotion. On the way back, he had asked about the woman's situation, and learned her name and what she had gone through. Her name is Xia-in, Hagoromo said slowly. Her family once refused to help a relative who came to them for aid. Later, that relative's whole family died. That relative kept it in his heart and hated them ever since. Hamura listened quietly without interrupting. Hagoromo continued. Later, that relative rose in power and gained influence, so he began taking revenge. He drove Xia-yin's family to ruin, cut off the legs of Xia-in and her family, and whipped and tortured them every day. Several months passed like that. One by one, Xia-yin's family failed to hold on. In the end, she was the only one left alive. The moment those words fell, the courtyard became so quiet that the sound of wind passing through the leaves could be heard. Hamura's face darkened to a terrifying degree. His fists clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. Grinding his teeth, he said word by word, "That relative was actually that vicious." Hagoromo did not reply. He only let out a soft sigh. He had already seen too many chains of hatred like this in all his experiences in the world. When one person suffers, they double that suffering and pass it on to someone else. Then the person forced to bear it goes looking for the next target. Never ends. Knowing it was one thing, but every time he saw a result like this, his heart still could not help but grow heavy. One day, he would create an era where everyone could truly understand one another. After a long silence, Hagoromo was the first to change the subject, his voice turning low. "There's something I need to discuss with you in detail." "What is it?" Hagoromo turned his head slightly and looked toward the deepening night, his tone growing more solemn. "That person, Sukuna." Then, in a heavy voice, Hagoromo recounted Sukuna's battle with Otsutsuki Ishiki, along with the damage the 2 of them had caused. "Is that Sukuna really that dangerous?" Hagoromo did not answer right away. What he saw was severed limbs flying, blood flowing like a river, and Sukuna smiling from beginning to end. That smile was not pride, nor arrogance, but pleasure. "Yes," Hagoromo nodded. "That man does not care about life, nor does he care about any rules. He delights in slaughter. To him, killing is as natural as breathing. However, he might be of some use." Hamura was silent for a while, then looked up at Hagoromo. "Could it be, Big Brother wants to use him against Mother?" Hagoromo did not deny it, his gaze sinking slightly. "Perhaps. But," Hamura hesitated for a moment, "would he really be willing to fight Mother? No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't go and provoke an opponent like Mother for no reason, would he?" Hagoromo's reply came without the slightest hesitation. "He would." He turned to look at Hamura, his eyes calm and certain. "That man delights in slaughter. A strong one like Mother is, to him, a feast." After hearing that, Hamura froze slightly, then revealed a complicated expression. He did not know whether to call it good news or bad news. Such a dangerous man had actually set his sights on Mother. Just then, Hagoromo suddenly shifted the topic. We don't need to arrange anything on Sukuna's side. His gaze darkened, as though weighing a very critical issue. But we need to give Mother a reason why she has no choice but to fight Sukuna. Hamura was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if Mother noticed that someone was deliberately guiding events, she would instead be less likely to act easily. Only if she herself came to believe this was something that had to be done, only if she herself walked onto that path, could this conflict truly begin. The courtyard fell silent once more, with only the night slowly creeping in. A few insect chirps drifted from afar, blending bit by bit into the dark blue sky. Inside the room, the woman named Xia-in was still sleeping deeply, her breathing much steadier now. She still had no idea what the people outside were discussing. She only lay there quietly, as if for the first time in all these years, she was finally having a sleep without pain. The night deepened further, and the wind chime beneath the corridor swayed softly in the breeze, letting out faint, scattered sounds. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Hamura stood in the courtyard, and neither of them spoke again. Their shadows were stretched long by the moonlight, lying silently across the ground. Just then, a rustling sound came from the grass in the corner of the courtyard. Hagoromo's gaze immediately swept over. Hamura also frowned, one hand lifting slightly as chakra had already begun gathering in his palm. The grass parted, and a small figure hopped out. It was a toad. Finally found you. The toad spoke, its voice not loud, but very clear. Hamura's brows drew even tighter, and he shifted half a step in front of Hagoromo. A talking toad? Hagoromo, however, was not too tense. He looked at the toad and spoke evenly. Who are you? Why are you looking for us? The toad hopped twice and landed on the stone slab in the middle of the courtyard, looking up at Hagoromo. Its expression turned serious. The lively gleam in its eyes faded somewhat, replaced by a few degrees of solemnity. My name is Gamamaru. I'm from Mount Myaboku, it said. I came to find you because there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? Hagoromo asked. Gamamaru paused, then said it directly. It's about Otsutsuki Kagaya. The moment those words left its mouth, both Hagoromo's and Hamura's expressions changed. Hamura's eyes sharpened. Hagoromo made no obvious movement, but the fingers hanging at his side twitched slightly. How do you know that name? Hagoromo's voice was not loud, but it carried an invisible pressure. Gamamaru was not frightened. It stood steadily on the stone slab and continued. I know more than you think. I know where Kagaya comes from, and I know what she's doing. She's turning humans into white Zetsu. You should know about those things too, right? Hagoromo did not deny it. He only looked at Gamamaru and waited for it to continue. Gamamaru took a deep breath. With just the two of you, it'll be hard to deal with Kagaya. She's too strong, and there's also another threat hiding in the shadows. That's why I came to find you. I want to work with you. Work together? Hamura spoke, his tone carrying a bit of doubt. You're just a toad. What exactly can you cooperate with us on? Gamamaru did not get angry. Instead, it raised a tiny claw and pointed at itself. I can teach you something, Sage Jutsu. Hagoromo's brows lifted slightly. Sage Jutsu is a power that uses natural energy, Gamamaru explained. It doesn't rely on your own chakra. It draws on the energy between heaven and earth. There are very few people in this world who can master Sage Jutsu, but if you learn it, your strength will become far greater than it is now. Hamura looked at his older brother, his eyes asking, Can this toad be trusted? Hagoromo was silent for a moment, then asked a very practical question. Why do you want to help us? What benefit is there for you in fighting Kagaya? A trace of depth flashed through Gamamaru's round eyes. After a moment it finally spoke. This world does not belong only to humans. It belongs to all living beings. Kagaya wants to place the entire world under her control. If she succeeds, whether human or toad, no one will have a good life. The courtyard fell quiet for a moment. Hagoromo looked into Gamamaru's eyes. Those bulging toad eyes did not dodge his gaze. There was only a simple sincerity in them. How do you plan to teach us Sage Jutsu? Hagoromo asked. That sentence was the same as agreeing. Gamamaru was obviously relieved, and its tone became a little lighter. You'll need to come with me to Mount Myaboku. The natural energy there is the densest, so it's the best place for cultivation. But let me make this clear first. Sage Jutsu isn't that easy to learn. If things go badly, you might turn into a toad. When Hamura heard that, the corner of his mouth twitched. Turn into a toad? That's right. If natural energy isn't controlled properly, you'll turn to stone, or become animalized, Gamamaru said very calmly. So whether you want to learn it or not, think it through yourselves. The two brothers exchanged a glance. Both of them already had their answer. Hagoromo stood by the courtyard gate and looked back toward the house. Hamura, stay here. I'll go alone. His tone turned serious. If both of us disappear at the same time, Mother will definitely become suspicious. At least one of us has to stay in the open, so everything looks no different from usual. Hamura thought for a moment, then nodded. That was true. Although their mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, rarely showed herself, her Byakugan could see through many things. Hamura stood at the courtyard gate for a while, watching as his older brother and that toad completely vanished into the night. Only then did he turn around and go back into the courtyard. A few days passed, and life was very peaceful. Every day, Hamura checked on Shine's condition and prepared some food and water for her. Shine would occasionally wake up for a little while, but her mind was still somewhat fuzzy. After saying only a few words, she would fall asleep again. Although the physical wounds on her body had been healed by yin-yang release, the mental trauma left behind by those days would probably need much longer to recover. On the afternoon of the 4th day, while the sunlight was just right, Hamura was sitting beneath the corridor with his eyes closed, when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from the horizon. His eyes snapped open. He was far too familiar with that aura. The next second, a white figure appeared above the courtyard without any warning. Atsutsuki Kagaya floated in midair expressionlessly. Her long white hair hung down, and her white robe drifted gently in the wind. Her indifferent gaze swept across the entire courtyard before finally landing on Hamura. "Mother!" Hamura stood up and lowered his head slightly, his tone respectful. Kagaya slowly descended into the courtyard. Her feet touched the stone ground with almost no sound at all. Her Byakugan was already activated. The faintly bulging veins at the corners of her eyes gave her perfect face a more probing look. "Where is Hagoromo?" Kagaya asked directly. Hamura's expression did not change as he answered. "Brother has gone to travel the world. He wants to see this world for himself. He'll come back after some time." Kagaya did not speak immediately. Her pale eyes quietly looked at Hamura, as if judging whether he was lying. Hamura maintained his respectful posture. His heartbeat was steady, and his breathing did not falter. After a while, Kagaya's gaze suddenly shifted slightly, and she turned her head toward the house. "That person," she said, her Byakugan passing through the wall and seeing Shine lying on the bed. "Who is she?" Hamura followed her gaze and glanced inside the house before answering truthfully. "She is a woman named Shine. Big brother brought her back from the battlefield. She was gravely injured. If he hadn't saved her, she would have died." Kagaya did not withdraw her gaze. She continued using her Byakugan to observe everything inside the room. Every wound on that woman's body had already healed. Even the legs that had once been cut off had grown back. Those were traces of yin-yang release, the technique of her 2 sons. "What happened to the injuries on her body?" Kagaya asked. Hamura was silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak, recounting Shine's experience from beginning to end, from how that relative's plea for help had been refused, to how that same relative took revenge after rising in status, to how Shine's entire family had their legs cut off and were tortured day and night, until in the end she was the only one left, picked up and brought back by his older brother. He spoke very calmly. He did not exaggerate anything or deliberately make it more dramatic. He simply laid out each event one by one. After Kagaya finished listening, she did not speak right away. She stood where she was, her pale eyes lowering slightly. The courtyard was quiet for about 3 breaths before Kagaya finally spoke. Her tone was no different from before, cold and calm. "Is that so? When Hagoromo returns, have him come to me." After saying that, she turned and slowly rose into the air, her robes flapping loudly in the wind. She did not look at Hamura again, nor did she look again at the woman inside the room named Shine. The white figure rose higher and higher, and soon disappeared into the clouds at the horizon. Hamura stood beneath the corridor, looking in the direction his mother had left, and slowly let out a breath. "Big brother," Hamura murmured softly, "you need to hurry." Inside Daikokutten, the space was dim and gray, and the air was filled with stillness. Sukuna pressed his right hand against the head of the miniature Tentails and closed his eyes to sense it. Energy was indeed flowing, but it was like a small stream, nowhere near enough to satisfy him. "Heh!" He withdrew his hand, opened his eyes, and looked at this Tentails that was only a little over 2 meters tall, its 10 tails bound by black rods. This was the one Ishiki had raised. He had put a lot of effort into it, but unfortunately he died before he could use it. Now, both it and this Daikokutten had become his spoils of war. "It's still too weak." His tone was flat. The Tentails had not yet matured. The energy accumulated inside it needed time, and even more than that, it needed nourishment, natural energy. But there was nothing at all in this Daikokutten space. So this Tentails could only be slowly ground along, so slow that it made people impatient. As for why Ishiki had not released it to absorb energy, it was probably because he was afraid Kagaya would discover it, or perhaps afraid the Tentails would be lost. However, he had no need to worry about that because he had thought of a place. Sukuna lowered his hand and stroked his chin as he sank into thought. "I've already obtained the Sage Jutsu of Mount Mayaboku. Next is getting the other 2 cultivation methods." He grinned, his tone casual and certain, as if he were stating something only natural. "As for those so-called sages in the sacred lands, if they dare refuse, I'll just kill them. As for the Tentails..." Sukuna licked his lips and turned to glance at the Tentails curled up behind him. It seemed to sense something and let out a low cry, as if afraid, yet also expectant. "Wait!" Sukuna's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the entire Daikokutten. When you've eaten your fill, let me see just how strong you can become. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished. Silence returned to Dekokuten, leaving only the tentails flickering red glow. At this moment, somewhere high in the sky above the ninja world, Sukuna's figure appeared out of thin air. The wind brushed past the hem of his clothes. He looked down at the land below, then lifted his gaze toward the distance. In the direction of Ryuchi Cave, Sukuna narrowed his eyes and stopped hesitating. His entire body vanished in an instant. The entrance to Ryuchi Cave was hidden deep within a valley, surrounded by twisted ancient trees. The air was damp and carried a cold, fishy smell. Space rippled, and Sukuna landed at the mouth of the valley, lifting his eyes for a glance inside. This is the place. He did not hesitate and stepped forward. The cave was dark, but Sukuna could see everything clearly. The stone walls were covered in slick moss, and from time to time, fine bones crunched beneath his feet. It was impossible to tell whether they belonged to animals or humans. The deeper he went, the thicker the natural energy in the air became, like a thin mist clinging to his skin. The natural energy here is far stronger than outside. Sukuna took a deep breath and curled the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. If the tentails were raised here, it would mature in at most 10 years. By then, he would be the strongest in the world. Unfortunately, he had a better plan. He continued forward, and the tunnel gradually widened. Snakes began appearing on the surrounding rock walls. They varied in size and color. Some were only as thick as a finger, while others were already as thick as tree trunks. Sensing Sukuna's presence, they all raised their heads, flicked their tongues, and let out hissing sounds. Sukuna did not even look at them. These little things were not even worthy of making him move. But soon, a heavy scraping sound came from ahead, as if something massive were moving. At the end of the tunnel, 3 giant snakes slowly poked out their heads. Each one was as thick as a water bucket, their bodies covered in dark green scales. Cold light reflected in their eyes. The largest one in the middle opened its mouth and spoke in a hoarse human voice. "Human, this is not a place you should come." Sukuna stopped walking and finally raised his eyes. "It can talk." He looked at the snake with interest. "Then you've got a bit of cultivation. Leave." The giant snake on the left also spoke, its voice deeper. "Ryuchi Cave does not welcome outsiders. Take one more step and you die." The 3 giant snakes pressed forward at the same time, their scales scraping against the rock wall with a piercing sound. Their bodies nearly blocked the entire passage, and a foul stench drifted from their mouths. Sukuna stood where he was without moving. He even tucked both hands into his sleeves. "I want to ask you something." His tone sounded like he was casually chatting with a neighbor. "Out of all the snakes in this cave, which one's meat is the most tender?" The 3 giant snakes froze for a moment. The next second, Sukuna's figure vanished from where he stood. The giant snake in the middle had not even reacted before it felt someone stomp down on its head. The tremendous force slammed its entire skull into the ground. The rock layer shattered, and dust exploded into the air. The snakes on the left and right attacked at the same time, but their fangs bit only empty air. Sukuna landed on the vital point of the snake on the left and casually waved his right hand. The slash was completely silent. The snake's head, along with 3 feet of its body, was cleanly severed. Blood burst out and splashed a large patch of dark red across the cave wall. The snake's body thrashed violently, its tail smashing apart a nearby stone pillar, but it soon went still. The remaining giant snake's pupils shrank sharply, and it turned to flee. Sukuna's hand was already pressing down on the top of its head. "Why run?" His 5 fingers tightened, and the snake's head was crushed like an egg. In no more than a few breaths, all 3 giant snakes were dead. Sukuna shook the blood from his hand and lowered his head to look at the decapitated snake. Its body was still warm, and its muscles were twitching faintly. He nudged it with the tip of his foot and nodded in satisfaction. "This one looks good. The meat should be decent." He grabbed the snake's body with one hand and dragged it toward the cave entrance. The snake was too long, leaving a deep trail of blood across the ground. More hissing came from deeper inside the cave, as if in anger, or perhaps fear. Without even turning his head, Sukuna said, "Don't rush. I'm eating first. After that, I'll come find your boss." Outside Ryuchi Cave at the mouth of the valley, Sukuna coiled the snake's body into a circle and stacked it up like firewood. He extended one finger, and a cluster of flame shot from his fingertip. With a casual flick, the fire landed on the pile and blazed up. No seasonings, no tools, just the simplest roasting method. The firelight illuminated his face, and his expression was as calm as if he were out on a picnic. The snake's skin curled and blackened under the high heat, exposing the white, tender meat inside. Fat dripped into the flames and sizzled. The aroma quickly spread, so rich it seemed capable of thickening the air itself. Sukuna tore off a piece of snake meat and took a bite. Not bad." He nodded and took another bite. The meat was firm, carrying a unique freshness and sweetness completely different from ordinary wild beasts. It seemed snakes that absorbed natural energy year-round really did taste different. As he ate, he looked in the direction of Ryuchi Cave, chewing meat in his mouth and muttering to himself. This place is mine now. As for you snakes, he tore off another piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. You'd better know what's good for you. Otherwise, today I'm roasting 3 of you. Tomorrow it'll be 30. The firelight flickered across his face, illuminating that careless smile. Deep inside the cave, a pair of golden vertical pupils stared at him from afar, cold and silent. Sukuna carried the roasted snake meat and walked deeper into the cave while pulling a scroll from his robe. It was the sage art scroll Gamamaru had given him. That old toad had been generous. After just a simple threat, he handed over the cultivation method without a word, along with the locations of the other 2 great sage regions. Though thinking about it, that was normal. If he did not hand it over, he would just die. It would not even hurt. The cave grew darker and darker, but Sukuna's eyes were completely unaffected. He held up the snake meat in one hand and gnawed on it while unfolding the scroll with the other, his gaze sweeping across the crooked words and patterns. The principles of sage art were not complicated, at least not to him. Sense natural energy and draw it into the body, then balance and harmonize it with one's own energy. That was basically the process. For ordinary ninja, cultivating this required sitting still, meditating and sensing nature. It might take months or even years. Some people would never even touch the threshold in their entire lives. But Sukuna was not ordinary. Cursed energy itself was already a highly condensed form of power, and his control over power had long reached a microscopic level. For him, sensing natural energy was like finding a lit lamp in a pitch-black room. In a place like Ryuchi Cave where natural energy was so dense it had practically condensed into substance, it was even easier. Sukuna stopped walking and closed his eyes. 3 seconds later he opened them. Done. Power surged through his body. His muscles, bones, and senses all rose to a whole new level. Sage mode, or rather a form that belonged to him alone, was completed just like that. Natural energy poured into his body like a tide. There was no need to deliberately guide it, no need to painstakingly balance it. The 2 did not conflict or repel each other. Instead, they fused together rapidly. Sukuna stood up and flexed his fingers, power surging and roaring within him. New black markings appeared on his face. They were the signature marks of sage mode, but deeper, denser, and more savage than those of ordinary sages. He clenched his fist, and the air in his palm burst with a cracking sound. Not bad. Sukuna closed his eyes and felt it carefully. His muscle density had increased, his perception range had expanded, and even his 5 senses had become sharper. He could hear the sounds of snakes crawling deep inside the cave, smell every faint trace in the air, and even sense the earth veins of the entire Ryuchi Cave. The flow lines of that natural energy spread through the whole space like blood vessels. But very quickly he noticed the problem. The natural energy was draining away. Sukuna narrowed his eyes and carefully felt it for a moment. If it could be preserved permanently. At that thought, he thought of the god tree and the Ten-Tails. It seemed the Ten-Tails plundered a planet's energy and could also convert it into chakra for permanent storage. Sukuna stuffed the last piece of snake meat into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed, then casually tossed the bone aside and lifted his foot to continue deeper into the cave. The further he walked, the wider the passage in Ryuchi Cave became. Traces of artificial excavation began to appear on the stone walls around him. Carvings, stone pillars, and even things that looked like doors. The concentration of natural energy in the air was still rising, but the temperature had dropped, turning cool and damp. Sukuna walked for about 15 minutes before a fork in the path appeared ahead. 2 passages, seemingly leading in different directions. Just as he was examining them, 2 women walked out from the passage on the right. The 2 women wore plain long robes, their long hair hanging to their waists. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was so pale it was almost transparent. They moved very lightly, so lightly it was as if they were gliding across the ground. But Sukuna's eyes were not on their faces, nor on the way they moved. His attention focused on his sense of smell. A certain scent was coming off the 2 of them, the fishy stink of snakes. It was very faint, deliberately masked by some kind of fragrance, but it could not fool Sukuna's nose. Not human. Sukuna gave the judgment in his heart. Looks like they're snake princesses. The 2 women walked up close and stopped 3 steps away from Sukuna. They lowered their heads slightly, their posture respectful, their voices soft and steady. Guest. The one on the left spoke first, her voice like wind brushing over water. The white snake sage invites you. Please come with me. The one on the right then turned slightly to the side, making way for the passage behind her. Sukuna looked at them and did not answer immediately. A breeze from inside the cave passed by, bringing a stronger snake smell, along with a faint trace of nervousness. Their fingertips were trembling slightly. Though hidden behind their sleeves, they could not escape Sukuna's eyes. The white snake sage, the master of Ryuchi Cave. At last she wanted to meet him. The corners of Sukuna's mouth slowly split open, revealing an undisguised smile. Lead the way. He slipped his hands into his sleeves and stepped forward. The 2 women turned around at the same time, one on each side, their steps perfectly in sync. They led the way ahead, neither too fast nor too slow, always keeping a distance of 3 steps from Sukuna. Sukuna followed behind them, looking at the backs of their heads, the smile on his lips never fading. After walking for 10 minutes, the underground space suddenly opened up. It was a massive circular cavern, and in the center of it coiled a white snake. The white snake sage's body was coiled who knew how many times. Every scale was as large as a millstone, gleaming with a cold luster, and her golden vertical pupils stared at Sukuna. A moment later, she spoke, her voice aged and low. "You came to find me for more than just eating snakes, didn't you?" "Smart." Sukuna grinned. "Give me the sage art." The white snake sage fell silent for a moment, then slowly spat out a scroll from her mouth. The scroll floated in midair. "There is danger in cultivating sage art. Natural energy will erode the body. Those who cannot endure it." "Shut up." Sukuna cut her off. "Just give me the sage art." The white snake sage remained silent for a few seconds. The air in the cavern seemed to freeze. The two snake women no longer even dared to raise their heads, their bodies trembling even harder. But unexpectedly, the corners of the white snake sage's mouth curved slightly upward, as if she were smiling. With a light curl of her tail, the glowing scroll slowly floated in front of Sukuna. "Take it." Sukuna reached out and took the scroll. Without even glancing at her, he opened it directly, his gaze sweeping across its contents. This cultivation method was different from the sage art Gamamaru had given him. Ryuchi Cave's sage art placed more emphasis on the conversion and control of energy, while Mount Mayaboku focused more on the body's abilities. As Sukuna read, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. "Not bad, better than the toads." He rolled up the scroll and tucked it into his clothes. Sukuna raised his head, looked at that enormous snake head, and suddenly let out a laugh. "You're so easy to talk to. That's a bit surprising. You kill my snakes, I can raise more. You take my sage art, I can write it again." The white snake sage's voice was low and calm. "As for dignity, only the living are qualified to speak of dignity. The dead have none. A person like you, I don't want to make an enemy of you, nor do I want to oppose you." Sukuna looked at her, his smile deepening. "Smart snake." Sukuna walked out of the entrance of Ryuchi Cave, and the light outside made him narrow his eyes slightly. He stopped, turned his head, and glanced at the cave behind him. Then his figure moved, disappearing from the mouth of the valley. 1 hour later, Sukuna stood at the seaside. Before him was the deep blue ocean, and the sea wind was fierce, making the hems of his clothes flap loudly. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Found it. The scale of that natural energy far surpassed Ryuchi Cave. It was not cold and sinister like snakes, but heavy and steady. Sukuna opened his eyes and used space-time teleportation to move. When he landed on the ground, he saw the full view of this place clearly. Shikatsu Forest, just as its name suggested. The air was so damp it felt like water could be wrung out of it. The ground was muddy, and sticky traces were everywhere. And the most eye-catching thing was those bone forests. Countless gigantic white bone pillars rose straight out of the ground. The tall ones were dozens of zhang high, while even the short ones were as tall as 3- or 4-story buildings. Sunlight could not shine in at all. Only a few strands of light leaked through between the bone pillars. Sukuna swept a glance around and muttered, "Shikatsu Forest? The name really fits." The moment he finished speaking, a thick squirming sound came from behind a bone pillar ahead. A slug poked its head out from behind the bone pillar. It was about the length of a forearm, pale blue all over, its surface wet and slick, with 2 tentacles swaying slightly. The slug stopped in front of him, its 2 tentacles on top of its head extending out as if sizing him up. "Oh, this is interesting." Sukuna did not bother with pleasantries and spoke directly. "Take me to see your main body." The slug paused for a moment, then slowly turned and slid deeper into the bone forest. "Please follow me." The voice was soft and squishy, not very loud. Sukuna followed behind it, passing through patch after patch of bone forest. The deeper they went, the thicker the bone pillars became, and the wider the gaps between them. The natural energy in the air grew so dense it was nearly visible to the naked eye. Clumps of white mist rolled along the ground, wrapping around the bone pillars and winding upward. Finally, the slug clone stopped. Sukuna raised his head. Before him was a true behemoth. Her body was like a white hill, lying across the deepest part of the bone forest, with neither head nor tail in sight. Transparent slime was constantly being secreted from the surface of her body, slowly flowing down along the folds and dripping onto the ground with faint plopping sounds. Sukuna stood before the mountain-like slug and looked up for 2 seconds. "Hand over the sage art," he said calmly. The slug sage's tentacles twitched slightly. There was no hesitation, no questions. A mass of white slime was secreted from the surface of her body, slowly gathering and hardening until it finally turned into a white scroll. It fell from above and landed with a smack in the mud at Sukuna's feet. Sukuna lowered his head for a glance, then bent down and picked it up. The scroll was covered in slime and somewhat slippery, but unexpectedly warm and smooth to the touch. He casually tucked it into his clothes. "Safe travels." The slug sage spoke, her voice like a mass of damp air surging in from all directions and wrapping around Sukuna's ears. Sukuna glanced at her. This giant slug was even more straightforward than that white snake. He didn't say much. He turned around and walked back along the path he came from. The Katsuyu split body squirmed in the muddy ground behind him, making faint rustling sounds, as if seeing him off, or as if making sure he had really left Daikokuten's space. The ten tails was curled up not far away. Hearing the movement, it lifted its eyelids for a glance, then closed them again. Sukuna sat cross-legged on the ground and pulled out 3 scrolls from his clothes. One from Mount Myaboku, one from Ryuchi Cave, and one from Shikatsu Forest. He placed the Mount Myaboku scroll on the left, the Ryuchi Cave scroll on the right, and the Shikatsu Forest scroll in the middle. This time he looked at them seriously. He read them word by word, because he had already fully understood the first 2 scrolls. Mount Myaboku's sage art strengthened the body, making muscles, bones, and skin all tougher, greatly increasing endurance. Ryuchi Cave's sage art strengthened control, making the energy inside the body as flexible as a snake, able to expand and contract freely, precise down to the finest detail. And what was written on the Shikatsu Forest scroll was a third direction. Energy amplification. It amplified the concentration, density, and explosive power of natural energy, allowing the same amount of energy to produce several times or even dozens of times the effect. 3 kinds of sage art, 3 different focuses. After putting away the scrolls, Sukuna's figure disappeared from the different space. By the river, Sukuna closed his eyes, and the cursed energy inside his body began circulating according to the method recorded in the scroll. In just 1 hour, Sukuna successfully mastered Shikatsu Forest Sage Jutsu. I finally learned all the Sage Jutsu of the 3 great sacred lands. He stood up and flexed his fingers. But that still wasn't enough. Next, he was going to fuse the 3 kinds of sage art into one, and improve his own barrier technique. Only then will my chances of taking down the dragon vein in Rorin increase. This era could basically be said to have no sealing techniques, so if he wanted to control the dragon vein, he had to improve barrier techniques. Half a day later, Sukuna opened his eyes, and a mass of dark red Senjutsu chakra appeared in his palm. It wasn't like any kind of sage art. It was a completely new energy, pure, violent, and utterly obedient to his will. Deep within Mount Myaboku, the waterfall roared. Otsutsuki Hagoromo sat cross-legged in front of the great Toad Sage's stone statue, Senjutsu chakra slowly circulating within his body. When he opened his eyes, a flash of golden light passed through his pupils. It worked. Hagoromo stood up, feeling every part of his body filled with power. Gamamaru crouched on a nearby rock and nodded. Faster than I expected. Hagoromo rolled his wrist. What next? About mother, no rush. Gamamaru interrupted him, his voice a little deeper than usual. As for the plan to deal with Kagaya, I'll tell you the details later. Right now, I want to talk about something else. Hagoromo frowned slightly. What is it? Sukuna. When Gamamaru said that name, his eyelid twitched. When Hagoromo heard the name Sukuna, he leaned forward slightly, his expression turning serious. Gamamaru took a deep breath. Lately, I often have dreams, so real that I feel like they're scenes that will happen in the future. Hagoromo listened quietly. Gamamaru closed his eyes, as if recalling that dream. 1,000 years from now, there will be a black-haired boy who should have become a hero protecting the ninja world. But Sukuna took over his body and used his hands to slaughter thousands upon thousands of ninja. The sound of the waterfall seemed especially loud at that moment. Hagoromo stayed silent for a long time. Gamamaru opened his eyes, and there was a trace of fear in his cloudy eyeballs. Those scenes were so clear that I couldn't sleep. Blood flowing into rivers, corpses everywhere. Sukuna's power could destroy heaven and earth. The 3 great sacred lands, the villagers of every country, all living in fear. Gamamaru lowered his voice. Now that I've taught you Sage Jutsu, go find him, observe him, and find his weakness. Gamamaru didn't continue, but the meaning was already obvious. Hagoromo's gaze deepened. Then he said, Don't worry, I already have a good plan for dealing with Sukuna. Sukuna will not succeed. Gamamaru nodded, but worry still remained on his face. I hope so. Natsu woke up. When she opened her eyes, the first things she saw were the wooden beams above her head and the light coming through the gaps in the window lattice. There was the scent of grass and trees in the air, and she could vaguely hear birds chirping. She lay there for a while, then sat up. The blanket slipped down. She lowered her head and saw her legs whole fine. Even all her toes were there. Natsu froze for a moment, then raised her hands and touched her face. Both hands felt normal skin, normal contours. She blinked again. Her left eye could see too, just as clearly as her right. She fell silent for a moment, quickly running through everything she could remember in her mind. She remembered that her legs were gone. She remembered that one of her eyes had gone blind. Natsu was dazed for a few seconds, then slowly sorted out her thoughts. It was that man named Otsutsuki Hagoromo who had saved her. And it seemed like something inside her body was different too. Her muscles had grown strong, and unfamiliar energy was flowing through her meridians, more than a little stronger than before. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Sukuna. That man stood under the moonlight with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he didn't place anything in his eyes. Natsu's expression slowly changed. Her cheeks flushed red, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted, even becoming a little twisted, and her whole person sank into some strange emotion. "My lord," she murmured softly, her expression becoming more and more subtle. Tap tap tap. Footsteps came from the corridor. Natsu suddenly snapped back to herself and quickly restrained her expression. She turned to look toward the entrance. A young boy was standing in the doorway with silver-white hair, delicate features, and clothes similar to the ones worn by that benefactor. He was holding a wooden tray with water and food on it. "You're awake." The boy set the tray beside her. Natsu nodded. "Very well. Who are you?" "My name is Otsutsuki Hamura." Natsu's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "The one who saved me. What is your relationship with him?" Hamura smiled. "That's my older brother, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, but brother has gone out traveling now." Natsu was silent for a while. She looked down at her legs, then at her hands. "Was it you two who restored me?" Hamura nodded. "Brother used some methods." Natsu's eyes widened slightly, as expected. She lowered her head and gave a bow. "Thank you for saving me." Hamura looked at her and asked, "Is there anywhere else your body feels uncomfortable?" Natsu closed her eyes and carefully felt it out. Her meridians were clear, her strength was overflowing, and even the old hidden injuries from before were gone. She opened her eyes and shook her head. "No, my body has never felt this good." "That's good." Hamura nodded. "Big brother said you can stay here if you want or leave if you want. It's up to you." Natsu froze for a moment. She really did want to leave, wanted to go find Sukuna. That man fascinated her. She wanted to stay by Sukuna's side, even if it was only to watch him from afar. But she glanced at Hamura, then thought of that Hagoromo who had saved her. If it weren't for them, she would already be dead. She couldn't leave that debt unpaid. And she lowered her head and clenched her fists. Even if she found Sukuna, with her current little bit of ability, what could she do? Hold him back? She wanted to stand by Sukuna's side. She wanted to support him. She even wanted to bear something in his place. Natsu lifted her head, her gaze a little firmer than before. "I want to stay." Hamura nodded and didn't say anything more. He turned and left the courtyard. Natsu watched him walk away, then raised a hand and rubbed her face. If anyone had seen how she looked just now, it would have been far too embarrassing. She took a deep breath and swore to herself that she would definitely become stronger. Since Hagoromo and Hamura had those kinds of abilities, then she was going to learn them. Only by doing this could she stand by Sukuna's side. While thinking that, she suddenly noticed something extra in the palm of her right hand. Xia-in spread out her hand and saw a faint diamond-shaped mark, as if it was showing through from under her skin. She scratched at it with her nail. It didn't hurt and it wouldn't come off. After thinking about it for a while and getting nowhere, she stopped paying attention to it. 1 week later, the desert. Fierce winds swept yellow sand through the sky. The void suddenly twisted, and Sukuna's figure dropped out of it. The next second, his feet hit the sand and he stumbled, almost pitching forward headfirst. "Hey!" He steadied himself, let out a low laugh, and his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing outside the Lulon temple. The guards at the entrance had just been about to question him when Sukuna casually dealt with them and pushed the door open, walking into the underground passage. The passage was deep and dim, with ancient patterns carved into the walls. Sukuna followed the stairs all the way down. Before long, the space ahead suddenly opened up, and a gigantic pool appeared before him. The pool was filled with liquid purple energy, slowly churning, and the aura it gave off was astonishingly immense. Above the pool was a narrow path leading to the altar in the middle. Sukuna walked up and stood at the edge of the altar, looking down. "So this is the dragon vein," he said softly, then raised his hand, preparing to release the tentails. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from behind him. "Wait!" Sukuna turned around. A young woman ran in, panting for breath. She wore the clothing of a guardian, and her eyes were full of urgency. "My lord, please don't touch the dragon vein." The woman's expression was anxious. Sukuna said nothing and merely looked at her. The woman took a deep breath and quickly explained, "My name is Doran. I am the guardian of this generation. If the dragon vein loses control, all of Lulon will be destroyed. It could even be worse than that." Before she could finish, Sukuna smiled. "Simple. I'll just take the dragon vein." Doran froze. The next second, Sukuna brought his hands together and began forming hand seals. He chanted a few obscure incantations in a low voice. It wasn't loud, yet it echoed throughout the entire underground space. Buzz. A layer of translucent light rose up around the temple, covering the entire structure. The light refracted through the barrier, casting a faint glow. The sound of wind and sand from outside vanished instantly. Doran looked up at the light curtain, her lips trembling. You. Sukuna gave a soft laugh. "From now on, you won't need to worry about the dragon vein anymore." He turned around and waved a hand. Space twisted, and the tentail's massive body dropped out of the void, landing firmly on the altar. The altar beneath it trembled slightly. Doran's eyes widened, her face turning deathly pale. Sukuna's gaze sharpened, and he immediately brought his hands together. Sage mode, activate. Sage markings appeared on his face, and his aura surged sharply upward. A powerful force spread out from him, pressing the tentails until it lowered its head slightly. The tentails slowly opened its mouth, and a transparent chakra tube extended from it, probing into the dragon vein pool like a living thing before plunging into the purple liquid. The devouring began. Purple energy flowed through the tube into the tentail's body, and a slowly rotating vortex appeared on the surface of the dragon vein pool. Doran collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. It's over. It's all over. At that moment, the dragon vein's purple glow suddenly brightened, and its energy began to fluctuate violently. The pool bubbled as if it were boiling, bursts of purple lightning exploding everywhere. Cracks appeared in the stone of the altar, and chunks of rock began falling from the ceiling. It's out of control. Doran clutched her head, but Sukuna did not move at all. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He raised one hand, palm facing the dragon vein. Sage chakra surged from his palm, and then he formed hand seals with both hands and cast a barrier technique, precisely covering the surface of the dragon vein. It was as if the dragon vein had been pinned down by an invisible hand. It stopped raging and returned to a steady churn. The tentails continued devouring. Everything was under control. The dragon vein was devoured bit by bit, and the level of the purple liquid kept dropping. Meanwhile, the tentail's body kept swelling, growing larger and larger until it shattered the altar and brought down the ceiling. The underground space was quickly torn apart. The tentail's torso crushed the walls, and several tails pierced through the dome, continuing to grow upward, almost touching the barrier outside the temple. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, his expression turning somewhat grave. The tentails had grown stronger, and the quality of its chakra was also much greater than before. He looked up at the barrier above his head and understood the situation. With his current barrier technique, it wouldn't hold for long. Once the aura leaked out, it would definitely attract enemies. I need to speed this up. He stopped caring about the tentail's limits. Forming hand seals with both hands, he fiercely poured sage chakra into the tentail's body. It was like the tentails had been lashed with a whip. It opened its mouth and frantically devoured the dragon vein, several times faster than before. The purple chakra tube trembled violently, and the surface of the dragon vein pool dropped at high speed. The tentail's body began to shake, and painful roars came from its mouth. Veins bulged across its torso, as if it had been pushed to its absolute limit, but Sukuna did not stop. Devour. Keep devouring. The tentails did not dare disobey and could only continue. 10,000 miles away, a magnificent palace stood above the clouds. Inside the hall, Kaguya sat quietly with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open, her pupils shrinking slightly. Boom! Massive chakra erupted from her body, shaking the entire palace violently. Cracks burst across the walls, and rubble rained down. This chakra, it's the tentails. Kaguya stood up, her brows tightly furrowed. Her own tentails was clearly still under control, sleeping quietly. Then where had this one come from? Could it be that another clansman had descended here? No, impossible. She immediately shook her head and denied it. This place was extremely remote. The only ones who knew its coordinates were her and Ishiki. Besides, the Otsutsuki clan was inherently competitive. No one would kindly inform anyone else. Then who else could it be? Kaguya's gaze darkened. No, Ishiki? She suddenly thought of the man who had taken Ishiki's eyes. Could it be that Ishiki had hidden another tentails? No, now wasn't the time to think about that. Kaguya came back to her senses. No matter whose tentails it was, she could not allow it to damage her farmland. She rose into the air and headed straight for Lulan. Mount Mayaboku. Otsutsuki Hagoromo was preparing to say farewell to Gamamaru when his whole body suddenly froze. He abruptly turned his head, disbelief on his face, and even his voice trembled slightly. This chakra, it's the tentails. Before his words had even finished, he immediately activated his Byakugan and first looked east, in the direction of his mother's god tree. The god tree was quiet and showed no abnormalities. Not there. Hagoromo swiftly shifted his gaze to the southwest. That was the direction of the desert, where Lulan was located. A strange tentails chakra was surging from that direction, clear and intense. Damn it! How is this possible? A new tentails actually appeared. He growled through gritted teeth. The next second, his pale white pupils suddenly changed. The whites of his eyes turned blood red, and 3 tomo appeared within them, slowly rotating. Gamamaru crouched to the side, and his expression didn't look good either. But what it noticed wasn't the tentails. It was something else. That abnormally massive natural energy. Its quality was so high that it was almost comparable to Kaguya's god tree. But that energy was rapidly disappearing, as if something were devouring it. Gamamaru immediately jumped up, his tone urgent. Hagoromo, there's no time to explain. We need to leave right now. Your mother has most likely sensed it too. When that happens, she will fight that enemy. No matter who wins or loses, it won't be good for us. Gamamaru's voice sank. Hagoromo understood instantly. Whether his mother defeated the enemy or the enemy defeated his mother, the winner would obtain the other 10 tails. At that point, no one in this world would be able to stop that person anymore. Gamamaru, notify Amigakure at once. After saying that, Hagoromo had already started walking out. We need to move fast. Compared to before, the dragon vein had already lost 6/10 of its energy. The surface of the purple liquid was still dropping, but the speed was far too slow. Sukuna frowned and clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. He glanced at the 10 tails and realized this thing had already reached its limit. Its whole body was trembling, and it was about to become fully saturated. Not long ago, the barrier overhead had already failed and shattered into specks of light before dispersing. The sound of the wind outside poured back in, mixed with the distant screams of the crowd. Even more troublesome, Sukuna sensed 2 chakra signatures rapidly closing in from 2 different directions, and neither one was weaker than him. Heh! He suddenly let out a sneer. In that case, let's go crazy. A thought took shape in his mind. If the 10 tails couldn't eat anymore, then he would eat it himself. But if he wanted to devour energy on the level of the dragon vein, then there had to be some place inside his body to store it. The first thing he thought of was Tsunade and Sakura Haruno's strength of 100 seal, using sealing jutsu to open up an independent space inside the body, storing chakra there in normal times and releasing it when needed. The problem was, he had never opened such a space in his forehead before. Still, his barrier techniques were solid, and his control over energy was precise enough. In theory, it could be done. Sukuna closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his forehead. The first step was locating the position. Beneath the skin of his forehead, he found a natural chakra convergence point. This was the easiest place to open up a space. The second step was opening the entrance. He mobilized Senjutsu chakra and condensed it into an extremely fine energy needle, then lightly pierced that convergence point. The surface of the skin showed no damage, but inside, a tiny opening had already been made, like poking a hole through cloth. The third step was reinforcing the structure. He carefully maintained the balance of pressure between the inside and outside, allowing the space to slowly expand. A hollow cavity alone was unstable. It needed a framework to support it. Using barrier techniques, he wove layer after layer of dense energy grids inside the space, using them like steel reinforcements to hold up the walls. He adjusted the spacing, density, and toughness of the grid one by one, making sure it would not collapse. The whole process was far from smooth. In the middle of it, the space walls cracked twice and his head suffered severe damage, but fortunately, he repaired it in time with reverse curse technique. But in the end, he still succeeded. Sukuna opened his eyes and touched his forehead. Hidden beneath it was an independent space. The structure was rough and crude, nowhere near refined, but it was usable. That's enough. He let out a savage grin and began drawing in the dragon vein's energy. The dragon vein surged through the chakra channel into the strength of 100 seal on his forehead, moving at a speed more than 10 times faster than when the 10 tails had been devouring it. In just a moment, another layer of the dragon vein was gone. Power surged wildly through his body, and Sukuna felt as if every single cell in him was cheering. He clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented fullness, as if one punch could shatter a mountain and one stomp could split the earth. So this is power? He muttered softly, a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Omnipotent. Yet the very next second, his brows knit together. The strength of 100 seal was full. It was not that the dragon vein lacked enough energy, but that the sealing space he had built in a hurry was too small. It was like a bucket. No matter how much water there was, it could only hold so much. The remaining dragon vein energy was still surging in endlessly, but it had nowhere to go. What a pity. Sukuna stopped and let out a sigh. If only I could master that kind of jutsu for sealing items. He thought of the scroll sealing commonly seen in the ninja world. No matter how large the item, it could be sealed into a tiny scroll. The principle behind that kind of jutsu was, at its core, also opening up an independent space inside the scroll, only far more delicate than his strength of 100 seal, and much larger as well. If he could grasp that principle, then he could build an even larger space inside his body. Forget just one layer of the dragon vein. Even swallowing the entire dragon vein would not be a problem. That's why power still needs to be spread around, Sukuna said in a low voice, his tone carrying a trace of emotion. No matter how strong one person was, what they could come up with was ultimately limited. But in that flourishing era of the future, countless ninjas studied, exchanged, and competed, forcibly pushing the entire ninjutsu system to an astonishing height. He thought of that man from the future named Tobarama Senju. By his own power alone, he perfected the ninja combat system and the education system. If that guy had been born in this era, what would he have created? Sukuna shook his head and pulled his thoughts back. Sukuna raised a hand and waved it, storing the already saturated Ten-Tails into Dekokuten's space. The Ten-Tails' massive body vanished, leaving the altar empty and desolate, with only shattered stone and wreckage all over the ground. He turned his head and glanced at the passage he had come through. That guardian named Dolan had long since vanished, probably fleeing when the Ten-Tails smashed through the ceiling. Sukuna did not care. He was just an ordinary person. If he ran, then he ran. He looked back at the Dragon Vein pool. The Dragon Vein had already lost nearly 70% of its energy, and the remaining purple energy had grown much thinner. Sukuna had originally planned to turn around and leave, but this casual glance froze him in place. Something was wrong. He started observing, but the Dragon Vein's purple energy blocked his line of sight. He began sensing instead, probing deep beneath the energy layer into the geological structure below. And then he saw it, nature's miraculous craftsmanship. Deep underground, the earth veins had, through an incredible coincidence, formed a structure similar to a living organism's meridian system. There were main trunks, branches, and nodes, spreading through the strata like a giant web. These natural structures had an innate guiding effect on energy, like river channels guiding water flow, like blood vessels guiding blood. Even more exquisite, this system formed, at one of its nodes, a kind of dam structure with a gravitational pull. Natural energy was drawn in from all directions, continuously piling up and compressing, eventually condensing into liquid Dragon Vein energy. Sukuna stood there in a daze for a moment, then threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! His laughter echoed through the vast underground space, shaking loose rubble until it pattered down all around. He laughed so hard that he bent over, laughed until tears nearly came out, looking nothing like his usual calm and cold self. This naturally formed energy-gathering system was the most precious treasure he had obtained in his entire life. If he could thoroughly study it and imprint it onto himself, then from that point on, he would no longer need to actively absorb natural energy. At that time, natural energy would be inexhaustible and endless. This is the real treasure. Sukuna stood up, the smile still lingering in his eyes. Following the path of the energy flow, he began deeply engraving this entire natural meridian structure into his memory. Every node, every branch, every turn. To prevent any mistakes in his memory, he even took out paper and started writing with all four hands. When Kaguya arrived at Ryomen, what she saw was a field of ruins. More than half the temple had collapsed. The ground was covered with cracks, and purple Dragon Vein energy seeped out from the fissures, slowly drifting away into the air. And beside the shattered altar, a man was crouched over, clutching something in his hand as he scribbled and drew on the ground. Kaguya landed on a broken stone and did not attack immediately. She sized up that figure from behind and asked, "Was it you who released the Ten-Tails just now?" Sukuna did not even turn his head, and his hands never stopped moving. "Yes." Kaguya's brows drew slightly together. After a moment of silence, she said, "Hand over the Ten-Tails, and I will spare your life." Sukuna did not respond. Kaguya's expression turned cold. She said nothing more and directly released her chakra. An immense pressure so overwhelming it was suffocating surged out from her body and pressed down on Sukuna as if it had substance. The air grew heavy, the broken stones on the ground began to tremble, and the surrounding ruins groaned under the strain. "Mortal, this is your last chance." After several breaths, Sukuna still did not move. He remained sprawled there, still drawing, without even the slightest twitch of his shoulders. Kaguya finally lost her patience. "Then I'll take it myself." She raised both hands, palms facing each other, and an enormous amount of chakra began gathering between them. The light grew brighter and brighter. The air began to distort. A power great enough to destroy everything was taking shape. 80 gods. Heh! A soft chuckle interrupted her. Sukuna slowly stood up, casually folded the drawing in his hand, and tucked it away into Daikokutten without any hurry. He dusted off his robe like he had just finished something trivial. Kaguya said nothing. She did not even give Sukuna a chance to look up. Her hands were already raised, her fingers slightly spread apart. The instant that immense chakra gathered in her palms, the air was torn apart with a piercing shriek. 80 gods vacuum attack. The moment her voice fell, countless giant fists exploded forth before her, covering the sky and the earth. Every single punch carried enough force to shatter mountains. Where the fists passed, the air was compressed into white shockwaves, and the ground was plowed into deep trenches. Sukuna did not even lift his eyelids. His figure flashed. Those fists struck only his afterimage, all of them smashing into the ruined wall behind him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The deafening blast made the entire ruin tremble. Crushed stones flew everywhere, and dust shot into the sky. A black hole more than 10 meters wide appeared in the wall. Inside was pitch-black darkness, bottomless, with no telling how many layers of rock had been blasted through. Before the dust had even settled, Sukuna had already appeared in the side corridor. He stood there spotless, with barely any dust on him at all. "Good thing I finished the rubbing." Sukuna let out a breath. If he had not finished copying it, his heart really would have broken. That natural meridian system was worth far more than any Ten-Tails. But now was not the time to fight. The smile on Sukuna's face did not change, but deep in his eyes was a trace of gravity. His current condition was not good. He had stuffed so much Dragon Vein energy into the strength of 100 seal, and the seal itself was a rough, shoddy structure. Right now, it was swelling faintly inside him like a ball that could explode at any moment. He had to devote part of his focus to maintaining the seal's stability. If he lost control even a little, let alone fighting, he would blow himself to ashes first. He liked fighting. He had never hidden that. But he was not insane. Back when dealing with Gojo Satoru, he had chosen to possess Megumi Fushiguro and use Maharaga's adaptability to counter the limitless technique. So there was no need to charge in head-on. Mindless fighting was no different from seeking death, and refusing an open path just to stubbornly fight to the end was something only an idiot would do. Sukuna raised his eyes and looked at Kagaya. Kagaya floated in midair, her gaze locked onto Sukuna. Her Byakugan was already active, carefully observing something. Maybe she was searching for his weakness. Maybe she was judging his condition. Not attacking anymore? Sukuna tilted his head, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Sukuna chuckled softly, then turned and walked deeper into the corridor, neither fast nor slow, like he was taking a stroll. Kagaya did not move. Her Byakugan had already caught it. There was an extremely unstable energy inside that man, one that could lose control at any moment. I have to make sure it's a one-hit kill, just like Ishiki, Kagaya thought to herself. Sukuna moved through the corridor at an unhurried pace, but his attention never left Kagaya. It was not that he had not considered escaping with Dekokutten, but once he used it, the spatial coordinates would be sensed by the other side. In the story, Uchiha Obito had used that exact point to successfully rescue Uchiha Sasuke from another dimension. If Kagaya entered his space, then the Ten-Tails, it had to be known that the Ten-Tails was currently digesting the dragon vein and could not be disturbed. At that moment, Kagaya finally moved. She suddenly crushed the broken stones beneath her foot and shot forward like a ghost. 80 God's vacuum attack aimed straight at Sukuna's face. Sukuna tilted his head to evade it, then turned on his heel and opened several meters of distance. Kagaya's assault did not stop. Palm after palm came crashing down, every strike carrying overwhelming force. Each blow that landed on the wall left behind a deep crater. Sukuna did not take them head-on. While retreating, he casually swung out several invisible slashes. The air hissed, and a cold flash swept past. Kagaya's Byakugan shifted slightly, and her body lightly twisted aside. The slash grazed past her hair and left a smooth cut in the pillar behind her. Oh! Sukuna narrowed his eyes. Byakugan and the 9 Tomo Rinnegan? He was not surprised, and it did not matter. He had never expected those few slashes to land anyway. With every slash, he was quietly drawing out a trace of energy from the strength of 100 seal, carefully consuming it. Kagaya landed on a broken wall not far away, her gaze sweeping over the traces left by Sukuna's slash. It was far weaker than when he had fought Ishiki. She understood. Not only was this man in bad shape, he was in terrible shape. So that's how it is. Kagaya's voice was very soft, but carried certainty. You're forcing yourself to hold on. The corner of Sukuna's mouth lifted, but he said nothing. The next second, space suddenly shifted. Imanaminaka. The instant the two of them landed, their bodies involuntarily bent forward. The air was as heavy as if it had been filled with lead. Every inch of muscle, every single cell was being dragged downward by invisible gravity. Sukuna bent his knees slightly and pressed one hand against the ground to steady himself. He raised his head, swept a glance around, and saw that the ground was formed from neatly arranged green pyramid structures, while the sky was dark and oppressive. So this is the gravity dimension? He said quietly, with a trace of curiosity in his voice. Kagaya stood across from him expressionlessly. Her body was also slightly lowered, but her posture was far more composed than Sukuna's. She slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other, and a grayish-white bone-like object slowly protruded from her palm, radiating a deathly aura. All-killing ash bones. Sukuna's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that thing all too well. Just one touch, and you would instantly be reduced to ash. What a pain, he muttered. The next second, Kagaya flicked her wrist, and the bone spear pierced through the air toward him. Sukuna did not retreat. Instead, his figure rapidly compressed, and in the blink of an eye he became smaller than dust. The grayish-white bone spear swept over his head. Kagaya's expression did not change at all as she lowered her gaze to the ground. In her Byakugan, that tiny point of cursed energy was as clear as day, like a firefly in the night. In her eyes, shrinking his body was just another way of standing there. Whatever should be seen, none of it could escape her notice. Humph. So what if you possess black eyes? You can't dodge it. Kagaya raised her hand, preparing to attack again. Sukuna returned to his normal form and landed a few steps away. There was still a smile hanging on his lips, but his eyes had grown several shades heavier than before. He ran both hands through his hair, brushing the sweat-damp strands from his forehead back behind his head and revealing a smooth brow. His gaze completely changed. It was no longer that lazy, mocking look from before, but a heavy, chilling coldness that made one's back run cold. I've decided, he said in a low voice, his killing intent horrifying. I'm going to tear you to pieces right now. Kagaya frowned slightly. The next second, Sukuna raised his right hand and lightly pressed his index finger against the strength of 100 seal on his forehead. The instant his fingertip touched it, that black diamond-shaped mark suddenly lit up. He stopped, suppressing it. The dragon vein energy inside the strength of 100 seal burst forth like a collapsing flood. At the same time, he frantically activated the reverse curse technique. The petrified parts, the torn muscles, the chaotic meridians, the collapsed internal organs, all of them healed inch by inch under that enormous restorative power. Several breaths. In just several breaths, the energy within the strength of 100 seal was completely released, turning into specks of purple light that scattered into the air. Sukuna slowly lowered his hand and rolled his shoulders. His joints cracked sharply. Beneath the robe, his body had fully recovered, every muscle brimming with power. Kagaya's Byakugan saw it clearly. That guy's condition had been dragged back from the edge of collapse to his peak in an instant. 1/10 of the dragon vein, Sukuna said flatly. It does sting a little, but it doesn't matter. He raised his eyes and locked his gaze onto Kagaya. At the end of the day, the dragon vein is just higher quality natural energy. Give me time, and I can cultivate it back myself. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted, revealing a smile that sent chills down the spine. As for you? Sukuna's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Kagaya's pupils shrank, almost without hesitation. Her hair stood on end, her white hair hardening into needles that shot toward Sukuna in a sky-covering wave. Sukuna's voice came from above her head. Too slow. Kagaya abruptly looked up and saw Sukuna hanging upside down high above the gravity space. 2 fingers pressed together as he gave her a light wave. An invisible slash came down from above. There was no wind, no warning. Kagaya tilted her body, and the slash grazed past her shoulder. She steadied herself, her eyes fixed on Sukuna. Through her Byakugan, his energy had already stabilized to an absurd degree. Every trace of its flow was clean and sharp, with none of the chaos from before. Now that's more like it. Sukuna dropped back to the ground and flexed his fingers, a hint of pleasure in his tone. Come on, don't bore me. Kagaya raised her hand and slashed it through the air before her. This time, the world changed into the lava dimension. Beneath their feet was cracked black rock, and orange-red lava surged through the fissures, bubbles bursting and scattering sparks. The air twisted with scorching heat, and waves of it rushed at them. Even breathing felt like swallowing blades. In the distance, volcano after volcano erupted, thick smoke rolling out and covering most of the sky. Sukuna landed on a raised slab of rock. The soles of his shoes stepped onto the searing stone with a sizzling sound. He looked around, the corners of his mouth slowly splitting into a grin, then threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, what a place! He spread his arms wide as if embracing this hellish scene, his expression wild and utterly unrestrained. Come on, entertain me! Kagaya slowly floated down from the air, hovering several meters above the ground, her robe swaying gently in the heat waves. She looked down at Sukuna standing on the rocky ground, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. You can't fly, can you? Sukuna's laughter paused. He raised a brow, then laughed again, his tone frivolous. So what if I can't? Then go die. Bzzzt. The air behind Sukuna suddenly split open into a black crack, and a pale hand silently reached out from within. A massive amount of chakra had already condensed into a giant fist, and it smashed out with a roar. Boom! Sukuna's entire body was blasted away. His right arm exploded off at the shoulder, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He flipped twice in the air, then landed on another rocky platform with one hand braced against the ground. Broken stones clattered into the lava. He glanced down at his empty right shoulder without even furrowing his brow. Interesting. The reverse curse technique activated, and within a few breaths, a complete new arm had grown back. He flexed his 5 fingers, his joints cracking, just as usable as before. Kagaya floated in midair, expressionless as she watched him recover. The space around her kept splitting open and closing again. She gave Sukuna no chance to catch his breath and threw out the all-killing ash bones. The bone spikes tore through the air at extreme speed. Sukuna kicked off the ground and jumped to another rocky platform. The bone spikes brushed past his back and stabbed into the rock wall. In midair, Sukuna unleashed slash after slash, but Kagaya calmly tore open spatial rifts and swallowed every single one of them. Before Sukuna could even land, another rift silently opened above his head. Countless rabbit hair needles poured down like a storm. Sukuna forcibly twisted his body in midair, grabbing onto a jutting rock with both hands. His whole body swung around in an arc, avoiding most of the needles, but a few still pierced his left leg and the side of his waist. He staggered slightly when he landed, pulling out the needles as blood spread across his black robe. He tore apart his black robe, revealing a body packed with powerful muscles and a massive mouth on his abdomen. Kagaya's expression froze. She had never expected Sukuna to be this bizarre. For eyes and forearms were strange, but they could still be explained as some kind of mutation. But the mouth on Sukuna's stomach truly made her blank out for a moment. You can no longer be called human. Hearing that, Sukuna burst out laughing. Of course, I am the king of curses. Sukuna softly uttered the words open furnace, then clenched the fingers of his left hand and yanked downward. His flames gushed out from between his fingers, thick like lava, trailing orange-red tails as they poured downward. The temperature within them made the surrounding rock layers rapidly turn red and soften, melting into viscous magma that slowly flowed downward. Kagaya's expression finally changed. Her Byakugan locked onto that massive flame, and the energy contained within it made the skin on her back tighten. I won't let you have your way. She thrust both hands forward, and countless vacuum fists of the 80 gods smashed out from every angle, pressing down on Sukuna in an overwhelming wave. Sukuna did not dodge. He kneaded the flames in his palms, compressing and shaping that violent torrent of fire bit by bit as if molding a lump of clay. The flames hissed and struggled between his hands, but he forcibly shaped them into an arc, the form of a bow. He drew the bow to its full extent. The flames condensed into a blazing white arrow set upon the string. Take your stance. Sukuna lifted his eyes, a cruel smile hanging on his lips. Don't die. He released. Whoosh! The flaming arrow shot from the bowstring, dragging a long tail of fire as it collided head-on with the countless vacuum fists of the 80 gods. Boom! The world was reduced to pure white. The rock layers beneath them were thrown up like sheets of paper, magma splashed everywhere, and an unmatched shockwave swept in all directions. At the instant of the explosion, Sukuna kicked off with his foot and rapidly retreated across the collapsing rock wall. His figure flashed several times within the firelight before landing on the farthest surviving rock pillar. Smoke and dust filled the air. The flames had not yet died out. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and the thick gray-black smoke slowly dispersed. Kagaya stood where she was, her entire body charred black. Her white robe had been burned to tatters, and the exposed skin on her body was covered in cracked burn marks. Half her hair had been scorched into curls, but those Byakugan eyes still shone with a terrifying brightness. She was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling violently, her eyes filled with rage. Sukuna tilted his head, just about to say something, when he saw Kagaya smile. That charred black face of hers was gradually regenerating, revealing a certainty that was close to madness. She stared at Sukuna, her voice hoarse but clear. Brat, today you will definitely die. She raised her charred hand and violently tore at the air beside her. A pitch-black crack split open, larger than any before. 2 people walked out from the crack. Their eyes were unusual. They wore white garments, their faces cold and stern, and their entire bodies gave off an aura from the same source as Kagaya's. One stood on the left, one on the right behind Kagaya. Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Hamura Otsutsuki. Sukuna narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 brothers, the corners of his mouth slowly pulling wide. Rinnegan. Tensegan. Ha ha ha. The scene suddenly changed, arriving in the expansive truth-seeking ball dimension. Everything here was a deathly pale white, and the land stretched out like a boundless wasteland. Sukuna bared his teeth in a grin, and his hands began forming seals. At the same time, the 3 Otsutsuki launched their attack together. This battle lasted a full month. The 5 major dimensions were destroyed and replaced one after another. The flames of war spread all the way through the 5 spaces and finally erupted into a final battle in the ninja world. The ending was tragic. Sukuna was heavily wounded and on the verge of death, fleeing the ninja world in a miserable state. Hamura's eyes were completely ruined, and he lost one arm. And after Sukuna's defeat and escape, Kagaya was sealed by Hagoromo while weakened, becoming the cold pale moon hanging high beyond the earth. Inside the courtyard, Xia-in was alone in the room, sitting on the bed. Her expression was strangely twisted. The corners of her mouth were pulled into an arc, as if she were smiling and crying at the same time. Her eyes were wide open, unblinking, staring at some empty point ahead. How could this be? Her voice was very soft, as if squeezed out from the back of her throat. That battle could not be hidden. The entire ninja world knew about it. She asked Hagoromo, and Hagoromo personally told her the result. Sukuna had been gravely wounded and was on the verge of death. He escaped. He disappeared. Shane kept chewing on that sentence over and over in her head. She knew every single word, but when they were put together, she just could not swallow them. How could Lord Sukuna fail? How could he run? She suddenly lifted her head, her voice abruptly rising, sharp enough to sound shrill. Impossible! She stood up from the bed, then sat down, stood up again, then sat down again. Her fingers clutched the bedsheet so hard her knuckles turned white. You are a god. You were supposed to slaughter every last bit of evil. How could you lose? She remembered the way Sukuna stood on top of a pile of corpses and laughed. She remembered the way he casually cut through everything with a wave of his hand. She remembered the way he looked down on all living beings as if they were ants. How could that kind of existence lose? How could he run? Could it really be like the sage of 6 paths said? Only the power of love is endless? Only love can connect people? She muttered to herself. Her tone slowly shifted from initial disdain to uncertainty, and finally into a kind of suspicion that was almost fear. After that battle, because Hagoromo had sealed Kagaya and defeated Sukuna, everyone respectfully honored him as the Sage of 6 Paths. Using that name, he established Ninshu and went everywhere teaching chakra, saying he hoped people's hearts could connect with each other, understand each other, and grow together. When Shane heard that back then, she only found it boring. She had heard those words long ago. Ever since the day she recovered and woke up, Lord Himura had often talked to her about these things, saying they were the ideals Hagoromo had always upheld, and his tone was full of admiration. At the time, she had not cared. What she longed for was absolute power, the power to kill all evil, not some vague and illusory love. But now Sukuna had lost. He had lost to that old man who was always talking about love and understanding. Shane looked at her trembling hands and viciously grabbed her own face as she asked, "Love? What kind of thing is that?" Her voice grew lower and lower, so low it sounded like she was talking to herself. "If love can make people understand each other, then why?" She stopped. Those 7 months surged back like a tide and drowned her. A dark little room. The sound of chains. Fists striking her. A belt lashing across her back. The burn scar was still there on her forearm, crooked and twisted like a centipede. Curled up in the corner, she had begged, cried, screamed. No one helped her and no one listened. Love? Had she ever seen love in those days? Shane bit her lip so hard that blood seeped out. The taste of iron spread through her mouth, yet she felt no pain. Those 7 months, what were they supposed to mean? At last, her eyes turned red, but no tears fell. If love is really that powerful, then why did no one come to love me? Why was Lord Sukuna the only one who came to save me? But why did you lose? Her voice broke. She bent over and held her head in both hands, all 10 fingers digging into her hair as she pulled hard. Her body curled into itself, and a low, hoarse whimper escaped her. The room was very quiet. Only her breathing could be heard, heavy and chaotic. Slowly, a strange laugh began to echo inside the room. Outside the window, moonlight poured in and fell across the floor, pale and deathly white. Inside the mental space, Ishiki and Shane sized up their surroundings, standing 10 steps apart. Ishiki said nothing. He stroked his chin, secretly feeling relieved. Good thing this woman wasn't caught up in the battle. While fighting Sukuna, he had sensed an abnormal spiritual presence. Taking advantage of Sukuna being trapped in the cube, he found Shane. To his surprise, he discovered that Shane was extremely suitable to become a vessel. He immediately carved a comma into her with every second counting, then left at once and drew the battlefield elsewhere. Otherwise, he really would have died this time. Shane glanced at him, then looked away, as if she had seen something completely unimportant. Ishiki narrowed his eyes and examined the woman in front of him. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her eyes were hollow. She was standing there, but her mind had long since drifted somewhere else. Ishiki frowned. This woman's spiritual energy is too bizarre. That spiritual energy was like a ball of tangled threads that had been torn apart, each thread pulling in a different direction. That chaotic aura even affected his own mind, as if countless ants were crawling along the edge of his consciousness. If he had had any other choice back then, he never would have picked this woman as a vessel. Ishiki's expression darkened. My power is too weak right now. In this mental space, even moving is difficult. He needed time to recover, at least a few months, maybe even a few years. Until then, he could only remain here. If he had enough power, he would have directly taken over the body already. Ishiki suppressed the irritation in his heart and continued observing. This woman's body contains Otsutsuki Hagoromo's chakra. That guy! Ishiki's gaze turned cold. That guy's chakra seems to be trying to change this woman's mind, pushing her toward Hagoromo's path of love and peace. However, he glanced at Shane again, seeing her absent-minded look. The effect was not great, because this woman was not very normal to begin with. Are you a god? Shane suddenly asked in a flat tone. Ishiki took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stopped looking at her. Talking to this woman affected his own mind, and he even had to spend power clearing away that strange in-release energy. His top priority now was recovering his strength. Once he had enough power, he would directly possess her body clean and simple. As for this woman's chaotic mental fluctuations, once he took over the body, he would naturally clean them all out. As for Hagoromo's little move, that could wait until later. Now was not the time. The mental space fell silent again. The next day, Shane left the courtyard and walked down the road with no destination in mind. Shane had no idea how long she had been walking. The road was long, and the sky was dim and gray. It was impossible to tell whether it was morning or evening. She walked very slowly, with no direction to her steps, her thoughts in complete chaos. Lord Sukuna lost. He ran. She kept chewing on that sentence over and over until even her tongue felt numb. Sukuna isn't a god. Shane broke down and crouched on the ground, hugging herself. He was just a powerful person, just someone who saved me by accident. A long time later, she got back up and kept walking. The next day, she walked into a village. The moment she stepped inside, she froze. On both sides of the street were many, many women and men. Around their necks were chains she knew all too well, the other ends locked to wooden posts. Shane stared at those chains and muttered to herself, "Chains, chains again." Her fingers began to tremble. Why aren't they resisting? Are they, like me, waiting for someone to save them? Waiting for a god? At that moment, a fat man appeared, dragging a woman behind him. The fat man threw the woman to the ground, and she hit the dirt like a rag. She did not move. Her face was gray, her eyes half open. She was already dead. The fat man kicked her, then turned and roared at a skinny man. Look at this! Look at this! I just bought this one 3 days ago, and she's already dead. She was sick too. Damn it. The skinny man smiled apologetically. I'll get you a better one. Shane stood there, staring straight at the dead woman on the ground. The iron chain around her neck was exactly the same as the one Shane had once worn. The bruises on her face were exactly the same as the ones Shane had once had. Shane remembered that dark room. She remembered lying on the cold floor with blood spilled everywhere. She remembered the pain of the iron chain cutting into her flesh. She remembered those people smiling as they looked at her, like they were looking at a dog that was about to die. If Sukuna hadn't come, she would have ended up just like this woman, dragged out of a cage, tossed by the roadside, left to rot and stink, with no one remembering her. I'm still alive. I was saved, so they need to be saved too. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. The next second, power exploded out of her body like a broken dam. Chakra poured out without restraint. The ground beneath her feet shattered with a loud crash, and broken stones were swept up by the shockwave. Her figure flashed, and with one palm, she slammed the skinny man's head into his chest cavity. Then she threw a punch at the fat man. His body crashed into the wall, and blood sprayed out like a fan-shaped flower. The many customers and traffickers standing along both sides of the street with money bags in hand, picking out goods, finally came back to their senses. Some turned and ran. Some collapsed to the ground. Some screamed. Some opened their mouths wide but couldn't make a sound. Xiaoyin gave them no chance to escape. One after another, she brutally smashed their bodies apart. After a while, she stood in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, lowering her head to look at her blood-covered fists. She suddenly laughed. I can do it myself. I can save everything. The victims huddled in the corners, trembling, their eyes full of fear and confusion as they looked at Xiaoyin. After a long while, someone finally ran up to Xiaoyin and dropped to her knees, bowing over and over with loud thuds. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. Thank you. Xiaoyin stood in front of them, lowered her head, and said nothing. Then she turned and left. She began slaughtering villages, every filthy corner that hid corruption, every person who had once reached out a hand to do evil. As she killed, it became smoother and smoother, faster and faster. Slowly, she became immersed in it. She smiled, and her smile grew more and more exaggerated, a sickly flush appearing on her cheeks. Every movement carried an indescribable sense of release, as if something that had been building in her chest for far, far too long had finally found an outlet. Every time she killed one, she felt the hollow void in her heart filled in a little more. The sound of bones shattering, the sensation of flesh and blood flying, the pleasure of purging evil, all of it brought her incomparable joy. What is this feeling? Ha ha ha. Her laughter became more and more exaggerated. The corners of her mouth stretched upward to an angle no human should have, and 2 patches of sickly red floated across her cheeks. Not a single trafficker, buyer, or accomplice in this village was left alive. By the end of it, she had unconsciously started slaughtering ordinary villagers, even the victims. Xiaoyin had gone mad, becoming extreme, becoming insane. Blood soaked the entire village. She stood in the middle of the pile of corpses, covered in blood, her chest rising and falling violently. She suddenly went quiet for a full 3 seconds. Then she lowered her head and softly said to her own shadow, "There's no need for Sukuna to purge evil anymore. I don't expect anything from him anymore either." She lifted her face, her smile bright and terrifying. Every second I spent waiting was a waste. It was torture. He's too far away. He's too slow. He's too useless. But I'm different. She spread her arms and raised her head, as if she wanted to embrace the entire blood-red sky. I don't need a god. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, letting out a pleased sigh. Because, at this moment I am God. Inside the mental space, Ishiki watched Xiaoyin outside and felt a chill run up his spine. She had changed. That madness was no longer the hysterical breakdowns or wild laughter from before, but a kind of pleasure seeping out from the cracks in her bones, the kind that made one's scalp go numb. This was bad. Very, very bad. Ishiki's premonition was right. The next second, rustling sounds suddenly came from every direction in the mental world. Countless bizarre threads extended out from the void, cold and sticky, writhing like living things. Every single thread was wrapped in dense release chakra, black with a purple tint, giving off an ominous aura. Ishiki's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Almost instinctively, he roared, "Xiaoyin, get in here right now." Outside, Xiaoyin was still immersed in the afterglow of destruction. She licked the still wet blood from the corner of her mouth. Her smile was exaggerated and sickly, and the red flush on her cheeks had yet to fade. She felt like a god, one who had carried out the purest justice in the world. Felt too good, so good that she didn't want to stop. But the next moment, Ishiki's roar came down over her like a bucket of ice water poured from above. Her laughter stopped abruptly. The smile on Xia Yin's face slowly disappeared, and her whole expression darkened. With a thought, her figure vanished from reality and appeared within the mental space. When Ishiki saw that she had finally come in, he no longer cared about Otsutsuki pride. His voice even carried a trace of urgency. Hurry up and take back this release chakra. He pointed at those bizarre threads that were still spreading. Those things were already about to wrap the entire mental space into a cocoon, and their cold aura was pressing down on him so hard he could barely breathe. Ishiki knew very well that if she didn't take it back now, even he would probably go mad. Xia Yin narrowed her eyes. Seeing Ishiki in such a flustered state only amused her. This man who had once fought Sukuna was now like a rat with its feet tangled in spider silk. So anxious he looked ready to jump. And on Ishiki's face was written anxiety, tension, and even a trace of fear. She suddenly laughed, the sound very soft. Sure. Xia Yin spoke slowly. But you have to agree to one condition. Ishiki frowned tightly. The release threads were already about to reach his feet. Suppressing his irritation and unease, he asked in a low voice, "What condition?" Xia Yin's smile slowly widened, and that sickly flush seemed to rise again. Staring into Ishiki's eyes, she said word by word, "Teach me how to become stronger." If she wanted to become a god, then she needed power. More power. Greater power. Power that would let her purge all evil and bring her pleasure. Looking into those burning eyes, Ishiki suddenly realized that the woman in front of him could not be offended, only cooperated with. All of this was just a trade for a different body. He truly did not want to stay here any longer. Fine. 1 week later, under the moonlight, Xia Yin stood on a street covered in corpses. Her eyes were closed, as if she were enjoying something. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths descended through the air. The instant he landed, ripples spread across the pool of blood beneath his feet. Corpses covered the ground, and even the moonlight had been dyed a dark red. Xia Yin stood at the center of the corpse pile. Her white dress had been soaked through with blood, yet an eerie tranquility hung at the corners of her mouth. Xia Yin. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was deep as the abyss. Why did you do this? Xia Yin raised her eyes. There was no madness in her pupils, no fear, only a kind of chilling clarity. That's because I understand the love you spoke of now. Her voice was light and gentle. Love. The greatest love is great love, because it is selfless. Xia Yin raised her head to look at the bright moon, as if she were on pilgrimage. And only a god can achieve selfless love. Eradicating all evil in the world, that is my love. So I will become a god and spread love in the name of God. The Sage of Six Paths fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the corpses. There were old people, young adults, and even half-grown children. Did all of these people commit evil? Xia Yin lowered her head and looked at the corpse of a young boy by her feet. Shock still lingered on the child's face, and in his hand was a stolen steamed bun. He didn't. Xia Yin spoke softly. But he would have in the future. What? The Sage of Six Paths seemed to have heard something absurd. I saw the seed of greed in him. Xia Yin crouched down and gently closed the boy's eyes. His family was poor. Today he steals a bun. Tomorrow he will steal money. The day after that, he will kill. Because I love him, I couldn't bear to watch him walk step by step toward evil, so I saved him in advance. Saved. The Sage of Six Paths' brows drew together deeply. This is your logic? Because a person might commit evil, you killed him and even call that salvation? And on top of that, you have no right to judge a crime that hasn't even been committed yet. Xia Yin let out a soft laugh and said with absolute certainty, No, I do. Because I am God. They are all waiting for God to save them. Because I saw it. The look of joy on those suffering people's faces after they were saved. The Sage of Six Paths fell silent for a long time as he looked into Xia Yin's eyes. There was no killing intent in those eyes, no fanaticism, only a certainty so absolute it was despairing. She truly believed she was right. She truly thought she loved this world. As he looked at Xia Yin, his gaze shifted from shock to pity, and from pity to a deep exhaustion. You are not God. He slowly shook his head. You are using God's name to commit evil. What you kill is not evil. It is life. What you call mercy is nothing more than forcing your own obsession onto others. What you enjoy is the thrill of judgment, not redemption. You do not love anything. You hate the entire world. You are taking revenge on this world. After hearing him out, Xia Yin gently shook her head. The corners of her lips even lifted into a faint smile, as if she found it ridiculous. I don't need you to understand. Just don't get in my way. She turned around, the bloodstains on her white clothes giving off a dark sheen under the moonlight. You hold on to your mercy, and I'll walk my own path. Time will prove who is right. She stepped away, walking past the corpses. The Sage of Six Paths stood where he was, gripping the staff in his hand tighter, his knuckles turning white, veins faintly throbbing. In the end, he did not give chase. He only let out a sigh. Inside Daikokutten, space was as dark as ink, with only the Ten-Tails outline looming like a mountain. Sukuna stood in the air, all the wounds on his body already fully healed. He looked up at the Ten-Tails, and the corners of his mouth slowly split into a wild grin, carrying long-suppressed excitement. Ha ha ha, it's finally grown up. The Ten-Tails lay motionless. Its hide was rough like ancient wood, and it had already begun transforming toward the form of the god tree. Next, it becomes the god tree and waits for the result. Sukuna licked his lips, his eyes burning. When that time comes, I'll eat the fruit and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Then I'll achieve true immortality. The autumn wind was bleak, and the layered forest was dyed in full color. Inside the ninja sect's main hall, the sage of 6 paths sat cross-legged. On both sides, 10 disciples in white robes knelt in seiza, and the atmosphere was heavy. The essence of power is protection. The sage of 6 paths' voice was not loud, yet it weighed on everyone's mind. But some people use it to bully others, commit evil, and indulge their selfish desires. My ninja sect will never tolerate such people. His gaze slowly shifted to the third seat on the left. That person pressed his lips tight, lowered his head, and said nothing. Zongyuan, leave. The sage of 6 paths said. I will also take back your power. Zongyuan suddenly raised his head, his face deathly pale. Teacher, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me one more chance. The sage of 6 paths ignored him and raised a hand in a pressing gesture. A strand of chakra was drawn out from the man's chest and scattered into the wind. Zongyuan's aura instantly withered, as if half his life had been torn away. Go! 2 disciples stepped forward and dragged him out of the hall. Outside the hall, Zongyuan staggered and steadied himself. He turned back to look at the solemn ninja sect, his eyes full of grief and fury. I did nothing wrong. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. This world has always been one where the strong prey on the weak. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Love? Ridiculous. He suddenly remembered something, that man who had fought the sage of 6 paths, Sukuna. That monster who never hid his desires and crushed everything with power alone. If it were him. That man is the true believer in strength above all else. He muttered, and light gradually rose in his eyes. If I can join him, maybe Sukuna will understand me. Understand. On a barren valley ridge, Sukuna looked down from above at the man kneeling at his feet. Zongyuan, the disciple expelled from the ninja sect. A piece of trash like you is worthy of talking about understanding? You think just because the sage of 6 paths doesn't want you anymore, I'll want you? Before Zongyuan could even open his mouth, Sukuna slightly lifted a finger. An invisible slash cut through the air, clean and sharp, splitting him in 2 from head to toe. With a wet splatter, Zongyuan's upper body fell into a pool of blood. His lips trembled violently, his eyes opened wide, staring fixedly at the blue sky above him. You? His voice was weak, like the last trace of a dying wind. The world shrank before his eyes, and the light faded from his pupils. Trash. Sukuna gave a cold snort and lowered his finger. You bully the weak and fear the strong, and you still ran over here to talk to me about strength above all else? I don't take in garbage. He had not expected that the moment he stepped out of Daikokutten, he would just happen to run into such a boring idiot. His originally pleasant mood had been completely ruined by Zongyuan's fawning face. Sukuna rose to his feet, his body lifting into the air. If someone familiar with Sukuna were here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to find that his appearance had changed. He hovered in midair, and the aura of his entire being had subtly changed. His face was colder and paler, carrying an inhuman texture, every feature sharp and severe. On his upper body was a white-to-black sleeveless warrior outfit with a crossed collar, tied at the waist with a black belt, fitted tightly around his frame, exposing 4 muscular arms. Below that was a layered battle skirt over tight leg-wrapping pants, the overlapping hems falling in uneven layers and fluttering lightly in the wind. Most astonishing of all were his eyes. His 4 eyes had turned pale purple, with tiny black dot pupils and ripples spreading across the outer layer, covering the entire whites of his eyes. And finally, his forehead. At the very center, a crimson eye had opened, containing 9 tomo. Sukuna hovered in the air, looking down over the land, the corners of his lips slightly raised. This posture was the real him, bound by nothing, a king of curses that existed only for power. At this moment, he had already become the Ten-Tails itself. Unlike the other Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he had swallowed the chakra fruit just like Kagaya back then. The Ten-Tails no longer had a will of its own. Only Sukuna's will remained. At this moment, he felt as if nothing was impossible. Natural energy, cursed energy, and chakra. The 3 powers had completely fused within his body, forming a special kind of chakra. Sukuna touched his eye. Ishiki's original black eye had already been replaced by the Rinnegan, and its abilities had disappeared completely. The reason he was able to escape from Daikokutten was Yamatsu Hirasaka, but losing the black eye was no big deal. Compared to Amanamanaka, Daikokuten was insignificant. In the valley, Xia-in sat leaning against a rock, lowering her head to look at the black diamond-shaped mark in her palm. "Tell me what this is," she asked. Not long ago, she had discovered that her body was undergoing a transformation. Her chakra had surged wildly, and she had also gained 2 special dojutsu. In her mind, Ishiki's consciousness surfaced, and his tone was unusually complicated. "It's a kama. Kama. The Otsutsuki clan's kama." Ishiki paused, as if organizing his words. The Otsutsuki clan can compress all of their data, including their physique, soul, abilities, battle experience, and more, into this mark and engrave it onto a target. When the kama finishes decompressing, I can replace your consciousness and take over your body. And what about my soul? Xia-in raised her head. Why don't I feel your consciousness overriding mine? Ishiki fell silent for a moment. My current power isn't enough. His tone carried unwillingness. And your soul is far too abnormal. I can't overwrite it. So you only obtained my physique and abilities. Ishiki said flatly, you didn't get my battle experience or memories. Xia-in looked at the kama in her palm and suddenly smiled. Really? Ishiki said calmly. Really? Because I want to cooperate. You help me do a few things, and I won't interfere with you. What things? Let's go to Daikokuten first, Ishiki said. Let's see if the Ten-Tails is still there, though I don't think it is. Xia-in didn't ask any more questions. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her 2 eyes had turned into the black eye and the Byakugan. The next moment, a black vortex appeared out of thin air in front of her, spinning silently. She lifted her foot and walked in. Inside Daikokuten, beneath the dim gray sky was a barren land. Xia-in stood on the empty plain and looked around. Other than broken stones and cracked, dried ground, there was nothing else. Ishiki's consciousness spread out, then quickly withdrew. The Ten-Tails is gone. His tone was calm, with no trace of emotion. As expected, Xia-in waited for a moment. Seeing that he had no intention of being sad, she asked, what next? Go east. There's a cave there, Ishiki said. Go there. Xia-in turned and walked east for a while. Sure enough, she saw a low stone hill, and halfway up the hill was a cave. At the end of the cave stood an old display cabinet, divided into several shelves. There were a few scattered items on it. Several crystals, a thin sheet of metal, and a fist-sized blue cube giving off a faint glow. Take the blue cube, Ishiki said. That's the Otsutsuki clan's communication device. Xia-in reached out, picked up the cube and looked it over. The surface was completely smooth, with no buttons at all. Only in the center was a dark pattern, like some kind of clan crest. Use it to notify my younger brother. Ishiki spoke a little faster than usual. Have a companion he trusts come to the ninja world to help me, and bring a vessel too. A vessel? Xia-in asked. For me to use, Ishiki said. I need a body of my own. Xia-in held the blue cube and fell silent for a moment. Then she smiled. Fine. If you get stronger, that benefits me too. Xia-in held the blue cube in her palm, examined it carefully and asked, how do I use this? Inject chakra into it. Then I can talk. Xia-in did as told, and a thin stream of chakra flowed into the cube. That dark pattern suddenly lit up, blue light seeped out from inside, and the device gave off a low hum. A moment later, a voice came from the device, cool and steady. Brother, what do you need? Here. Ishiki spoke, his tone more solemn than usual. My situation isn't very good right now. My body is gone, and I'm residing in a human. There was a brief silence on the other end. Did the karma fail? Her soul is too strange. I couldn't suppress it. Ishiki didn't explain further and continued. I need your help. Bring someone you trust to my side, and also bring me a vessel. Hurin didn't answer immediately. Ishiki seemed to have expected his hesitation, so he added, there are 2 mature god trees here. A faint sound of inhaling came from the communication device. 2? And both are mature. Hurin's tone changed, growing more urgent. That's right, Ishiki said, but the fruits have already been eaten by someone else. But don't rush. Ishiki's tone remained steady. The 2 people who ate the fruits are sworn enemies. They keep each other in check. Neither can tolerate the other. Let those 2 fight each other while we reap the fisherman's profit. As long as I revive, and with your strength added in, we'll definitely win. The communication device fell silent again for a few seconds. Then Hurin's voice came through, carrying a smile. Brother, you're still as good as ever at persuading people. So, are you coming or not? I'm coming, of course. 2 god trees. How could we let someone else take them? I'll bring people I trust, and the vessel you need too. As soon as possible, Ishiki said. Wait for me. The communication cut off, the blue light went out, and the cube returned to stillness. Xia-in put the device away, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. Your younger brother is pretty easy to talk to. Because of the god trees, Ishiki said flatly. Without the god trees, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. Then those 2 people you just mentioned. Xia-in tilted her head. Were they Sukuna and the Sage of Six Paths? Ishiki fell silent for a beat. That's right. His voice lowered, as if testing her with the next question. You aren't still infatuated with Sukuna and planning to stop me, are you? Xia-in nodded, clean and direct. That's right. I like him, but this isn't about stopping you. It's about cooperating. Ishiki's brain seemed to crash for a moment. He simply couldn't understand what that meant. She liked Sukuna, so she wanted to cooperate with him? He had to know his goal was to kill Sukuna. To make sure he wasn't misunderstanding, Ishiki lowered his voice and asked, You want to cooperate with us? To kill Sukuna? Yes. Ishiki fell silent for a few seconds. He was trying to process those words, but no matter what, he couldn't swallow them. I want to know the reason. Can you tell me? Xia-in let out a soft giggle and said quietly, Because I like him. I want to kill him. Ishiki's breathing clearly hitched for a moment. Xia-in didn't look at him. Her gaze rested on the distant gray horizon, as if she were speaking to herself. A god should be selfless. To become a god, the first thing I need to do is get rid of personal feelings. She paused, and her tone turned serious. If I have selfish desires, then I can't achieve great love. Only by cutting away small love can I practice great love. What? Ishiki sucked in a sharp breath. He had known for a long time that Xia-in was crazy, but only at this moment did he realize he had still underestimated her. This kind of madness wasn't emotional frenzy. It was a self-consistent, utterly twisted logic taken to the extreme. She liked Sukuna, so she had to kill him, because liking someone was a personal feeling, and personal feeling was an obstacle to becoming a god. Killing the person she liked meant severing selfish desire. It meant drawing closer to godhood. Absurd, but she truly believed it. Ishiki fell silent, countless thoughts racing through his mind. He wondered if she was lying, if she was making a fool of him, but very quickly he dismissed it. That was simply impossible. Good. Ishiki finally spoke, his voice returning to calm. Happy cooperation. Xia-in smiled, and this time her smile was very happy. Then it settled. She turned and walked toward Daikokuten's exit, her steps light, even humming an off-key little tune. Ishiki silently closed his eyes. He suddenly felt that if Sukuna knew he had been targeted by a lunatic like this, he would probably find it troublesome too. Outside Ryuchi Cave, everything was as quiet as usual. Countless snakes coiled across the rock walls around the cave, flicking their tongues. Suddenly, all the snakes froze at the same time. A trembling rose from the depths of their instincts, impossible to suppress. Their bodies shook violently. Their tongues withdrew into their mouths, and several small snakes even fell straight off the rock walls, curling up on the ground without moving. Deep inside Ryuchi Cave, the white snake sage coiled on a stone seat. Its vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and a meaningful smile hung at the corner of its mouth. Interesting. It murmured in a low voice, its aged voice echoing through the cave. This chakra. It's so sinister it doesn't feel like it belongs to a living person. It lightly raised the tip of its tail and tapped the stone wall beside it. Snake Princess. A slender woman in a kimono stepped out of the darkness and lowered her head respectfully. My lord. Go invite that guest over, the white snake sage said unhurriedly. Mind your manners. Don't frighten her. Though I think the one who might get frightened is probably you. Snake Princess was slightly startled, but she didn't dare ask more. She turned and headed toward the cave entrance. Inside the passage, Xia-in stopped walking. Feeling the natural energy in the air, she asked, So this is the Ryuchi cave you were talking about? In her mind, Ishiki's voice sounded out. That's right. If you can master Sage Jutsu, your chakra will undergo a qualitative leap. A qualitative leap? Xia-in raised a brow. Am I not strong enough already? Not yet. Ishiki didn't deny it. Other than the shinjutsu I gave you, what else do you know? Aren't you trying to become a god? Aren't you trying to kill Sukuna? How could you possibly succeed without power? Senjutsu can let you wield natural energy, let you master new techniques, and make it so you're no longer just consuming your own strength. When the time comes, your power will be greater, and it will last longer. Ishiki's tone was very calm. The inheritance here can teach you how to use energy efficiently. Xia-in let out a soft laugh. You're right. To practice great love, I can't let any method of becoming stronger slip by. At that moment, Snake Princess stepped out from the cave and appeared in front of Xia-in. Snake Princess sized up the human before her, and her heart tightened slightly. This woman's chakra was far too sinister, like countless chains twisted together, giving off an aura that made people instinctively want to flee. But she still maintained her elegant posture and dipped her head slightly. Guest, the white snake sage invites you in. Xia-in looked at her, tilted her head, and suddenly asked, Are you afraid of me? Snake Princess's body stiffened slightly, but she did not answer. She merely stepped aside to lead the way. Please follow me. Xia-in chuckled and did not press further. She lifted her foot and followed. In her mind, Ishiki's voice rang out. Be polite. You're here to learn after all. What if they keep something hidden? I am being polite. Xia-yin answered with a smile in her heart. See? I haven't even made a move. Ishiki fell silent for a moment. Then keep it up. Snake Princess led Xia-yin through the passage and finally arrived at a massive stone chamber. At the center of the chamber, the white snake sage was coiled atop a high platform, its vertical pupils looking at Xia-yin with what seemed like a smile. Xia-yin stopped and met those vertical pupils with her gaze. She neither bowed nor spoke. She simply stood there, wearing that signature smile of hers that no one could ever quite read. The white snake sage studied her for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. Half of your chakra doesn't belong to this world. As for the other half, forget it. Who are you? Xia-yin did not get angry. Instead, her smile deepened. I am the god who spreads great love. The white snake sage narrowed its eyes, neither mocking her nor showing surprise. A moment later it nodded. I see. Then why have you come to Ryuchi Cave? I need to become stronger, so I can better practice great love, Xia-yin said as if it were only natural. I heard this place can teach people to use power better, so I came. The white snake sage fell silent, the tip of its tail swaying gently. The two stared at each other, and a subtle tension spread through the air. In the end, the white snake sage spoke first. Its tone carried appreciation, even a rare trace of generosity. I have lived for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've seen a human as special as you. Well said. In the spiritual world, Ishiki strongly agreed with that statement. I've never seen anyone this crazy either. But that was only what he thought to himself. He did not say it out loud. Xia-yin said nothing. She merely smiled and waited for the white snake sage to continue. The white snake sage flicked out its tongue and said, I will pass sage art on to you. A glint flashed through Xia-yin's eyes, but there was not much surprise on her face. She simply nodded lightly. All right. The white snake sage grinned, revealing sharp fangs. Aren't you going to ask why? No need. Xia-yin said, if you're willing to give it, I'll take it. If you regret it, then She did not continue. She only smiled, but that smile seemed to make the surrounding temperature drop by several degrees. The white snake sage was not frightened. It straightened its body and smiled even more happily. Then let's begin. The white snake sage's voice became solemn and distant. 1 month later, in the core dimension, Sukuna sat cross-legged on a raised rock, sensing the changes in his body. The dragon vein system had already been completely engraved onto him, every pattern overlapping and interweaving with his chakra pathways. He slowly opened his eyes, and a faint purple light flashed deep within his pupils. Now I don't even need to cultivate anymore, Sukuna muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. From this moment on, he no longer needed to deliberately train natural energy. Even if he stood still, even if he was asleep, the natural energy between heaven and earth would surge into his body endlessly like countless rivers flowing into the sea. He would keep getting stronger without ever stopping. Sukuna stood up and let out a foul breath. I've stayed here too long. He took one step forward, and a crack opened in space. The ninja world. Sukuna appeared in the sky above a stretch of wilderness, with rolling hills and sparse woods beneath his feet. The wind blew over carrying the smell of dirt and grass. He took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He was back. He landed on top of a hill and narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. His thoughts drifted back to that previous battle, Kagaya, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Hamura Otsutsuki. So close to dying. Those scenes still carried pain even now. A truth-seeking ball had struck the side of his head, and his consciousness had nearly snapped. A massive gash had been torn open across his abdomen, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spilling downward. Reverse curse technique could repair ordinary injuries, but the wounds caused by a truth-seeking ball were different. Those wounds still held the power of the 6 paths, making reverse curse technique repair them extremely slowly. But things are different now. He lifted his head and looked at the faint mountain range in the distance. The curve of his lips grew wider and wider. The sage of 6 paths alone is no longer enough. Power surged through his body. That sense of fullness, that confidence of being able to crush everything, made his entire body feel at ease. He could even picture what kind of expression would appear on the sage of 6 paths' old face. Shock, anger, and perhaps even a trace of despair. At that thought, the corners of Sukuna's lips curled up. Joy, delight, the satisfaction of completing his revenge. But it only felt good for 3 seconds. The smile froze on his face, then slowly faded away bit by bit. Sukuna stood there in place as the wind lifted the hem of his clothes. Suddenly he felt a little bored. Now that he had become the strongest and no longer had any opponents, what came with it was emptiness. Sukuna walked down a broad street, with grand estates lined on both sides. This county town was more prosperous than he had imagined. It was clearly a wealthy place. He stopped in front of an imposing residence. A plaque hung above the gate, with the 2 characters Wu Chuan written on it. 2 guards with swords stood at the entrance, blades at their waists, posture straight. Sukuna lifted his foot and walked straight inside. Stop! Who are you? One guard reached out to block him. Sukuna glanced at him, and the guard's body split in half from the middle, blood gushing out. Before the other guard could even draw his sword, his head had already flown off and rolled several times across the ground. Sukuna kicked the main gate open. The wooden doors collapsed with a thunderous crash, splinters flying everywhere. Everyone in the courtyard froze. Servants, maids, warriors practicing with blades. Every single one stood stiffly in place, staring in terror at the man at the gate. "Call your family, head out." Sukuna's voice was not loud, but it spread clearly through the entire courtyard. An old steward ran trembling into the inner court. Not long after, a man around 50 strode out. He wore a short beard and stood with a straight back. One look was enough to tell he was a martial artist. The head of the Wuchuan family glanced at the two corpses by the gate. His expression turned ugly, but he still forced down his anger and cupped his hands. "My lord, may I ask how the Wuchuan family has offended you?" "You haven't." Sukuna cut him off. "Bring out good food. From now on, this place is mine. All of you, starting today, are my servants." The courtyard fell into dead silence. The Wuchuan family head's fists clenched so hard that cracking sounds rang out. The young warriors behind him had already gripped their sword hilts, their eyes filled with grief and fury. But none of them moved, because the man before them made them feel a deadly threat. This was not a level of power they could fight against. Moreover, this person had 5 eyes and 4 arms, with black markings on his face. One look was enough to tell he wasn't human. "What?" Sukuna tilted his head. "You disagree?" The head of the Tekawawa family took a deep breath, slowly unclenched his fist, and lowered his head. "I wouldn't dare." "Please do as you wish, my lord." Sukuna smiled and strode toward the main hall. Behind him, the samurai looked at each other. Some bit their lips, some had red-rimmed eyes, but in the end, they all lowered their hands. Even the family head had bowed his head. What could they possibly do? In the crowd, a young man quietly watched all of this. He was in his early 20s, his face so pale it was almost bloodless. His frame was thin and gaunt, as if some illness had worn him down. He leaned against a pillar in the corridor, breathing a little heavily, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. His name was Tekawawa Tsukasa, the eldest son of the Tekawawa family. Once, he had been the most dazzling heir of this family, superb with the sword and sharp-minded. But 2 years ago he suddenly fell ill. First came weakness all over his body, then coughing up blood, and later, he could not even stand steadily. They had sought countless doctors, but none of them could say what was wrong. At the same time, his second younger brother, Tekawawa Kenji, began appearing more and more often in their father's sight. He handled affairs in his father's place, led the samurai in training, and little by little took Tsukasa's place. 3 months ago, the head of the Tekawawa family officially announced that his second son, Tekawawa Kenji, would succeed as the next family head. Tekawawa Tsukasa had always felt something was wrong. It was not until 1 month ago that he accidentally learned he had been poisoned by Kenji with a slow-acting toxin. At the time, Tekawawa Tsukasa wanted to rush out and confront him, but he held back, because there was no evidence. Kenji handled things cleanly. Even the poison he used was a kind of slow-acting drug that was hard to detect. If he exposed him, he would only be treated as a madman jealous of his younger brother. Tekawawa Tsukasa leaned against the pillar, watching Sukuna's back as he strode into the main hall, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. This was not a disaster. This was an opportunity for him to turn the tables, and an opportunity for the family to rise. At night, candlelight flickered inside the secret chamber. The head of the Tekawawa family sat in the main seat, his expression dark. On both sides sat several loyal retainers and samurai of the family. Tekawawa Kenji was among them, his expression grave. "That man cannot be left alive," the family head said in a low voice. "He killed our people and took over our residence. The pride of our Tekawawa family over generations cannot be thrown away just like this." An old samurai nodded. "The family head is right, but that man is too strong. We need help." "The Nin Shu," Tekawawa Kenji said, his tone steady. "We can ask the Nin Shu for help." The group fell silent for a moment, then nodded one after another. They had heard of the Nin Shu. Every person there possessed power like gods and demons. Dealing with a monster of unknown origin should be no problem for them. The head of the Tekawawa family pondered for a moment. "Tomorrow morning, Kenji, you will go there personally." "Yes, father." In the back courtyard, in Sukuna's room, Tekawawa Tsukasa knelt outside the door. His frail body trembled slightly in the night wind, not from fear, but from nerves. He was gambling that person would be willing to see him. "Come in." Sukuna's voice came from inside. Tekawawa Tsukasa pushed open the door, walked in, knelt down, and pressed his forehead to the floor. Sukuna was sitting cross-legged in the main seat. In front of him were several plates of delicate sweets and a pot of sake, which he was eating and drinking at an unhurried pace. "My lord, I have a request." Sukuna leaned back in the chair, holding a cup of wine in his hand, without looking at him. "Speak." "I beg you to heal my body, my lord." Tekawawa Tsukasa raised his head, his gaze firm. "In return, from this day on, The Muto family will serve you with all its heart and strength. I will build a shrine for you, offer incense to you, and worship you for generations without end. Sukuna set down his wine cup and gave him a look. Isn't your father planning to find someone to kill me? Sukuna let out a laugh. Yet here you are, coming to defect to me. That's because they're stupid, Tekawawa Tsukasa said. A powerhouse like you is an opportunity beyond reach. Yet all they can think of is driving you away. Sukuna laughed. It wasn't loud, but it was genuine. Fine. I do want to see what kind of fun you can bring me. Tekawawa Tsukasa was overjoyed inside and kowtowed deeply. Sukuna flicked a finger, and a strand of chakra landed on Tekawawa Tsukasa's forehead. A gentle yet vast chakra surged into his body, instantly washing through every meridian and every muscle. His withered cells filled out again. His shriveled muscles began to swell, and even the internal organs eroded by the poison recovered their vitality in the blink of an eye. Tekawawa Tsukasa lowered his head and looked at his own hands, his eyes reddening, not because of grievance, but because of excitement. This feeling was too powerful. Sukuna withdrew his hand and said flatly, I've fixed your body, but whoever you want to kill, you do it yourself. Tekawawa Tsukasa stood up. His body felt so light it was as if he had become a different person. He immediately gave a respectful bow, then turned and left. He walked to his room and picked up the katana he had not touched in a long time. Dust had settled on the scabbard, and he gently wiped it away. He drew the blade. Under the candlelight, the edge gleamed. It was still sharp. Carrying the sword, he headed straight for the secret chamber. At the entrance to the secret chamber, 2 guards saw Tekawawa Tsukasa and froze. Young master, you! A flash of blade light. The 2 men clutched their necks and fell, blood pouring out through the gaps of their fingers. Tekawawa Tsukasa pushed open the door to the secret chamber, and everyone's gaze turned toward him. He stood at the doorway, long blade in hand, blood still dripping from the tip. The secret chamber fell silent in an instant. The next moment, everyone immediately stood up. Some drew their swords, some stepped back, and some pulled chairs in front of themselves as shields. Every pair of eyes stared fixedly at Tekawawa Tsukasa, at that face that was no longer pale, no longer sickly. Tsukasa? The head of the Tekawawa family could hardly believe his own eyes. The son who had been bedridden for 2 years, who would pant even when walking, was now standing straight, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Tekawawa Kenji's pupils suddenly tightened. He knew exactly what had happened. That man had come during the day, and by night, his eldest brother was healed. There was no need to think. His elder brother must have gone to find that monster. Brother. Tekawawa Kenji spoke first, his voice low. You went to find that person? You had him heal you? Tekawawa Tsukasa did not answer. He only looked at him indifferently. Tekawawa Kenji's voice suddenly rose, carrying both anger and fear. Have you lost your mind? Do you know that person killed our people? He took our home, and now you're actually begging him? This is betrayal of the Tekawawa family. The others also came to their senses and began speaking one after another. Young Master Tsukasa, what are you doing? Put the sword down. Are you really going to help an outsider harm your own family? Tekawawa Tsukasa spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was very clear. I can't be bothered to reason with you. None of you are worthy of hearing it. In his eyes, everyone in the secret chamber was already dead. And what was there to explain to dead people? The door to the secret chamber was tightly shut, and screams echoed inside, one after another. Sukuna leaned against a pillar in the main hall corridor, holding a pot of sake he had found in the kitchen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The next day, just after dawn, Tekawawa Tsukasa stood in the center of the courtyard. In front of him was a dense crowd of people. Servants, maids, samurai, and a few retainers who had not gone to the secret chamber yesterday. He had changed into a clean set of clothes. His back was straight, the sickly look gone from his face, yet his eyes were colder than when he was ill. Father and many retainers died suddenly of a strange illness last night, so from today onward, the Tekawawa family will honor that lord above all else. Tekawawa Tsukasa's voice was not loud, but it was incomparably stern. Anyone who disagrees may leave now. The crowd stirred for a while. Several samurai exchanged glances, turned and left, and a few others followed them out. About half of the samurai remained, complicated expressions on their faces. After seeing Tekawawa Tsukasa's condition and thinking of that man from yesterday, everyone understood what had happened. Those servants and maids did not even dare to move. They were property of the Tekawawa family and had no right to leave. Tekawawa Tsukasa watched those departing figures without stopping them or saying a word. When the main gate closed, he turned to the people who remained and said, "Those who stay, starting today, will have their pay doubled." Everyone was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Inside the room, Sukuna sat cross-legged on the tatami, holding a silver-gray sphere in his hand. Mist seemed to flow across the surface of the sphere, and from time to time, a twisted human face flashed across it. These were the souls of the people Tekawawa Tsukasa had killed last night, condensed by him into a collection of spiritual energy through his understanding of yin-yang release. He had only collected them casually out of boredom after noticing that spiritual energy. But at this moment, a thought was turning in his mind. Could he turn this spiritual energy into a cursed spirit? Cursed spirits were formed from the gathering of human negative emotions and cursed energy, and the ready-made spiritual energy in his hand already carried fear, hatred, and unwillingness. Were these not the best raw materials? He thought of the Sage of Six Paths. That old man had used yin-yang release to create the tailed beasts, splitting the ten tails chakra into 9 parts and giving them will and form. Kagaya could also create Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu was not made for battle, it was still essentially an independent being. Black Zetsu. Sukuna froze for a moment. He suddenly remembered that back when he had been heavily wounded and fled in defeat, he had not personally seen Kagaya get sealed. If Kagaya had been able to create Black Zetsu before being sealed, then Black Zetsu definitely would not stay obedient. Sukuna's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. He smiled. He had originally thought there was nothing left in the ninja world worth looking forward to, but if Black Zetsu was still around, then things would not be so boring. Sukuna lowered his head to look at the silver-gray sphere in his palm, and his smile slowly deepened. He refocused his attention on the sphere and began trying to pour chakra into it, using yin-yang release to weave a framework and shape it little by little. Inside the room, the silver-gray light flickered bright and dim. At noon, Tekawawa Tsukasa sensed a cold, sinister aura coming from the direction of Sukuna's room. That aura was so dense it felt like freezing water made solid, spreading over from the end of the hallway and seeping into the cracks of his bones. Tekawawa Tsukasa stood in the courtyard and glanced in that direction. His steps paused for a moment, but he did not go over to disturb him. As for Lord Sukuna's matters, if it was not something he should ask about, then he would not ask. Inside the room, a flesh ball with a diameter of about 2 meters was slowly writhing. Its surface showed dark red veins tangled together like blood vessels. Each time the flesh ball contracted, those veins flashed once, giving off a faint dark glow. The liquid inside the flesh ball flowed slowly, making sticky gurgling sounds, as if something were taking shape within it. Sukuna leaned against the opposite wall with his arms folded across his chest, watching expressionlessly. Time passed bit by bit. The flesh ball wriggled more and more violently, and the veins on its surface grew brighter and brighter. Finally, with a muffled sound, the flesh ball split open down the middle, and murky liquid spilled all over the floor. A humanoid figure stood up from inside. It was about 4 feet 3 inches tall, in the shape of a boy. Its skin was a dead gray all over, and its eyes were crimson red, but had no pupils. It stood there with its limbs trembling slightly. Its mouth opened and closed, making faint, ah sounds. Sukuna narrowed his eyes slightly and released his perception. A few seconds later he let out a long sigh. There was no anger or disappointment in that sigh, only naked disdain. Useless trash. Its chakra was too weak. It had barely taken on human form, yet even its most basic consciousness was incomplete. Rather than calling this thing a cursed spirit, it would be more accurate to call it a lump of rotten mud that had been forcibly kneaded into human shape. Sukuna could not even be bothered to spare it another glance. A black space rift split open before him. He kicked that gray child into it and the rift closed right after. The room returned to silence, leaving behind only the puddle of murky liquid and the remains of the flesh ball on the floor. The cursed womb fell from midair and slammed into a patch of wild grass. He lay on the ground and let out a low whimper. Only after quite a while did he slowly crawl back up, his knees and palms covered in dirt. His crimson eyes looked blankly around. There was only wilderness, weeds, and distant mountain ridges. He did not know who he was, nor did he know where he was supposed to go. Gray feet stepped over gravel, through mud pits, and across a dried-up riverbed. The sun moved from east to west as he wandered aimlessly. After walking for a long time, a village appeared ahead. There was a river by the village, and the water flowed with a rushing sound. The cursed womb moved a little closer, hid behind a large tree, and stuck out half his head. A crowd had gathered on the open ground by the river. A young man in a white robe was crouching by the water, wrapping both arms around a giant rock more than 6 feet wide. He took a deep breath, then lifted hard. He pulled the giant rock out of the riverbed. The water instantly surged downward, splashing up large sheets of spray. Carrying the rock, he walked to the riverbank and set it down steadily on the ground, then patted the mud off his hands. Good! The villagers all burst into applause, talking over one another as they shouted. As expected of someone from the ninja sect, Lord Shinki. That strength is unbelievable. This rock has been blocking the river channel for almost a month. More than a dozen of us couldn't move it, but Lord Shinki lifted it all by himself. Come, you have to eat at my house tonight. I'll have my wife stew a chicken for you. Shinki grinned and scratched the back of his head, waving both hands again and again. No, I appreciate everyone's kindness. The crowd burst into regretful sighs, and some even grabbed his sleeve and insisted that they had to host him. Shinki smiled and pulled free. Just as he was about to refuse again, his body suddenly stiffened. He whipped his head around. his gaze passing through the crowd and locking straight onto the large tree not far across the river. Standing there was a gray child, about 4 feet 3 inches tall, with crimson eyes that had no pupils, staring straight at him. The cursed womb looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around. His figure flashed, and after a few jumps, he vanished into the mountain forest. Shinki's face darkened. That aura was not human. Everyone, I have something urgent to deal with. I'm leaving first. He tossed out that one sentence and, without waiting for the villagers to respond, kicked off with his feet and chased after the direction where the gray child had disappeared. The villagers looked at one another, completely confused. The cursed womb leaped and darted through the forest. Shinki chased closely behind, his white robe getting slashed open in several places by tree branches. After chasing for about 15 minutes, Shinki suddenly accelerated, circled around from the side, and landed firmly on top of a rock in front of the cursed womb. Stop! The cursed womb abruptly halted. He crouched low, back arched, hands braced against the ground like a wild beast, ready to pounce at any moment. He bared his teeth, a low growl rumbling from his throat, his crimson eyes locked tightly onto Shinki. Shinki frowned and cautiously asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" The cursed womb did not answer. His growling only grew louder, and transparent liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground, making faint sizzling sounds. Shinki sighed. It seemed there was no way to communicate. Then don't blame me. Shinki rolled his wrists a little as chakra began circulating through his body. I'll capture you first and leave you to teacher to deal with. At that moment, the cursed womb moved. He shot forward close to the ground, one hand reaching straight for Shinki's throat. Shinki turned sideways to dodge, but the cursed womb's other hand was already sweeping upward from below, aiming directly for his abdomen. Shinki was startled and hurriedly retreated 2 steps, barely avoiding the strike. Sweat seeped out across his forehead. The thing in front of him had reactions and attack angles that carried a strange, sinister viciousness. His chakra far surpassed that of ordinary people. Every time he encountered evildoers, he simply crushed them with force, solving everything with fists and kicks alone. Because of that, his combat experience was far too limited. Right now, he had a body full of strength, but could not properly bring it out. After several exchanges, Shinki was forced into a miserable retreat, barely dodging as the cursed womb came close to grabbing his vital points several times. Shinki started to panic a little. He suddenly crouched down, wrapped both arms around a tree beside him that was as thick as a bowl, poured chakra into his arms, and with a loud shout, actually ripped the tree out by its roots. The roots tore up a huge clump of dirt, and debris flew everywhere. The cursed womb froze for a moment, not knowing what he was trying to do. Shinki swung the whole tree like a giant club and smashed it viciously toward the cursed womb. Hit him! The treetop came crashing down with a whistling wind. The cursed womb froze for a split second, suddenly realizing something and trying to dodge, but it was already too late. His shoulder was struck by the branches, and his whole body was sent flying, slamming hard into another tree with a dull bang. The cursed womb fell to the ground and let out a shrill scream, sharp and grating, like fingernails scraping across metal. Clutching his shoulder, he crawled back up. A crack split open on his gray skin, and black liquid seeped out from inside. The cursed womb lifted his head, his scarlet eyes locked onto Shinki, while a low growl rumbled out of his throat. Then his lips began to squirm, and both cheeks slowly started swelling up. Shinki's pupils shrank sharply. A powerful sense of danger shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and he instinctively threw himself to the side. The next second, a mass of emerald green liquid sprayed from the cursed womb's mouth, shooting like an arrow toward the spot where Shinki had just been standing. The liquid landed on the ground with a sizzling corrosive sound. The dirt was instantly burned into a fist-sized pit, with white smoke rising from it. Shinki avoided the direct hit, but a few drops still splashed onto his right arm. Agonizing pain hit him instantly, like being burned by fire and sliced by blades at the same time. Gritting his teeth, he looked down. Several holes had already been burned through the sleeve of his white robe, and the skin underneath had started turning black, with an unnatural green spreading along the edges. Damn it! Veins bulged on Shinki's forehead as he clutched his injured arm, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Shinki stared at his right arm, and all the color drained from his face in an instant. The arm had completely lost feeling, and the green patch on the skin was visibly spreading upward. There was no time to hesitate. He clenched his teeth, grabbed his right arm with his left hand, and with one violent pull, tore the entire arm off at the shoulder and threw it aside. The pain shot through his entire body like electricity. Veins bulged on Shinki's forehead, but he did not cry out. The severed arm fell to the ground, and the blood flowing from the wound had already turned emerald green. The blood dripped onto the grass, making sizzling sounds, and the blades instantly turned charred black. Shinki stopped looking at it and shifted his gaze back to the cursed womb. After spitting out that green liquid, the cursed womb's whole body had visibly shrunk. His scarlet eyes had dimmed, fine cracks appeared all over his gray skin, and his breathing became rapid and erratic. Shinki gave him no chance. With his left hand, He picked up a fist-sized rock by his feet, took a deep breath, and hurled it viciously at the cursed womb's head. The cursed womb seemed to sense the danger and tried to dodge to the side, but he was nowhere near as fast as before, and his movements had become much slower. The rock shot through the air with a tearing sound and hit the cursed womb square in the head with a wet thud. The gray head exploded like a clay jar, fragments scattering everywhere. The cursed womb's body jerked violently and froze for 2 seconds. Then, starting from the head, it slowly turned into gray dust. Watching that pile of ashes completely scatter away, Shinki finally let out a sigh of relief. His left arm dropped limp at his side. Blood was still seeping from the severed shoulder, and more than half of his white robe had already been dyed red. Gritting his teeth, he began using chakra to seal the blood vessels around the wound. He turned his head toward the village, secretly feeling fortunate. If that thing had made it into the village, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Buzz. A low tremor of space came from behind him. Shinki whipped around, his pupils shrinking sharply. A crack split open in the air, and a hand reached out from inside. Before Shinki could even react, 5 fingers had already clamped over his face with terrifying force. What? He did not even finish speaking before his whole body was dragged into the crack. The spatial rift closed, and the mountain forest returned to silence, leaving behind only a patch of green corrosion and a severed arm that was still rotting. In the valley, the stream babbled softly. In the courtyard, Hagoromo stood beneath the corridor, his gaze fixed on the split wound across Hamura's eyes. That wound stretched from the left brow bone all the way to the right cheekbone, as if something had split him open straight through the middle. Sukuna isn't dead, Hagoromo said calmly. He will definitely return. Hamura sat on the steps with his eyes closed, his eyelids trembling slightly. Both of my eyes are blind. There was no resentment in his tone, only calm statement. My strength is far from what it used to be. I know. Hagoromo turned to look at him, but after thinking about it for a long time, I already have a way. Hamura tilted his head slightly, as if waiting for him to continue. Hagoromo took out a talisman from his sleeve. It was pale gold, covered with dense tadpole-like script, and faintly gave off the fresh scent of plants. This is a sage art talisman. I brought it from Mount Mayaboku. A talisman? Hamura frowned. What can it do? It can instantly restore a person's injuries. Hagoromo raised the talisman before his eyes, his expression calm. No matter how severe the injury is, as long as there's still one breath left, it can save them. Hamura was silent for a moment. Then my eyes. The Tensigen is too special. Hagoromo shook his head. A sage art talisman alone isn't enough to restore it. So over these past few weeks, I came up with a method. Hamura raised his head toward Hagoromo's direction. Though he could not see, that posture clearly showed he was waiting. Hagoromo said in a low voice, I will personally help you restore the Tensigen. Hamura stayed silent for a long time, then finally nodded lightly. Hagoromo had Hamura sit properly. It will hurt a little. Hagoromo sat cross-legged in front of Hamura, and the power of yin-yang release surged out of his body, flowing from his fingertips toward Hamura's eyes. The essence of yin-yang release was creation. Yang release granted life and form, while yin release shaped will and soul. The first step, yang release, went first. The shattered eyeballs began to take shape again, and the dead tissue was broken down, turning into part of chakra. New cells grew wildly under the stimulation of yang release, and the optic nerves reconnected one by one. Hamura clenched his teeth, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, but he never made a sound. Sweat also appeared on Hagoromo's forehead. The Tensigen was not an ordinary eye. It carried the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki clan, and its complexity far surpassed anything ordinary ninjutsu could repair. For this, he had prepared for several weeks, running the process through his mind no fewer than 100 times, engraving every step into his memory long ago. The second step, yin release, followed closely behind, filling in the missing data bit by bit and awakening the dormant power of the Tensigen from deep within Hamura's bloodline. The third step was stimulation. The sage art talisman floated out of Hagoromo's hand and hovered in front of Hamura. The tadpole-like script on the talisman lit up, and a pure life force poured into Hamura's eye sockets, intertwining with the power of yin-yang release. The power of the talisman was healing, yang release was stimulating growth, and yin release was filling in what was missing. All three powers operated at the same time. Deep inside Hamura's eye sockets, light began to shine. At first it was only a faint point, then it grew brighter and brighter, like a lamp slowly lighting up in the dark of night. The severed blood vessels reconnected, the shattered nerves regrew, the missing data was extracted from the bloodline and filled in, and the dim pupils began to gather again. Hagoromo's hands started trembling. It had been a very long time since he had pushed yin-yang release at full power like this, and his chakra was draining rapidly. No one knew how much time had passed. Hagoromo slowly withdrew his hands. Hamura's eyes slowly opened as well. They were no longer sunken, empty hollows, but had regained their luster. The sky's color was reflected in his pupils, and deep within his eyes, a faint blue light was gathering. That was the power of the Tensigen. Although it was still very weak, it had returned. The Sage of Six Paths withdrew his hand and let out a long breath. His forehead was already covered in sweat. He looked at Hamura's eyes and nodded. It's done. Next is recovery. At most, it will take 1 month to fully heal. Hamura blinked. The first thing he saw was blurry light and shadows. Then everything became clearer and clearer. The Sage of Six Paths' face, the old pine tree in the distance, the color of the sky. He could see again. Hamura raised his hand and touched his eye sockets. What his fingertips felt was intact skin, with no tears and no scars. Big brother. Thank you. As I should. The Sage of Six Paths waved his hand, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes and breathed heavily. He only felt that he had never been this exhausted before. This was 10 times more tiring than sealing Mother, but all of it was worth it. Sukuna looked at the new cursed womb in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a satisfied smile. This one is decent. It was 3 meters long and completely blue. Its upper body was knotted with muscle, and its chest was as broad as a wall. Both arms were thick and powerful. Its lower body was a thick, long snake tail coiled on the ground, its scales giving off a cold gleam. What stood out the most was its face. A huge vertical eye took up 2/3 of its entire face. Its pupil was pitch black, and its iris was dark gold. At this moment, it was staring at Sukuna without blinking. Sukuna stood up and walked around the cursed womb once, looking it over from top to bottom. He could feel that the power inside this thing was more than 1 level above that useless trash from before. Vertical eye, snake tail. Sukuna muttered to himself. Now this looks more like it. The cursed womb lowered its head slightly. Sukuna's figure was reflected in that huge vertical eye. It did not make any move and simply waited quietly. From today on, your name is Mokish. Mokish's body trembled slightly, and a trace of dark golden light flashed through its vertical eye. Below the vertical eye, a slit slowly opened, revealing the pitch-black hollow inside. Ah! Go on, Sukuna said as he turned around. Go play outside by yourself. Just don't die. Mokish looked at Sukuna's back. The indifference in its vertical eye seemed to soften for a moment. Then it turned around. Despite its 3-meter-long body, it was as light as a gust of wind. With a flick of its snake tail, it silently slid out of the room. Sukuna sat back down on the tatami, picked up the flask of sake that had already gone cold, and took a sip. 10 days later. During this time, Sukuna sat in the main hall of the Muto family, creating cursed wombs one after another. Every single one was different. Some looked like spiders, some like birds, and even more were bizarre monsters too strange to describe. Every time Sukuna finished making one, he casually opened a spatial rift and threw it out like garbage. Then he would capture some people from the ninja world and use them to make more. On the ninja sect's side, the first person to discover a cursed womb was a disciple who had gone out to gather herbs. He saw a creature resembling a baby by a mountain stream. He curiously approached it and nearly had half his face torn off by one swipe of its claw. He scrambled back to the ninja sect to report it. After the Sage of Six Paths personally went to inspect it, his expression sank. From then on, the Sage of Six Paths sent disciples everywhere to investigate and hunt cursed spirits and cursed wombs. Most of those gray cursed wombs were fragile. A few ninjas working together could deal with them, but occasionally there would be some special ones. They absorbed human fear and negative emotions, began to grow, and became stronger and stronger. The cursed wombs turned into cursed spirits. The cursed spirits gained abilities. Some could breathe fire, some could turn invisible, and some could release sound waves that left people mentally dazed. On the mountain, 4 ninja sect disciples were surrounding a humanoid cursed spirit, panting heavily. That cursed spirit was deathly pale all over, and its skin was as rough as tree bark. Its method of attack was releasing sound wave attacks, and it had already severely injured one disciple. The other 3 worked together. One feigned an attack from the front, while the other 2 flanked from both sides. Finally, after a fierce assault, one of their blades pierced the cursed spirit's head, and chakra poured in and raged wildly. The cursed spirit let out a shrill screech. Its body convulsed violently, then it crashed to the ground and turned into black ashes. The 3 disciples collapsed onto the ground. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and their chakra was nearly exhausted. Where the hell did this thing come from? One disciple said in a hoarse voice, clutching his bleeding arm. No one answered. At last, even the Sage of Six Paths personally stepped in. He brought several disciples with him and went from village to village. While teaching ordinary people chakra and how to use it so they would have the ability to protect themselves, he also personally slew every cursed womb and cursed spirit he encountered. Every time he arrived somewhere, he would stay for several days, guiding the villagers on how to sense chakra and how to defend themselves. That evening, the Sage of Six Paths arrived at a village near the mountains and forest. A rotting stench filled the village, and all the villagers were hiding in their homes, too afraid to come out. Under the old scholar tree at the village entrance, he found a cursed spirit shaped like a giant centipede. It was 2 meters long, and its shell was black and glossy. The moment the cursed spirit saw the Sage of Six Paths, it grinned and said, "Another one here to die." The Sage of Six Paths frowned and asked from above, "Brat, what exactly are you? And who created you?" The cursed spirit snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with being addressed that way. "Don't underestimate me, old man. I've already ascended from a cursed womb into a cursed spirit. As for who created us, once you die, you'll naturally find out." As soon as the words fell, it charged at him with a cruel smile. Was it Sukuna? The cursed spirit's body froze, and its expression went blank. The Sage of Six Paths immediately understood and said no more. He directly fired a truth-seeking ball through the cursed spirit. "You!" The centipede cursed spirit struggled a few times, then turned into a puddle of black liquid that seeped into the soil. The Sage of Six Paths stood at the village entrance, looking at that pool of black liquid with a grave expression. He had been observing all this for the past few days. He discovered that cursed spirits that grew out of cursed wombs could absorb human negative emotions. Fear, hatred, despair. These things nourished them like fertilizer, making them stronger and stronger. Cursed wombs were formed from yin-yang release, mixed with a kind of energy he had never seen before. The person who created them clearly understood yin-yang release no less than he did. And among those who currently possessed yin-yang release, other than him and Hamura, the only one left was Sukuna, who possessed the Ten Tails. That was why he had guessed the mastermind behind it all. The Sage of Six Paths raised his head and looked toward the distant mountain range. Sukuna. Deep in the forest, huge rocks jutted everywhere. Inside a narrow crack in the stone, a puddle of black mud was hidden. It clung tightly to the rock wall like an inconspicuous patch of moss. Without looking carefully, it was impossible to notice. It was Black Zetsu. Not far outside the crack, a cursed womb was curled up between tree roots. Its body was dark purple, and its surface was covered in fine cracks, like a piece of pottery on the verge of shattering. It had no limbs and no facial features, just a chaotic lump of flesh, yet it trembled non-stop, as if something inside were struggling to come out. Black Zetsu stared at that cursed womb without moving. For the first instant, he had even thought he was seeing a brother. It was the same kind of existence created through yin-yang release, the same kind of form that existed between the real and the unreal. He had almost called out. But the next second he snuffed out that thought. The fluctuations of yin-yang release were completely different, and there was also something else he could not clearly describe. That was not the way Mother had created him. This was something else. Black Zetsu decided to leave. There was no need for him to take a risk here, no need to come into contact with an existence of unknown origin. Just as he was about to slide away along the rock wall, the cursed womb suddenly moved. That chaotic lump of flesh suddenly trembled, and a crack split open on its surface. From the fissure, a crimson beam of chakra shot out. The beam was thin and fast, shooting straight at the crack in the rock where Black Zetsu was hiding. Black Zetsu reacted extremely quickly. His body instantly sprang off the rock wall and leaped toward the nearby tree trunk like a bolt of black lightning. Sizzle. The red beam hit the stone. There was no explosion, no roar. It silently drilled into it. A finger-thick hole was left on the surface of the stone. The edge of the hole glowed with a dark red light and was still slowly melting. Black Zetsu clung to the tree trunk and glanced back at the still smoking hole, his heart tightening. Just as Black Zetsu slid down the trunk, the cursed womb changed. The cursed womb was transforming. Its shell rapidly faded from dark purple and split open from the top like a snake shedding its skin. A dazzling red light shone from the crack. The whole lump of flesh swelled violently, shrank, then swelled again. A few breaths later, a brand new figure stood up from the shattered shell. Its entire body was crimson red. It had a lean humanoid frame, yet it was full of toughness. Its two arms hung past its knees, and its fingertips were tipped with claws. A single horn grew from the center of its forehead, dark red and slightly curved. Its two eyes were pure black with no whites at all, like two black glass beads staring hollowly ahead. It slowly turned its neck, and its gaze landed on Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu had already slid down to the base of the roots and was about to sink into the soil. Without any warning, the cursed spirit's horn suddenly lit up, and a scarlet beam shot out. Black Zetsu twisted to the side. The beam brushed past his cheek. The tree trunk behind him was pierced through, its edges melting with a hissing sound. Black Zetsu ground his teeth, his voice low and furious. "What are you doing?" The cursed spirit did not answer. This attack came without any warning. Another beam shot out. Black Zetsu's body stretched and warped like liquid, barely avoiding the second beam. The next second, the cursed spirit lunged at him directly. The speed was absurdly fast. Its lean body held astonishing explosive power. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Black Zetsu. Its 5 fingers became claws as it stabbed straight for his eyes. Black Zetsu was alarmed. His body rapidly shrank into a lump of mud-like matter to dodge. The two figures chased each other through the forest. The cursed spirit kept firing beams, and Black Zetsu kept dodging. Some of those beams hit tree trunks, while others landed on the ground. Black Zetsu tried several times to widen the distance and burrow underground, but the cursed spirit's beams were too fast, while his speed of sinking into the ground was too slow. "Are you crazy? I have no grudge against you." Black Zetsu cursed while dodging, but the cursed spirit showed no reaction at all. Before long, the two figures crashed into each other. The two rolled across the ground, tearing at each other and grappling, leaving devastation everywhere they passed. Suddenly, the cursed spirit grabbed Black Zetsu and opened its mouth. It had never opened its mouth before. The horn on its forehead and its black eyes were its only features. But at this moment, a slit split opened down the middle of its face, and its mouth was filled with ring-shaped, serrated teeth. Looking at that mouth, rage blazed up from Black Zetsu's chest. "Bastard, you dare try to eat me? I am Kagaya's will. Don't look down on me," Black Zetsu roared. His body suddenly swelled, and black mud-like matter surged out like a tide. He stopped dodging, stopped evading, and pounced forward directly, wrapping up the cursed spirit's entire body. The cursed spirit let out a piercing scream. Its body struggled wildly inside the black sludge, its temperature rising higher and higher, so hot that bubbles kept forming on Black Zetsu's surface. Beams kept firing, blasting hole after hole through Black Zetsu's body, but the moment those holes appeared, they were filled by the surrounding black liquid. The beams and intense heat made Black Zetsu bare his teeth in pain, but he clung on without letting go, wrapping, compressing, and devouring it layer after layer. This contest of strength went on for a long time. In the end, the cursed spirit's struggling grew weaker and weaker. Black Zetsu's body slowly shrank, gathering back together from a spread-out mass into a puddle of mud-like matter. He lay quietly on the scorched black soil, his surface rising and falling slightly, as if digesting. After a long while, Black Zetsu slowly rose from the ground. His body looked slightly more swollen than before, with an extra layer of red. "Ha ha ha! Serves you right, trash idiot!" He laughed in mockery, then wriggled away. During this period, Sukuna's understanding of creation and modification had grown deeper and deeper. With every success and failure in the formation of cursed wombs, the ratio of energy, and the shaping of forms, he gained new understanding. He was no longer satisfied with making low-grade cursed wombs. He wanted to try something more refined. Sukuna clapped his hands, and the maid outside the paper door immediately dropped to her knees. "Go call Tekawawa Tsukasa." The maid lowered her head in acknowledgement and backed away in quick small steps. Not long after, Tekawawa Tsukasa appeared at the doorway. He strode in quickly and knelt on one knee. His movements were crisp and efficient, his posture respectful but not servile. "My lord, your command." Sukuna leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. "I have a method that can make you stronger." Tekawawa Tsukasa raised his head, and his gaze shifted slightly. "However," Sukuna changed his tone, "there is a price. It may fail, and you may become a monster from then on." The room fell silent for a moment. Tekawawa Tsukasa did not hesitate for long. He lowered his head again, his voice steady. "My lord, I agree." Sukuna looked at him, and the corners of his mouth slowly spread into a satisfied smile, with a trace of approval as well. He did not tell Tekawawa Tsukasa to rise and said, "This method requires someone who will not resist the modification, so I chose you." To be honest, Sukuna had many ways to make Tekawawa Tsukasa stronger. But Sukuna had no such interest. He owed Tekawawa Tsukasa nothing. The only reason he proposed this modification was pure curiosity. If it succeeded, that was naturally good. He would gain a fairly useful piece. If it failed, it did not matter either. He could just replace him with another servant capable of handling affairs. "This subordinate understands." His voice was calm. "This subordinate's life was given by my lord to begin with. However my lord wishes to use it, this subordinate has no complaints." "Very good." Sukuna stood up and walked to the front of Tekawawa Tsukasa, looking down at him from above. Sukuna placed his hand on top of Tekawawa Tsukasa's head, his 5 fingers tightening slightly. Yin-yang release flowed from his palm. Yin-yang release intertwined together and poured into Tekawawa Tsukasa's body through the crown of his head. Tekawawa Tsukasa's body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly. Yin-yang release coursed through his meridians, dismantling the original structure and rebuilding it again in the very same instant. His bones were strengthened, his muscles were reshaped, his meridians were widened, and his soul was being reconstructed. Every inch of his body was being destroyed, then rebuilt. His soul felt as if it were being torn apart, then fused back together. The veins on Tekawawa Tsukasa's forehead bulged. He clenched his teeth so hard that grinding sounds came from between them. His hands gripped his knees tightly, his nails digging into the flesh, blood dripping from the gaps between his fingers. But he never cried out. Sukuna remained expressionless, continuously pouring yin-yang release from his hand. Time passed second by second. Tekawawa Tsukasa's consciousness nearly snapped several times, only to be dragged back by the intense pain raging inside his body. He had no idea how much time had passed. A quarter of an hour or 1 hour. He no longer had the strength to think about it. Finally, Sukuna withdrew his hand. Tekawawa Tsukasa's body pitched forward like a puppet with cut strings. He braced himself on the ground with both hands and gasped for breath. Sweat dripped from his forehead like rain, soaking a dark patch into the tatami. His mind was exhausted to the limit. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and he only wanted to collapse into sleep at once. But his body was completely different. He could feel the enormous power inside his body, heavy and solid, like a mountain. Takegawa Tsukasa slowly raised his head and looked at Sukuna. Sukuna was looking him up and down, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. Takegawa Tsukasa's appearance had not changed at all. It was still the same face, still the same build. Not bad. Sukuna nodded, a trace of satisfaction in his tone. It worked. Takegawa Tsukasa knelt on the ground and bowed his head deeply. Thank you, my lord. Sukuna waved his hand and turned to sit back down in his chair. Takegawa Tsukasa braced himself against the ground and slowly stood up. His legs were still trembling slightly. His body had already steadily taken in that power, but he had not fully adapted to it yet. He bowed to Sukuna, then quietly withdrew from the room. Sukuna watched Takegawa Tsukasa's back disappear beyond the doorway. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the arc gradually widened, that smile cruel beyond compare. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived. The cold wind passed through the corridor, carrying a biting chill. The Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Himura sat facing each other beneath the eaves, with a small table between them. 2 cups of hot tea sat on the table, white steam slowly rising into the cold air. The Sage of Six Paths picked up his teacup, did not drink, then set it back down. I found Sukuna's location. His voice was a little lower than usual. Himura raised his eyes to look at his older brother. In his blue tensigen was reflected his brother's somewhat weary face. But it isn't good news, the Sage of Six Paths continued. He noticed me, but he did nothing. I can feel it. He's stronger than before, much stronger. Himura frowned and said, How strong? The Sage of Six Paths was silent for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. Several times stronger than mother. Even with you added in, we still wouldn't be able to beat him. Himura's brow furrowed even deeper. He knew his brother was not someone who would speak discouragingly. For him to say the words can't beat him meant the gap was already beyond something that effort or tactics could make up for. What about Six Paths? Chibaku Tensei? Himura asked. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head, a trace of a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It might not be able to seal him. If he could do it all over again compared to sealing Kagaya, he would definitely have chosen to seal Sukuna first. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as if. Himura fell silent for a long time. The steam from the tea in the cup grew fainter and fainter, and the tea had already gone cold. He picked up the cup and took a sip of the cold tea. Bitterness spread across the tip of his tongue. I didn't expect it to be this severe. He put down the teacup and looked at the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths did not answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I'll think of something. There will always be a way. An unknown space. At the center was a black round table, and around it sat 4 people. They were Otsutsuki Ishiki, Natsun, Otsutsuki Gorin, and Otsutsuki Kinjin. Otsutsuki Ishiki sat in the main seat. His physical body had already recovered, but his strength had only recovered to 70 or 80%. Natsun sat on his left. She had one leg crossed over the other, her elbow propped on the armrest of the chair, supporting her chin. On Ishiki's right sat Otsutsuki Gorin. His appearance somewhat resembled Ishiki's, but his features were softer, with a bit more gentleness between his brows and a bit less sharpness. Kinjin stood at Gorin's side. He was burly and taciturn, his solid body wrapped in black battle armor. He was Gorin's attendant and also his guard, having followed him all the way from the Otsutsuki main family. Otsutsuki Gorin's gaze swept over Natsun. After sensing the cold and violent power inside her, he withdrew his gaze and said nothing more. He did not ask pointless things like, can this person be trusted? Or will she hold us back? Since his older brother had chosen to cooperate with her, then that meant he trusted her. Besides, one more person meant one more bit of strength. Now was not the time to be picky about allies. Ishiki's gaze swept across everyone, and he was the first to speak. I found Sukuna. The hand Natsun was using to support her chin moved slightly. Her eyes brightened a little, but she said nothing. He has no intention of hiding, Ishiki continued. He's openly staying in a county town. Gorin frowned slightly. That arrogant? He's always been like that. Ishiki's voice sank. But the problem is, he's stronger than before. Gorin's brow furrowed even more deeply, and Kinjin also turned his eyes slightly toward Ishiki. How strong? Gorin asked. Ishiki looked at him and did not beat around the bush. If the 4 of us go at him together, we probably won't last 100 moves. The round table fell silent for a moment. Gorin's expression did not change much, but his fingers lightly tapped the tabletop twice. This was his habit when thinking. Kinjin's brows finally knit together completely, and the arms folded across his chest tightened slightly. Natsun, on the other hand, had almost no reaction. So, Ishiki continued, I have an idea. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Work with Kagaya's 2 sons. Goran's fingers stopped. After a brief silence, Ishiki said, "Those 2 have been dealing with Sukuna all this time. They understand the situation better than we do." Goran was silent for a moment. Will they agree? They have no choice. Ishiki's tone was calm, but certain. As long as Sukuna is alive, he's a threat to them too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What about the 10 tails? Goran asked. We split it after Sukuna is dead, Ishiki said, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. At that point, you and I take 1 each. The 4 of us still can't beat just the 2 of them. Goran nodded and asked no more questions. Kinjin also withdrew his gaze and returned to that expressionless look. Natsun suddenly let out a couple of giggles. Everyone looked at her. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just think it's interesting. I always feel like you all are hiding something up your sleeves." The corner of Ishiki's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Goran also chuckled. "Fine then." Natsun stood up. "You go talk to those 2 brothers. I'm going back to keep training. Just let me know in advance when the time comes." Ishiki glanced at her and did not force the matter. The 3 turned around. A crack opened in space, and they vanished into it. Above the courtyard, 3 figures appeared out of thin air, looking down from above at the courtyard below. Under the eaves, the Sage of 6 Paths was drinking tea. The hand holding his cup paused for a moment. He raised his head, his gaze passing through the courtyard and landing on the 3 figures outside the gate. His brows furrowed slightly. He put down the teacup and slowly stood up. The moment he saw the appearance and eyes of the 3 Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths immediately thought of something. These 3 should be Mother's clansmen. What business do the 3 of you have here? His voice was not loud, but it clearly carried beyond the gate. Otsutsuki Ishiki had just opened his mouth to speak when the paper door inside the courtyard slid open. Hamura walked out. He was wearing a plain white kimono. His pace was unhurried as he walked to the Sage of 6 Paths' side and came to a stop, his pale blue eyes calmly sweeping over the 3 people outside the gate. Ishiki's pupils suddenly contracted. Goran's eyes also narrowed, and shock appeared on Kinjin's face. Tensigen. Goran's gaze locked firmly onto Hamura's eyes, thoughts racing through his mind. Awakeners of the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline power were already extremely rare. The only one he knew of was his older brother Ishiki's black eye. Other than that, the vast majority of the clan needed the power of the divine tree to obtain the Rinnegan. But this clansman had actually awakened the Tensigen. A complicated emotion surged in Goran's heart. Surprise, wariness, and a trace of unwillingness that he could neither name nor explain. Standing beneath the eaves, the Sage of 6 Paths took in every subtle expression on the faces of the 3 of them. Their shock, scrutiny, envy. He saw it all. For experts of this level to show expressions like that meant Hamura's Tensigen carried even more weight than he himself had imagined. Ishiki, however, quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Hamura, his gaze lingering for a moment on that pair of pale blue eyes before moving away. "We came to discuss cooperation," Ishiki said. His tone was direct, without small talk. The Sage of 6 Paths looked at him, then at Hamura, and finally returned his gaze to Ishiki. He did not invite them in, nor did he drive them away. He simply stood beneath the eaves, looking down at the 3 Otsutsuki outside the gate. "Speak," the Sage of 6 Paths said calmly. Ishiki Otsutsuki, he ran, and Jin Yuan got straight to the point. "We came to cooperate." Ishiki looked at the Sage of 6 Paths, his tone calm. "To fight Sukuna together." The Sage of 6 Paths did not respond right away. He exchanged a glance with Hamura, and both saw the same wariness in each other's eyes. "Come in and talk." The Sage of 6 Paths turned and walked toward the main hall, his tone flat. Hamura stepped aside to make way, his gaze never leaving the 3 of them. Inside the hall, host and guests took their seats. The Sage of 6 Paths and Hamura sat in the seats of honor. Ishiki, he ran, and Jin Yuan sat across from them, with only a short distance between the 2 sides. Ishiki did not waste words and spoke directly. "Sukuna is stronger than Kagaya." The Sage of 6 Paths' brows twitched slightly. "I've made the comparison," Ishiki continued. "The 4 of us together can't beat Sukuna, but if you 2 join us, then we have a chance." Hamura suddenly spoke, his Tensigen fixed on the 3 Otsutsuki. "You said 4 people. Where is the other one?" Ishiki glanced at him and said flatly, "She's off having fun. Tell her when the time comes, and she'll come over." He paused, then added, "You know her too, Xiaoyin." The Sage of 6 Paths and Hamura both froze for a moment. They exchanged a look and saw shock in each other's eyes. They had never expected the missing Xiaoyin to be mixed in with the Otsutsuki. The Sage of 6 Paths suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked, "How strong is Xiaoyin?" Ishiki fell silent for a moment, as if seriously weighing it. "About the same as me, and she's still getting stronger." The hall fell silent for an instant. The Sage of 6 Paths and Hamura exchanged a look and did not press further. As for how Xiaoyin had become this strong, that was another matter. This was not the time to dig into it. "Fine," the Sage of 6 Paths said. "We can cooperate." Hamura said nothing, but he did not object. Ishiki nodded, with no extra expression. Hirun and Jin Yuan only gave slight nods as well. The atmosphere in the hall did not become relaxed because of this, but at least the sense of drawn blades eased somewhat. Sometime later, the three of them rose to leave. There were no unnecessary words. Their three figures rose into the air and quickly vanished into the horizon. Silence returned to the courtyard. The Sage of Six Paths withdrew his gaze, turned to Hamura, and spoke. Did you notice their reaction when they saw your eyes? Hamura stood beneath the corridor, his azure Tensigen calmly looking into the distance. He did not speak and only gave a slight nod. The Tensigen is not ordinary, the Sage of Six Paths said, a hint of gravity in his tone. It is even more extraordinary than either of us imagined. When members of the Otsutsuki clan see it, they are even more shocked than when they see the Rinnegan. So, the Sage of Six Paths continued, you need to develop it properly. Not just to deal with Sukuna, but also for yourself. I understand, elder brother. Hamura nodded again and turned to walk toward his room. His wooden clogs tapped crisply against the corridor, the sound gradually fading away. The Sage of Six Paths withdrew his gaze and was just about to head back inside when a series of footsteps came from outside the corridor. A woman walked in carrying a baby. She looked to be around 30, with a gentle face, dressed in a light cyan kimono. The baby in her arms was wrapped in swaddling cloth, lips pursed and eyes red, as if he had just cried, Mushan! The Sage of Six Paths was slightly startled and stepped forward. Why are you here? Mushan smiled gently, walked up to him, and lightly bounced the child in her arms. Isn't it because Indra kept crying? No matter how I soothed him, he wouldn't calm down. I figured he must have missed you. The Sage of Six Paths laughed helplessly and held out his hands, carefully taking Indra into his arms. He lowered his head to look at the baby in his arms. Indra opened his round eyes wide, and the moment he saw his father's face, he stopped crying and reached out to grab the Sage of Six Paths' beard. The Sage of Six Paths pretended it hurt and let out an exaggerated yelp, making Indra break into giggles. Then he looked up, his gaze landing on Mu Shan's stomach. Even though she was wearing a loose kimono, the slight curve of her swelling belly was already visible. You're pregnant now, so be more careful. It's so cold out. Don't run around everywhere. Mu Shan waved her hand and smiled carelessly. It's fine. I'm not that weak. She was telling the truth. Because of the influence of the Sage of Six Paths chakra, even though Mu Shan had never seriously trained for combat, her physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people. If measured by the ranking system of later generations, her strength was at least at the level of a jonin. Walking and carrying a child were things not even worth mentioning for her. The Sage of Six Paths knew her temperament, so he did not keep trying to persuade her. He only smiled, then carried Indra inside. Come in. It's cold outside. Mu Shan responded and followed behind him with light steps. In the courtyard, the withered branches swayed slightly in the wind, and a paper sliding door slowly closed behind them, shutting the winter chill outside. At this moment, Hamura had returned to his own residence. The style of the courtyard was similar to his elder brother's home, simple and elegant. A dry landscape garden lay spread across the yard, with a few large rocks set among it. He took off his wooden clogs and stepped onto the corridor. The moment he entered, he saw Nanfeng Qingzi kneeling in the hall, tidying several neatly folded sets of clothes. She wore a plain kimono, her jet black hair tied into a loose bun at the back of her head, with a few stray strands hanging by her ears. Hearing the sound, she lifted her head and revealed a gentle face, with the fine lines at the corners of her eyes holding the softness left by the years. Behind her, 3 children sat in a row on the floor, playing. The 3 children were close in age, all looking about 6 or 7 years old. They had the same white hair and the same white eyes. At this moment, all 3 pairs of eyes turned toward the doorway in unison, then lit up at the same time. The corners of Hamura's mouth unconsciously rose. I'm back. His voice was much softer than usual. Qingzi stood up, gave a slight bow, and a gentle smile spread across her lips. Hamura, welcome back. The 3 children had already pounced over like little animals, all scrambling to climb onto Hamura. Dad, X3. Hamura crouched down, wrapping one arm around one child, while he directly picked up the youngest and held her in his arms. Qingzi stood to the side, watching the scene, and her smile deepened. She walked over and reached out to pull the eldest son off Hamura's back. All right, let Dad come in first. Holding his youngest daughter, Hamura stood up and walked into the hall. He sat down in the seat of honor. Qingzi brought over a cup of hot tea and placed it by his hand, then knelt down beside him. Hamura set his daughter on his lap, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at his wife and children before him, his gaze calm and gentle. In the world outside, there was Sukuna, there was war, there was the power of the Tensigen that still needed to be developed, and there were countless things waiting for him to handle. But at this moment, in this small hall, he was only Hamura, a husband who had just come home, and a father surrounded by his children. Qingzi seemed to sense the pressure in his heart and gently took his hand. Hamura turned his head, glanced at her, and smiled slightly. It's a little troublesome, but we'll win. Meanwhile, Sukuna leaned against a corridor pillar, holding a jug of wine in his hand as he narrowed his eyes at the distant horizon. On that handsome yet eerie face hung a smile that was hard to describe. The corners of his mouth slowly spread apart, revealing neat teeth. It's getting more and more interesting. Come entertain me. Don't disappoint me. He drained the rest of the wine in the jug in one gulp, then casually tossed the empty jug aside. Spring arrived and all things came back to life. The cherry tree by the courtyard gate had bloomed, and pink-white petals drifted down with the wind. The Sage of Six Paths stood at the entrance, with Mushan beside him holding Indra. The little guy had grown a bit more. His cheeks were plump, and he was looking at his father with pitch-black eyes, babbling something no one could understand. Musugi looked at the Sage of Six Paths and did not say much. She only nodded lightly. Be careful. The Sage of Six Paths reached out and rubbed Indra's head, then glanced at Musugi again. His gaze paused for a moment on her slightly raised belly. He did not say anything like, I'll come back. He only gave a quiet then turned and stepped out of the courtyard. At the same time, on the other side, Hamura stood at the entrance of his home. Haruko straightened his clothes for him, stepped back, looked him over from top to bottom, and nodded in satisfaction. You have to come back safely. We'll be waiting for you. The three children stood side by side behind Haruko. The eldest kept a stiff face, the second child's eyes were a little red, and the youngest daughter still did not understand what was happening. She was squatting on the ground, teasing ants. Dad, come back early? The eldest said, pressing his lips together. Hamura nodded and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, his movement paused for a moment, but he did not look back. Two figures rose into the air almost at the same time and met in midair. The Sage of Six Paths and Hamura stood side by side, with the houses and streets below them growing smaller and smaller, and the blue sky of early spring above their heads. Ishiki and those people have impure intentions, the Sage of Six Paths said. His voice sounded somewhat low in the wind. Hamura did not look at him. His gaze stayed fixed on the distance, his Tensigen calm as still water. Their ultimate goal is the Ten-Tails. They want to take this world for themselves. So not only do we have to face Sukuna, we also have to stay on guard against those three, Hamura continued, and that's Xia-in as well. The two fell silent for a moment. The wind howled around them. If we get the chance, the Sage of Six Paths said in a very calm voice, calm as if he were talking about some ordinary daily matter. We must kill them and leave no future trouble. Hamura turned his head and glanced at his older brother, seeing resolve in his eyes. Even if it costs us our lives, the Sage of Six Paths added, his tone completely steady. Hamura withdrew his gaze and looked forward again. He did not say, okay, nor did he say, understood. He only gave a slight nod. That simple motion carried more weight than any words. The two brothers continued flying through the air as the mountains and rivers below rapidly fell behind them. On the other side, the sky suddenly darkened for an instant. A massive black vortex appeared out of nowhere in midair, and four figures stepped out of it. Otsutsuki Ishiki, Otsutsuki Hurin, Otsutsuki Jinyuan and Xia-in. The four stood in the void. There was no ground beneath their feet, yet they were as steady as if they were standing on solid land. Ishiki stood at the very front, looking into the distance as though sensing something. Hurin stood on his right with both hands behind his back, his expression calm. Jinyuan stood beside Hurin, his tall body like an iron tower. Xia-in landed at the very back, her hands tucked into her sleeves, tilting her head as she looked around. The wind swept through the robes of the four, making them flap loudly. Let's go, Ishiki said, taking the lead as he flew forward. The four figures streaked across the sky, startling the birds in the forest below into scattering in all directions. Elsewhere at the Tekawawa residence, Sukuna pushed open the door, and sunlight spilled across his face. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He looked completely refreshed, and a trace of battle intent burned in his eyes. Steady footsteps came from behind him. Tekawawa Tsukasa walked up behind him and dropped to one knee. He did not ask, "My lord, where are you going?" Nor did he ask, "My lord, what do you need me to bring?" He only said one sentence, "I hope my lord can enjoy himself." Sukuna turned his head and glanced at him, then burst out laughing. His laughter echoed through the courtyard. Several servants who were cleaning the yard lowered their heads in fright, not daring to breathe too loudly. "You're quite good," Sukuna said after stopping his laughter. He looked Tekawawa Tsukasa up and down. "I've lived quite comfortably these past days, so I'll give you some reward." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed a hand onto Tekawawa Tsukasa's head. A stream of pure chakra flowed from his palm, warm and dense, pouring into Tekawawa Tsukasa's body through the crown of his head. Tekawawa Tsukasa was stunned at first, but then he felt that chakra spread through his whole body like hot spring water. Every meridian, every muscle, every inch of bone was soaked, washed, and strengthened by that power. He could not help but let out a soft breath. His whole body felt comfortable, as if he had soaked in a long hot spring bath. Sukuna withdrew his hand and said, Get up! Tekawawa Tsukasa stood up and gave a deep bow. Thank you, my lord. Sukuna pulled back his hand, patted him on the shoulder, and his smile carried a kind of teasing depth. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what kind of things you'll do in the future. During that period before, aside from creating cursed wombs and modifying Tekawawa Tsukasa, he had also found some other people to test things on. After being modified, those people had all gained some degree of power, but not a single one of them could compare to Tekawawa Tsukasa. Tekawawa Tsukasa was his most successful creation. Sukuna was very much looking forward to what these people would do in the future, along with the cursed wombs and cursed spirits he had scattered across various places. If they killed each other and filled this land with hatred, fear, desire, and conflict, then the time would come for him to harvest the results. Every gift had its price secretly marked. Sukuna withdrew his gaze, and his figure shot upward, turning into a streak of light that vanished beyond the horizon. Tekawawa Tsukasa remained kneeling on one knee where he was, watching that streak of light go far away. Only after a long time did he stand up. He lowered his head and looked at his own hand, clenching it and then loosening it, feeling the brand new power inside his body with an expressionless face. Then he turned around and walked into the courtyard, beginning to arrange for the servants to clean Sukuna's room. The basin had wide open terrain, with mountain ranges surrounding it on all sides like a natural arena. Sukuna arrived first and stood in the center of the basin. The black markings on his face made him look both sinister and completely at ease. Two figures appeared in the sky, coming from far to near before landing quickly. The Sage of Six Paths and Himura landed steadily on one side of the basin, several dozen steps away from Sukuna. The moment they landed, their eyes locked onto Sukuna. The Sage of Six Paths frowned slightly, and Himura's Tensigen narrowed just a bit. They did not need to exchange blows. Just by standing there, the pressure coming off Sukuna made both of their hearts sink a little. A moment later, four more figures flew over from the horizon and landed on the other side of the basin. Sukuna turned his head and looked over. His gaze swept across Ishiki, Hurin, and Jinyuan, then finally landed on Xiaoyin. There was no real change in his expression. Heh! A familiar face came too. Ishiki noticed the casual look in Sukuna's eyes when he looked at him, as if he were sizing up something completely insignificant. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes, but he did not act on it. Hurin and Jinyuan had no mind to care about matters of courtesy like that. From the very first step they took into the basin, their backs had already started to tense. The pressure radiating from Sukuna was like an invisible mountain pressing against their chests, making even breathing feel a little difficult. Hurin muttered inwardly, Ishiki really wasn't exaggerating. This Sukuna is absurdly strong. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the western side. Her pace was unhurried, and the hem of her clothes swayed gently in the wind. She walked to the front and faced Sukuna directly, her eyes burning as hot as glowing coals. Sukuna, she said. Her voice was not loud, but it carried clearly into everyone's ears. I've finally seen you again. Sukuna glanced at her and spoke casually, Who are you? The corner of Ishiki's mouth twitched, Hurin frowned slightly, and the Sage of Six Paths and Himura exchanged a look, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This woman was acting so passionately, yet Sukuna did not even know who she was. Once, you were my god, Xiaoyin said. The one I loved. Sukuna let out a cold snort and said nothing. Xiaoyin's smile did not change, but there was a little more disappointment in her eyes. What a pity. You lost. You ran. Hearing that, Sukuna's brow twitched slightly. Ridiculous. Victory and defeat had always been common things. He had lost before and he had won before. So what if he lost? He had never needed excuses, and he had never cared to explain himself. He could afford to lose and he could afford to win. For this woman to use the word ran was like saying he was afraid. But Xiaoyin did not notice the change in his expression, or rather, she simply did not care. So, she said word by word, her voice carrying an excitement she could not suppress. I'm going to kill you, and become a god. Oh! Sukuna raised a brow, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening a little. What does you becoming a god have to do with me? Xiaoyin straightened up and stared at him with blazing eyes, as if declaring some absolute truth. A god should be selfless. Her voice was not loud, but it was incomparably clear. To become a god, one must first cut down personal feelings, destroy lesser love, and carry out greater love. I like you, so if I kill you, I can sever this personal attachment. Only then can I practice greater love and become a true god. She spoke seriously, so seriously that it did not sound like a joke at all. It even carried a kind of devotion. The entire basin fell silent. Sukuna was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. A wild, unrestrained laugh that burst straight out of his chest. Ha 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 ha. He wiped at the corner of his eye, and when he looked at Xiaoyin again, there was an extra trace of something strange in his gaze. Man, he suddenly said one word, then shook his head. No, you're even crazier than man. This whole talk of destroying lesser love to carry out greater love was so twisted that even Sukuna found it fresh. Aside from Ishiki and the Sage of Six Paths, The expressions of the others turned a little unnatural. Xia paid no attention to the reactions of the people around her. She kept staring fixedly at Sukuna, the light in her eyes so bright it was eerie. "Done laughing?" she asked, her tone as calm as if she were asking an ordinary question. Sukuna stopped laughing, looked at her and nodded. "I'll be waiting to see whether you can kill me and become a god." Xia smiled faintly. That smile carried a satisfaction chilling enough to make one's spine go cold. "You'll see." Sukuna burst into laughter, and his figure shot forward, so fast that most of the people present could not follow him with their eyes. All they saw was an afterimage flash past, and he was already in front of Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan's pupils shrank sharply. He crossed his arms in front of himself to block, but Sukuna's fist had already come down. The fist smashed into Jin Yuan's crossed arms with a dull, heavy boom. In that instant, Jin Yuan's arms let out a crisp crack. The bones had split. His body flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through one boulder after another. Broken stones flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the air. A string of impacts came from the distance, and Jin Yuan ended up half buried in a pile of rubble. His arms were twisted at unnatural angles, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He no longer had the strength to move even a finger. One punch. Just one punch. Hurin and Ishiki exchanged a glance. They had no time to be shocked as they shot forward at the same time. But Sukuna was even faster. He did not even turn his head. He simply lifted a hand and gave a casual wave. Invisible slashes shot out from his fingertips, so fast they tore through the air and gave off sharp whistling sounds. The paths of the slashes were bizarre and impossible to predict, one high and one low, one left and one right, sealing off all room for the two of them to dodge. Ishiki's pupils contracted violently. At the critical moment, his body suddenly shrank, narrowly avoiding the attack. He released the shrinking technique and returned to human form, cold sweat already seeping from his forehead. Hurin, on the other hand, activated a Rinnegan dojutsu, Ama no Miyoshi. His body suddenly became intermittent, like a holographic projection with a bad signal, flickering in and out. The slash passed through his body as if through a phantom, causing no damage at all. He slid backward several zhang before stabilizing himself, his eyes full of gravity. The two had just escaped disaster and had not even had time to breathe when a cold aura attacked from the side. Xia had already entered sage mode. Strange patterns appeared on her cheeks. Her pupils turned into vertical slits, and thick natural energy wrapped around her entire body. She pressed both hands to the ground and shouted in a low voice, "Inorganic reincarnation." The earth of the basin began to tremble. Countless rocks, soil, and even the dust in the air seemed to be infused with life. The soil on the ground condensed into sharp spears that stabbed out from all directions. Even the floating dust in the air condensed into fine needles, densely shooting toward every inch of Sukuna's skin. Sukuna stood where he was, protecting his body with chakra and letting those attacks land on him. The earth spears snapped in two against his skin, and the dust needles could not even pierce his epidermis. The next second, the Sage of Six Paths attack arrived. He stood on the eastern side of the basin, his black staff touching the ground, his whole body like a moving artillery platform. Lava release, ice release, boil release, wood release, storm release, 5 nature transformations activated almost at the same time, crashing down on Sukuna in an overwhelming storm. Sukuna let out a cold laugh and raised one arm in front of himself. Smoke and dust filled the air, and flames shot into the sky. Everyone stared in that direction, their breathing tight. From within the smoke and dust, Sukuna's voice came out, calm as he said, "Not bad." The smoke and dust dispersed. Sukuna was still standing in place. There were a few scorch marks on his robe, and a few shallow white marks had been left on his skin. Hamura took a deep breath, and pale blue chakra burst from his body as Tensigan chakra mode activated. 8 truth-seeking balls emerged behind him and slowly began to rotate. He brought his hands together, and the 8 truth-seeking balls rapidly shrank, turning into rings around his wrists. Then he stretched out his palm and aimed it at Sukuna. Silver will reincarnation explosion. A tornado 10 meters wide roared out from his palm, the gray-white wind pressure carrying an aura of destruction. Wherever it passed, the ground was gouged into a deep trench, rocks were shredded into powder, and the air was torn apart with a piercing scream. The broken stones on the ground were swept into the wind and instantly crushed into even finer fragments. Even Hurin and Ishiki, standing in the distance, unconsciously stepped back a few paces, forced by the wind pressure to squint their eyes shut. Sukuna's eyes lit up, and at last an excited expression appeared on his face. "Now that's more like it." A flash passed through Sukuna's eyes as he raised a hand toward the roaring silver will reincarnation explosion. Divine right, an unbelievable scene happened. That pale blue tornado, 10 meters wide and capable of tearing everything apart, suddenly froze as if time itself had stopped. Then, like all rivers flowing into the sea, the silver will reincarnation explosion turned into countless streams that poured into Sukuna's palm. Deathly silence fell over the basin. Hamura's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. That had been his full power strike, the secret Tensigan technique he was proud of, And it had been neutralized so casually? The Sage of Six Paths nearly dropped his black staff. The Predapath? But could the Predapath absorb Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion? Since when? Ishiki and Hurin were thinking exactly the same thing as the Sage of Six Paths. He. Sukuna let out a low laugh. It was not loud, but it stabbed into everyone's eardrums like needles. The corners of his mouth split into a grin. He raised his palm toward the five of them, and familiar pale blue light gathered there. Wind pressure, rotation, humming, it was exactly the same as the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion Himura had used just now. Even the chakra fluctuation was identical. I'll give it back to you. With a light push, the tornado roared out, now 20 meters wide, with even stronger wind pressure and even greater speed than before. The pale blue storm, carrying the force to destroy heaven and earth, crushed toward the five of them. The expressions of the five changed drastically. Their figures flashed at the same time, scattering in all directions. The tornado passed through the middle of them and slammed into the rock wall of the basin. With a thunderous boom, the entire rock wall was blasted into a massive crater. Broken stones flew like raindrops, and dust blotted out the sky. The five of them landed in different spots, their faces so dark they looked like they could drip water. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Sukuna, his voice dry. He absorbed Himura's technique and can release it exactly as it was. Himura gritted his teeth and said nothing. Ishiki's voice was so low it was almost impossible to hear. Shishinmi? Could it actually reflect attacks? Sukuna stood in the center of the basin, smiling as he looked at the five scattered around. What? He tilted his head. You're scared already? No one answered. The wind swept across the basin, stirring up dust that filled the sky. At that moment, Gorin suddenly made his move. No one had expected it. His hand stabbed in through Ishiki's back, piercing through his chest cavity, and in that hand was a still beating heart. With a wet tearing sound, blood gushed out from the wound and splattered all over the ground. Sukuna froze for a moment. His crimson eyes widened slightly, and a rare trace of surprise appeared in them. The Sage of Six Paths staff stopped against the ground. His body tensed as he stared at Gorin without blinking. Himura's tensigen narrowed slightly, pale blue chakra flowing around his body, ready to deal with any sudden change at any moment. Xiaoyin clicked her tongue a few times and did not move at all. Ishiki lowered his head and looked at the hand piercing out through his chest, looked at the still beating heart in that palm, his own heart. There was no pain on his face, only a confusion that sank into his bones. He slowly turned his head and looked at Gorin's face. Why? His voice was very light, so light it was nearly scattered by the wind. Gorin let out a deep sigh. There was no guilt in that sigh, no hesitation, only resolve. With our current strength, we can't defeat Sukuna. He paused, and the force in his hand did not loosen in the slightest. So, brother, lend me your power. Ishiki's pupils suddenly shrank, and a fury at being betrayed surged up in his heart. He remembered Kagaya, the woman who had attacked him from behind and nearly killed him. That day, he too had been pierced through from behind by the person he trusted most. And now, the same scene was playing out again. Not Kagaya but his own younger brother, Gorin. Ishiki's voice forced its way out from deep in his throat, hoarse and savage. You bastard! At death's door, he looked towards Xiaoyin with a complicated gaze, hoping to see something in her eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing. In the end, was still alone. A moment later, the scream stopped. Ishiki disappeared, and all that remained in Gorin's palm was a fruit the size of a fist. The fruit was dark red, like a solidified heart, faintly giving off a warm glow. Gorin lowered his head and looked at the fruit, silent for 1 second. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the whole fruit. Sukuna stood where he was, watching the scene with clear interest. The instant the fruit entered his stomach, Gorin's body suddenly trembled. A vast power burst out from within him like a collapsing flood. Gorin's body began to change. His originally sturdy muscles became lean and compact, like compressed steel, every inch of his form brimming with power. His Rinnegan lost its original purple color and turned black, with fine light patterns flowing in the depths of his pupils. The aura around him grew several times greater than before, so oppressive that it was almost hard to breathe. Gorin lowered his head and looked at his own hands. He clenched his fists, feeling that surging power inside his body. But in only an instant, he raised his head and looked at Sukuna. Not enough. Still not enough. Before his words had even finished, his figure vanished. Jin Yuan lay in a pile of broken rocks, both arms twisted at unnatural angles. His chest rose and fell violently, and he did not even have the strength to stand. When he saw Gorin appear before him, he suddenly understood something, then immediately dropped to one knee. Gorin pressed one palm against Jin Yuan's skull, his 5 fingers tightening. Jin Yuan's body began to shake violently, and within several seconds, it was compressed into a dark red fruit. There was no scream, no struggle. Gorin picked up the fruit, did not hesitate, and swallowed it. Another wave of power exploded inside his body. His aura surged again, and the chakra around him grew so dense it seemed almost tangible. The Sage of Six Paths tightened his grip on the staff, his face darkening. He could sense it clearly. The current Gorin had already vaguely surpassed him. Alarm bells rang wildly in Himura's heart, and he subconsciously moved half a step closer to the Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, there was no smile on Xia Yin's face, only a trace of dead silence. Sukuna still stood where he was, both hands tucked into his sleeves. His crimson eyes swept over Gorin once. Then he smiled. One wasn't enough, so you ate another. You really are greedy. Gorin turned his head and looked at Sukuna with those black Rinnegan eyes, his gaze as steady as water. As long as I can win, I can do anything. Above the basin, the wind rose again. The Sage of Six Paths and Himura stood side by side. Xia Yin stood alone off to one side, while Gorin stood in the central western position. Jin Yuan no longer existed. Ishiki no longer existed either. In that case, the space behind Sukuna opened soundlessly. Then let this thing play with you. Sukuna raised both hands, his palms facing each other. Between his 10 fingers, a point of blazing white light lit up. It was so bright it stabbed the eyes, so bright no one dared look directly at it. So bright it was as if someone had lit a second sun in the sky. The air began to twist like scorched glass, and the distant mountains warped and wavered in the heat haze. Enra 10. Sukuna softly spoke those 3 words. The world suddenly turned white. The sky, the earth, the distant mountains, the nearby stones, everything lost its outline in that blinding white light. The entire basin turned into a furnace, and the temperature shot up in an instant to an unbelievable degree. The ground began to melt. The hard rock softened like candle wax, collapsed, and turned into dark red magma that bubbled and gurgled. The withered grass and short trees growing at the edge of the basin did not even go through the process of burning. They turned directly into ashes. The Sage of Six Paths' pupils contracted sharply. He suddenly yanked Himura by the sleeve, wrapped both of them in truth-seeking balls, and rapidly retreated backward. Their speed was pushed to the extreme, but the heat wave still caught up to them, burning several holes into the truth-seeking balls. It scorched the hem of the Sage of Six Paths' white robe and left Himura's cheek stinging with heat. The two of them retreated several miles away and landed on a barren hill. When they turned back to look, only a vast expanse of white light remained in the direction of the basin. Himura's voice was somewhat dry. What an overbearing power! At this moment, Xia Yin did not run. She stood where she was, standing in the center of that melting earth, standing within that blinding white light. Magma flowed by her feet. The heat waves tore at her robes and scorched the tips of her hair. She did not move. She only stood there, staring fixedly in Sukuna's direction. The light in those eyes dimmed little by little. She suddenly smiled. Not that sick, excited smile from before, but a bitter, self-mocking, resigned smile. Defeating Sukuna. What a foolish dream. She murmured those words, her voice so soft that even she could barely hear it. She had grown stronger, much stronger. Sage arts, the Otsutsuki physique modification, and that heart she had once believed was already strong enough. But only at this moment did she truly see it clearly. It was not a gap, it was an unbridgeable chasm. Her so-called power in front of him was like an ant waving its feelers before a giant dragon, laughable and tragic. Xia Yin's heart completely collapsed at this moment. She no longer resisted, no longer ran, and did not even have the thought of defending herself anymore. She let her hands fall to her sides and closed her eyes. That self-mocking smile was still hanging at the corner of her lips. There was no fear on her face, no anger, only a clear, icy surrender. The lava had reached her feet, burned through the soles of her shoes, and scorching pain rose from the bottoms of her feet. The light faded. The basin no longer existed. In its place was a massive lake of lava. Dark red molten rock flowed slowly, giving off searing waves of heat. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, and gray-black smoke rose from the surface of the lava, covering half the sky. At the edge of the lava lake, 2 people lay there. Half of Shine's body was submerged in the lava. Most of her clothes had already been burned away. Her skin was charred black, and her breathing was so weak it was like a candle flame that could go out at any moment. She stared blankly at the sky, without the slightest emotion. Hirun was kneeling a little farther away, covered in wounds. His left arm had been burned off, his right eye was shut, and only that black Rinnegan remained open. He was gasping for air, but with every breath, the burning hot air scorched his windpipe and lungs, and a fiery pain spread from his chest through his entire body. He kept his head lowered, like a wild beast with its spine crushed underfoot. Sukuna stood on a rock in the middle of the lava lake that had not yet fully melted. His robe was undamaged, and his expression was calm. He lowered his head and glanced at Xia Yin, expressionless. Then his gaze shifted to Hirun. Hirun raised his head. His one remaining Rinnegan stared fixedly at Sukuna, and his pupil trembled violently. His lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but only broken syllables came out. You, humph. Sukuna let out a cold snort, and a mocking curve rose at the corner of his mouth. Even after eating your own brother, your power is still that weak. Weak. Those two words were like a knife, stabbing straight into Hiren's chest. He had devoured Ishiki, devoured Jinyuan, and his power had surged past even the Sage of Six Paths. Yet in Sukuna's eyes, he was still only weak. Hiren's body shook violently, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering onto the burning rock and turning into white smoke with a hiss. His face flushed red, and his lips twitched violently. He wanted to curse, wanted to argue back, wanted to say something to defend the last bit of his dignity. But he could not make a sound. He did not even have the strength left to argue. In the distance, two figures rushed over at high speed. The Sage of Six Paths and Hamura had wrapped their entire bodies in chakra, blocking out the heat waves outside, and landed on a raised area at the edge of the lava lake. Both of their robes had curled from the heat, and their faces were covered in soot, but their breathing was still fairly steady. They looked at the hell of lava before them, looked at the dying Xiayin in the lava, then looked at the half-crippled Hiren kneeling on the ground, and their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Hamura landed beside Xiayin, the hem of his white robe hanging over the burning rock. He lowered his head and looked at that charred face. His lips moved and he said one word. You. Then he did not know what else to say. He only let out a deep sigh, and too many things that could not be spoken were hidden in that sigh. Xiayin's eyelids trembled, and slowly opened a slit. The world before her was a blur, and she could only make out the outline of a person, but she recognized that familiar presence immediately. Lord Hamura. Her voice was so light it was like a wisp of smoke about to scatter, calm in a way that did not sound like someone on the verge of death. Hamura did not respond. He only crouched down. Xiayin showed no reaction to that silence. No grievance, no resentment, not even any extra emotion. Her eyes were half open as she looked at the sky obscured by smoke, as if she were looking at something very, very far away. You and that benefactor, wanting to defeat Sukuna, is impossible. She spoke in fragments, each word sounding like it took the last of her strength. I know. Hamura's voice was very low. But I have to go. Xiayin suddenly smiled. It was not the same crazed, sick smile as before. It was clean, gentle, the kind of smile a normal girl should have. I'll help you. Hamura frowned. He did not understand, but he was still willing to listen. Xiayin did not look at him. Her gaze remained on the sky, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly. I couldn't defeat Sukuna. I failed. Xiayin's voice grew softer and softer, like she was murmuring to herself. You saved me, gave me food, taught me power. I never properly thanked you. I know, I went mad. Xiayin's voice began to shake. But I never forgot your kindness. Before Hamura could react, Xiayin's body suddenly began to change. Her torso compressed inward. Bone, muscle, blood, chakra, sage power. All of it turned into a deep red, warm, heavy fruit. Wind blew across the lava lake, and that fruit lay quietly where Xiayin had just been. Hamura fell silent. He reached out and picked up the fruit. The fruit gave off a faint warmth in his palm, like a heart still beating. Hamura was silent for a long time, then swallowed it in one gulp. The Sage of Six Paths landed beside Hiren. Hiren raised his head. His one remaining Rinnegan looked at him, and his lips twitched. Before he could say a single word, the Sage of Six Paths' hand was already pressed against the top of his head. Hiren froze for a moment and felt a powerful suction coming from the other's palm, as if it were devouring him. Suddenly, he understood something. His light blue Rinnegan widened sharply, and his lips began trembling violently. He wanted to curse, wanted to spit out a vicious condemnation, wanted to question what gave this old man the right. But his body no longer allowed it. He was heavily wounded, his chakra was nearly exhausted, his mind was drained, and he did not even have the strength to curse. The Sage of Six Paths looked down at him from above, his gaze calm like a pool of dead water. I watched it twice, he said. His voice was not loud, carrying the calm indifference of someone who had lived through countless ages. I more or less understand the principle now. Before, he absolutely would not have had the power to control Hiren. Even if Hiren had stood there without moving and let him absorb him, he still could not have done it. But now things were different. Hiren could not even muster the will to resist. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If he missed it, there would never be another. Hiren's body began to shrink. It was exactly the same as before. In just a few seconds, his entire body was compressed into a deep red fruit. The fruit's surface was covered in fine patterns, faintly giving off a warm glow. On the distant rock, Sukuna watched this scene. He did not stop it. He did not even show the slightest intention of stopping it. Interesting, he muttered to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. His gaze shifted back and forth between the Sage of Six Paths and that fruit. The Otsutsuki clan really were like nested dolls. You eat me, I eat him, he eats her, absorbing and absorbing power going around in circles again and again. A question suddenly came to him, one he had never cared about before. The god the Otsutsuki talked about, that so-called Otsutsuki god. Was it created this way too? By devouring, by plundering, by compressing every bloodline, every power, everything into one person, and then calling that a god. Sukuna found it somewhat ridiculous and somewhat reasonable. The Sage of Six Paths picked up the fruit. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. The instant the fruit entered his stomach, his body shook violently, as if struck by a bolt of thunder. His Rinnegan was changing. Its original pale purple color faded little by little. In its place appeared a kind of eye like a nebula with pupils like black holes. The Sage of Six Paths closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly opened them again. Those brand new eyes looked at Sukuna in the distance. His gaze was steady as water, yet it carried a sharpness it had never possessed before. Ha ha ha! Good! Good, excellent! Sukuna laughed wildly. Only someone like this was worthy of being his opponent. The moment Hamura landed, Sukuna's brows lifted slightly. It wasn't because Hamura's aura was so strong, but because of his eyes. Those Tensigan had undergone some extremely subtle, yet impossible to ignore change. The patterns deep within his pupils had become more intricate, more profound. In terms of perception, it was like a neutron star. It wasn't large, yet heavy enough to crush space itself. Sukuna stared at those eyes, and his body began to tremble. Not from fear, but from excitement. A long-lost excitement rising from his marrow, making every single cell scream. This was exactly the feeling he had been waiting for. The meaning of his life was to pursue this feeling. Ha ha ha! Sukuna threw his head back and laughed. The sound sent ripples across the surface of the lava lake and shook the gray-black smoke and dust into every direction. Come! Before the laughter had even faded, he raised an arm, brought his 5 fingers together like a blade, and slashed sideways. A slash shot out from his palm, colorless and formless, marked only by the distorted trail left by torn air. That slash spanned tens of thousands of meters, stretching from the center of the basin all the way to the end of the horizon. The earth was split apart, and a bottomless chasm suddenly appeared along the path of the slash. Even the sky was split open. The thick cloud layer was cleanly divided down the middle, revealing the vault of heaven above. Hagoromo and Hamura's figures flashed in an instant. After glancing at Sukuna, they charged into the sky together. Sukuna looked up at the 2 figures soaring upward, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears. He pushed off with his feet, and his whole body shot upward like a cannonball. 3 figures faced off at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Below them was a churning sea of clouds. The wind howled past their ears, and the air was so thin it was almost impossible to breathe, but none of that mattered to them. Sukuna made the first move. His 4 arms crossed rapidly in front of him, all 20 fingers dancing as if playing a rhapsody. Countless slashes shot from his hands, so dense they were like a rainstorm, pouring down on the 2 of them from all directions. The Sage of Six Paths slammed the staff in his hand into empty space, the tip drawing out a golden ripple. Where the ripple spread, layer after layer of transparent barriers unfolded around him and Hamura. Adamantine prison wall, 5-layer Rashomon wall, 6 crimson ray formation. 3 defensive barriers stacked on top of each other, blocking the slashes outside. The invisible slashes crashed against the barriers, sending violent ripples across their surfaces, but they never shattered. Hamura wasn't idle either. He pressed his palms together. 18 truth-seeking balls floated up from behind him, spinning rapidly in the air, each turning into 8 fist-sized rings of light that wrapped around his wrists. He thrust both hands forward and said coldly, "Silver will reincarnation explosion. Twin tornadoes." 2 beams shot out from his left and right palms at the same time, 2 spiral pillars of light compressed to the extreme, thin as hairs. The light pillars spun as they shot at Sukuna, so fast that not even afterimages could be seen. Sukuna twisted aside. The first beam grazed his cheek and exploded into a blue-white sphere of light 1,000 meters wide in the sky behind him. He didn't completely dodge the second beam. It brushed his left shoulder, instantly tearing flesh and sending blood flying. He lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his left shoulder. In the blink of an eye, it healed completely, and then he smiled. Again! The Sage of Six Paths counterattack followed right after. His body was like a moving artillery platform. All kinds of release techniques were unleashed in alternation, bombarding every foothold Sukuna tried to take. Lava Dragon, Lightning Chilin, Windfire Vortex, Storm Release Fierce Beast. Under his control, the release techniques interwove and fused, forming a flawless attack system. Sukuna weaved through the overwhelming assault, moving so fast he looked like a phantom, counterattacking as he moved. Several holes were burned into his robe. His arms gained several wounds and scorch marks, and a thin layer of soot clung to his face, but he was still smiling. Not enough! Not enough! Not enough! His voice was still clear amid the explosions and roars. Is this all you've got? Come again! Hamura said nothing. His Tensigan lit up once more. This time, it wasn't Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, but another technique. He formed hand seals, and 8 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him again, then began to merge. In the end, the 8 truth-seeking balls fused into a black sphere the size of a fist. There was no light on its surface at all. It was black like a gouged-out void. Reincarnation. Star remains. The black sphere flew from Himura's palm. It wasn't fast, but with every inch it advanced, the surrounding space began to collapse. Space was like shattered glass, breaking apart piece by piece around the sphere, peeling away, and falling into the void. Wherever the sphere passed, it left behind a black spatial crack that was difficult to heal. Sukuna's eyes lit up. He didn't dodge and he couldn't. The instant star remains was unleashed. The surrounding space had already been distorted, and the current of space battered his body without pause. He formed hand seals with both hands, pointed at the incoming black sphere, then extended a finger. A dark red glow appeared along the edge of his palm. Dismantle. 8. Great Massacre Mausoleum. Red light glowed along the edge of his palm. With one swing of his hand, 10,000 slashes pressed forward like a violent storm, their power enough to completely destroy a living being's cells. When Great Massacre Mausoleum and star remains collided with a thunderous impact, light erupted at once, like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky. There was no explosion, no roar. The world suddenly went quiet, as if every sound had been stripped away, leaving a vacuum-like dead silence. Then the light exploded. It spread outward in all directions from the point of collision. Wherever the halo passed, the clouds were swept completely away, revealing all the sky within a radius of 100 miles. The halo kept expanding, spreading to the edge of the sky, spreading below the horizon. In that instant, the entire sky of the ninja world flashed bright for a moment. Countless people across the ninja world looked up at the sky. A farmer dropped his hoe and looked up at the blinding light in the sky. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. A merchant stopped his carriage and leaned out from inside. His mouth opened but no sound came out. A samurai threw down his weapon and stared at the halo stretching across the entire sky, his eyes full of confusion and fear. A child pointed at the sky and asked the mother beside him, "Mom, what is that?" The mother hugged the child tightly, her lips trembling, unable to say a single word. In the sky, 3 figures flickered in and out within the light. Sukuna stood in the center, while the Sage of Six Paths and Himura were on his left and right. They spat out blood and panted heavily. The robes of all 3 fluttered violently in the aftermath of the blast, but not one of them retreated even half a step. Sukuna wiped the blood from his face and stuck out his tongue to lick it. Refreshing. Light gleamed in Sukuna's eyes. You two have finally made this refreshing for me. The battlefield shifted all the way from above the town streets. Houses, roads, and bridges were reduced to ruins in the clash, and broken stones and rubble covered the ground. Several figures streaked across the sky like meteors. Wherever they passed, the clouds were torn apart and the air shrieked. Now and then, civilians below who were too late to hide looked up and saw only a few blurry streaks of light and a blinding flash that vanished in an instant. But the battle did not remain over the town for long. Sukuna understood that the 2 brothers were holding back as much as possible to keep the civilians below from being caught up in it. Sukuna only felt it wasn't satisfying enough, so while fighting, he kept pushing the battlefield westward. The Sage of Six Paths and Himura understood this and chose to follow. After a few breaths, the 3 of them had already left civilization far behind. Beneath their feet stretched an endless wasteland and barren mountain ranges, with not a trace of human presence for 100 miles around. This place was very good. Sukuna suddenly stopped. The corners of his mouth spread apart, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth, his smile wild and unrestrained. He hovered in midair, slowly raising both hands and crossing them in front of his chest. The Sage of Six Paths' pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized that gesture. That overwhelming sense of danger, so intense it was suffocating, surged in like a tide and pressed down on him so hard he could barely breathe. His heart pounded madly in his chest, and every nerve in his body screamed out a warning. He had no time to explain, no time to think. He could only shout with all his strength, "Himura, protect yourself." Before he even heard his brother's voice, Himura had already sensed that something was wrong. The instant the Sage of Six Paths had not even finished speaking, he had already moved. He brought his hands together, and 8 truth-seeking balls spun rapidly around him, forming an airtight barrier. Right after that, he drew chakra from within his body and thickened, compressed, and solidified that barrier layer by layer. A pale blue-white light formed an oval cocoon around him, wrapping his entire body inside. The Sage of Six Paths was not idle either. His hands moved so fast that only afterimages remained. One spatial ninjutsu after another shot out from his palms, stacking, intertwining, and weaving around him. Sealing jutsu symbols appeared in the air like golden chains winding around his body, then tightening, compressing, and hardening, finally forming a crimson sphere. The surface of the sphere was densely covered in curse marks, with a faint red glow flowing through them. The crimson sphere floated in midair, facing the pale blue-white cocoon from afar. Sukuna watched the 2 of them scramble to defend themselves, and his smile deepened. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. The moment the last syllable fell, the world changed color. With Sukuna at the center, everything within a radius of 5,000 meters was enveloped by an invisible force. All things lost their original colors, leaving only crimson and pitch black interwoven into a strange and solemn world. In midair, a massive shrine appeared out of nowhere. The shrine's shape was ancient and eerie. Two thick pillars supported a triangular canopy, and the pillars were covered in twisted curse marks, each character faintly glowing. Its overall outline flickered in and out within the crimson and black light and shadow. From a distance, it looked like an evil god poking its head out from the void. Sukuna stood at the center of the shrine, looking down at everything covered by the domain. In the next moment, the slashes came. Hundreds of millions of slashes burst out from every inch of space within the domain, dense and overwhelming. They had no direction, no trajectory, no pattern. They simply appeared at the same time in every corner of the domain, in every inch of air. Billions of slashes stacked together, cutting into the two of them and creating a kind of noise that could drive a person insane. The crimson sphere trembled violently under the slashes. Inside the sphere, the Sage of Six Paths gritted his teeth and braced both hands firmly against the inner wall. The slashes were peeling away his defenses layer by layer. The ceiling jutsu symbols flickered constantly under the impact, dimming a little with every hit they endured. His eardrums buzzed from the shrieking outside, but he did not dare let go. He could not let go. Hamura's situation was even worse. Although the Tensigen was powerful, his defensive methods were far less varied than the Sage of Six Paths. The slashes carved crack after crack into the light cocoon. He desperately filled them with fresh chakra, but the speed of repair could never keep up with the speed of destruction. Parts of his body were instantly ground to dust. Gritting his teeth, he repaired the cocoon while repairing his own body at the same time. Outside the domain, heaven and earth had already turned into hell. Because Malevolent Shrine was an open barrier domain, those slashes were not confined within the domain's boundary. Countless blade-like slashes crossed the 5,000-meter line and kept spreading outward, sweeping across tens of thousands of meters and turning everything in their path to dust. The earth was erased, forests were shredded into fragments, and animals turned into clouds of blood mist in the torrent of slashes. Villages tens of thousands of meters away that had not yet had time to evacuate also suffered catastrophic destruction from the aftershock of this wave of slashes. Houses collapsed, people and livestock were all wiped out, and villages that had once been filled with curling cooking smoke were reduced in an instant to silent ruins. No one knew what had happened. No one could see clearly. In a single instant, the world shattered. The slashes stopped, and Sukuna released the domain. The sky revealed its blue once more, and sunlight poured down without obstruction. Sukuna stood in the void, watching the opposite side with great interest. He waited. As if by prior agreement, the two cocoons exploded at the same time. The Sage of Six Paths and Hamura burst out from the fragments. Their two figures were as fast as meteors as they charged straight at Sukuna. Blood was still dripping from their bodies, and their robes had long since been torn to shreds, but there was not the slightest retreat in their eyes. Their gazes were filled with the look of people staking everything on one throw, the resolve of men with nowhere left to retreat. Sukuna let out a loud laugh and met them head-on. The two sides collided in the sky. The dull thuds of fists slamming into flesh rang out without end, and every impact carried enough force to split mountains and shatter stone. Hamura slammed a punch into Sukuna's ribs, and the power of the Tensigen condensed into a pale blue-white film of light over his fist. That punch pierced through Sukuna's cursed energy defense and landed solidly on his bones. With a crack, Sukuna's rib broke. His body tilted slightly, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his smile did not fade in the slightest. At the same time, Sukuna pressed a hand against Hamura's arm. Cleave. The slash cut along Hamura's forearm, from the elbow joint all the way to the wrist. Hamura's sleeve was instantly soaked in blood. He let out a muffled groan, and his arm recovered in the blink of an eye. A faint layer of black light covered the Sage of Six Paths' fists and feet. That was the annihilation property of the truth-seeking balls. Every punch and every kick he landed on Sukuna left behind a patch of black scorch marks. Sukuna's chakra armor was annihilated, and the damage was even more vicious than ordinary physical blows. The places hit became mangled masses of flesh and blood. The three of them fought in the sky like this, with no flashy tricks and no one giving ground. Blood rained down from the air like a red shower, falling onto the land below that had already been completely destroyed. Sukuna's laughter never stopped. He liked this. He liked evenly matched fights. What he liked was this kind of real feeling of fists hitting flesh, the thrill on the edge of life and death. This was what battle was. The three figures intertwined, collided, separated, and then crashed into each other again as they streaked across the sky. The battle lasted for 1 month. Over that month, the three of them fought from wasteland to snowy mountains, from snowy mountains to the coast, and from the coast to the desert. The land was covered everywhere with traces left behind by their battle. Split mountain peaks, lakes steamed dry, plains plowed into fragments by slashes. At some dusk 1 month later, the three of them finally stopped. On a shattered rocky field, Sukuna braced one hand against a half-human height rock wall and panted heavily. His robe had already been reduced to strips of cloth, and not a single patch of skin on his body was intact. There was a deep wound on his left shoulder so severe that bone could be seen. His right leg was covered in blood from the knee down. His hair was a complete mess, caked with blood and dust. 30 zhang away, the Sage of Six Paths leaned against an old tree with only half its trunk left, also gasping for breath. His hair hung in a tangled mess over his shoulders. His left eye was tightly shut, and a savage scar stretched from his brow bone all the way to his cheekbone. His left hand was also gone, and the severed end was barely sealed with weak chakra, stopping the bleeding. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and with every breath, a harsh sound could be heard from his lungs. Not far to the side of the Sage of Six Paths, Hamura was half leaning against a rock. Half of his face was ruined, exposing the dark red muscle and white bone underneath. His upper garment had long since flown who knew where, and his bare upper body was covered in blood, some his own, some his brother's, and some Sukuna's. The three of them tacitly chose not to use chakra to heal their injuries, instead choosing to store it up. Sukuna's chakra was already nearly exhausted. He sank his awareness into his body and felt natural energy seeping bit by bit into his meridians. As long as he had enough time, he could fully recover. The Sage of Six Paths was also recovering in secret. His physique gave him regenerative power far beyond ordinary people, and those small wounds were slowly healing on their own. His one eye was fixed on Sukuna, but he did not dare make a reckless move. During this past month, there had been several times when Sukuna had fallen into a disadvantage, when he and Hamura had driven him into a desperate corner and it had looked like they could finish him off. But every single time, Sukuna would unleash that strange black lightning. He didn't know what kind of technique it was. He only knew that after Sukuna used it, Sukuna's condition would rise in a bizarre way. Hamura was wary as well and asked, "What technique was that?" Sukuna opened his eyes, glanced at Hamura, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Black flash. Sukuna seemed to see through what he was thinking and let out a laugh. Seeing that he couldn't get an answer, Hamura and the Sage of Six Paths continued gathering chakra. The sun was setting in the west, and the evening breeze carried a trace of chill. The three of them stayed silent in their own corners, and the sound of their breathing was especially clear. At that moment, a burst of hee-hee laughter came from the edge of the woods. A lump of black mud in human form walked out from the sparse shadows of the trees, its outline vaguely humanoid. All three of them turned their eyes toward it at once. The Sage of Six Paths narrowed his one eye slightly, while Hamura's incomplete face remained expressionless. Sukuna leaned against the rock wall, his eyes sweeping lightly over the black lump of mud without moving. Its strength was weak, but since it dared to appear, it definitely had something to rely on. Black Zetsu first looked at Sukuna leaning against the rock wall. That scar-covered face still carried a faint smile. Black Zetsu knew clearly in its heart that although Sukuna looked to be in bad shape right now, he was still not someone it could covet. Its gaze shifted to the Sage of Six Paths again. That old man had lost one eye and one arm, but he had far too many methods. Sealing Jutsu, Spacetime Ninjutsu, Yin-Yang Release, who knew what other trump cards he was still hiding. What it was best at was judging the situation so it would not go touch that hard nail. Finally, its gaze landed on Hamura. Black Zetsu stared at him for quite a while, and a plan formed in its heart. Right now, he was the weakest one here, as long as it attached itself to Hamura and borrowed his body. Then while Sukuna and the Sage of Six Paths were weak, the corners of Black Zetsu's mouth silently split open. He. It began walking in Hamura's direction. The Sage of Six Paths sensed that something was wrong. As soon as he moved, his body swayed, and he asked, "What are you trying to do?" Black Zetsu did not answer. It only kept laughing. Hamura's hand moved slightly as he watched that black mud figure get closer and closer to him. Sukuna never moved. He changed into a more comfortable posture against the rock wall and watched the scene with interest. Interesting. Black Zetsu was getting closer and closer to Hamura. The next second, Hamura raised his hand. That hand was covered in blood, and even his fingers were trembling slightly. The instant his 5 fingers spread open and aimed at Black Zetsu, an invisible force surged out from the dim Tensigen. Black Zetsu's body suddenly froze. It felt the chakra inside its body rushing into Hamura's palm. Black Zetsu was stunned, and its black mud-like body began trembling violently. What kind of ability is this? Its voice turned sharp and panicked, completely lacking the composure it had just had. Leaning against the rock wall, Sukuna's scarlet eyes lit up slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. The Tensigen had this kind of ability too? He could not remember some of Naruto's finer details very clearly. Only the widely known parts remained in his memory. This move of absorbing chakra from a distance really caught him off guard. Joy flashed across the Sage of Six Paths' face, but he said nothing. Black Zetsu desperately writhed its body. The black mud-like substance rolled, twisted, and stretched like boiling asphalt, trying to break free from that suction force. But it could not move, as if it had been nailed to the spot. That suction force was not only drawing out its chakra, it was also restraining its movements. Damn it! Damn it! Black Zetsu grew more and more panicked. Its body had already begun to shrivel, and its originally vague humanoid outline was collapsing little by little. "You forced this on me." It suddenly opened its mouth. That mouth split open to an unbelievable angle, revealing the pitch-black cavity inside. A crimson light gathered deep inside that dark hole, growing brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. A crimson beam shot out from Black Zetsu's mouth, fast and vicious, heading straight for Himura's face. But that beam dissipated before it could reach Himura. The next moment, Himura's pupils contracted. But it was not because of Black Zetsu's attack. It was because there was something wrong with Black Zetsu's chakra. Black Zetsu's chakra was abnormally complex, mixed with energy from many different sources. But during the process of digesting it, Himura discovered Kagaya's will. What made his spine turn cold even more was another part of it. It was far too familiar. That cold, violent fluctuation carrying a certain irresistible will was something he had been facing almost every day for the past month. He suddenly turned his head to look at Sukuna. He saw Sukuna leaning against the rock wall with a huge smile on his face. Not good. Himura let out a low shout and immediately cut off his connection with Black Zetsu, releasing his absorption of it. He did not care that the black mud figure took the chance to flee. All of his attention turned back inside his own body. He began frantically suppressing it, trying to dissolve Sukuna's will. But he was half a beat too slow. Sukuna's will had already slipped into his chakra system and begun interfering with his consciousness. Inside his mind, Sukuna's crazy, mocking voice echoed. Ha 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 ha. Sukuna laughed out loud. That laughter was completely unrestrained as it echoed all around them. Originally, he had given Black Zetsu a cursed spirit planted with his method so that he could use it to control it in the future. He had not expected that now, this will would end up being absorbed by Himura instead. The Sage of Six Paths' heart suddenly sank, and he staggered over to Himura's side. He crouched down, his voice tight. Himura, what's wrong with you? Himura raised his head, and the light in his tensigen flickered violently. His expression was pained and twisted, his teeth grinding loudly, the veins on his forehead bulging one after another. Big brother. His voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth. That lump of black mud is Mother's will. Mixed inside it is Sukuna's will too. I've been affected. The Sage of Six Paths' expression completely darkened. He suddenly turned his head, his one eye looking towards Sukuna leaning against the rock wall. That man was slowly standing up, and those wounds were healing. Himura saw it too. Though his tensigen had dimmed, he could still clearly sense Sukuna's condition. He gritted his teeth. Gradually, his expression relaxed, and then he let out a long sigh. There was no anger in that sigh, no fear, not even any unwillingness. There was only a thorough, crazy relief and resolve, as if he had finally understood everything. He gave up resisting. He no longer tried to suppress Sukuna's will inside his body, nor did he try to drive it out. He shakily stood up. His tattered upper clothes fluttered in the wind, exposing a torso covered in scars. Big brother, don't worry about me anymore. Himura's voice suddenly became very calm. Once he recovers, we won't have another chance. The Sage of Six Paths' one eye widened sharply, and his eye socket reddened. What did you say? Himura did not answer, because there was almost no time left. The next moment, Himura's figure shot out, so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. He charged at Sukuna without any defense, without any dodging, only pressing forward like a meteor crashing toward that man. Sukuna raised his arm to block, and Himura's fist slammed into his forearm with a heavy boom. Himura's fists were stained with his own blood. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, but he neither dodged nor avoided. Anger covered his face, and he took all of Sukuna's counterattacks head-on, completely ignoring the influence on his will. Hachi's slashes tore one bloody wound after another across his chest, and flames burned charred scars onto his body, but he did not even frown once. 1 punch for 1 blade, 1 kick for 1 slash, trading injury for injury, life for life. Watching this scene, tears finally slid down the Sage of Six Paths' one eye. But he did not hesitate. Enduring the pain in his heart, he mobilized the tiny amount of chakra left in his body, restored his severed arm, and cut into the battlefield from Himura's flank. Sealing jutsu runes condensed in his palm. Taking advantage of the brief opening while Himura kept Sukuna tied down, he slammed a palm into Sukuna's back. Golden curse markings spread across Sukuna's skin, suppressing the flow of his chakra. Himura seized the chance and drove a punch into Sukuna's chest, making him let out a muffled grunt as a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The two brothers moved one in front and one behind, one attacking and one supporting, their coordination flawless. Himura fought with his life on the line, while the Sage of Six Paths waited for chances to seal and strike. The 3 blood-soaked figures fought savagely. Every collision sent blood spraying, and every separation left a shocking pool of blood on the ground. There were no flashy moves, no retreat at all, only the most primal and brutal fight to the death. For a moment, Sukuna was actually being forced into a tight spot. His offense was disrupted by Himura's suicidal assault, and his defense was dismantled by the Sage of Six Paths' sealing jutsu. Forced back again and again by the two of them, more and more wounds opened across his body. Blood ran down from his forehead, blurring his vision. He laughed. On that filthy, blood-covered face, a huge, heartfelt grin spread wide. That's more like it, Himura. Sukuna shouted with wild laughter, his voice echoing across the wasteland and making the air tremble. Hamura suddenly glanced at his older brother. The look was very brief, so brief it was almost nothing more than a fleeting sidelong glance. The Sage of Six Paths understood at once. After decades of brotherly tacit understanding, no words were needed. One look was enough. The two moved at the same time, and the three figures abruptly separated, opening up some distance. Sukuna landed steadily, raised a hand, and pointed. Invisible blades filled the sky, covering everything and sealing off every route of retreat. The instant Hamura landed, the aura around him exploded like a collapsing floodgate. His face twisted with ferocity, every muscle twitching, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing worms, and his tensigen looked like a neutron star on the verge of collapse. At this moment, he burned everything he had without the slightest restraint. His tensigen, chakra, life force, and soul. Ha! Hamura let out a roar that was almost beast-like and thrust both hands forward. An invisible force field burst from his palms. The air was compressed, the light twisted, and the earth was torn apart. Those slashes crashed into the force field. Some were deflected, some had their direction twisted, and some spun within the field before collapsing. But several slashes still pierced through the force field and landed on his body. His shoulder was cut open, exposing stark white bone, and his abdomen was split apart, his intestines nearly spilling out. But his hands did not lower, and his power did not weaken. Sukuna's body suddenly lurched sideways. He coughed up blood, wrapped up by that force field, spinning, tilting, and twisting out of control. Don't even think about it. Sukuna let out a low growl. While unleashing a storm of slashes, he also activated a space-time ninjutsu, trying to forcibly break free from that force field. His muscles bulged, veins twisted across his body, and every joint creaked loudly. That force field was trembling, loosening, being forced apart little by him. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths moved. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged straight into that storm of slashes. The first slash sliced off his left ear. The second tore open his chest. The third severed his right leg. One slash after another carved countless wounds into his body, and his blood dragged out a long trail behind him. He did not stop. He did not dodge. He broke through the storm of slashes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He rushed in front of Sukuna, his body gradually withering as his aura underwent a cliff-like leap. Those blood-soaked hands struck Sukuna's chest. When? Sukuna was shocked. He had no idea how the Sage of Six Paths had appeared there. Neither his vision nor his senses had noticed him. Then, in an instant, he realized something and ground out through clenched teeth. My senses were distorted by the force field. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths' skin had shriveled. His cheekbones stood out sharply. His eye sockets had sunk deep in, and large clumps of white hair were falling out. Every drop of chakra in his body, every trace of life force, every bit of energy hidden within each cell, was being squeezed out by him at this very moment. The Sage of Six Paths stared at Sukuna's face. His lips moved, and his voice was as faint as a wisp of smoke about to disperse. Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei. The earth began to tremble. With Sukuna at the center, the ground cracked and slowly rose, and mountain peaks began to collapse. Countless rocks were stripped from the depths of the earth and flew from all directions toward the same center. Sukuna's expression twisted as he clenched his teeth, chakra pouring out wildly as he tried to shatter the piling rocks. But it was useless. He only felt as if the entire world was restraining him, his body bound together with this heaven and earth. In the next moment, Sukuna's savage expression abruptly froze. Then he smiled. The corners of his mouth split all the way to his ears, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white teeth, and his eyes showed a kind of pure, absolute madness. Ha 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 ha. His laughter pierced through Chibaku Tensei's gravitational field, pierced through the rocks, and stabbed into the eardrums of the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura like a sharp blade. The laughter rang across the wasteland and echoed among the mountains, shaking loose stones down to the ground. You think this is the end? Sukuna's voice burst out from within the laughter, every word carrying a chilling kind of delight. His body was being crushed by Chibaku Tensei as rocks surged in from every direction, covering him layer by layer. Ridiculous! His 4 arms shot upward, and in an instant, the soul and power within him were forcibly split, stripped away and extracted. All 20 fingers broke off at the same time and fell from his hands, each severed finger carrying a portion of his soul and a portion of his power. With yin-yang release as the bone and understanding of cursed techniques as the flesh, they were molded into an entirely new existence. Cursed objects. The 20 fingers hovered in the air for a brief moment, then turned into 20 shooting stars and flew toward 20 different directions, vanishing at the end of the dusk in the blink of an eye. The Sage of Six Paths' pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to move, to chase them, to stop those 20 fingers. But his chakra was already exhausted, and his body was already riddled with wounds. He could only watch helplessly as those fingers disappeared into the horizon, a chill unlike anything before rising in his heart. Using the last of his strength, Hamura tried to raise a hand, but his fingers only trembled slightly before falling weakly back down. Ha ha ha. Sukuna's laughter grew quieter and duller beneath the covering rocks, but its piercing force did not weaken in the slightest. His body had already been completely wrapped in stone, with only his face still exposed, and the smile on that face remained brilliant. I'll be back. The rocks closed together, and Chibaku Tensei's seal was finally completed. A gigantic sphere slowly rose into the sky, standing alongside Kagaya, reflecting each other. The two of them looked up at the sky. The seal in the sky showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, both of them let out a slight sigh of relief. But just then, without any warning, Hamura lost all strength. His body swayed, and he fell backward onto the ground. Hamura! Seeing this, the Sage of Six Paths hobbled over, every step leaving a crooked trail of blood on the ground. He dropped to his knees beside Hamura and pulled Yumura into his arms. Hamura's head rested in the crook of his older brother's arm. Weak breaths moved faintly through his nose, and his chest was almost motionless. His lips moved slightly. Big brother, I can't go back. The Sage of Six Paths' single eye suddenly stung, and tears poured out without warning. No, no. His voice trembled. You'll be fine. We'll go back. Haruko is still waiting for you. The children are still waiting for you. Hamura did not respond. His gaze passed through his older brother's blurred, tear-filled eyes and looked toward the sky that was being swallowed by the night. The dusk had fully sunk away, and only the last trace of light remained at the horizon. His vision was becoming more and more blurred. The clouds in the sky gradually lost their original shapes in his eyes, turning into several blurry figures. He saw Haruko. He saw her hanging clothes under the corridor, then turning back to smile at him. He saw the serious side profile of his eldest son while practicing swordsmanship. He saw his second son hugging a cloth doll and running toward him. He saw his youngest daughter spreading her arms, asking him to hold her, with that adorably clumsy look. The corner of Hamura's mouth curved slightly. The smile was very faint, very light, carrying a trace of indescribable guilt. Sorry. His voice was so soft it was like a gust of wind, almost blending into the night. I can't fulfill our promise anymore. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and the sky in his vision shrank little by little. The sky went dark. The Sage of Six Paths' body stiffened. Hamura's head drooped weakly to one side, and his chest no longer rose and fell. Hamura! Hamura! The Sage of Six Paths' voice was hoarse and shrill as it echoed across the empty wilderness. He buried his face into Hamura's shoulder, his hunched body trembling violently, tears mixed with blood, sliding down his face and dripping onto Hamura's skin. In the darkness, only crying echoed. This battle lasted for 1 month. During that time, the population of the ninja world dropped by 30% due to the fallout, and vast areas of the environment were destroyed, becoming unfit for survival. The next day, the Sage of Six Paths held a funeral for Hamura. Everyone present was dressed in black, solemn and silent. Hamura's body lay inside the coffin, covered with fresh flowers. The Sage of Six Paths said nothing, his expression numb, while Haruko could no longer hold on and broke down in tears. The children cried their hearts out as they called for Dad. After the funeral, the Sage of Six Paths bid everyone farewell. He could not stay long. Sukuna's scattered fingers had to be recovered and sealed as soon as possible, or no one knew what kind of disaster would follow. Besides, his own time was also running out. The sun was setting in the west, and the clouds looked like they were burning. The Sage of Six Paths walked alone across the desolate land, and several days had already passed. At dusk that day, as he was passing through a withered forest destroyed by the aftermath of battle, a familiar presence appeared ahead. Gamamaru was crouched on a rock half the height of a man, looking up at the Sage of Six Paths, looking at the deathly aura filling the Sage of Six Paths' body. It was left speechless for a moment. That battle had been too brutal and it was simply too weak. Could not help at all. Now it was time to be of some use. After a moment of silence, it finally spoke. Hagoromo, I have a way to find Sukuna's fingers. The Sage of Six Paths froze for a moment, then quickly asked, What way? His voice was somewhat hoarse. Gamamaru took out a scroll from behind its back and slowly unfolded it. The scroll was completely empty, with only a single black dot sitting alone in the center. Seeing the confusion on Hagoromo's face, it immediately explained, This map was made by the Great Elder, who passed away not long ago. It can help us find Sukuna's fingers. Paused, then pointed at the scroll. As long as Sukuna's fingers are nearby, red dots will appear on it, and the black dot is our current location. The Sage of Six Paths crouched down and reached out to touch the edge of the scroll. The paper was cool and smooth, with a delicate texture. He could sense the faint Senjutsu chakra contained within it, ancient and profound. Let's go. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was still hoarse, but it carried a little more strength than before. Gamamaru nodded and jumped onto his shoulder, crouching there steadily. One old and one young, one tall and one short, they flew into the sky and headed toward the direction where the next finger might appear. After several months, all of Sukuna's scattered fingers were finally gathered. However, by this time, the Sage of Six Paths was already at the end of his life, no different from a dying man. In an open space, the nine-tailed beast stood in a circle, leaving the center spot for the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths stood among them, his eyes slowly sweeping across every face. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chomei, Yuki, Kurama. 9 gazes landed on him at the same time. Some were confused, some curious, and some carried a trace of indescribable unease. He looked at the tailed beasts as if he were looking at his own children. Not long ago, he had personally split the Ten-Tails chakra into 9 parts, giving them form, consciousness, and power. They were the most special existences in his life. They were not human, not beasts, but a kind of unique life somewhere in between. You are the hope of the future, the Sage of Six Paths said, his voice hoarse but steady, and also the safeguard of the future. The tailed beasts listened quietly. No one interrupted. I am about to die. The tailed beasts all froze at the same time, one after another saying things like, impossible, and, I don't believe it. The 9 tails stood up, its golden pupils fixed tightly on the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths raised his hand and gently waved it, signaling for them not to get agitated. Don't be sad, everyone has this day. He paused, and his palm slowly turned over as a gentle golden light lit up in his hand. Before I leave, there are some things I need to leave behind for you. The golden light spread out, turning into countless tiny specks that drifted toward each tailed beast. The specks sank into their foreheads, carrying an enormous amount of information. Kagaya and the Ten-Tails, Black Zetsu, the Otsutsuki clan, Sukuna's existence, the demonic statue of the outer path on the moon. All the memories, all the scenes merged into the tailed beast's minds. Kurama's pupils suddenly contracted. The 8 tails fell silent, and its octopus tentacles stopped swaying. Keep these memories well. The Sage of Six Paths withdrew his hand and let out a long breath. Do not forget, and do not let hatred consume you. He fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his final words. If one day a crisis appears, you must help the people of this ninja world fight. I'm not asking you to throw your lives away. I'm asking you to become their companions, to become someone they can rely on. You are not tools. You are not weapons. You are this world's children. You are my children. I believe that one day in the future, someone like me will appear and take action for the peace of this world. I entrust this world to you. The Sage of Six Paths paused, choking up as he said, and also, protect yourselves. This is your father's last instruction. The wind swept across the open space, stirring up a few withered leaves. None of the tailed beasts spoke. In the air, there was only the sound of wind and the occasional sound of choking sobs. Even though they had only spent a short time together, they had already regarded the person before them as a father-like existence. The Sage of Six Paths gave them one last look, then turned and left. Under the gray-yellow sky, that thin figure grew smaller and smaller, farther and farther away. The tailed beasts stood where they were, 9 gazes following that gradually receding figure. Shikaku's ears drooped. Matatabi let out a low cry. Kurama's tail lightly swept the ground, its gaze following that shrinking back, as if something were flickering in its eyes. Though reluctant, they still turned around, took their steps, and each went off in a different direction. Inside the ninshu, the Sage of Six Paths lay on the bed, his face pale as paper, his breathing so weak it was almost impossible to feel. Kasugi sat by the bedside, her eyes red, one hand stroking her swollen belly, while the other held the Sage of Six Paths' hand. Indra stood on the other side of the bed, his little mouth pressed tight, yet he could not say a single word. The Sage of Six Paths' gaze rested on Kasugi's face. The corners of his mouth moved slightly, forcing out a weak smile that made anyone who saw it feel a sting in their nose. Stop crying. Kasugi bit her lip and nodded, softly murmuring an then raised her hand to wipe at her eyes. She was not crying, but her eyes were so red they looked ready to bleed, and tears kept swirling in them. The Sage of Six Paths slowly turned his gaze toward Indra. He looked at that small child, at his straight back and the calm expression he was forcing onto his face, and suddenly felt a bit of heartache. Indra, he paused, as if gathering strength. You must protect the ninja world. Don't let power devour you. Be careful of something like black mud. Indra said nothing. He only nodded hard once, engraving those words into his heart. Those black eyes stared at his father's face, as if he wanted to carve it into his very bones and never forget it for the rest of his life. The Sage of Six Paths let out a turbid breath, feeling his consciousness being pulled out of his body bit by bit. You two, come closer. Indra and Masugi leaned forward at the same time. I still have one last thing to give you. A faint light lit up in the Sage of Six Paths' palm. It was the light of yin-yang release. That light was too weak, so weak it was almost blending into the candlelight in the room. But it carried the Sage of Six Paths' final power, his final will, and his final attachment to this world. The light split into 3 streams, falling into Indra's forehead, Masugi's forehead, and the body of the child in Musugi's womb, whom they had yet to meet. Indra felt his eyes growing hot, and his vision became clearer than ever before. Musugi felt the child in her womb move, as if something had awakened him, while she herself also underwent a transformation. The Sage of Six Paths looked at the ceiling. His pupils began to lose focus, and his consciousness rapidly receded like the tide pulling back from the sea. Just before sinking into eternal darkness, his lips moved slightly, forcing out his final few words, light as a sigh. "This child shall be called Azura." His breathing stopped. The Sage of Six Paths grew still. There was no pain on his face, no regret, only complete and utter peace. Musugi's tears finally fell, one drop, then two, and then like beads from a snapped string, they would not stop no matter what. She collapsed over the Sage of Six Paths, burying her face in his chest, her shoulders trembling violently, her sobs muffled and broken. "Hagoromo?" Indra stood by the bedside. He did not throw himself forward, nor did he cry out loud. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Father?" Tears silently slid down that childish face and dripped onto the floor, while 3 tomo spun in his eyes. Outside the door, the disciples of Ninshu heard the crying and all lowered their heads. Some bit their lips, their eyes red. Some turned their faces away and fiercely wiped their eyes with their sleeves. The next day, the Sage of Six Paths' funeral was held, announcing the passing of the last hero. An era had ended. A new era was about to arrive. The seasons turned, and time flowed like water. Over these 20 years, the names of the Sage of Six Paths and Hamura were carved onto countless stone tablets and written into countless records. People called them saviors, called them gods, and offered flowers and prayers before their graves. In a certain village, Azura and Indra stood side by side, with a corpse lying motionless at their feet. It was a burly man with a vicious face, and even in death, his eyes were still wide with unwillingness. His chest had been pierced through by a fierce attack. The edges of the wound were charred black, giving off a sharp, pungent smell. This man had more chakra than ordinary people. On this vast and sparsely populated land, chakra meant power, and power meant authority. He used that power to tyrannize others, robbing people of their possessions and killing whenever the slightest thing displeased him. The villagers were angry but dared not speak. With nowhere to seek justice, they could only swallow their suffering and live day after day under his shadow. When the news reached the 2 brothers, Azura stood up on the spot. Indra said nothing and simply followed him out the door. The 2 traveled through the night and solved the problem in less than the time it took an incense stick to burn. Azura let out a sigh and muttered, "He clearly had power. So why didn't he use it to protect everyone instead of doing evil?" His voice was not loud, but his tone carried sincere confusion. In his understanding, power was meant to protect the weak and uphold justice. If a person had power, then that person should do the right thing. That was only natural, perfectly justified, something that needed no explanation. Indra turned his head, looked at him and said calmly, "You're wrong." Azura froze for a moment and turned to look at him. "Power itself is neutral," Indra said, shifting his gaze away from Azura and toward the villagers in the distance. "You've confused being able to do something with being obligated to do something. Just because you can use power to protect others doesn't mean you ought to protect others. The fact that he could use power to do evil doesn't mean he ought to do evil either. You've mistaken an expectation for an inevitability." Azura frowned, as if trying hard to understand what those words meant. He understood every word on its own, but when put together, they made him feel uncomfortable. "You mean, doing evil and protecting others are both choices?" Azura asked. "Yes." Indra nodded. "Not obligations." Azura's brows furrowed. His mouth moved, as if he wanted to argue, but Indra gave him no chance and continued. "The reason you think power should be used to protect is because you have your own standard of good and evil in your heart. That standard is something you decided for yourself. It didn't come from power. Power only amplifies your choice." "But," Azura scratched his head, "if everyone chooses to do evil, wouldn't the world be finished?" Indra did not answer right away. He was silent for a moment. "That's why this world needs rules. It needs overwhelming power." After saying that, he spoke no more and turned to walk out of the village. After he had taken a few steps, Azura's voice came from behind him. "But I still think that anyone who chooses evil is wrong." Indra did not turn back. Azura stood where he was, watching his brother's figure grow farther and farther away. He clenched his fist, then hurried after him. On a distant hillside, a puddle of black mud slowly seeped out from a crack in the rocks, gathering into a vague human shape. Black Zetsu crouched in the shadows, his gaze passing through the morning mist and settling on the figure walking farther and farther away along the mountain path. Indra, the eldest son who had inherited the sage's eyes. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth silently spread into a strange curve. The one closest to Hagoromo's power, with pure blood and extraordinary talent. It had had its eye on this chess piece for a long time. "What a pity. I can't touch him." Before dying, the Sage of Six Paths must have said everything that needed to be said, About Mother, about him, about the Otsutsuki. If he went to Indra now and said he wanted to help him awaken his power, Indra would not believe him. He might even attack on the spot. Black Zetsu withdrew his gaze, his black body slowly merging into the shadow of the rocks. He couldn't make direct contact, but he could wait. Wait for Indra to pass down his bloodline. Wait for his descendants to forget the truth of history. Wait for someone to begin craving power. Wait for someone to grow dissatisfied with the status quo. When that time came, he would appear as a guide, and quietly whisper the existence of the Ten Tails into their ears. Wait decades, wait centuries, but for Mother, it would all be worth it. Heh. Black Zetsu let out a low laugh, countless thoughts running through his mind. Even if I can't directly approach Indra, that doesn't mean there's nothing I can do. Right now, the power of Ninshu was at its peak. The Sage of Six Paths was dead, but his legacy remained. His wife remained. His sons remained. The tailed beasts were not here, but they would still step in at critical moments. As long as Ninshu remained united like a solid iron plate, there would be no true chaos in this world. Without chaos, it would have no way to fish in troubled waters, no way to pave the road for Mother's resurrection. Chaos was not the goal, it was the method. And the first step in creating chaos was to weaken the strongest force. Black Zetsu's gaze crossed the wild mountains and landed on those two figures walking side by side. Indra and Azura stood side by side, one on the left and one on the right, keeping half a step apart. It let out a dark, chilly chuckle. From the very beginning, these two had walked down different paths in their beliefs. Azura believed in love and bonds. He believed that understanding between people could resolve everything. Indra saw through the darkness in human nature and believed that power was the true foundation. Under normal circumstances, these two ideas would just amount to a few arguments after tea. But when placed on the position of successor, they became an unstable factor. Who would inherit Ninshu? The Sage of Six Paths had never clearly designated one. Maybe he had not had the chance, but in Black Zetsu's eyes, that was the greatest flaw. With just a little guidance, a little provocation, their followers could be made to distrust and hate each other. Turn inheriting Ninshu into a life and death struggle. Let the brothers turn against each other, and let Ninshu tear itself apart from the inside out. At that point, Black Zetsu would not need to act personally. Ninshu's strength would be exhausted by its own people. Once Ninshu split apart, its power would scatter. And once that power scattered, the ninja world would fall into chaos. And once the ninja world fell into chaos, Black Zetsu's laughter gradually faded into the depths of the rocks, as his body melted into the darkness. Just wait, Hagoromo, you traitorous son who betrayed Mother. I will make your sons slaughter each other. I won't let you rest easy even in death. The next day, inside Ninshu, more than a dozen trusted aides and followers stood or sat in 2 rows, all eyes focused on the young figure in the center. Indra sat cross-legged in the main seat, with a stack of papers laid out before him. The edges of the papers were slightly curled. They were densely covered in tiny writing, along with a few simple chakra pathway diagrams. He picked up the top sheet, glanced at it, then handed it to the person beside him. These are the ninjutsu I developed. Indra's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Starting today, pass them down so everyone in Ninshu can learn them. The hall fell silent for a moment, then low murmurs began to spread. Ninjutsu. An older follower took the paper and looked down at it carefully. His pupils contracted slightly. This is nature transformation, and it can be used like this too. I organized it into a complete system. As Indra spoke, his finger tapped the page. The method of refining chakra can be optimized. The hand sign sequence can be reduced. Different natures can also be used together. If trained according to this system, even ordinary disciples can reach in 3 years what used to take 5. His gaze swept across everyone present. Only with power can we better realize our ideals. He said it very calmly, as if he were stating an undeniable fact. No one in the hall objected. Everyone present was one of Indra's followers. A young disciple raised his head, excitement shining in his eyes. Lord Indra, these ninjutsu? Can we really learn them? Yes. Indra nodded. Not just you. Everyone in Ninshu can. I said it before. I want everyone to become stronger. He paused, then added, power should not be monopolized. Some nodded quietly, while others frowned slightly, but no one spoke against it. Indra pushed all the papers in his hand forward and stood up. Go. Make copies and distribute them. In the valley, a strange creature 3 meters long crawled out of a cave. Its entire body was blue, its arms thick with bulging muscle. It had a huge vertical eye on its face, and its lower body was a snake tail. A sinister aura radiated from it, and a savage grin covered its face. Lord Sukuna, you will be revived. 3 days later, in the main hall of Ninshu, Musugi sat upright in the main seat, dressed in white, her hair pinned high, her expression calm and dignified. 20 years had left fine lines on her face, but they could not wear away the toughness that came from deep within her bones. After the Sage of Six Paths left, She had carried all of Ninshu's internal and external affairs on her own shoulders, keeping the disciples united. Below her, Indra and Azura sat on the left and right. Behind each of them, their followers sat in order. Musugi's gaze rested on the two brothers for a moment before she slowly spoke. 20 miles to the southeast, the Sato clan and the Yoshino clan have fallen into a dispute over land. The two clans have already reached the point of drawing blades over it. Since both sides have people who possess chakra, and their natures are different, if this is ignored, it may lead to disaster. She paused and swept her gaze between Indra and Azura. Indra, Azura, I need the two of you to go resolve this issue. Indra gave a slight nod, his expression calm as he replied, Yes, mother. Azura smiled confidently. Leave it to me. Musugi looked at them and sighed inwardly. These two children, one was too rational, and the other was too emotional. Indra saw things too clearly, and sometimes that made him lose warmth. Azura was full of passion, but he often overlooked the complexity of human nature. Sending them together was both a hope that they could make up for each other's weaknesses, and a way to let them see their own flaws through clashing with one another. Some truths were better learned by crashing into a wall once than by hearing them 100 times. Go! Musugi smiled faintly. Be careful on the road. The two brothers rose, bowed to Musugi, then turned and walked out of the hall. The followers on both sides also stood and followed behind their respective leaders. Musugi remained seated in the main seat, watching the two figures walk out side by side, her gaze distant and deep. On the plain, the warriors of two clans stood facing off. Each side had several hundred men holding swords, chakra surging through their bodies. The air was filled with a taut, explosive tension. The Sato clan was on the east side, and the Yoshino clan was on the west. The head of the Sato clan stood at the front of his formation, beard and hair bristling with rage, pointing at the opposite side as he cursed, Shameless scoundrels, this land has belonged to the Sato clan for generations. You took advantage of the chaos within our clan to seize it, and now you still dare claim to be its masters. The head of the Yoshino clan gave a cold snort and refused to back down. Belonged to you for generations? Ridiculous. 20 years ago, your Sato clan was in disorder, squeezing the people with harsh taxes until they were driven from their homes. This place became a wasteland overrun by bandits. You were the ones who abandoned jurisdiction over it. What right do you have to ask for it back now? He paused, and his voice rose several degrees. It was our Yoshino clan that spent manpower and resources to wipe out the bandits, bring peace to the people, reclaim the wasteland, and build irrigation channels. The people living on this land now enjoy peace and prosperity because of our governance. Now that your Sato clan has recovered, you want to come pick the peaches? The Sato clan head's face turned red, veins bulging at his temples. That is our land. No matter what you've done, the deed is in our hands, and our ancestors' tablets are buried in this soil. You took it and that's that. Nothing you say changes it. The deed, the Yoshino clan head sneered. Something you abandoned yourselves. That deed is just a useless piece of paper. The warriors on both sides tightened their grips on their weapons, and the glow of chakra flickered along their blades. Some were growling, some were cursing. The atmosphere had already reached its breaking point. It would explode with just one spark. At that moment, two figures walked over from the distance. Indra walked in front, his step steady, his face expressionless. Azura followed half a step behind him, his brows slightly furrowed as his eyes swept back and forth between the two sides. Behind them were their respective supporters as well. The people of Ninshu had arrived. The heads of the Sato clan and the Yoshino clan both stopped talking at once and turned to look at these two sons of the Sage of Six Paths. In the ninja world, no one was unaware of Ninshu's weight, and no one dared show it disrespect. Even these two clans locked in a standoff did not dare act recklessly in front of them. Indra stood between the two sides and asked, I have heard about the matter. You both have your own version. Who will explain it clearly? The head of the Sato family spoke first and laid out how the Yoshino family had taken advantage of their weakness and seized the nest like a cuckoo, even producing the land deed as proof. The head of the Yoshino family let out a cold laugh and immediately brought up how the Sato family had governed the people, how they had ignored whether the commoners lived or died. The two sides once again erupted into an argument, and the samurai behind them also chimed in one after another. Indra watched all of this coldly and said flatly, All of you, shut up. As soon as those words came out, everyone looked toward Indra. Seeing his expression darken, they all quieted down. None of them dared act presumptuously toward Indra. Leaving aside his status, his strength alone was not something they could contend with. Azura stepped forward, trying to ease the emotions on both sides. Both family heads, calm down. What's done is done. Arguing won't solve the problem. He turned to the head of the Yoshino family. Head Yoshino, you say your family governed this land and paid a price for it. We understand that. But the Sato family's ancestors did indeed own this land, so their demands are not entirely unreasonable. He then turned to the head of the Sato family. Head Sato, we can understand your wish to reclaim your homeland, but the Yoshino family truly has achieved results, and the people have benefited as well. If you forcefully take it back while the people are unwilling, it will only cause new trouble instead. At this moment, Indra spoke, his voice not loud. All this back and forth is nothing more than a dispute over profit. One side saw the land's future value and took the chance to occupy it, while the other wants to reap the benefits without effort and greedily pick the fruit. Everyone present fell silent, and all eyes focused on him. Indra was silent for a moment, then said, "Whoever holds the land deed, the land belongs to them. That is the rule. Without rules, if everyone fights over things, there will never be peace." Then he looked at the head of the Yoshino family. "As for how much effort you put in and how much you sacrificed, that was your own choice. It cannot become a reason to occupy someone else's land." The Sato family was overjoyed, while the Yoshino family's expressions changed drastically. Just as the latter was about to speak, they heard Indra say again, "But the Yoshino family's efforts cannot be ignored, so I have two proposals." Everyone listened intently, and no one interrupted. First, give the Yoshino family a sum of compensation, and the land will be returned to the Sato family. Second, the Yoshino family can pay rent to the Sato family in the form of leasing the land. The specific terms can be discussed between yourselves. As soon as these two proposals came out, neither side agreed. The Yoshino family valued this land precisely because of its prospects. Giving it up would mean they gained nothing at all. And if it was only a lease, the other side could choose not to renew it in the future. The Sato family felt the same way. They thought they could manage it themselves, so why lease it to someone else? And since the other side had clearly occupied their land, why should they have to pay money? Ajura listened to his older brother's words, his brows drawing tighter and tighter. He stepped forward and said softly, "Brother, this is inappropriate. This is only using power to suppress both sides' demands. It isn't a real solution." Indra turned to look at him, expressionless. "Then how do you think it should be resolved?" Ajura took a deep breath and faced both sides. "I think the people should be allowed to speak. The Sato family and the Yoshino family should sit down together and hear what the people want. Hear under whose rule they are willing to live." As soon as these words were spoken, the Yoshino family was overjoyed, while the Sato family's expressions changed drastically. Indra shook his head. "Ajura, you're thinking too ideally. The people may say today that they are willing to follow the Yoshino family, but what if they become dissatisfied with the current situation later and change their words? And even if they don't change their words, the grudge between the two families will still remain. Sooner or later, they'll fight again." Ajura pressed his lips together and sighed. "But big brother, have you thought about the people at all? If this is done, history will only repeat itself, and the people will suffer again." "Hey, hey, hey!" The head of the Sato family interrupted with a face full of grief and indignation. "Lord Ajura, that's not right. What do you mean we'll mistreat the people? We would never do that." Ajura did not believe a single word of it. On a distant hillside, a pool of black sludge hid in the shadow of a rock. Watching this scene with great interest, the corners of Black Zetsu's mouth silently split open. This was exactly the moment it had been waiting for. In the end, under Indra's strong insistence, the Sato family had no choice but to lease the land to the Yoshino family for their use. Ajura accepted it, Indra accepted it, and the Yoshino family accepted it too. Only the Sato family remained resentful and silent. 1 month later, influenced by some inexplicable force, the two sides broke out in battle on that land. Countless were killed or wounded, and the commoners were either dead, crippled, or injured. By the time the news reached the Ninshu, it was already the third day. Indra was organizing ninjutsu scrolls in the hall when a disciple stumbled in, face deathly pale. After hearing the report, he threw down the scroll in his hand and ran through the corridor straight into the main hall. Ajura had long been waiting inside the hall. On the main seat, Musugi rested with her eyes closed. The moment the door shut, his voice came out with anger he could no longer suppress. "This is the rule you wanted? More than 200 people died. What did those commoners do wrong?" Indra's expression did not look good either, but his voice remained steady. "The rules were not wrong. The ones at fault were the Sato family for not following them. They accepted the mediation, then went back on their word and secretly sought revenge. Rules?" Ajura's voice suddenly rose. "If you had supported me back then and awarded the land to the Yoshino family, the Sato family would have given up, and this would never have happened. You insisted on talking about the land deed. The Sato family agreed on the surface but refused in their hearts. Wasn't this outcome destined from the start?" Indra's pupils contracted slightly, and his tone abruptly turned cold. "Award it to the Yoshino family? On what grounds? Just because they put in effort? Does effort erase the land deed? Then from now on, if someone seizes someone else's territory first, as long as they are willing to put in effort, can they legally make it their own? Ajura, have you thought about the consequences of that? I never said the land deed should be erased." Ajura swung his hand hard. "I'm saying people's feelings should matter. The Yoshino family shed sweat, and the Sato family feels wronged. What you should do is untie the knot in both sides' hearts. Not just say, 'These are the rules.' Untie the knot in their hearts? Indra let out a cold laugh. People chase profit, and their fighting is also because of profit. Azura, your set of ideas sounds nice, but it's useless. Azura's face flushed red, and his lips trembled a few times. He took a deep breath and tried hard to steady his voice. Fine. You say mine is useless. Then tell me, were your rules of any use? Both families signed the lease agreement and both said they wouldn't regret it. What happened in the end? Indra fell silent, not because he had nothing to say, but because he knew Azura was speaking the truth. Because they don't know the consequences of defying the rules. As he spoke, Indra's chakra turned cold and sinister. Next, I will make everyone understand. What did you say? Azura's voice sank. What are you going to do? Indra did not answer. He turned around and, without looking back, left behind one sentence. I will go kill everyone involved in this matter. If you don't follow the rules, you have to pay the price. Azura was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily, What did you say? Enough. Musugi suddenly spoke out. Indra's footsteps halted, and Azura said no more. Musugi rubbed her brow, feeling only a headache. She had originally wanted the two brothers to help each other, but instead, the two had become more and more hostile toward one another. She looked at Indra's back and said, Indra, who are you going to kill? And how many are you going to kill? If your rules only teach people fear, then how are they any different from tyranny? Then she turned her gaze to Azura. Azura, if you think it should be awarded to those who put in the effort, that will only make the strong stronger and the weak weaker. The so-called way of solving things you speak of is nothing more than making the decision based on your own wishes. Musugi stood up and ordered, Azura, stop the conflict immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Indra, investigate this matter thoroughly. Punish only the main culprits. Do not implicate the innocent. Anyone who thinks this is unfair, speak now. If there are no objections, go handle your tasks. The two of them were silent for a moment, then accepted the order and left. On a distant hillside, Black Zetsu leaned half his body out from the shadow of a rock. It looked toward the ninja sect, a satisfied smile hanging at the corner of its mouth. Just a tiny little push, and it can stir up such huge waves. It muttered to itself. Humans really are more useful than any jutsu. It withdrew back into the shadows, its laughter like a wisp of smoke, fading into the dusk. The next day, Indra summoned the Sato clan head, the elders and several leaders to the main hall of the Sato family. He stood in the hall and examined the crimes his subordinates had gathered one by one. The more he read, the more shocking the contents became, and the angrier he grew. These pieces of evidence recorded the Sato family's improper dealings over the past few years, along with some unspeakable evil acts. And this was only from the past few years. What about before that? What about the things that were never recorded? At that thought, Indra's Sharingan appeared beyond his control, and the three Tomo immediately began to change. Animals, none of you deserve to live. The Sato clan head tried to speak in his own defense, but Indra gave him no chance. As the last word fell, his blade rose and fell. The hall went deathly silent, with only the faint sound of blood spreading across the floor. The warriors and servants who had followed the clan head all dropped to their knees, trembling, not daring to raise their heads. Before long screams, pleas for mercy, and curses rang out endlessly through the hall. As for the original requirements of this mission, Indra had already been overwhelmed by emotion and thrown them completely out of his mind. After returning to the ninja sect, Musugi fell silent the moment she learned that Indra had slaughtered most of the Sato clan. After learning the reason behind it, she said she understood, but she did not support it. From that day on, the Sato family began its decline. All of its leaders were gone. No one could command the clan members, and no one could unite their hearts. This once famous great clan turned into a pile of loose sand overnight. At that time, the Yoshino family suddenly made its move. In the name of cutting the grass and removing the roots, they began hunting down the Sato family's remaining forces. Their clansmen drew their blades and set out one after another. The pursuit started from the Sato family's former territory and spread all the way to the surrounding area. Anyone with even the slightest relation to the Sato family was treated by the Yoshino family as a thorn in their side. They killed one person in one day, 2 people in 2 days. After half a month, the Sato bloodline was nearly wiped out. When the news reached the ninja sect, Ashura found Indra and asked, "You chose this method?" Indra did not deny it. "Yes. You personally killed most of the Sato family." "Yes. Now the Yoshino family is hunting down the old, the weak, the women, and the children of the Sato family. What are you going to do? Go kill the Yoshino family too?" Indra was silent for a moment before saying slowly, "The Yoshino family's actions have crossed the line. If they don't stop, I will act." Ashura laughed, his smile full of bitterness and mockery. "Crossed the line. Those 3 words really do come easily to you. Did you ever think about the consequences when you were killing people?" Ashura stood up and looked down at his seated older brother. "Brother, who did the rules you set save?" Ashura's voice was hoarse. "This could have been talked through properly from the start. You were the one who pushed this tragedy forward with your own hands. One wrong step and every step after is wrong. All your way knows is killing. It has never known understanding. Indra slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the three tomo had already turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan. No. A person's actions are driven by the heart. Ashura's pupils shrank, and then he heard his brother continue. This world needs absolute suppression, absolute power, absolute order. If you won't support me, then we can only go our separate ways. Over the following years, the conflict between Indra and Ashura grew deeper and deeper. In the end, Indra chose to leave. That day, he did not see his mother or Ashura. He only brought his trusted followers and walked out through the east gate without looking back. Musugi watched from afar without saying a word. Ashura chased after him to the gate, then stopped in his tracks. 5 years later, deep in a mountain valley, Indra walked along a stream, his steps neither fast nor slow. The secret letter from a few days ago was still tucked inside his robe, and the edges of the paper had already softened from the warmth of his body. That secret letter had arrived in a strange way. It had no signature, no origin, and he had no idea when it had appeared on the desk in his study. When he opened it, the contents made his brows tighten. It listed the location where one of Sukuna's fingers was sealed, along with a single sentence, "Consume it to obtain supreme power." Indra had sneered at once and casually tossed the letter onto the desk. Naturally, he did not believe it. Before his father died, he had explained many things to him. Among them, the most important was about Sukuna's fingers. Sukuna's soul was attached to those fingers. If anyone fused with one of them, even just a single finger, Sukuna's consciousness would awaken inside that person and eventually seize their body, returning to the world once more. His father had traded his life for that seal. Indra was not foolish enough to break it. However, while he would never touch the matter of fusion, if he could find that finger and secretly study it, perhaps he could gain some insight into Sukuna's power from it. With his own talent, if he dissected its structure and analyzed its principles, maybe he could reproduce a portion of similar power and use it for himself. At that thought, he could not help quickening his pace. At the base of the cliff on the left, hidden beneath vines and moss, a pitch-black cave entrance was revealed. The entrance was not large, only enough for one person to bend over and enter, but the chakra fluctuation coming from within made Indra's pupils contract sharply. That fluctuation was far too familiar. There was no way he could mistake it. It was his father's chakra. So this is where Sukuna's finger is sealed? Indra's expression turned grave. He stepped forward, brushed aside the vines, and bent down to enter the cave. The cave was deeper than he had imagined, and the stone steps beneath his feet looked man-made. The stone stairs stretched downward, growing deeper and wider the farther he went, while an ancient scent filled the air. At the deepest part of the cave, a stone chamber carved into the cliff face appeared before him. At the very center of the chamber stood a shrine. The shrine was not large. It was wooden, and its lacquer had already peeled away in patches. Every side of it was covered with talismans, and every talisman bore curse markings. Under Indra's gaze, those curse markings squirmed slightly, slowly flowing across the paper like living things. It really is father's seal. Indra stepped forward a few paces and carefully examined those talismans. Then his gaze moved away from them and fell inside the shrine. Through the gaps between the talismans, he saw an object wrapped layer upon layer in sealing paper. It was about the length of a finger segment, and its shape was also like a finger, wrapped up like a miniature mummy. Indra's pupils contracted, and his fingers trembled slightly, whether from tension or excitement, even he did not know. Sukuna's power was right in front of him, sealed inside this shabby shrine, sealed within this inconspicuous finger. He recalled the legends about Sukuna, the world-destroying slashes and the terrifying flames. Subconsciously, he took one step forward, drawing closer to the shrine. In that single step, a trace of almost invisible in-release chakra seeped out from the gaps in the talismans and entered his body. In the next moment, his body trembled, and he sensed a slight change in his Sharingan. How is this possible? My ocular power got stronger. Indra was utterly shocked. Even though it was only a faint trace, he felt it clearly and truly. This is only a strand leaking from the seal. If it were complete. He stood before the shrine, countless thoughts surging through his mind. Father said I must not let power devour me. But power itself is neutral. It depends on the user. And I need power to rule the entire world, so the world can have true peace. That's right, there is nothing wrong with power itself. The one at fault is the person who uses it, Indra muttered to himself. The finger will only bring Sukuna back to life if it fuses with the host. As long as I'm careful enough, Sukuna won't revive. If that's the case, then father, you'll support me too, right? In the end, he convinced himself, sat down, and began carefully observing the seal. Several months later, relying purely on his powerful talent, he forcefully succeeded in undoing the seal. He took the item from the shrine and turned to leave the cave. About half an hour later, another figure appeared deep inside the cave. Mesh stood before the shrine. Looking at the now empty shrine, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Even if it's only one finger, he chuckled softly. This is just the beginning. By the time he returned to his residence, dusk had already fallen. Indra did not rest. He went straight into the secret chamber and shut the door from the inside. The candlelight flickered on the desk, making the four walls brighten and dim in turns. He took that severed finger from his robe and carefully placed it on the desk. Then, he began his research. For the first few days, progress was minimal. He had peeled open a tiny gap in the talisman wrapped around the finger, and only a very small amount of chakra leaked out from it. Bit by bit, he collected, separated, and analyzed that leaking chakra. During the day, he worked through his deductions in the secret chamber. At night, he recorded everything by candlelight, forgetting food and sleep, knowing no exhaustion. The meals his confidants brought him often went cold before he took a few bites, while the papers on his desk piled higher and higher. Late at night 1 month later, Indra finally made a discovery. He sat in the secret chamber, with a ball of blood-red chakra floating above his palm. That was Sukuna's power leaking out from the gap in the finger's seal, tightly locked down by him with sealing jutsu. He opened his mangekyo and stared at the core of that chakra. In the depths of his pupils was reflected its most minute structure. It's different. Sukuna's in-release chakra is different from that of ordinary people. Indra narrowed his eyes as he observed it. An ordinary person's chakra was formed by mixing physical energy and spiritual energy. Though it had yin and yang distinctions, its essence was neutral. But within Sukuna's in-release chakra was mixed an extremely special substance, a power extracted from negative emotions, hatred, fear, anger, despair. It was as if those emotions had been refined by him and turned into part of his chakra. Indra's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed again. Negative emotions can also become power? He had never considered that path before. His father had taught him that chakra was the bond connecting people, a tool for understanding and peace. But Sukuna's chakra told him that chakra could also be a carrier of fear and hatred, a sharp blade for destruction and conquest. Indra sat before the candlelight in silence for a long time. 1 month later, Indra finally figured out one thing. That abnormal in-release chakra was precisely the source of his increased ocular power. But he did not rashly absorb it. Suppressing the hunger in his heart, he turned his attention in another direction. How had Sukuna refined negative emotions into chakra? What exactly was the mechanism behind the conversion of that power? Half a year passed. On this day, the doors and windows of the secret chamber were tightly shut, and there was only a single oil lamp inside. Indra sat before the desk, his eyes bloodshot, his eye sockets sunken, his hair hanging messily over his shoulders, and rough stubble covering his chin. His robe was wrinkled, and it was impossible to tell how long it had been since he had changed it. He suddenly stood up, knocking the chair over backward with a dull thud, then threw his head back and let out a long laugh. So that's how it is. His voice echoed through the secret chamber. I understand now, ha 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 ha. The next day, one of Ashura's subordinates delivered a secret letter. The letter bore no signature, and its origin was unknown. Ashura unfolded the letter, his gaze sweeping across its contents, and his expression changed abruptly. It not only said that Indra had taken Sukuna's finger and was secretly researching the power within it, but also gave his exact location, along with information about the Ninetails. Ashura clenched the letter tightly, his knuckles turning white, then turned and hurried toward his mother's residence. Mushin sat beneath the corridor, watching the rock garden and flowing water. She was no longer young. A few fine lines had appeared at the corners of her eyes, and white strands had begun to show at her temples. Seeing Ashura approaching in a rush, she asked, "What happened?" Ashura handed the secret letter over without speaking. Mushin took the letter and read it word by word. She said nothing for a long time, her gaze fixed on the paper. The candlelight flickered at her side, casting her shadow on the wall, motionless. After a very long while, she let out a long sigh. In that sigh was exhaustion, pain, and a heavy, almost numb weariness. Sukuna, the man who made Hagoromo and Hamura pay with their lives. That bloody battle, which lasted for 1 month, was still the deepest scar in the ninja world. And now, her eldest son, the child Hagoromo had placed the greatest hopes on, had actually torn open that seal with his own hands. Indra? Mushin's voice trembled slightly. For the sake of power, have you really done this? She closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, the turbulence in them had already settled. The grief remained, the disappointment remained, but all of it had been forced down, sunk into the deepest part of her heart. She raised her head and looked at Ashura, her gaze regaining its calm. Ashura, immediately take Sukuna's finger back. She paused, her throat moving slightly. If necessary. She parted her lips, seeming to weigh her words. After a few breaths, she continued, but her voice was lower than before. If necessary, do not hold back. Hearing that, Ashura's body trembled slightly. He knew what those words meant. His mother had already prepared for the worst. Even if it meant personally killing one of her sons, she would still stop Sukuna's resurrection. Ashura fell silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. He did not ask more and turned to leave. Ashura! Mushin suddenly called out to him. Ashura stopped and turned back. Mushin stood up. When she walked in front of Ashura, she raised her hand and gently pressed it onto his shoulder. From her palm, a warm current of chakra slowly flowed into Ashura's body. It was the gift the Sage of Six Paths had left to her. I am giving you my power. Her voice was not loud, yet it drove into Ashura's heart like nails. From now on, you will lead the ninja sect. Ashura's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only swallowed that word back down. Mushin withdrew her hand, stepped back, and watched as Ashura turned and left. That figure walked farther and farther away in the morning light, gradually disappearing in the direction of the mountain gate. The wind still blew beneath the corridor, and the wind chimes gave off faint, scattered sounds. Mushin stood there, gazing at the figure that could no longer be seen, and murmured, Hagoromo, I already tried very hard. I already did everything I could. But this inheritance, this responsibility, is too heavy, too painful. 7 days later, Ashura left the ninja sect with dozens of people and hurried along the eastern road. The group stopped in front of a clan territory. At the entrance stood a wooden archway, carved with a fan-shaped crest. Inside the clan grounds, rows of houses stretched on. Smoke curled up from cooking fires. Women were trading goods, and children were playing with bamboo balls, their laughter crisp and clear. The clansmen standing guard at the entrance had short blades hanging at their waists, and their eyes were sharp as hawks. Ashura was just about to walk inside when a young man stretched out a hand to stop him. That man's clothes were also embroidered with the fan crest. His back was straight, and his tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Who are you, sir? What business do you have coming to the Uchiha clan grounds? Ashura cupped his fists and said, I am Ashura, from the ninja sect. Indra is my elder brother. I came to find him. The man looked Ashura up and down. Upon hearing the words elder brother, his expression shifted slightly. He turned and signaled to the person behind him, lowering his voice as he instructed, Go inform the clan head. The messenger ran off at full speed, and Ashura remained where he was, waiting. Not long after, a figure walked over from deep within the clan grounds. Indra wore a clean, neat dark robe, his hair tied up, his face calm, his steps neither fast nor slow. The two brothers looked at each other. One was travel-worn, his face full of anger. The other was properly dressed, his expression cold. What did you come to see me for? Indra asked, his voice neither loud nor soft. Ashura did not bother with small talk. He kept his voice very low. Why did you undo father's seal? Indra's pupils shrank slightly, but only for an instant before returning to calm. There is no right or wrong in power. Enough. Ashura cut him off, his voice suddenly rising. Hand it over, or I'll take it myself. Indra looked at him, silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. If you've got the ability, come take it. Before his words even finished, his figure vanished from where he stood. Ashura did not hesitate and chased after the direction where Indra had disappeared. One in front and one behind, the two of them swept past houses, crossed the stream, went over a low ridge and landed on an open stretch of flat ground. This place was far from the clan's land. Around them, there was only wild grass and a few crooked old trees. On the flat ground, the two brothers stopped, dozens of steps apart. Indra's eyes changed soundlessly. His black pupils turned scarlet. 3 tomo slowly rotated in his eyes, then joined together, forming the pattern of a 6-pointed star. Ashura's hand slipped out from his sleeve, palm facing upward, as chakra gathered between his 5 fingers into a golden light. The golden chakra blazed like a scorching sun, enveloping his whole body. Indra's pupils contracted slightly. He froze for a moment, then recognized the source of that chakra. The 9 tails. There was a trace of surprise in his voice. You actually obtained the 9 tails. Ashura did not explain. Golden chakra flowed around him, making him look like a god descending into the world. He looked at Indra and spoke calmly. Big brother, I don't want to kill you. Give me the finger and I'll spare you. As soon as those words fell, even the wind over the flat ground seemed to stop for a moment. Indra's expression changed. Not fear, but anger, the kind of anger that came from being looked down on, from being insulted. You mean, you can kill me? His voice was very low. Don't be arrogant. Don't think that just because you have the 9 tails, you can defeat me. The instant the last word fell, purple chakra erupted from Indra's body. Then that purple chakra began to solidify and rise higher. First came the bones. Then flesh and armor began to cover the purple skeleton. In the next second, a purple giant 200 meters tall stood towering over the wilderness. The giant wore armor, and a cold, eerie light burned in its eyes. It stood there like a moving mountain. Indra stood inside the giant, wrapped in purple light, looking down from above at the golden figure on the ground. Ashura raised his head and looked at that purple giant that blocked out the sky. Behind him, the 9 tails golden chakra surged. Big brother, do you really have to go this far? Indra did not answer. One of the giant's feet lifted, then slammed heavily onto the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth shook, and a crack spread from beneath the giant's foot toward Azura. The answer had already been given. Azura sighed, and the hesitation in his eyes was quickly replaced by resolve. Golden light burst out from his body, brighter and fiercer than before, like a sun that had fallen into the mortal world. When the golden light faded, a colossal being appeared in the wilderness. On the giant fox's body grew 3 heads and 6 arms, its face both majestic and ferocious. Its palms faced upward, each one holding a pitch-black truth-seeking ball. 9 golden tails spread out behind it like 9 surging rivers, covering the sky and the sun. The golden giant fox with 3 heads and 6 arms stood upon the earth, facing off from afar against Indra's 200-meter-tall purple giant, and its presence was not inferior in the slightest. Indra's eyes opened wide at once, and his pupils trembled violently. This is 6 Paths power. His voice turned hoarse. And Mother's chakra too? How is that possible? He suddenly understood something, and the purple chakra around him began to surge violently. His gaze pierced through the golden light of the 9 tails, and locked onto Azura, as he roared out that name. Azura! That furious roar carried anger, unwillingness, the pain of betrayal, and a trace of grievance he would never admit. Mother had chosen Azura. To deal with him, she had even handed her own power, along with father's gift, to this younger brother. It felt like Indra's heart was being clenched in someone's grip, hurting so much he could barely breathe. Mother would rather give power to Azura than to him. If he had this power, he could carry out his ideals even better. Father kept talking about mutual understanding, but why did Azura have 6 Paths power while he did not? The battle came quickly and ended just as quickly, with no suspense in the result. Indra fell out of the shattered giant body and slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay on his back, staring blankly at the sky, his chest heaving violently, a thread of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Azura stood beside him as the golden chakra slowly withdrew, and the huge-tailed beast figure gradually faded away. He looked down at his fallen older brother, his expression complicated, pain, reluctance, and helpless frustration at his failure to live up to expectations all mixed together. Big brother. His voice was not loud, but it was very clear. Give me the finger and I can spare your life. Indra turned his head and looked at Azura, the corner of his mouth slowly pulling wide. Impossible. I won't lose. I don't need your pity. A dark, chilling chakra burst out from his body. In the next second, Indra took out the finger wrapped in layer upon layer of sealing talismans from his clothes and gripped it in his palm. His movement was fast, so fast that Azura had no time to react. His eyes swept over those talismans, and the corner of his mouth split wider, revealing an almost crazed smile. Big brother, stop! Azura's pupils shrank sharply as he lunged forward. Too late. Indra's 5 fingers tightened, and he tore hard. Those sealing papers were ripped off the finger like withered leaves. Their fragments scattered through the air and turned to ash. He opened his mouth and swallowed that dark red finger whole. Then his body suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning. Black markings spread from his neck across his entire body, wrapping around both arms and crawling up his cheeks. Below each of his eyes, a slit split open. The skin peeled back to both sides, revealing newly grown eyes underneath, glowing with purple light. Indra slowly stood up. The expression on his face was twisted and excited, and the corners of his mouth stretched to an unbelievable angle. Ha 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 ha! His laughter echoed across the wilderness, sharp and ear-piercing. Azura stood where he was, looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, unable to say a single word. From this moment on, he could no longer use the words big brother to address the person before him. Indra. No, the one standing there now could no longer be called Indra. Sukuna slowly raised his head and looked at the golden 9 tails giant fox, looked at Azura hiding in the 9 tails chest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Azura, son of the sage of 6 paths, even his voice had changed, becoming low and magnetic. Let me see how much of his power you inherited. Before his words even finished, his figure vanished instantly. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of the 9 tails abdomen. Sukuna's figure appeared out of thin air. His right fist drew back to his waist, then he threw it out fiercely. That punch slammed solidly into the 9 tails golden body, letting out a heavy muffled boom. But that was all. Azura stood inside the chakra barrier at the 9 tails chest, and even his footing did not move in the slightest. To him, someone who had inherited 6 paths power and mother's chakra, this was no more than a light breeze brushing his face. After all, this was only half of Sukuna's power. Azura began to fight back. One of the 9 tails' tails suddenly whipped out, like a massive golden pillar sweeping across the battlefield, smashing hard into Sukuna. With a thunderous boom, Sukuna's body was slammed into the ground like a falling meteor, blasting out a crater and sending dust and shattered rocks flying everywhere. Laughter came from within the dust cloud. He he, ha 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 ha. The laughter rose from low to high, from restrained to wild, until it became a burst of completely unrestrained cackling. The next second, countless invisible slashes shot out from the dust cloud, blanketing the sky as they cut toward the Nine-Tails' golden body. Azura's expression did not change. A pitch-black truth-seeking ball flew out from the Nine-Tails' palm and hovered in midair. In front of the Nine-Tails, the truth-seeking ball transformed into a round black shield, blocking every single slash. The slashes struck the black shield without making a sound, like snowflakes falling into an abyss, vanishing in an instant without leaving even the slightest ripple. The dust slowly began to clear. Sukuna walked out of the crater. His robe was covered in dust, but there was still a smile at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the tiny figure on the Nine-Tails' chest, and an excited light ignited in his scarlet eyes. Interesting. Who would have thought that right after reviving, I'd get a feast like this? Let me savor it properly. He raised his hand, and his chakra surged once more. Azura held his breath and focused. The truth-seeking ball in his hand condensed again, ready to face the real battle. However, Sukuna's hand suddenly froze in midair. His body jerked, and his consciousness seemed to be suppressed by something. The black markings on his skin slowly began to fade. Sukuna looked down at his own body, his brows furrowing. That brat. How is he able to suppress me? For the first time, a trace of confusion appeared in his voice. His gaze suddenly stopped, and his perception spread deep into Indra's body, touching something he had not noticed before. Ah! Sukuna's voice suddenly calmed down. Hagoromo Atsutsuki. Even dead, you still won't let anyone rest easy. Sukuna muttered softly, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. The black markings continued to fade, and the two newly grown pairs of eyes on Indra's face slowly closed as well, leaving behind only two shallow cracks on his cheeks, like scars from old wounds. Sukuna's consciousness was fading, but he did not struggle, nor was he angry. He only lifted his head and gave Azura one last look. The corner of his mouth curled slightly upward, leaving behind a meaningful smile. Next time, when we meet again, I won't be this polite. His voice had already become very faint. As soon as those words fell, that frenzied chakra completely disappeared. Indra's body swayed, and his own consciousness had returned. Azura looked at his older brother, but did not approach and did not speak. The moment his consciousness returned, Indra suddenly hunched over and sucked in large breaths, his expression complicated. There was the joy and relief of surviving a disaster, but also the pain of his father's distrust. The safeguard left inside his body was both life-saving grace and a silent slap across the face. His father had seemingly foreseen this day, foreseen that he might walk down this path, and had made arrangements in advance. His father had not given up on him. When he was on the verge of collapse, he had pulled his will back. He had not broken free by himself. He had been saved. That fact was like a thorn stabbed into Indra's heart, yet for some reason, it also made him feel an indescribable, long-lost sense of ease. Azura stood not far away, looking at his older brother's back. His throat moved, and in the end, he finally called out, "Big brother." Indra raised a hand, stopping Azura from continuing. Then he lowered his head and began dusting off his robe, as if using that action to sort out his thoughts. After a long time, Indra finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I won't thank him." Azura's brow twitched slightly. "But I don't hate him either." Indra lifted his head and looked toward the distant sky. A few grayish-white clouds were piled along the horizon, drifting lazily as if they cared about nothing. The wind swept across the open field, blowing his messy hair back behind him. He gave his collar one last adjustment, then turned around. Without looking at Azura again, he simply stepped forward and walked back in the direction he had come from. Azura stood where he was, watching that figure go farther and farther away. He wanted to call out, "Big brother," and his lips moved, but in the end, no sound came out. Indra returned to the clan grounds and deliberately walked through the main road. The dust on his robe had already been brushed off, and the bloodstains on his face had also been wiped clean. His steps were steady, with not a trace of embarrassment visible. "Lord Indra is back." No one knew who shouted it, but the silent clan grounds were like still water struck by a stone, and ripples immediately spread through them. Women stepped out from behind their doors, children cheered and chased each other along the roadside, and the men shouted loudly, "The clan leader has returned. Lord Indra is safe." Everyone's worry turned into joy, and their unease became cheers. No one asked how the battle had gone. No one asked whether he was injured. Indra gave a slight nod. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and there was even a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He did not stop. Passing through the crowd, he walked into his residence, and the cheers behind him gradually faded into the distance. The door closed, the candle was unlit, and the room suddenly dimmed. Indra walked to the bed and lay down, staring at the ceiling above him, his thoughts in complete chaos and impossible to sort out. His father's safeguard, Sukuna's will, the complicated look in Azura's eyes, and the lingering heat left behind when Sukuna's power faded away. One thing piled on top of another, surging through his mind and leaving him no peace. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the world had changed. Indra suddenly sat up, his pupils shrinking sharply. All around him were heaps of white bones and remains, human skeletons and the bones of giant beasts as well, layered endlessly as far as the eye could see. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The heavens and earth were dark crimson, and at the center of it all was a throne built from piled-up bones. On that throne sat a person high above everything. One arm rested on the armrest, his palm supporting his cheek, his posture lazy and casual. Sukuna's brown hair was slicked back, and he wore a woman's kimono. The black markings on his face were clearly visible. To Indra's shock, the other's appearance had actually become exactly the same as his own, except for the eyes, which were Rinnegan. With just one glance, Indra felt an overwhelming pressure crashing toward him. It was the presence of a being who stood above everything and looked down on all living things as if they were ants. "Welcome to my world." Sukuna's voice was not loud, carrying a hint of ease and casualness. The corner of his mouth curled slightly upward as he looked down at Indra from above. Indra stood among the corpses, sticky blood beneath his feet and a dark crimson sky above his head. He stared at the lazy figure on the throne, and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted, pulling into a mocking curve. "Humph! I never thought the famous Ryomen Sukuna would now become my prisoner." He was the master of this prison, and this existence that had forced his father and Uncle Hamura to risk their lives was now a prisoner sealed inside his body. Hearing that, Sukuna was not angry but laughed instead. "Ha ha ha, true enough. For that, I really have your father to thank." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his tone suddenly turned lighter. "But you, on the other hand, bore me." Indra's brows drew together. His expression darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. Sukuna shifted into another position, resting his chin on the back of his hand as he said casually, "Using someone else's glory to decorate your own front. That's not just a flaw in character, it's incompetence of the spirit." His voice was not loud, yet it was like a needle precisely stabbing into the softest part of Indra's chest. Indra froze. A few breaths later, his blood surged upward, and his neck and cheeks turned visibly red at a speed the eye could see. Everything he had been avoiding, everything he did not want to face, was casually stripped bare by Sukuna and thrown right in front of him. "Shut up!" Sukuna ignored him. He did not even spare him an extra glance. His gaze drifted toward the dark red sky in the distance, as if speaking to himself. "Compared to you, Azura is obviously far more outstanding." "Shut up. I really didn't expect the famous genius to be inferior to his own younger brother. What do you understand? You don't understand anything at all." Indra's eyes were bloodshot. With a wave of his hand, he cursed through gritted teeth. Sukuna tilted his head and fell silent for a moment, then put on a look of sudden realization. "I see. Now I get it. What you're trying to say is, if your father, your mother, and the Ninetales hadn't helped him, there was no way he could have surpassed you?" I understand. I've seen far too many people like that. These people blame everything on outside factors, unwilling to admit their own incompetence, trying to protect their pitiful and inferiority-ridden self-esteem that way. "I told you to shut up." At that moment, Indra's reason snapped completely. He leaped up, bones scattering beneath his feet as his body shot toward the throne like an arrow released from the bow, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning to its limit. Sukuna stood up with a smile and did not move. Indra charged straight at him. No ninjutsu, no technique, only the rage overflowing from his fists and feet. His fist smashed toward Sukuna's face and was avoided with a turn of the head. His elbow swept toward the throat and was blocked by a raised hand. His knee drove toward the abdomen and was pressed down with a palm. Sukuna stood there, his feet barely moving, the smile never leaving his face, as if he were teasing a tantrum-throwing child. He brushed Indra's fist aside, shoved him away with the same motion, then jumped backward and landed on the massive skeleton above. With scarlet eyes, Indra did not even bother catching his breath. He kicked off the ground and leaped up right after him. Watching that crazed figure pounce over, Sukuna felt incomparably pleased. Indra's fist swung again. Sukuna caught his wrist with one hand and pulled with the motion, guiding that fierce charging force into empty air. With his other hand, he gave a light push to Indra's chest, precisely breaking his balance. Indra's footing faltered. Sukuna raised his leg and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Ugh! Indra fell from the high skeleton and crashed with a bang into the blood on the ground, splashing up a large spray of dark red mud. He lay face down in the blood, gasping for air, blood and mud smeared all over his face. Sukuna dropped down from the skeleton and stood not far away, looking down at him from above, his smile unchanged. Sukuna walked forward and kicked Indra, who had only just pushed himself halfway up, back to the ground. Before he could struggle, Sukuna sat on him, pinning down his back, and lowered his head with a smile. You're unwilling to accept this, aren't you? You want power, don't you? Indra's body suddenly stiffened. He stopped struggling and lay there among the blood and bones, silent. Seeing that he did not answer, Sukuna did not care and continued on his own. I can teach you how to become stronger. In exchange, help me find another body, or help me collect my fingers. How about it? Indra turned his head and shot Sukuna a sidelong glance, then let out a cold snort. Wishful thinking. I would rather die than let you revive. He understood very clearly that if Sukuna gathered his power and revived, then with his own current abilities, he would have no chance of winning, much less ruling the world. Sukuna was not angry. He had already expected that answer. In the world of jujitsu, there was such a thing as a binding vow. Once spoken, it had to be fulfilled. A contract could not be violated, and anyone who broke it would suffer backlash. But this world had no such thing. If you wanted to make a deal, you had to consider both sides' sincerity, and sincerity was something thinner than paper in front of the human heart. Mutual wariness, mutual suspicion. Once the chain of distrust formed, no deal could be made. What a hassle! Sukuna muttered in a low voice and stood up from Indra's back. Indra slowly propped himself up and knelt in the pool of blood, looking up at Sukuna's back. Enough, get out! Sukuna's voice still echoed by his ear, and before Indra could react, the world before his eyes split apart. The outside world. Indra suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the bed, gasping for breath. The candle at his bedside was still burning, and the ceiling above him was still that familiar wood grain. He lowered his head and repeatedly felt around his waist with both hands. His skin was intact. His robe was intact. There was not a single wound. Everything just now had felt so real, as if it had happened right in front of him, yet his body had not retained the slightest trace. He remained silent for a long time. The firelight cast his shadow onto the wall, motionless. Time passed and 10 years went by. Indra entered middle age. A few strands of white had appeared at his temples. A few fine lines had formed at the corners of his eyes, yet his gaze remained sharp. Over these years, his chakra had been growing slowly and steadily, accumulating day by day. He was far more powerful than he had been 10 years ago. He had also inherited that blazing, tyrannical flame ability from Sukuna, and it had fused with his own fire-released chakra nature. But that was all. Sukuna never appeared again, nor did he gain any of Sukuna's other abilities. That world never opened to him again. At this moment, Indra sat in his study holding a secret letter. The candlelight flickered, and his shadow swayed constantly on the wall behind him, shifting between light and dark. The handwriting on the secret letter was exactly the same as it had been 10 years ago. There was no signature, no origin, only an address. It was the sealing site of another one of Sukuna's fingers. He stared at that line for a long time, then folded the secret letter and tucked it into his clothes. The next day, Azura also received a secret letter. He unfolded the paper, his gaze sweeping across the writing, and his expression immediately turned grave. It said, Indra has already set out and is about to take Sukuna's second finger. Azura did not hesitate. He tucked the secret letter into his sleeve, stood up, and walked out. 10 days later, the desert. Under the blazing sun, the yellow sand reflected a dazzling golden light, and waves of heat rose from the ground. Indra stood alone on a sand dune, following the address in the secret letter and counting his steps one by one as he walked. Half a day later, he stopped in the low ground between two sand dunes. He closed his eyes and sent his perception down beneath the sand. The yellow sand was deep. Several dozen jang below, there was a small stone chamber, and from within came a familiar chakra fluctuation. Indra opened his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly stopped. A vast and familiar chakra entered his perception. That chakra was as boundless as the sea and as blazing as fire, moving toward this place at extreme speed. He could not mistake it. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails and Azura's chakra. Indra withdrew his step, turned around, and looked in the direction the chakra was surging from. Above the yellow sand, a figure appeared atop a distant sand dune, robes snapping loudly in the hot wind. In only a few breaths, that figure appeared 3 meters in front of Indra. Big brother, are you here to take Sukuna's finger again? Azura's voice was calm and unhurried, carrying a bit of composure and a bit of authority. 10 years had left traces on his face and worn away the immaturity and impulsiveness he once had. Indra did not explain, nor did he argue. He simply took a letter from his chest and casually tossed it over. Azura caught the letter, unfolded it, and let his gaze sweep over the page. After reading it, his brows furrowed slightly, and the fingers holding the paper tightened a bit. He was not a fool. The intent behind the 2 secret letters was far too obvious. Someone was trying to provoke them into fighting each other like they had 10 years ago. Azura raised his head and said, After receiving the secret letter this time, I spent 1 day investigating it. But this secret letter was like it appeared out of thin air on the desk. Indra nodded, his expression unchanged. Mine was the same. I came this time to drag out the person who has been secretly stirring things up from the shadows. 10 kilometers away, deep beneath the sand, 2 figures, one large and one small, were hiding within the gaps between the grains. The bigger one was a half-human, half-snake creature. Its entire body was covered in fine scales. Its vertical pupils were icy cold, and its snake tail was curled in the sand. The smaller one was a puddle of black mud, pressed tightly against the snake man's back, almost blending into its shadow. The 2 of them held their breath and focused, carefully extending their senses above the surface of the sand, locking onto Indra and Ashura's direction. They found that the two brothers were not fighting, not arguing, and there was not even any sense of confrontation between them. Go! Black Zetsu's voice was so low it was almost impossible to hear. Mushi did not hesitate. With a flick of his snake tail, the two figures silently slipped deep into the sand and fled toward a farther direction. Not even the slightest ripple was left on the sand's surface, as if nothing had ever been there. On the other side, Indra and Ashura stood facing each other. After exchanging a few words, neither of them said anything more. Ashura turned around and lifted his foot to leave, but in the next second, his body trembled, and a chill spread through his abdomen. He lowered his head and looked. A hand had pierced through his body from behind. The 5 fingers were pressed together like a spear, stabbing in through his lower back and piercing out through his lower abdomen, blood dripping from the fingertips. Shock and confusion appeared on his face as he slowly turned his head and looked at Indra behind him. But Indra's expression was even more shocked than his. His eyes were wide open, his pupils filled with disbelief, as if the one who had just attacked was not himself. Big brother, you. Ashura staggered back a few steps, pulling his body off that arm. With a wet sound, blood gushed out and dyed the yellow sand beneath his feet red. He covered the wound, but the spaces between his fingers were full of warm liquid. His steps faltered and he dropped to one knee. Indra looked at his blood-covered hand, his pupils suddenly shrinking, his expression changing drastically. He suddenly realized something. A wave of fury exploded from his chest, and he practically roared, "Sukuna!" The crack beneath his eye slowly opened, revealing a Rinnegan and a mouth. "Brat, what are you yelling for?" Sukuna's voice came from that mouth, unhurried and carrying a hint of disdain. The moment Sukuna opened his eyes, he saw Ashura kneeling on the sand, blood pouring from his abdomen, his face pale, while Indra's right hand was covered in blood. He immediately understood something. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, and he found the whole thing interesting. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to actually beat Ashura." His words carried undisguised approval. "Stop lying." Indra cursed angrily, his voice trembling with rage. "Just now, you were the one who controlled my body and hurt Ashura." Sukuna narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly turned cold. "Brat, when did I ever control your body? Stop lying." Indra's eyes were bloodshot. The tomo in his Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly in his pupils as he shouted, "A coward who dares to do it but won't admit it." "Ha!" Sukuna let out a short laugh and said contemptuously, "Brat, could it be that you don't want to bear this crime, so you're trying to dump dirty water on me? That's bullshit." "Heh." Sukuna's voice was unhurried, like he was simply stating a fact. "So what if you couldn't beat Ashura? So what if you launched a sneak attack? At least that still counts as a method. But I never expected that you wouldn't even dare admit it." "Sukuna." Indra trembled all over from the provocation. His Mangekyo burst with scarlet light, his breathing turned rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently. Ashura knelt not far away, clutching the wound on his abdomen as he watched the scene before him. Without saying a word, he retreated a few steps and began healing his wound. Just as Indra was about to keep cursing, the world suddenly changed. A dark red sky pressed down overhead, corpses were piled into mountains, and blood wound into streams. Sukuna sat high upon a throne and said, "Ashura is badly wounded right now. If you make a move now, you can kill him. As long as he dies, no one in this world will be able to stop you." Hearing that, the fury on Indra's face suddenly froze, and he looked at Sukuna in disbelief. "Not tempted." Sukuna chuckled. Indra's expression twisted with struggle, and no one could tell what he was thinking. In the next second, the world shattered, and he was standing in the desert again, with the blazing sun overhead and waves of heat rushing at him. Ashura was kneeling on the sand not far away, one hand covering his abdomen, the wound slowly healing. The Ninetales recovery ability plus his sage body meant the muscles and blood vessels in his abdomen were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Indra lowered his head and looked at his hand, the hand that was still trembling slightly and stained with his younger brother's blood. Sukuna's words were like a seductive whisper, constantly tugging at his heartstrings. At this moment, there were two voices in his head crushing against each other, neither willing to give way. One side said, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Ashura is badly wounded. If you strike, he dies. From this day on, there will be no one in the world who can stand against you. The ninja creed will be yours, the nations will be yours, this whole world will be yours. This chance cannot be missed. It will not come again." The other side said, "He is your younger brother. Back then, he could have taken your life, but he let you go. He calls you big brother, and that has never changed. You want to kill him? Do you really want to kill him?" Indra raised his right hand, palm upward, and blue lightning coiled and danced between his 5 fingers. "I'm sorry, Ashura." Indra's voice was very soft, so soft it was almost blown away by the wind. Ashura's face darkened. He was not shocked, not angry, only filled with a disappointed sense of just as expected. He slowly stood up. Blood was still flowing downward, but the Ninetales chakra and his sage body had already healed 60% of his injuries. Big brother, for the sake of this world, I must kill you. There was no hesitation in Ashura's eyes, only resolve. The two of them started fighting. Violent flames burst from Indra's palm, burning the desert into broad stretches of molten glass. Ashura pressed both hands to the ground. An enormous wood release burst out from beneath the sand. Thick, knotted trunks twisted and grew like giant pythons, turning the entire desert into a warped forest. Right after that, the two transformed into the Ninetails and Susanoo, confronting and crashing against each other in the desert. Every collision made the earth tremble. Inside the Susanoo, Indra was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Through the Susanoo, he looked at the figure standing inside the Ninetails' abdomen in the distance, his eyes full of unwillingness. He had clearly inherited Sukuna's flame technique, and his chakra far surpassed what it had been before. Ashura was injured too, but even after going all out, he still was not Ashura's match. Why? Why hasn't the gap narrowed? Why is it only getting wider? Indra's teeth ground together with a creaking sound. Heh, what trash? Sukuna's voice came from his face, carrying the easy amusement of someone watching a show. I'm not trash. Indra gritted his teeth, forcing the words out from deep in his throat. The moment the words fell, his body suddenly shuddered, and black markings appeared across the surface of his skin. Let me do it instead. You're too useless. Sukuna laughed wildly. Then Sukuna's gaze landed on Ashura, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. That last battle was interfered with. He clenched his fist, lowering his body slightly like a fierce beast ready to pounce. But this time it won't be. Indra's chakra was almost completely exhausted, and his spirit had withered to the extreme. There was no way he could suppress him as easily as last time. What's more, he had been secretly probing the methods Hagoromo had left behind and had gradually found some ways to break them. As long as the host's condition was poor, he could come out and take over the body. The duration was not fixed. Maybe it would only be for a moment, or maybe it could last for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. But for him, that small gap was already enough. Ashura took a deep breath and drove the Ninetails toward his opponent. Controlling the Susanoo, Sukuna drew a giant blade condensed from chakra and unleashed slashes like a violent storm. The invisible slashes and the visible blade fused into one. Wherever the blade passed, the air let out a sharp scream. The sandy ground was split open again and again into bottomless ravines, and even space itself showed slight distortions. Ashura drove the Ninetails, its massive body darting and weaving under Susanoo's assault. The truth-seeking balls revolved around him, blocking Sukuna's slashes one by one, silently erasing them in midair. Seeing that his slashes could not cause any real damage, Sukuna did not continue the fight. He reached out with his left hand, and a black spatial rift opened soundlessly. Then he thrust his entire arm into the rift. Not good. Ashura's pupils shrank slightly. His gaze swept across the surroundings, his senses spreading to the limit as he stayed on guard against an attack that could come from any angle. But nothing happened. No slashes, no flames, no sneak attack from behind. In the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw the hand Sukuna pulled out from the spatial rift. In his palm, he held a finger wrapped layer upon layer in talismans. Ashura's heart sank hard. He understood. Just now, Sukuna had not been launching an attack, but targeting the sealed land deep within the desert. Hey! Sukuna let out a low chuckle, his gaze falling on the finger in his palm as he said, Your talent for research is pretty good, Indra. If he had not inherited Indra's memories, there was no way he could have torn open the seal set by the Sage of Six Paths in just a few breaths. Ever since the Sage of Six Paths, the only ones who might have surpassed Indra in talent were probably Tobarama Senju and Orochimaru. At that moment, Ashura turned into a streak of golden lightning and lunged at Susanoo. The Ninetails' claws tore through the air, and a truth-seeking ball condensed into a pitch-black sphere in his palm. Sukuna glanced at him, then clenched his 5 fingers, and the talismans in his hand instantly exploded into countless fragments. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed that dark red finger whole. The moment the second finger entered his stomach, Sukuna's chakra surged explosively like a collapsing flood. Sukuna rolled his neck, and his bones let out a crisp series of cracks. He lowered his head to look at his own hands, slowly clenched his fists, felt the surging power within his body, and the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied arc. Feels good. His gaze lifted and landed on Ashura, and a long-lost interest ignited in his eyes. Ashura, entertain me! Sukuna shouted, and Susanoo's long blade rose once more. This time, dark red flames and invisible blades coiled around the sword. Sukuna swung down. The strike was hundreds of feet high, and before the blade even arrived, the pressure alone had already carved a deep trench in the sand. Ashura's figure retreated sharply. The truth-seeking ball spun rapidly in front of him and met the slash head-on. Boom! The truth-seeking balls erased most of the slash, but the remaining force still knocked Ashura back several steps. Ashura steadied himself, his expression grave. He realized that although Sukuna currently had less chakra than him, his efficiency in using chakra was far superior. Sukuna gave him no chance to catch his breath. He closed in at once, Susanu's long blades slashing repeatedly, the sword force like a raging storm. Every strike was aimed precisely at Ashura's vital points. The truth-seeking balls flew rapidly around Ashura, blocking most of the attacks, but every block drained his energy. Gritting his teeth, Ashura used would release, and vines burst up from beneath the sand. Countless thick vines and giant trees, like living things, wrapped in from all directions around Susanu's limbs, firmly binding the purple giant in place. Sukuna lowered his head and glanced at the vines wrapped around Susanu's legs, then bared his teeth in a grin. He raised his hand, and dark red flames suddenly erupted from his palm. The flames spread along the vines. Wherever they passed, the wood release instantly turned to charcoal, and ash drifted down like black snow. "Brat, your wood is still far from enough." Sukuna's voice slowly came from within the sea of fire. "Now watch mine." As soon as his words fell, wood release burst out from beneath the Nine-Tails' feet, shattering through the sand. 9 enormous wooden dragons soared into the sky, bearing fangs and claws as they all pounced on the Nine-Tails. Ashura's pupils shrank sharply. The Nine-Tails swung its arms to block and also fired a tailed beast ball from its mouth to smash apart the dragons' heads. But the wooden dragons were nimble like snakes and endlessly regenerative. In just a moment, they had wrapped around the Nine-Tails' limbs, waist, and abdomen. Wah! Ashura had no time to react before the wooden dragons coiled around layer after layer, tightening more and more. The Nine-Tails struggled with all its might. Its giant claws tore through a few vines, but even more new branches crazily filled the gaps. Sukuna stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm and unmoved, simply watching in silence. A moment later, the Nine-Tails figure was completely swallowed inside a giant ball of vines. The battlefield gradually fell silent, with only the sound of wind and sand sweeping over the scorched earth. Sukuna did not look away. He stared unblinkingly at the vine ball. In the next moment, a pitch-black spiral spear pierced through the vine wall from inside and slashed upward. The vine ball split into 2 halves, and fragments scattered in all directions. The Nine-Tails stood tall in place, and Ashura's eyes blazed like torches. At this moment, in the Nine-Tails' left hand was a pitch-black spear. Its shaft was shaped like twin yin-yang serpents coiling upward around each other, giving off a faint black glow. Sukuna's brows lifted slightly. Oh, aim no Nuboko. It was not over yet. The Nine-Tails' other 2 hands spread open, golden chakra condensed in its palms, and the Tatsuka blade and Yata mirror appeared in chakra form in its hands. Sukuna looked at those 2 divine weapons, fell silent for a moment, then smiled. Interesting. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying undisguised excitement. You're bringing out 3 divine weapons at once to entertain me. Sukuna flexed his fingers, and Susanu raised its long blade again, flames and slashes flowing endlessly along the edge. His gaze passed over the Nine-Tails and landed on Ashura as he roared, "Ashura, let me see what level you can reach." Ashura did not answer. He took a deep breath. In the desert, the golden Nine-Tails and the purple Susanu faced each other from afar. Sukuna stood within Susanu, his robe fluttering wildly, his smile arrogant and unrestrained. Above the desert, the wind stopped. 2 figures of light exploded at the same time, and the golden giant fox and the purple giant collided together. Heaven and earth shook, the sea of sand churned, and the sky within dozens of miles was dyed in intertwined gold and purple by the 2 forces. Ashura gripped the aim no Nuboko and instantly exerted force. The spear tore through the air and stabbed straight at Susanu's head. At the same time, the truth-seeking balls turned into 3 streaks of black light and smashed toward the same point from different angles. 5 nature transformations followed right behind. Lava release, ice release, boil release, storm release, and wood release, covering the sky and earth like a torrential downpour. Ashura's voice came from the Nine-Tails' chest, low and resolute. "Sukuna, if father could seal you once, then I can seal you a second time. Even if I have to stake my life, I will seal you." Sukuna stood within Susanu with both hands raised. Countless slashes shot from his fingertips, colliding midair with the torrent of ninjutsu Ashura had unleashed. The lava release was cut apart by the slashes, the ice release was shredded into fragments, the boil release was torn in half by the slashes, and the lightning of storm release was deflected by them. Every collision exploded into a blinding burst of light, and the air was filled with the mixed smell of scorching and frost. "Seal me?" Sukuna laughed wildly, his voice piercing through the roar of the explosions and clearly reaching Ashura's ears. "Ha ha ha, victory isn't something you talk about. Show me." In that instant, the Tatsuka blade struck. The Tatsuka blade was hidden within the storm raised by the aim no Nuboko, hidden among the blinding flashes of exploding ninjutsu, like a venomous snake darting out from beneath the water. Sukuna's pupils shrank, and he immediately tore open a spatial rift along the Tatsuka blade's attack path, placing the exit right beside Ashura. Ashura's eyes widened. He hurriedly pulled back the Tatsuka blade in his hand, and the blade barely stopped in front of him, only a hair's breadth away from stabbing himself. Sukuna licked his lips, and the excitement in his eyes deepened. What a pity, just a little more. As soon as his words fell, Sukuna charged forward. Susanu strode out in great steps, each one stamping a deep pit into the sand. He raised Susanu's right hand and pointed its index finger at Ashura's position. Technique combination. Great killing mausoleum. Countless invisible slashes surged from his fingertips, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The sharp sounds of cutting through the air stacked together into a piercing screech as they hacked straight toward the Ninetales' chest. Ashura's expression sharpened. He withdrew the Tatsuka blade and raised the Yata mirror in front of himself. Golden chakra condensed into a massive shield, ripples flowing across its surface as it blocked the entire torrent of slashes. But the impact was shockingly heavy. The Yata mirror did not break, yet the Ninetales' entire body was shoved backward for dozens of yards, its feet plowing a deep trench through the sand. So heavy! Ashura gritted his teeth. Only by driving all 9 of the Ninetales' tails deep into the sand did he barely steady himself. Bzzz. Hearing the sound, Ashura turned his head and was horrified to discover a space rift had appeared 2 inches away. Right after that, Sukuna's hand reached out from it, along with a single word. Dismantle. The slash burst out violently. In a rush, Ashura condensed several golden arms of chakra in front of himself to block. The slashes came non-stop, and Ashura struggled to hold on. And at that moment, a giant purple hand grabbed the edge of the Yata mirror. Susanu's massive hand clamped down like iron pincers, gripping that golden shield tightly before yanking it hard to the side. Ashura could not split his focus to defend, and the Yata mirror was forcibly dragged away just like that, leaving the Ninetales' chest completely exposed. In the next moment, Susanu's hand was already pressed against the Ninetales' abdomen. Spiderweb. The slash exploded at point-blank range, tearing the Ninetales' body apart. But it still was not over. Dark red flames ignited in Susanu's palm. Open. Ashura's pupils shrank. Seeing the flames coming, he immediately moved to control the truth-seeking balls and wrap his whole body. However, at the very moment he was distracted controlling the truth-seeking balls, the golden arms that had been blocking the slashes were split apart, and the slash fell across his chest. Ignoring the pain, Ashura controlled the truth-seeking balls to completely encase himself. The flames poured in through the wound and detonated inside the Ninetales. The sphere formed by the truth-seeking balls was continuously burned, gradually cracking open with one gap after another. Scorching air waves blasted through the cracks onto Ashura's face, burning his brows and hair, while his lips split and bled from the heat. Ashura forced himself to endure it, gritting his teeth as he controlled the Tatsuka blade to stab toward Sukuna's head from the side. The Tatsuka blade tore through the air. Sukuna's Susanu suddenly ducked low, pressing its huge body toward the ground in an almost impossible posture. The Tatsuka blade scraped across the top of Susanu's head, slicing off one corner. Purple chakra fragments drifted away like flower petals. Ashura gave him no chance to breathe. The truth-seeking balls smashed down on Susanu from above, left, and right. Sukuna had no time to straighten up. Susanu crossed its arms over its head, and its wings wrapped around its body as it took all 3 hits head-on. Then he flipped up from the ground and flew into the air. Susanu's broken wings spread behind him as he shot straight into the sky and stood in midair. The corners of his mouth spread wide. He was panting, but the battle intent burning in his eyes was fiercer than ever. Ashura emerged from within the Ninetales. Most of his robe had been burned away. His arms and face were covered in burn blisters. His hair was scorched yellow and curled, and there was a bone-deep wound across his chest. He restored the damaged parts of the Ninetales, then used chakra to repair his body. The two of them locked eyes for an instant. How much longer can you hold out? Sukuna stood in the sky, his voice sounding faint and drifting in the wind. Long enough to seal you away. Ashura spoke, his voice hoarse but hard as iron. Sukuna smiled, but it was not mockery. It was a smile from the heart, one delighted by his opponent's stubbornness. Then come on, Ashura. 2 streaks of light charged at each other from above and below. The instant they collided, light exploded outward. The Ninetales and Susanu fought from the ground to the sky, then from the sky back to the ground. The black light of the Aim no Nuboko and Susanu's long blade clashed in midair. Every collision detonated a visible shockwave that blasted the clouds for dozens of miles in every direction. The Ninetales were like 9 flood dragons churning rivers and seas. Every sweep split the air and released a deafening sonic boom. Susanu's fists and the Ninetales' golden claws tangled together in close combat, blow after blow landing with flesh-rending force, every strike carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stone. Forests were torn into pieces by the shockwaves, with splinters filling the sky. Mountains were cut clean in half, and broken rocks rained down like a storm. Rivers were evaporated dry, their beds exposed to the air, while the cracked earth gave off a burnt smell. The 2 colossal monsters smashed from one forest into another, dragging bottomless trenches across the earth. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass remained. The battle raged from noon to dusk, from dusk to deep night, from the ground to the sky. The horizon was lit red by the flames, like the sunset of the end of the world. The light of explosions rose and fell one after another, turning the entire night sky as bright as day, only for it to sink back into darkness before being lit again by the next blast. On the ground, countless people looked up at the sky. Farmers near the border dropped their hoes and fell to their knees on the ridges between fields, their lips trembling too hard to say a word. Residents in the towns ran through the streets, every face filled with fear. An old man with snow-white hair stood at the entrance of a village, leaning on a cane. His cloudy eyes stared at that patch of purple-gold light on the horizon, and they were filled with despair. He remembered the catastrophe from decades ago. It was a month-long bloody war, a memory of shattered mountains and rivers, of corpses strewn everywhere, a nightmare he had thought he would never see again in this lifetime. The old man's hand was shaking. His cane slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a dull thud. He did not bend down to pick it up. He only stared at the sky, his lips trembling as he muttered something so softly that only he himself could hear it. It's back. The natural disaster is back. It's come back again. In the Uchiha clan grounds, everyone had gathered in the plaza and was looking up at the sky. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man was the first to recognize that golden fox. He was one of Indra's earliest trusted followers. The Nine-Tails, Lord Indra is fighting Ashura of Ninshu. What? The surrounding clansmen were utterly shocked when they heard that. On the other side, within Ninshu, many disciples also saw the two colossal figures battling in the sky. It's Indra. The one fighting Lord Ashura is Indra. On the horizon, purple and golden light collided once more. The shockwave tore apart the remaining clouds, revealing the dark blue night sky above. Ashura's breathing grew heavier and heavier. More than 90% of the chakra in his body had already been consumed. Yet he still held the Aim no Nuboko in his hand, its tip pointed at Sukuna without the slightest tremble. Sukuna was not doing much better. He only had 10% of his chakra left, and his entire left arm had been severed by the Aim no Nuboko. The chakra at the wound was affecting him, making his healing so slow it was maddening to watch. The two giant figures faced off across a distance of several miles, while the night wind howled as it passed between them. Sukuna wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the golden figure across from him that still refused to fall, he smiled. There was no pride in that smile, no mockery, only a pure joy that came from the very depths of his bones. Ashura! His voice exploded across the night sky like thunder. I acknowledge you. Give me a real fight. Ashura panted heavily and replied in the same hoarse voice. Who wants your acknowledgement? It'd be better if you just disappeared. Ashura looked exhausted, drenched in sweat and breathing hard, all while staying on guard against Sukuna's next sneak attack. Damn it! This space technique is too underhanded. Ashura sighed inwardly. Not only was the other side highly experienced in battle, he also had that strange space technique. Every time he tore open space right in his face, those sudden slashes and flames made Ashura suffer badly. Even though his chakra reserves were greater than Sukuna's, he still could not withstand this kind of passive drain. If Sukuna used one portion of chakra to attack, then he had to spend 2 portions to defend. Sometimes he even had to spend another extra portion to repair his body. Sukuna burst into laughter, and the sound echoed through the night sky for a long, long time. Ashura, I'll remember you. Farewell. Ashura took a deep breath. On his exhausted face, those eyes lit up again with resolve. He straightened his body. The Nine-Tails golden chakra surged behind him like a sea, its 9 massive tails like 9 flood-tossing dragons. Come, Sukuna! Sukuna crossed his hands, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears. Domain expand dash. Before he could finish, Sukuna's body suddenly froze. His smile stiffened on his face, replaced by a twisted look of disbelief. The next moment, the purple Susanoo began to tremble. It gradually broke apart from the edges, then turned into purple specks of light and scattered into the night wind. Indra! Sukuna's voice squeezed out from his throat, hoarse and ferocious. Don't come out in metal! Ashura was stunned for an instant. In a flash, he understood. It was Big Brother. Big Brother was fighting Sukuna for control inside his body, using his final will to hold that demon back. He did not hesitate. He immediately condensed a tailed beast ball and hurled it at Sukuna with a world-destroying force. Boom! Light exploded, swallowing everything. A blurry figure fell out from within it and crashed heavily onto the ground, smashing out a pit. With a bang, dust flew everywhere. Ashura withdrew the Nine-Tails and slowly descended from midair, looking toward the crater. He saw Sukuna sprawled in the pit, his robe torn to shreds, his whole body covered in blood, black markings still lingering on his skin. Ashura stood at the edge of the pit, lowering his head to look at that curled-up figure in the dirt. The night wind swept by, stirring up dust. Ashura had just raised his hand, ready to bring this battle to its final end. But right then, the curled-up figure in the pit twitched a few times and let out a hoarse, low call. Ashura! Ashura's hand trembled violently. He knew that voice too well. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully asked, Are you my elder brother? The person in the pit braced himself against the cracked, scorched ground and slowly straightened his upper body. His robe was tattered, his face smeared with blood. Those eyes opened with difficulty and looked at Ashura, their gaze as complicated as a pool of muddied water. Azura? Sukuna's voice was dry and rough, his Adam's apple bobbing once. Azura looked at that twisted, pained expression on the other man's face, and the suspicion in his heart quietly lessened by a few degrees. He unconsciously took half a step forward, his voice hoarse. Big brother. Those two words fell into Sukuna's ears, making his expression even more guilt-ridden. His lips moved a few times, as if he wanted to say something but did not dare to. After a moment of silence, Sukuna lowered his head and laughed at himself. The laugh was dry like sandpaper scraping. You are still just as foolish. Azura. A world of mutual understanding does not exist. You persisted for so long. And what did you see? You saw brothers killing each other. You saw both sides fighting fiercely for profit. Azura pressed his lips into a thin line, but his feet unconsciously moved a little closer. Big brother, the world is not only about profit. There is also love. Mother and I have always been waiting for you to change your mind. Sukuna chuckled. That laugh carried resignation, weary relief, and an indescribable loneliness. Hehe, Azura, I admit I lost completely. But I didn't lose to your ideals. I lost to your power. His voice grew lighter, as light as a fallen leaf. Sukuna raised his head. Azura's figure was reflected in his eyes, carrying a resigned resolve. He closed his eyes. You kill me. Azura's breathing stalled. He looked at his brother's face, twisted by guilt and despair, at his lowered head and spread open hands. The last trace of vigilance in his heart slowly vanished, and his eyes filled with heartache. He walked forward, crouched down and reached out his hand. Poochie. Azura's body suddenly stiffened, his outstretched hand stopping in midair. Agdash. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips, splattering onto Sukuna's chest. He lowered his head and stared in disbelief at the hand that had pierced straight through his heart. Trembling, he grabbed Sukuna's arm, his knuckles turning white, wanting to confirm whether all of this was real. Azura's Adam's apple moved a few times. His lips quivered, but all he could produce were broken, indistinct syllables. You? Sukuna slowly stood up, then violently pulled out the hand that had pierced through Azura's chest. He gave Azura no chance to catch his breath. Invisible slashes exploded at point-blank range, directly cutting Azura in two at the waist. Blood gushed out like a fountain as Azura collapsed to the ground. Sukuna smiled. That smile started at the corners of his mouth, spreading little by little, twisting little by little. Laughter squeezed out from his throat. The low chuckle gradually grew louder and louder, more and more unrestrained, until it finally turned into wild, wanton laughter that echoed through the empty night sky. Azura! You bastard! Ha ha ha! Sukuna laughed like a madman, laughing until he bent over, laughing until tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Azura lay on the ground, his upper body and lower body separated by several feet, blood pooling beneath him into a dark red puddle. Blankly, Azura stared at the sky. The mocking laughter by his ears gradually faded away, and the world seemed to suddenly fall silent. Then, all at once, he remembered something from a long time ago. He and his brother would argue until their faces turned red over a single idea. They would wrestle each other and roll around until they were covered in mud. But in the end, they would always look at each other and smile. Even on Big Brother's stern face, there would appear that rare, faint curve. Back then, the sky had been so blue, the wind so warm. He had thought days like that would last a very, very long time. Exactly when had the two brothers become what they were now. Using the last of his strength, Azura looked at Indra's face, wanting to see his brother's appearance one last time before the end. But his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and his vision more and more blurred. Big Brother's face slowly dissolved in his eyes, like distant mountains in morning mist, gradually becoming impossible to see clearly. He opened his mouth. His lips moved, but he could no longer make any sound. Only the shape of those two words was still being repeated silently on his lips. Big Brother. The night wind blew past, and those two words never made it out in the end. They remained in his heart forever, sinking into the darkness together with those days that could never return. Sukuna's laughter gradually came to a stop. Lowering his gaze, he softly said, "What a delight, Azura, I probably will never forget you." He lowered his head and looked at Azura's corpse, the smile on his face slowly fading away bit by bit. The corners of his mouth no longer curved upward, and the madness in his eyes gradually settled as well, until in the end, no expression remained at all. A cold wind blew past, making his tattered robe flap loudly. After a long while, two forces suddenly appeared within Sukuna's perception. Two groups of people, one from the east and one from the west, were rapidly approaching. He recognized the chakra from the east Uchiha people. The force from the west should be people from the Ninshu. These two groups had clearly been drawn here by the aftermath of this battle. Sukuna did not move. He sensed that Indra was about to awaken. Then he poured all of his power into one finger and refined it into an indestructible cursed object. After finishing all that, he raised his right hand, gripped one finger with his left hand, and snapped it hard. Crack. The finger broke off at the root and was clenched in his palm. No blood flowed from the broken section, only a faint dark red glow flashing by and vanishing. The finger lay quietly in his palm, giving off a weak dark red luster. Gradually, those traces belonging to Sukuna on his body were fading away little by little. The black markings slowly receded from his skin, revealing his original complexion underneath. The two cracks beneath his eyes slowly closed up, finally leaving behind only two hair-thin faint marks that were almost impossible to notice without careful inspection. The cold wind blew by, and his robe fluttered. Indra stood where he was, his right hand gripping that severed finger, his left hand hanging at his side. His expression was hollow, like a container that had been emptied of everything inside. He lowered his head and looked at Azura's body at his feet. That corpse split cleanly in two, already devoid of life. He had learned everything. He also knew how Azura had died, and the final word he had been unable to say. His lips moved, but no sound came out. The chakra from the east was getting closer and closer, and the footsteps from the west were becoming clearer and clearer. He did not look up in either direction. He just stood quietly in the night wind, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The people of the Ninshu arrived first, more than 20 figures rushing out from the darkness. In the next instant they saw Indra, and they also saw that body split in two, the lifeless corpse. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Lord Azura! Several young disciples threw themselves at the remains, kneeling in the pool of blood and staring blankly at Azura's corpse. The others surrounded Indra. Indra, how could you kill Lord Azura? Lord Azura spared you before, and this is how you repay kindness with betrayal? Are you even human? The sound of blades leaving their sheaths rose and fell in the night wind. Moonlight reflected off the blades, flashing with a cold gleam. More than a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto Indra. Some had reddened eyes, some gritted their teeth, some had trembling lips and could not speak, but the hatred in their eyes was exactly the same. Indra stood there without moving. The curses were like knives, carving into him again and again. Yet he did not argue, did not explain, and did not even raise his head to look at those furious faces. He simply kept his head lowered, looking at his own hand, the hand stained with Azura's blood. The night wind blew through his disheveled hair, and his robes snapped loudly in the wind. In the distance, a familiar and gentle chakra approached from the west, drawing closer and closer. Mother! Indra's hand suddenly trembled sharply, as if he had been burned. After a moment of silence, his figure suddenly vanished under everyone's gaze. He ran. What? That bastard actually ran away! A few breaths later, Mushin appeared. She wore a dark outer robe, and her long hair had been blown into disarray by the night wind. Her gaze passed over the crowd and landed on the body split in two. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She walked over step by step very slowly, as if every step was on the edge of a blade. The people of the Ninshu silently made way for her. No one spoke. Mushin knelt beside Azura, reached out a trembling hand, and gently stroked that face that had already lost all color. She cried. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her lips pressed into a line, tears rolling down, and suppressed sobs came from her nose in broken waves. Everyone stood silently in the night wind, heads lowered, fists clenched. At that moment another group arrived. More than a dozen figures emerged from the darkness in the west, fan crests embroidered on their robes. Their eyes swept over Azura's corpse, and their expressions turned grave. It seems Lord Indra won, but where did Lord Indra go? What did you just say? Everyone from the Ninshu turned their heads at the same time. Furious gazes converged from all directions, like countless sharp blades stabbing all at once into the Uchiha clansmen. Kill them and avenge Lord Azura. No one knew who roared first, but the voice exploded in the night wind like a spark falling into a barrel of oil. Then came the second, the third. The sound of blades leaving their sheaths merged into one, reflecting a sheet of cold light. Revenge, revenge, revenge. They stared at the Uchiha clansmen. It was not the Uchiha who struck, but the one who did was the Uchiha clan leader. The father's debt was paid by the son. The clan leader's sin was the clan's shared guilt. The expressions of the Uchiha also turned cold, and several older men stood at the very front. Though the younger ones behind them had tense expressions, their hands were already on their sword hilts, their Sharingan activated, ready to strike at any moment. Enough! Those two words were not loud, and were even somewhat hoarse, but they made everyone stop. Everyone looked toward the voice. Mushin stood beside Azura's corpse. At some point, she had already risen to her feet. Her back was hunched, her shoulders slightly drawn inward, her spine no longer straight. She was like a rotting tree. Though still standing, she no longer had even a trace of vitality. The night wind stirred her disheveled long hair and the hem of her outer robe. In the moonlight, her figure looked especially frail, as if the wind could scatter her at any moment. Tear tracks still hung on her face, and her eyes were swollen red, but she was no longer crying. There was no anger in those eyes, no sorrow, only a hollow, bottomless, dead silence. She looked at everyone, her lips moving slightly. Go back. There was no explanation, no rebuke, no grand speech about not implicating the innocent. The disciples of the Ninshu looked at each other. Some gritted their teeth, some clenched their fists, and the blades in their hands trembled slightly. In the end, the first person sheathed his sword, the second lowered his head, the third, the Uchiha stood where they were and put away their weapons, looking at Mushin in silence for a long time. The old man at the front quietly said, "Retreat," and the group turned around, gradually disappearing into the night. Deep in the valley, moonlight shone into a narrow crack in the rocks. Indra sat on the ground with his back against the stone wall, his arms wrapped around his knees, curling himself into a tiny ball. He kept his head lowered, and his messy hair hung down, covering most of his face. Sukuna's finger was clenched in his palm, digging painfully into his hand, but he did not let go, nor did he lower his head to look at it. "I'm sorry, Azura. I'm sorry, mother." His eyes were empty, and his lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. "If it weren't for me, Azura wouldn't have been deceived by Sukuna. If I hadn't taken Sukuna's finger, none of this would have happened." Every word carried a kind of self-loathing and self-denial that seeped into the bone marrow. He had once wanted to defeat Azura, wanted to crush Azura, wanted Azura to admit that his own path was the correct one. Later on, he even developed the thought of killing Azura, clearing away all obstacles and unifying the world. But when Azura really died, he realized he could not accept that fact. He was even instinctively afraid of facing his mother. 3 days later, Indra returned to the clan grounds without a word and entered the secret chamber. He took out a wooden box and placed a dark red finger inside it. He gently closed the lid, fastened the lock, and then a pale blue glow lit up in his palm as layer after layer of seals continuously covered the surface of the wooden box. Half an hour later, the moment the sealing was complete, that cold aura leaking from the finger completely fell silent. Indra withdrew his hand and leaned back in the chair, his lips moving slightly, as if he were saying something. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, Indra disappeared forever. No one knew where he had gone. His trusted aides, the Uchiha clansmen, the disciples of the Ninshu, no one knew where he had gone. In the Uchiha secret chamber, a wooden box was placed on the stone shrine at the very deepest part of the chamber. 2 letters were set on the table. One envelope was marked to be opened by the next clan leader, and the other was left for everyone in the Uchiha clan. As time passed, the world changed. Across the land, corpses covered the ground. Broken sword hilts, snapped spears, and shattered armor were embedded in muddy, blood-soaked earth. 2 forces were locked in a desperate fight to the death. The dull sounds of flesh being torn apart, the thunderous blasts of ninjutsu exploding, the shrill screech of colliding blades, the screams of the dying. These sounds intertwined together and continued for a full half hour. The sound gradually died down. The aftershock of the explosion faded, and the screams turned into broken groans. In the end, even the groans could no longer be heard. The wind swept across the battlefield, carrying a heavy stench of blood. Only a few people were still left standing on the battlefield. The remnants of the eastern camp gathered together. All 5 of them were wounded. The young man at the front had his left arm hanging across his chest in a cloth sling. The cloth had already been soaked through with blood, its color turning from pale yellow to dark red. "Wing, can you still fight?" the young man asked in a low voice. Hearing that, Uchiha Wing took a deep breath and said, "I can." The 3 from the western camp stood back to back in a triangle, their blade tips facing outward as they warily stared at the people on the eastern side. But they could barely swing their blades anymore. The edges were full of chips, the hands gripping them were trembling, and the wounds on their legs were still seeping blood. The 2 groups faced each other from more than a dozen zhang apart, and neither side made another move. In the distance, a massive surge of chakra came rushing over like a tide. The faces of the Uchiha survivors instantly turned ugly. That chakra was cold and sharp, carrying a pressure that sent chills down the spine. Meanwhile, the 3 on the western side all lifted their heads at the same time, and a light of desperate salvation burst out in their eyes. "It's Lord Tobirama." Before the words had even finished, the sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out. Kunai shot in from afar, fast as meteors, and accurately pierced into the backs of the necks of the Uchiha group. With several wet thuds, blood burst from the wounds. The Uchiha survivors clutched their necks, eyes wide, their bodies swaying a few times before collapsing to the ground one after another. A white-haired young man appeared in an instant. He wore black clothes with blue armor, his face cold and stern. "I'll take you back." Tobirama helped up the 3 wounded men, who were covered in blood. The next moment, the 3 figures disappeared from where they stood at the same time, leaving only dust slowly drifting down after being stirred up by the airflow. After returning to the Senju territory, Tobirama sent the 3 wounded men to the treatment area. Calling it treatment was generous. It was really just crude herbs paired with rough medical ninjutsu, stopping bleeding, setting bones, stitching wounds, and wrapping bandages. If they survived, that meant they were lucky. As for whether hidden injuries would remain later, or whether it would affect their training, that was something for the future. For now, being alive was enough. Tobarama turned and left, walked through the streets, entered a residence, passed through several corridors, and went straight to a room deep inside. When he pushed open the door, the scent of ink rushed at him. The shelves against the wall were piled full of scrolls and documents. At that moment, a black-haired man was sitting in the main seat, holding a document in his hand with his brows tightly furrowed, as if he were looking at some heavenly scripture. Even more papers were spread across the desk. Some had been marked with a few strokes, while some had not even been opened. They were piled up in a complete mess. When the man looked up and saw Tobarama, a sharp light instantly flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen his savior. He slapped the document onto the desk and said, "Tobarama, you're finally here. These complicated things are way too hard to deal with." Tobarama stood at the door, looking at the man who was half a head taller than himself with open disdain, and the corner of his eye twitched. He let out a sigh, his tone carrying the helplessness of someone who had been worn down 1,000 times over. "Big brother, you're the clan head. Stop throwing everything at me." Hashirama laughed loudly, leaned back in his chair, and rested both hands behind his head. "Isn't that why I have you? I never wanted to be the clan head in the first place. You're the one who insisted on it." Tobarama did not reply. He walked to the desk, picked up the document Hashirama had thrown aside, and gave it a glance, his brows slightly knitting together. Then he looked at the messy pile of papers on the desk, took a deep breath, silently sat down at the side desk, pulled out a blank scroll, and began grinding ink. Seeing him bury himself in work, Hashirama did not disturb him. He only smiled and shook his head, then looked through the window lattice toward the reddened horizon and casually asked, "How's the front line? More than half dead or injured?" Tobarama did not even lift his head, his brush scratching across the scroll as he wrote. "Is that so?" Hashirama withdrew his gaze and did not ask anything more. The room fell quiet, with only the sound of the brush tip moving across the paper, along with the occasional cry of returning birds from outside the window. The sky gradually darkened, and the candles in the room were lit one by one. When Tobarama closed the last file and set it aside, the cluttered desk was finally cleared. Hashirama leaned against the back of his chair, looking at the night outside the window, and suddenly grew quiet. "Tobarama, why do you think ninja have to fight? Were we born to be tools for killing?" His voice no longer carried its usual brightness. Instead, it had become somewhat heavy. Tobarama's hand, which was organizing the brushes and inkstone, paused slightly, but he did not look up. "Ninja are taught the idea of killing from childhood. Generation after generation, that's how we've survived. At this point, it's hard to change." Hashirama was silent for a moment, his gaze passing through the window lattice and falling into the distant night sky. "Can't we do something else? For example, use ninjutsu in daily life. Use water release to bring water for irrigation, use earth release to build houses. Make life a little better. Isn't that possible?" He thought of his dead brothers and the endless slaughter. Tobarama raised his head, looked at his older brother's profile, and let out a sigh. "It's impossible. The moment we shift direction, we'll grow weaker. When that time comes, there will only be more deaths and injuries." Hashirama turned his head, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. "Why? It's not replacing it, just adding another direction. Fight while also doing other things. Wouldn't that be better?" Tobarama was silent for a few breaths. He set the brush in his hand on the inkstone and turned to face Hashirama. His tone was calm and steady, as if he were stating a fact he did not want to admit, yet had no choice but to face. "How many resources do we have now? Food, medicine, money, manpower. Most of it is invested in military strength. If we want to also care about people's livelihood, then we have to split off a portion from the military side. With the same total investment, military strength will become weaker by one part, and a few more people die on the battlefield." Hashirama's expression dimmed a little. Seeing his older brother like this, Tobarama sighed inwardly. He picked up 2 sheets of paper from the desk and stacked them together. "From a long-term perspective, big brother, your method isn't wrong. Using ninjutsu to benefit daily life, giving people peace of mind, letting ordinary people have the confidence to keep living, all of that is good." Tobarama paused, then continued, "But that's only from a long-term point of view. This method needs time, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or even longer. But the days we're living now are days where tomorrow is never guaranteed. We don't know today whether we'll still be alive tomorrow. We don't know this month whether the enemy will attack next month. At a time like this, weakening military strength to focus on people's livelihood is too big a gamble." Tobarama paused, then changed the subject. "Unless you kill every last Uchiha." Hearing that, Hashirama turned helpless, and the previous gloom on his face faded somewhat. He held his forehead. "Tobarama, here you go again." Hashirama suddenly thought of something and slapped the desk. "Right, I have a mission for you." "What mission?" "A request from the Yuraku clan." Hashirama pulled out a somewhat wrinkled letter from one corner of the desk, where it had been pressed under other things, and handed it to Tobarama. "There's a seal in their clan they can't open, and they want us to help. Tobarama took the letter, unfolded it, and swept his gaze across the page. The handwriting was neat, and the wording was respectful. The general meaning was that they had tried all kinds of methods on an ancestral seal but still could not undo it, so they sincerely requested the Senju clan to send someone to assist. It was signed with the name Uraku Ishin, the current head of the Uraku clan. Tobarama was silent for a moment, then folded the letter and tucked it into his sleeve. I'll go take a look tomorrow. Hashirama nodded and said nothing more. Meanwhile, in the Uraku clan, inside an underground cavern, the firelight was dim, and two shadows were cast onto the stone wall. Uraku Ishin stood in front of a shrine, both hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the faintly glowing seal patterns. The shrine was not large. It was wooden, and its surface was covered in dense runes. No one knew how long it had existed. The light of the seal was very faint, like a candle flame about to burn out, flickering weakly in the darkness as if it could go out at any moment. Standing beside him was a lean, middle-aged man, Yul Yuanta. He was his younger clan brother and the one in charge of the family's iron or business. Yuanta circled around the shrine once, his fingers hovering above those sealing patterns, not daring to touch them. His eyes were full of greedy light. Big brother, this thing is definitely not simple, Yuanta said in a low voice. It might even be some kind of treasure. Yul Ishin did not respond. His gaze moved away from the shrine and swept across the entire cave. This was deep within the iron vein. A few years ago, on one particular day, the miners had accidentally dug into this cave while cutting through the stone wall, and along with it, they had unearthed this shrine. At a single glance, he could tell this was no ordinary object. Although these sealing patterns were dim, every stroke carried an ancient aura. Yuanta's voice interrupted Ishin's thoughts. Big brother, why don't we wait? If we just wait until the seal becomes even weaker, then take what's inside, why do we have to invite Senju Tobarama here? Yul Ishin glanced at him and shook his head. The conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju has been getting worse lately. It's already reached the point where they cannot coexist. Our Yul clan is caught between the two. Sooner or later, this land will become a battlefield. He paused, then looked back at the shrine. We've already made enough money anyway, and the mine is almost exhausted. Yuanta fell silent for a moment, then looked at the shrine again, his brows slightly furrowed as if he still had concerns. Big brother, if Senju Tobarama helps us open the seal, will it really be fine? He lowered his voice even more. The Senju clan is so powerful. If Tobarama opens it and just takes the thing directly, can we stop him? Yul Ishin turned around and looked at his younger clan brother's worried face. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Yuanta, it's normal that you don't trust Tobarama. I don't trust him either, he said frankly. But I trust Hashirama. As long as Senju Hashirama is still the clan head of the Senju, they won't do something like that. Yuanta froze for a moment. After thinking it over carefully, that really was true. As long as you did not touch Senju Hashirama's bottom line, that man was a complete and utter soft-hearted good guy. Forget stealing someone else's things. Even if someone handed something right in front of him, he would still refuse for quite a while. With someone like that holding down the Senju clan, even if Tobarama had the intent, he would not be able to stir up much trouble. Enough! Stop thinking so much. Yul Ishin patted Yuanta on the shoulder, then turned and walked out of the cave. Clean this place up. Tomorrow we'll welcome our guest. Yuanta answered, then took one more look at the shrine before turning to follow his elder brother's steps. Behind the two of them, the torches in the cave crackled, casting the sealing patterns on the shrine into alternating light and shadow. Early the next morning, Tobarama left the Senju clan grounds with 3 guards. The 4 figures passed through mountain paths shrouded in morning mist and arrived at the Yul clan residence around noon. Yul Ishin led his clansmen to receive them at the gate. Respectful without losing warmth, he invited the group into the main hall. After tea was served, snacks were brought out, and the hospitality was completed, Tobarama set down his teacup and got straight to the point. Take me to see the seal. I'm short on time. Yul Ishin did not keep him any longer and immediately stood up to lead the way. Yul Yuanta followed close behind, and Tobarama's 3 guards followed in sequence as well. The group passed through the back courtyard of the residence, walked down a long stone staircase, and entered underground through a hidden mine entrance. On both sides of the mine tunnel, a torch had been set into the stone wall every few steps. The flickering firelight stretched the group's shadows long and short. The deeper they went, the damper the air became, and the crushed stones underfoot made soft rustling sounds. After walking for about 15 minutes, the space ahead suddenly opened up. The cave was not large, but it carried an indescribably ancient atmosphere. A shrine was embedded in a hollow in the stone wall. Its wooden surface had been eroded by time and become mottled. Tobarama's eyes sharpened, and he quickened his pace to the front of the shrine. He crouched down, his gaze locking tightly onto those sealing patterns. The paper talismans had already yellowed and turned brittle. Their edges had curled, and in some places they had even peeled away, exposing the dark red wood beneath. But even with the damage, the remaining runes and chakra on those talismans still made his heart tremble. Yul Ishin stood behind him without making a sound to disturb him, while Yuanta and Tobarama's 3 guards stood watch at the cave entrance. After quite a while, Tobarama withdrew his hand and stood up. Lord Tobarama, how is it? Yul Ishin stood behind him. Seeing that Tobarama remained silent for so long, he could not help but ask. Tobarama took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. These sealing techniques are even more profound than those of the Uzumaki clan. Yul Ishin was slightly stunned. The Uzumaki clan? The Uzumaki from the land of whirlpools. Tobarama nodded, his eyes never leaving the shrine. In the ninja world, no force surpasses the land of whirlpools when it comes to mastery of sealing techniques. That's a recognized fact. But this seal, at that point he paused, as if weighing his next words. Yul Yuanta could not help stepping forward 2 paces and cutting in. Then, Lord Tobarama, do you mean this seal is even more powerful than the ones from the land of whirlpools? Tobarama did not turn around. He merely gave a faint acknowledgement. Yul Ishin and Yuanta exchanged a glance, and both saw shock in the other's eyes. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were secret arts passed down through generations, the very foundation of how they stood firm in this chaotic age. Yet the seal on this shrine, in terms of intricacy and depth, actually surpassed the Uzumaki clans. So who exactly was the person who set this seal? Tobarama crouched down again, his gaze moving bit by bit along the sealing patterns, as if he were reading a heavenly scripture. He noticed several tiny flaws in the seal, but even so, the delicacy of its structure and the depth of its design still gave him an indescribable sense of pressure. For sealing techniques to reach this level, Tobarama said in a low voice, his tone heavy, who exactly set this up? And what kind of thing is sealed inside? The cave fell completely silent. No one could answer his question. Yul Ishin looked at the shrine, his expression complicated. Originally, he had only wanted to make one last profit before leaving and take away whatever was inside. But now that even Tobarama was showing this kind of expression, he suddenly felt that his understanding of this shrine might have been far too shallow. Tobarama stood up, brushed at dust that did not exist on his robe, then turned around and looked at Yul Ishin. I can try to break the seal, but I have 2 conditions. Yul Ishin paused slightly, then cupped his hands and said, Please speak, Lord Tobarama. First, when I break the seal, everyone must withdraw outside the cave. I need absolute concentration and cannot be disturbed in any way. Tobarama's tone left no room for doubt. Second, he paused, his eyes sweeping over the shrine before returning to Yul Ishin's face. After it's opened, I want to take a look at what's inside. Just one look. After that, the item is yours. The Senju clan will not take it. Yul Ishin was silent for a moment and exchanged a glance with Yuanta. Then he nodded. All right, we'll do as Lord Tobarama says. Tobarama said nothing more. He turned to face the shrine and began carefully observing every detail of the seal. The footsteps behind him gradually faded away. The Yul brothers withdrew from the cave, and Tobarama's 3 guards also retreated, leaving him alone inside. Batch after batch of torches in the cave were replaced, yet Tobarama never left the shrine side for even a single step. He crouched in front of that mottled wooden shrine, his eyes bloodshot, yet without the slightest trace of exhaustion. There was only an almost fanatical focus. The 3 guards took turns entering and leaving the cave to bring him food and water. He only hastily swallowed a few bites when hunger became unbearable, and his eyes never left the shrine. At dusk on the 5th day, Tobarama opened the shrine's door, and it let out a heavy creaking sound. Behind the shrine door was a tiny space. Inside it lay an object wrapped layer upon layer in talismans, with a dark reddish-brown sheen showing through the gaps between the paper seals. Tobarama looked at the sealed object and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He frowned, closed his eyes, and kept turning that aura and the appearance of the sealed object over and over in his memory, comparing and searching through it. Yet he still could not remember exactly what it was. But that faint feeling kept growing stronger. This thing might have some connection to the Senju clan's ancestors. Tobarama stood up, his brows tightly furrowed as he paced back and forth. A few minutes later, Tobarama suddenly stopped and tilted his chin at the guard behind him. Shin, go bring Oryaku Ishin here. The guard accepted the order, and with a flash, vanished into the cave. Tobarama did not wait. He immediately sensed the flying thunder god mark, and in the next second, his figure also disappeared from where he stood. A moment later, 2 figures appeared in the cave at the same time. Hashirama Senju stood before the shrine, his tall body blocking more than half the torchlight. Tobarama, why did you suddenly call me here? Hashirama thought for a moment, then suddenly said excitedly, could it be that Madara is here? Big brother, take a look at this thing. Tobarama ignored that and instead gestured for his brother to look at the object in the shrine. Hashirama turned his head to look, and the casual, laid-back expression on his face gradually vanished completely. Tobarama pointed at the talisman-wrapped object in the shrine, his voice low. The sealing technique here is even more profound than the Uzumaki clans, and this thing. He paused, as if weighing his words. I feel like it has something to do with our ancestors, but I can't remember exactly what it is. Big brother, do you know? Hashirama did not answer. He crouched down, his gaze falling on the object wrapped in talismans. His brows drew tighter and tighter, his lips pressed into a line. The usual gentleness, broadness, and foolishness on his face were all gone, replaced by a rare gravity. Footsteps came from the entrance of the cave. Oryaku Ishin hurried over behind the guard, breathing hard. The first thing he saw when he stepped into the cave was Hashirama. His steps abruptly halted, and obvious shock appeared on his face. He had received no message that Hashirama Senju would be here. Seeing this legendary Senju clan leader in person at this moment left him at a loss for what to do. Lord Hashirama, why are you? His gaze swept back and forth between Hashirama and Tobarama several times. Seeing both of them wearing grave expressions, his heart could not help but sink. Did something happen? Or is the seal impossible to undo? Tobarama shook his head. It's been undone. Ishin froze for a moment, then joy appeared on his face, but it lasted only an instant, because he saw that Tobarama's expression had not relaxed in the slightest, and neither had Hashirama's. Both of their faces carried a heaviness he could not understand. Then what's wrong? Ishin's voice tightened, and that ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger. Tobarama looked at him, fell silent for a moment, then said, "The thing inside can't be given to you. The Senju will take it away." "Why?" Ishin's expression changed drastically. "Because this is not something your people can control." Tobarama did not explain further. The expression on Ishin's face kept changing, from shock to unwillingness, from unwillingness to anger, and then from anger to powerless dejection. He was not stupid. He immediately understood that when Senju Tobarama said the Senju would take it away, it was not a discussion. It was a notice. His gaze turned to Hashirama, carrying the last trace of hope in his eyes. That Senju clan leader, famous throughout the ninja world for his generosity and kindness, might change his mind. Meeting his gaze, Hashirama said in a low voice, "Tobarama is right. This thing cannot be given to you." He did not explain the reason because even he himself could not explain it clearly. From the very first moment he saw that talisman-wrapped object, a strange sense of discomfort had risen in his heart. Every cell in his body was telling him that this thing was dangerous, that it could not be allowed to fall outside, and that it could not be touched by people who should not touch it. He did not even know what was wrapped inside, but that feeling was real enough to leave no room for doubt. Ishin let out a sigh and said, "Understood, as you wish." Looking at Oryaku Ishin's face, full of unwillingness and disappointment, Hashirama said, "Clan head Oryaku, the Senju have wronged you in this matter." He paused, reached out, patted Ishin on the shoulder, and smiled. "How about this? The Senju will give the Oryaku clan some compensation. Consider it us buying this thing. As for the exact amount, send someone to the clan lands to discuss it later. The Senju absolutely will not bargain." Tobarama stood beside the shrine. Hearing this, he glanced at his elder brother but did not object. Although he felt that his big brother was sometimes too generous, compensation really was necessary in a situation like this. The Senju could use their strength to take the item by force, but doing so would be bullying a small clan. If word got out, it would be bad for their reputation, and it would not fit Hashirama's usual way of doing things. Tobarama turned around, took out a scroll from his sleeve, unfolded it, and spread it on the ground. His hands formed seals, and chakra poured into the scroll, covering the entire shrine along with the ground within 3 feet around it. When the white mist dispersed, the shrine had vanished from where it stood, sealed into the scroll. Tobarama rolled up the scroll and put it away in his clothes, his movements crisp and clean, without the slightest hesitation. Watching the shrine disappear, the corner of Oryaku Ishin's eye twitched slightly. But after hearing Hashirama say, "Absolutely will not bargain," the disappointment on his face gradually faded like dust blown away by the wind. He was not someone who failed to appreciate kindness. If Hashirama Senju personally said there would be compensation, then it definitely would not be a small amount. Hashirama said he would not bargain, but Ishin also would not use the chance to ask an outrageous price and do something irrational. Besides, Tobarama was not wrong either. If even Hashirama felt this thing was serious, then it was probably not something the Oryaku clan could control. Rather than keeping a hot potato whose use was unknown and that might even bring disaster, it was better to exchange it for some real, tangible benefits. A smile piled back onto his face, and his tone grew much warmer. "Lord Hashirama, you are too serious, too serious. Well, the two of you have made a tiring trip. Why not stay for a simple meal?" "No need. We still have matters to handle and need to hurry back." Tobarama refused. Hashirama also smiled and waved his hand. "No need for a meal. Just have your people come to the clan lands to find me later." With that, he nodded at Tobarama. Tobarama placed one hand on Hashirama's shoulder, while his other hand pressed down on the shoulders of the 3 guards beside him at the same time. "Farewell." As Tobarama's voice fell, the figures of the group disappeared from the cave at the same time. The air trembled slightly, stirring up a burst of faint wind. After returning to the Senju clan lands, Tobarama and Hashirama did not pause for even a moment. They headed straight for the ancient library deep within the clan grounds. The library was not large, only 2 floors. Wooden bookshelves stood along the walls, packed full of scrolls, ancient books, handwritten notes, and stone rubbings. This place recorded the history passed down through generations of the Senju clan, along with many secrets, old events, and legends of the ninja world. Hashirama took 3 steps as if they were one and rushed straight to the innermost bookshelf, where the oldest, most worn, and least read classics were stored. Tobarama followed behind. Watching his brother search in such a dumbfounded way, he could not help raising a hand to cover his face and letting out a long sigh. Big brother, shadow clones would be faster. Hashirama was standing on tiptoe, reaching for the thick dust-covered volume on the highest shelf. Hearing that, his hand froze, and his whole body stiffened in place. Right, shadow clones. How did I not think of that? Ha ha ha. He slapped his forehead and laughed a few times. Then Hashirama formed hand seals, and 10 wood clones appeared inside the library, each rushing toward a different bookshelf. Tobarama also made shadow clones. The brothers' figures moved through the library as their fingers passed over one book spine after another, while dust danced through the air. Tobarama sat at the long table in the center of the library, with 3 stacks of documents piled half a man's height in front of him, going through them page by page. Hashirama, meanwhile, was curled up in a corner, holding a thick handwritten copy, his brows twisted into a knot. Time passed bit by bit amid the sound of turning pages. Outside the window, the sky brightened and darkened, then darkened and brightened again. Half a month passed, and the 2 of them had almost gone through every piece of material in the library related to history, legends, and seals. On the evening after the 10th day, Hashirama sat on the floor with his back against a bookshelf, holding a book so worn it was almost impossible to tell what it had originally looked like. The cover had long since fallen off, the first dozens of pages were missing, and a large section at the end was gone too. Only a thin stack from the middle remained, the paper yellowed and brittle, the edges broken into jagged teeth. He had already stopped hoping for much. He was just flipping through it casually, his fingers brushing over the blurred handwriting, when suddenly his hand stopped, as if he had seen something. Tobarama! I found it! Hashirama shouted, his voice exploding through the library. Tobarama had been reading a fragmentary scroll on ancient sealing techniques. Hearing that, he abruptly looked up and set the scroll in his hand onto the table. He crossed the distance in a few quick steps, dropped down beside Hashirama, and leaned his head over. Hashirama carefully spread the broken book open on the floor between them, his finger pointing at one of the pages, his fingertip trembling slightly. The page was badly damaged. A large chunk of the top half was missing, and the bottom half had torn corners too. The remaining words were scattered and incomplete. Tobarama narrowed his eyes and looked where Hashirama was pointing, his heartbeat unconsciously speeding up a little. Many of the words were impossible to make out. The handwriting was messy, and the wording was archaic, but a few characters could still barely be recognized. Tobarama's gaze swept over the lines one by one, and his brows drew tighter and tighter. Finger. He pointed at the words and said in a low voice, Oni God, out of control. And here, this character looks like seal, but it has an extra stroke. Beside the word finger was half of another blurred character that looked like 4. Tobarama's brows furrowed more and more deeply, staring at the words Oni God. Something in his mind suddenly lit up. He suddenly remembered a legend he had heard from the clan elders when he was a child. They said that a very, very long time ago, an Oni God had once appeared in this world powerful beyond compare. In the end, the Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother had joined forces and paid an extremely terrible price to seal it away. The legend had already become vague beyond recognition, and even when the elders told it, it was always pieced together randomly. No one could say whether it was true or false. At the time, he had only taken it as a story told to amuse children and had never cared about it. But now shrine, seal, finger, Oni God. Linked together, those words were like a chain, stringing together all the scattered, blurry fragments in his mind one by one. Hashirama's face darkened, his eyes fixed on the words, out of control. For some reason, those 2 words stabbed into his heart like a needle, and an indescribable sense of frustration filled his chest. He lowered his eyes and slowly closed the broken book, his fingers pressing against the ruined cover, not letting go for a long time. The library was very quiet, quiet enough that they could hear the rustling of the wind brushing past the treetops outside the window. Tobarama noticed something off about his elder brother, and tilted his head slightly. Big brother? Hashirama gently shook his head, his voice much lower than usual. It's nothing. Seeing the words out of control just suddenly made me feel a little uncomfortable. Tobarama was silent for a moment and did not press further. He lowered his gaze back onto the now closed book, his brows tightly knit, thoughts churning. If his guess was correct, then the sealed object might be the Oni God, or rather, a part of the Oni God. In that case, the sealing technique carved onto the shrine, more profound than even the Uzumaki clans, would make sense. A seal jointly laid down by the Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother naturally was not something later generations could easily surpass. Tobarama stood up and dusted off his robe. Big brother, put this book away first. I'll take a careful look at it later. As for this sealed object, keep it stored with me for now. Don't let anyone know. Hashirama nodded, carefully holding the broken book in both hands as he slowly stood up. Time flowed on. Through cold and heat, 3 years passed. In the small room beside the library, bottles and jars filled every corner, and transparent containers held all kinds of biological cells and organs soaking inside. Wooden shelves against the wall were stacked layer upon layer with scrolls and reference books, while papers lay scattered across the floor, densely covered in complicated formulas and deductions. For the past 3 years, Tobarama had spent most of his time buried in this room. At this moment, he was sitting at the desk, gripping a pen and rapidly recording something on paper. The scratching sound of the pen tip on the page was especially clear in the silent room. On the table, a dark red finger lay inside a shallow wooden box. After the final stroke fell, Tobarama set down the pen, moved the sheet full of data to one side, then slowly turned his head and fixed his eyes on that finger. The look in his eyes had changed. It was no longer the gravity and caution from when he first saw it 3 years ago, but a burning excitement. For 3 years, he had dissected the secrets within this finger layer by layer, and with every layer he uncovered, the shock in his heart grew by 1 more degree. He had spent 3 years and had only probed a small part of it, but that small part alone was already enough to leave him dumbfounded. The chakra inside this finger was almost all-encompassing. Traces of all kinds of Kekkai Genkai overlapped and intertwined within it. Some he recognized, and some he had never seen before. Tobarama took a deep breath, then slowly let it out, trying to calm his heartbeat a little. It isn't just Kekkai Genkai. Even Big Brothers would release, the Uchihasai power, they're all inside it. His gaze turned deeper. But what concerned him even more was that while classifying those powers, from the deepest part of that chaotic energy, he had separated out an even more special kind of energy. Tobarama placed the finger back into the wooden box and closed the lid. Sealing formulae flowed from his fingertips, wrapping around the wooden box layer by layer. His movements were practiced and swift. Over these 3 years, he had already done this countless times. After finishing all that, he leaned back in his chair, tilted his head up, looked at the patch of light cast on the ceiling by the candle flame, and let out a long breath. Another 3 years passed. The conflict between the Senju and the Uchiha grew bigger and bigger like a snowball, until it finally reached the point of either your death or mine. The battlefield was littered with corpses. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and both clans had fought until their eyes were red. To preserve what little strength remained on each side, the 2 clan heads finally agreed to personally take the field and decide the outcome in a single battle. At this moment, on the open plain, the sky hung low, and the wind swept through the withered grass. Senju Hashirama wore black clothing beneath red armor, with a massive scroll strapped across his back. He stood on the eastern side of the plain, staring from afar at the figure opposite him. Uchiha Madara's long black hair was lifted by the wind, his gaze deep and heavy as an abyss as he looked across at Hashirama. Uchiha Izuna stood several zhang behind Madara, one hand on his sword hilt, the drawn blade held upright before his chest. His expression was cold, and his gaze swept over every shadow, every rock, every clump of wild grass around them like a hawk, not missing a single corner where someone might be hiding. He looked toward Hashirama and asked, "Where did Tobarama go? Don't tell me he's planning a sneak attack." He did not believe Tobarama would flee before battle. That man had never been a coward, but he had also never been some upright gentleman. Izuna was convinced that Senju Tobarama had definitely laid some kind of plot in an unseen corner, waiting to stab out a fatal blow from behind at the critical moment. In this world, no one understood Senju Tobarama better than he did. That kind of sinister, calculating, no-holds-barred style, he could recognize it with his eyes closed. At the sound of the name, Tobarama, Hashirama's expression subtly changed. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, and the ends of his brows sagged. He let out a sigh, and that sigh carried an indescribable helplessness and resentment. Ever since Tobarama brought back that finger from the Yuraku clan 6 years ago, he had locked himself in the lab. It had now been a full 6 years. For those 6 years, Tobarama had eaten and slept in that secret room. His meals went from hot to cold, then cold to hot again. He had tried to persuade him countless times, but every time, Tobarama brushed him off with a casual, "I know," and sent him back. He did not even let him through the door. Hashirama pulled back his thoughts and said, "Tobarama isn't here. Today, it's just me and Madara." He paused, his gaze landing on Izuna's face. "Izuna, move farther away. If I start fighting Madara, I'm afraid I won't be able to watch out for you." He said it calmly, like he was stating something obvious, but Izuna's brows still drew together slightly. "Hashirama is right. Izuna, stand farther back." Uchiha Madara spoke, his tone carrying an unquestionable certainty. "The only one who can fight Hashirama is me." Izuna's lips moved, like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He sheathed his blade and turned to walk into the distance. Hashirama, Madara. Hearing the way those two called each other's names, Izuna, now standing far away, could not help the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. That tone was far too solemn, far too heartfelt, as if there were only the two of them left in the entire world. Hashirama fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke in a sincere tone. Madara, we don't have to fight. Think about it. Someday in the future, children won't have to go to the battlefield. They won't have to learn how to hold a blade at 5 years old. They could catch fish by the river, fly kites in the fields, and play freely. Madara's brow moved slightly, but he did not interrupt. Hashirama continued, his voice growing more and more passionate. We can build a village. We can bring the Senju and the Uchiha into it, along with the smaller clans, and those without any clan to protect them. Everyone can farm together, run businesses together, and resist outside enemies together. He looked at Madara, his eyes sincere like a blazing flame. Madara, I hope you can help me build that place. Not because you're strong, but because I want to do it with you, because we're friends. The wind passed between the two of them, making Hashirama's robes flap loudly. Madara quietly listened until he finished. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, and it was hard to tell whether it was a smile or a sneer. He shook his head and said, Hashirama, I've thought about everything you said too. Hashirama's eyes lit up slightly. I thought about it 20 years ago, and I thought about it 10 years ago too. Madara's voice did not fluctuate in the slightest. But thoughts are thoughts and reality is reality. The Senju and the Uchiha have fought for so many years. So many have died. So much blood has been spilled. And you think we can just let it all go because you say so? He paused, his gaze resting on Hashirama's face, as if he were looking at a child who would never grow up. Can your clansmen let it go? Can my clansmen let it go? Can all those debts be erased with a single word like cooperation? Hashirama's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Madara shook his head. Hashirama, you're too naive. Peace isn't built on ideals. It's piled up on corpses. Either you kill me, and the Senju devour the Uchiha, putting blades to everyone's throats and forcing them into peace. Or I kill you, and the Uchiha devour the Senju, using the same method to make everyone shut up. His hand gripped the handle of the scythe on his back, the blade reflecting a dark, cold gleam in the fading light. Other than that, there is no third path. The scythe pointed at Hashirama, its tip perfectly steady, aimed straight at his chest. Hashirama, between us, there is only life and death. No friendship. Hearing that, Izuna's hand tightened around his sword hilt in the distance. Hashirama looked at the scythe pointed at him, then at Madara, and let out a long sigh. The gentleness on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a hard, immovable seriousness. Fine, I understand. He raised his hand, gripped the huge scroll on his back, removed it, and planted it beside him. The sound of the scroll hitting the ground was heavy and dull, making the earth beneath their feet tremble slightly. But Madara, there's something I need to make clear first. Hashirama lifted his head, his gaze locking into Madara's eyes. Speak. If I beat you, that village, you'll still have to help me build it. The corner of Madara's mouth curled slightly. Talk after you win. Hashirama nodded and said nothing more. And at that moment, a white figure instantly appeared between the two of them, robes fluttering, white hair swaying. Am I late? A rare smile was on Senju Tobarama's face. There were still ink stains on his robe, and the scent of medicinal liquid lingered between his fingers. Tobarama. Hashirama's eyes widened at once, his voice full of surprise, with a trace of complaint. You finally decided to come out. It's been 6 years. I thought you died inside that secret room. Tobarama. Madara's brows furrowed slightly. Tobarama. Izuna's voice came from the distance, cold as ice. His gaze swept over Tobarama, then quickly scanned the surroundings, as if confirming whether this was some kind of ambush. Tobarama ignored Izuna completely. His gaze fell directly on Uchiha Madara. Madara, you have no chance of winning today. Surrender. Madara's pupils shrank slightly. The scythe in his hand did not move in the slightest, but his gaze sharpened. After 6 years apart, you've learned how to talk big. Hashirama was confused too, sticking his head out from behind Tobarama. Hey, Tobarama. What do you mean? I was just about to fight Madara. Don't make trouble, big brother. Leave Madara to me. Tobarama did not even turn his head, his tone calm as still water. Ha! Hashirama froze. The moment those words were spoken, not only was Hashirama stunned, even Izuna in the distance widened his eyes and stared at Tobarama in disbelief. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold curve lifting at the corner of his mouth. Tobarama, let me see where your confidence comes from. Before his voice had even fallen, Madara's hands flew through seals so fast that even the afterimages could not be seen clearly. Fire release. Dragon flame release song technique. 3 enormous fire dragons burst out from his mouth. Their blazing heads opened wide, carrying scorching heat waves as they charged straight toward Tobarama. The firelight dyed the dusk red. The air twisted from the heat, and the smell of burning spread across the open wilds. Hashirama shifted his foot, about to step in, but saw Tobarama standing in place without moving at all. He did not even form hand seals. He simply raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together like a blade, and casually slashed. An invisible slash shot out from his fingertips. The moment it touched them, the 3 fire dragons were cleanly split in half. The slash cut through them like a hot knife through butter. Even after splitting the fire dragons, its force did not diminish as it flew straight toward Madara's face. Madara's pupils shrank sharply, and he used the body flicker technique to dodge to the left. That invisible slash brushed past his shoulder guard and neatly cut a giant boulder dozens of feet behind him in half, the cross-section as smooth as a mirror. The upper half of the rock slowly slid down, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, kicking up dust everywhere. Madara stood beside the rock, turned back to glance at the cut, then looked at Tobarama again. The shock in his eyes was completely undisguised. He slowly straightened, spun the scythe once in his hand, and his expression turned grave. What jutsu is that? Izuna was even more frozen in place. He stared at Tobarama in utter disbelief, his hand on the sword trembling slightly. That attack just now had no hand seals, no charging. It was just a casual wave, yet it split Big Brother's fire release and still had enough power left to cleave through rock. The veins on Izuna's hand bulged as he clenched the hilt tighter. Had Tobarama been hiding his true strength all these years? Hashirama was stunned too, his jaw nearly dropping open. He opened his mouth and squeezed out a sentence. Tobarama. What kind of sorcery is that? Tobarama lowered his hand, his white hair drifting lightly in the wind. He looked at Madara. That faint smile was still on the corner of his lips, but there was not the slightest trace of smugness in his eyes. After 6 years of seclusion, I had to come up with something. Madara, do you still want to continue? Madara said nothing. His scarlet Sharingan slowly spun. He did not waste any more words. Lifting his scythe, he charged forward. Madara's figure was as fast as a phantom. At the same time, his left hand flung out several shuriken, sealing off Tobarama's dodge routes from different angles. Tobarama raised both hands at once. 8 kunai shot out from his palms, precisely knocking down those shuriken one by one. The remaining few kunai kept going and flew straight for Madara's face. At the same time, Tobarama drew the long sword at his waist and rushed forward head-on. Madara swung his scythe, and the broad blade swept down all the incoming kunai. The sound of metal clashing rang out without end. The next second, their weapons collided, sparks flying everywhere. The two stared at each other through their locked blades. The Sharingan and those icy eyes were only inches apart. Tobarama slashed horizontally. Madara ducked low to avoid it, and the blade passed over his head, cutting off a few strands of hair. Taking advantage of the opening after Tobarama's slash, he swung his scythe upward from below at an angle, aiming straight for Tobarama's ribs. The strike was both fast and ruthless. Anyone else would have found it nearly impossible to dodge. Tobarama's expression did not change in the slightest. The instant before the scythe blade touched his robe, his figure suddenly vanished, soundless and traceless. Madara suddenly sensed something wrong behind him, and immediately used Susanu's skeletal form. Clang! A long sword hacked into Susanu's rib, producing a dull metallic impact. The blade was firmly stuck in the skeleton and could not advance even an inch further. Madara slowly turned around and looked at Tobarama, who stood behind Susanu. The white-haired second son of the Senju was gripping his sword. The blade was still embedded in Susanu's rib, and a faint smile hung on his face. What was that technique just now? Madara's voice was low, carrying suppressed wariness. The body flicker technique used a burst of chakra to increase speed for short-range movement. No matter how fast it was, the Sharingan could still capture the trail of movement. But just now, he had seen nothing. Tobarama had vanished all of a sudden. No afterimage, no airflow, nothing that the Sharingan should have been able to catch. Tobarama smiled faintly, pulled his sword back out from between Susanu's ribs, and stepped back twice. After 6 years shut away in that chamber, Flying Thunder God was no longer the achievement he was proudest of. Since Madara had asked, he did not mind saying it. With the other side's strength and eyesight, he would figure it out sooner or later anyway. Flying Thunder God technique. He sheathed the long sword, his movements unhurried. A space-time ninjutsu. Space. Madara repeated the word in a low voice, and the gravity in his eyes deepened a little more. Another ninjutsu made to counter the Sharingan? You bastard. He did not press for the principle behind it. Susanu's skeletal frame slowly solidified around him. In the distance, the moment Izuna heard the words space-time ninjutsu, he sucked in a cold breath, touched his abdomen, and inexplicably felt a chill. This guy hid himself way too deeply. If he had used this ninjutsu when fighting me, I probably would have been done for. The blue Susanu rose from the ground. Muscle grew over the skeleton, enveloping Madara within. He looked down at Tobarama on the ground from above, like a god. Tobarama. Madara's voice came from inside Susanu, low and heavy. If I do this, then what will you do? Tobarama looked up at the blue giant, his expression unchanged, and let out a light laugh. You can try. Madara snorted coldly and said no more. Susanu's forearms rose at the same time, and long swords formed from chakra appeared in its giant hands. The first slash came down, blasting a long crack into the ground. The second swept across, and the shockwave it raised sent the surrounding rocks flying. The third and fourth followed close behind, each one aimed to kill, giving Tobirama no chance to catch his breath. At the same time, Madara also threw in fire release from time to time. Massive fireballs smashed down from the sky, exploding into waves of scorching air across the ground. Izuna and Hashirama had already left the battle zone the moment the fight escalated. Both of them stared fixedly at that flashing white figure on the battlefield. Tobirama kept throwing out kunai with both hands. The kunai traced lines through the air, some embedding into the ground, others pinning themselves into distant tree trunks. Whenever Susanu's giant blade or a fire release attack was about to touch him, his figure would vanish out of thin air and appear at the landing point of another kunai, while he threw out a slash in return. Madara glanced down at the crisscrossing cuts on Susanu's body, and his brow furrowed slightly. Those cracks were tiny, so tiny they could almost be ignored. But if they kept piling up, sooner or later one slash would cut where it should not. He swung a backhand slash, forcing Tobirama to use Flying Thunder God to dodge again. And just like that, one slash, one teleport, then another slash, then another teleport. Tobirama's figure flickered around Susanu like a ghost. Every time he appeared, he left a new wound on Susanu. Madara's expression turned cold. If that's how it is. His chakra suddenly exploded, and 5 clones split off from his body. Every single clone summoned a complete Susanu in an instant. 6 blue giants stood side by side, pressing down so hard that even the broken stones on the ground trembled slightly. Then I'll make it impossible for you to dodge. All 6 clones opened their mouths at once. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. 6 seas of fire burst out from 6 directions at the same time. They converged and fused into an overwhelming inferno that swallowed the entire battlefield. The flames were so hot that even the air twisted. Flying Thunder God kunai melted. Rocks split and exploded under the heat, crackling non-stop. The flames were about to cover every possible corner Tobirama could dodge to, except the sky. Tobirama did not hesitate in the slightest. He threw a kunai upward from his hand. The kunai shot straight into the clouds. The instant before the flames touched him, his figure vanished and appeared in midair. Head down and feet up, his body flipped in the air, and he threw out several more kunai from his hand. The kunai traced strange arcs as they flew straight towards Susanu. Madara did not dodge. Those kunai were either blocked by Susanu's arms or grazed past Susanu's head and nailed themselves into the ground behind him. He raised his head and looked at that white figure in the air, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Next, you should. Halfway through his sentence, Madara's face changed, and his voice suddenly caught. An extremely dangerous warning exploded from the depths of his instincts, like a venomous snake crawling into his clothes and slithering across his body, making every hair on him stand on end. His Sharingan spun madly, capturing every bit of information around him, but he could not find the source of the danger. There was no ambush around him, no unfamiliar chakra, no abnormalities at all. Then he looked at the sky. In midair, Tobirama formed the tiger hand seal with both hands. Chakra gathered and compressed at his fingertips. His gaze passed over Madara's Susanu and landed on the kunai embedded in the ground. An ordinary slash cuts through everything along its path. Tobirama's voice was not loud, but every person present heard it clearly. But when combined with Flying Thunder God's coordinates, along with my understanding of space-time ninjutsu, his expression turned cold. He pressed 2 fingers together and aimed in Madara's direction. It can produce an unexpected effect. Take this, Madara. His finger came down and a slash shot out from his fingertips. Spatial slash. Space itself was cut open. Light twisted and bent along the edge of the slash, creating a bizarre visual distortion. Madara's pupils shrank to pinpoints. At that moment, he saw through Tobirama's intent. That bastard was aiming for his head. All the chakra in Madara's body ignited in an instant, and he let out a low roar. Driven into a corner, his chakra burst out with even greater force than ever before, and he immediately used the body flicker technique to escape Susanu. The slash passed through soundlessly. Susanu's head split into 2, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The massive body of Susanu began to break apart and collapse, its skeletal frame crumbling and turning into countless blue points of light that scattered into the air. Madara landed on a tall rock, his knees bending slightly as he steadied himself. His breathing was ragged, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat sliding down from his temples and dripping onto the rock beneath his feet. His gaze was locked on the figure not far ahead. Tobirama stood there, his robe stirring faintly, his expression as calm as ever. Outside the battlefield, Izuna stood on a rock, his mind completely blank. Hashirama's face was full of shock. No, wait. Tobirama got this strong? Tobirama slowly lowered his hand and looked at Madara with calm eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Madara, you're not that impressive either. The wind swept across the wilderness, carrying the chill of scorched earth and night dew. After a long while, Madara finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low. Tomorrow we negotiate peace. The next day, representatives of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan formally shook hands and made peace on the open plain. The elders of both clans stood solemnly behind them, and no one spoke. The hatred and blood debt that had lasted for generations finally came to an end before a single written pact. Both sides chose to join forces and establish a village, naming it Konoha. The choice for the first Hokage was completely unexpected. Senju Tobirama, dressed in a white Hokage robe, stood atop the Hokage building and accepted the greetings of the entire village. Hashirama stood at his side with his arms crossed, smiling with complete ease. Madara and Izuna stood opposite them. Izuna's expression was a little unnatural, but in the end he said nothing. Hashirama took the role of Hokage assistant, responsible for the village's construction and defense. Uchiha Madara was likewise appointed as an assistant, overseeing war preparations and finances. Uchiha Izuna was also among the assistants, responsible for intelligence and communications. When the news spread, the entire ninja world was shaken. The first reaction was impossible. The second reaction was, they've gone mad. And the third reaction was, it's over. With Senju and Uchiha joining forces, who in this world could still stop them? The land of grass. The ground suddenly trembled, the earth shaking violently, and a crack split open in a riverbed. Muddy river water poured into it, washing out something that had been buried at the bottom of the river for who knew how many years. An old shrine surfaced from the mud and sand, its surface covered in rust stains and moss. The ceiling patterns on the shrine had completely dimmed, like candles that had burned out, unable to give off even the slightest trace of light. The shrine doors were forced open by the current, and something wrapped layer upon layer in talismans slipped out from inside. It drifted along with the river, sometimes sinking, sometimes floating. The talisman paper gradually loosened in the water, the edges beginning to peel away and reveal a small section of a dark red surface underneath. 7 days later, by a clear stream, a black-haired woman had her sleeves rolled up as she squatted on a blue stone by the bank, holding a woven bamboo basket and scrubbing clothes one piece at a time. At that moment, something drifted down with the current and, without missing at all, bumped right into her basket and touched her hand. The woman lowered her head and saw that it was something wrapped layer upon layer in talismans, about the size of a palm and surprisingly heavy. The paper talismans had turned dark yellow, but a faint glow could vaguely be seen leaking through the gaps between them. Ha! The woman put down the clothes in her hands, fished the thing out of the basket, and raised it in front of her eyes to examine it carefully. Twisted runes were drawn across the talisman paper. She could not understand a single one of them, but that faint glow looked especially strange under the reflection of the water. What is this? Did it drift here? How unusual. She lightly rubbed the surface of the talisman paper with her finger. She hesitated for a moment, then looked upstream. There was no one there and nothing unusual either. I'll take it back and ask Granny. She should know. The woman tucked the thing into her pocket, picked up the basket, and walked back toward the village along the field ridges. After returning home, Zhu Xiang shook out the washed clothes one piece at a time and hung them on the bamboo pole in the yard. After hanging the clothes, she walked out along the dirt road in the village. On both sides of the road were rows of low wooden houses. Several children were still running and playing along the field ridges, holding foxtail grass in their hands, their laughter crisp and clear. In the distance, cooking smoke curled upward, and the air carried the mixed scent of grass and soil. In the fields, a gray-haired old woman was bent over hoeing the ground. Her hoe rose and fell, her movements slow yet strong. She straightened up and pounded her waist, then immediately spotted the woman passing along the road and called out at the top of her voice. Zhu Xiang, come here for a moment. Hearing the call, Zhu Xiang looked over and saw that it was the oldest granny in the village, so she replied with a smile. What is it? As she spoke, she jogged over. When she reached the edge of the field, she braced her hands on her knees and breathed lightly. The old woman threw down her hoe, stepped out from the ridge, and wiped the dirt from her hands on her clothes. Her face was full of wrinkles, and when she smiled, her eyes narrowed into slits, making her look especially kind. A few days ago, the village chief brought back some news from outside, the old woman said excitedly. He said that over in the Land of Fire, there are 2 very powerful clans, called San and something, and they stopped fighting and even formed a village together. Zhu Xiang blinked but did not interrupt. That village is calling for people to join. No matter where you come from, as long as you're willing to follow the rules, you can live there. The village chief said that if we can join a village like that, we won't have to worry about Ronin coming to loot us anymore. After saying that, the old woman let out a long breath, as if a stone that had weighed on her heart for many years had finally been moved aside a little. Zhu Xiang froze. She stood there with her mouth slightly open, and the light in her eyes slowly began to brighten. Ronin. Looting. Those words were all too familiar to her. 10 years ago, a group of Ronin burst into her family's yard and stole the little food her family had left. Her father was cut down with a single slash. Her mother threw herself over him to protect him, and her chest was pierced through with another stab. The two of them fell into pools of blood right in front of her and never got up again. At the time, her mother had stuffed her under the bed. She covered her mouth, trembling all over, listening to the screams and laughter outside, and did not dare crawl out until late into the night. She had only been 7 years old that year. Later, the village chief happened to pass by those looted ruins, found her, and brought her back to this village. She had lived here for 10 years, growing from a tiny girl who curled up in the corner and did not dare make a sound into a young woman who could wash clothes, cook meals, and work in the fields. On the surface, the village looked decent enough. There were fields, land, houses, and neighbors. But every few months, Ronin would come to loot the place. Those people walked into the village as if they were entering their own storehouse, rummaging through boxes and cabinets, carrying off grain, and leading away livestock. They did not kill people, but the grain they took away was the food the villagers had saved little by going without. Taking away grain, in a certain sense, was also killing people. It was just a slower blade, like a dull knife cutting flesh, slicing bit by bit, and after it was done, waiting for the next time. And now, she had heard that there was a place where they would no longer have to fear those people. Zhu Xiang's eyes reddened slightly. She sniffed hard, lifted her head, looked at the old woman, and spoke with a faint tremor she could not suppress. "Granny? Is this true? Can we really go?" The old woman smiled and nodded, reaching out to pat the back of her hand. "The village chief said everyone can move there in the next 2 days." Zhu Xiang nodded hard, tears circling in her eyes several times. But in the end, they did not fall. That night, several torches burned in the open space. The orange-red light swayed in the night wind, stretching everyone's shadows long and short. A group of Ronin, weapons in hand, surrounded the villagers in the middle. At the front was a middle-aged man with a brutal face. The cold gleam of his blade tip reflected on the terrified faces of the villagers. The old village chief knelt on both knees, his graying hair trembling faintly in the firelight, his body shaking non-stop. "Old man, I heard you want to leave?" The lead Ronin lifted the village chief's chin with the tip of his blade, his voice rough and vicious. "If you all leave, what are we supposed to eat?" The village chief's body suddenly stiffened, and he stopped trembling. "How did you know?" He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the Ronin and landing on a familiar figure at the edge of the crowd. It was the youngest and strongest young man in the village, the one he had once thought most highly of. The old village chief's expression shifted from confusion to grief and fury, his lips trembling. "Qingxia, you." In the corner, Qingxia curled his lips and slowly walked out. His hands were in his pockets, and his face carried the relief of someone who had suppressed himself for too long and could finally tear off the mask. "Since you found out, then I won't keep pretending." He walked to the Ronin's side, stopped, and tilted his head as he looked at the village chief kneeling on the ground. "Old man, this village chief position should have been mine in the first place. Now you want to lead everyone to another village. Where does that leave me?" The village chief's face twisted, veins bulging on his forehead one by one, his body no longer shaking. "You bastard! I really misjudged you. What's so great about being village chief? Can it compare to a stable life? Do you think I'm enjoying myself in this position? Every day when I open my eyes, I think about whether the village has enough food to eat, whether there's enough firewood to last through winter, and when the Ronin will come." Qingxia's expression changed for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. He gave a snort, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a disdainful smile. "You don't understand, you." A flash of blade light swept by. Qingxia's words died in his throat. His head left his neck, spun twice in the air, and fell to the ground. "So damn noisy." The Ronin leader only felt irritated. In the crowd, Zhu Xiang was gripping something tightly with both hands. It was something she had picked up from the river, wrapped in talismans, something that glowed. She clenched it in her palm and pressed it to her chest, her lips moving, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Please protect us. Please protect us from being hurt again." She didn't know what this thing was, didn't know if it was useful, didn't know if it would answer her prayer, but she had no other way left. She was just an ordinary woman who knew how to wash clothes, farm, and cook. She could only pray. But the very next second, the Ronin leader raised the butcher's blade in his hand. "Since you don't want to stay, then go die." The blade came down. The old village chief's body suddenly stiffened, the blade piercing into his abdomen and thrusting out through his back. His eyes went wide, his mouth open as if he wanted to say something, but no words could come out. His knees slid apart on the ground, his body pitched forward, and he collapsed face first into the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Village chief!" someone screamed. "Fight them!" someone roared. Several strong young villagers lunged forward at once. Some turned and ran back into the village to grab farm tools and kitchen knives, while others took the chance to flee toward the outskirts. The open ground instantly turned into chaos, with screams rising one after another. The villagers fought desperately, but the Ronin were used to living by the blade. 1/1 kill. 1/1 kill. The battle was almost completely one-sided. In the firelight, blood sprayed through the air, and bodies kept dropping to the ground. Zhu Xiang stood frozen in place, her whole body stiff with terror. She saw one Ronin in the crowd staring at her with shining eyes, a lewd grin hanging at the corner of his mouth. Half her blood seemed to turn cold in an instant. Instinctively, she stepped back, turned around, and ran. "Don't run, little lady." Footsteps and mocking shouts came from behind her. She hadn't run more than a few steps before a rough hand grabbed the back of her collar and yanked hard, dragging her whole body back. "Let go! Let go!" Zhu Xiang struggled desperately, kicking at the ground, her nails clawing at that hand. The Ronin chuckled. "Don't do that! Don't do that!" Zhu Xiang suddenly swung her fist at his face. Her punch landed on his cheekbone, but only made his head tilt a little. It didn't even split the corner of his mouth. The Ronin rubbed the spot where he had been hit and instead showed an expression of enjoyment, as if the blow had only pleased him more. Zhu Xiang was terrified out of her mind when she suddenly remembered the hard object in her hand. She grabbed it tight and used all her strength to stab it toward the Ronin's eye. The Ronin was still reveling in himself when he suddenly felt a chill rushing straight at his eyeball. Instinctively, he threw his head back. Zhu Xiang's stab missed its mark, and that object struck the Ronin squarely in his open mouth. With a gulp, the whole finger was swallowed down by the Ronin. Cough, cough. What did you make me eat? The Ronin's pupils shrank sharply. He hurriedly staggered back, reached into his throat, bent over, and retched, but nothing came out. The next second, his body suddenly froze. Black markings appeared across his face, and 2 slits tore open beneath his eyes, revealing 2 more purple eyes. Ha 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 ha! A burst of wild laughter exploded from his throat, deep and hoarse, carrying a pressure so terrifying it made the soul tremble. Sukuna tore open his upper clothes, spread his arms, and looked up at the night sky as moonlight poured over his body. "It has been 1,000 years. Moonlight is this wonderful." Zhu Xiang collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, her eyes wide as she stared at the Ronin whose appearance had changed so drastically before her. The surrounding Ronin and villagers all stopped at the same time and turned in unison to look at the figure standing in the middle of the open ground, laughing up at the sky. Sukuna lowered his head, swept his gaze over the corpses and the humans all over the ground, and finally let it rest on the trembling woman at his feet. He smiled faintly and said, "Was it you who awakened me? Then what reward do you want?" Zhu Xiang froze for a moment, sensing how extraordinary the person before her was. She reacted immediately and dropped to her knees, her forehead touching the ground, and said respectfully, "Please, save us." When the villagers heard Zhu Xiang's words, they snapped out of it like waking from a dream. They immediately dragged the wounded, held their children, and stumbled away from the Ronin, terrified of being caught in whatever came next. Some knelt down, some hid behind trees, some crawled and scrambled to the edge of the open ground, then couldn't help turning back to look. The Ronin leader's hand holding the blade was trembling slightly. Looking at the strange Sukuna before him, he swallowed hard, his voice dry and strained. "See, Sashin, don't you recognize me anymore, big brother? It's me. I'm the one who brought you in with us. TSK. In the next moment, everyone's heads slid off their necks at the same time, rolling onto the ground with dull thuds. Blood gushed from the severed necks. More than a dozen headless bodies stood frozen in place for a moment, then fell one after another. The open ground fell into dead silence. No one screamed. No one spoke. The villagers' eyes were wide, their mouths open, but not a single sound came out. A few children had their mouths covered by their mothers, muffling sobs behind their hands. Zhu Xiang knelt on the ground, her whole body rigid, her forehead still pressed to the earth, not daring to raise her head. As if he had done something not even worth mentioning, Sukuna then turned and walked toward the dark forest outside the village. Moonlight shone on him, stretching his shadow long. He did not look back, nor did he spare anyone another glance. In just a few breaths, that figure vanished into the forest shadows and disappeared into the darkness. Zhu Xiang slowly raised her head and looked toward the empty village entrance lit by moonlight. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she said nothing. Behind her, a child finally began to cry, the sobs echoing through the night sky. 5 days later, the wilderness. Sukuna traveled forward along the land of earth, spreading his perception to its limit, covering every inch of land, every rock, and every river within a radius of 10 li. Nothing. No fluctuation from the fingers, no trace of a seal's aura. He kept walking and the surrounding terrain gradually changed. Vegetation grew sparser and sparser, replaced by bare rock and steep cliff walls. Wind passed through the mountain valley, letting out low, mournful howls. Sukuna looked up at the few barren hilltops in the distance, then kept walking forward. Before long, he sensed chakra rapidly approaching. 10 minutes later, 10 figures surged out at the same time from behind the rock walls and around the bends in the mountain path, surrounding Sukuna completely. They wore gray-brown robes, matching forehead protectors, and simple leather armor. The leader stopped about 3 zhang in front of Sukuna, one hand resting on his sword hilt as he looked this uninvited guest up and down. "Who are you? Why have you come to the land of Earth? He did not draw his blade right away. After all, anyone who could walk all the way here alone, and with such a strange appearance, was definitely not someone to take lightly. Sukuna stopped and smiled. The leader's brows twisted into a deep frown. After a moment of silence, he finally gave an ultimatum. Leave this place and we'll pretend we never saw you. He paused, then said, otherwise, stay here and don't think of leaving. Sukuna did not answer. He raised his right hand, brought his 5 fingers together, and casually slashed through the air. The ninja beside the leader did not even have time to react before his head slid from his neck. His body stiffened for a moment, then crashed to the ground. You! The leader was horrified and yanked out his blade. The others immediately scattered and widened the fighting distance. Shuriken and kunai flew at Sukuna from different directions. Some began forming hand seals, and earthen spikes and shattered rocks followed right behind. Sukuna's figure moved through the storm of attacks. He tilted his head to avoid a shuriken, then raised a hand and stopped the pile of flying rubble dead in the air. The more they fought, the more alarmed everyone became. We're not his match. One of them bit his finger, formed hand seals with both hands, and slammed them onto the ground. A burst of white smoke exploded, and a summoned bird the size of a swallow appeared in the smoke. Flapping its wings, it landed on that ninja's shoulder. The man hurriedly passed the information to the swallow. After receiving it, the bird beat its wings and shot straight into the sky. Sukuna raised his head and watched the swallow circle once in the air before flying away. He did not stop it. Pulling back his gaze, he glanced at the 9 people around him. Sukuna smiled faintly, and his figure vanished from where he stood. He weaved among the 9 of them. Every appearance was accompanied by a soft sound. Sometimes it was a slash cutting across a throat. Sometimes it was a palm strike crushing a heart. Sometimes it was only a light tap of one finger to the forehead. In just a few moments, 9 corpses lay scattered across the ground. Sukuna stood in the middle of the bodies, not a single drop of blood staining his robe. Half a day later, following the direction where the swallow had disappeared, Sukuna arrived at a street. The street was not long. On both sides stood low adobe houses, while wind poured in through the alley entrances, sweeping up fine dust. At the end of the street, a man wearing the Tsuchikige's hat walked over slowly. His loose brown robe fluttered slightly in the wind. His steps were steady, and his gaze was sharp as fire. His eyes fell on Sukuna, and he stopped. His eyes widened, and those Rinnegan were reflected in his pupils. The expression on his face shifted from shock to disbelief. This is the sage's eyes, the Rinnegan. His voice rose several degrees without him noticing. The Rinnegan, the eyes that controlled life and death, the legendary eyes possessed by the Sage of 6 Paths. Earlier, he had received a message from the patrol, saying the enemy's eyes were purple and ringed with ripple patterns. The moment he heard that, he had already formed a guess and set out personally at once. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, the guess had become fact. An uncontrollable greed rose in his heart. The Rinnegan was a power countless people dreamed of, but that thought only flashed through his mind for an instant before he forcefully suppressed it. Although the other party had concealed his chakra extremely well, the overwhelming evil radiating from him was enough to make his spine go cold. The person before him might even be stronger than Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Perhaps even an unintentional movement from him could become a disaster for Iwagakure. A being like this was not someone he could fight, nor someone he could afford to offend. Behind him stood countless lives. The Tsuchikage took a deep breath and stopped 3 meters away from Sukuna. He bowed slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. I am Shurha. I did not know you had come from afar. May I ask what business brings you to the land of Earth? Sukuna lowered his eyes and let them rest on the Tsuchikage's face for a brief moment. His chakra was not weak, but it could not be called strong either. Sukuna could not even muster any interest in making a move. From now on, Iwagakure will submit to me. Sukuna's tone was light and casual. Shurha froze for a moment, and the face beneath the hat stiffened briefly. Submit? After living so many years, this was the first time anyone had used those 2 words on him. Anger, humiliation, and struggle flashed through his eyes. In the end, he swallowed all of it back down, and his expression returned to calm. He had seen too many strong people, and he had also seen too many arrogant fools. None of their endings had been good. He did not hesitate. Bowing slightly, he gave a solemn reply with a single word. Fine. Sukuna glanced at him, the corner of his mouth moving faintly, then turned and left. 3 days later, Iwagakure's ninjas spread out in groups across every corner of the land of Earth, crossing mountains and ridges. No one knew what they were doing, and no one dared to ask. Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, documents were piled up like mountains. Tobarama sat behind the desk, his brows slightly furrowed, his fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop, while his right hand held a funding document that had just arrived from the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire support had indeed allowed Konoha to gain a foothold during its early days, but this was not a long-term solution. The money belonged to someone else. They could give it whenever they wanted, and stop it whenever they wanted. Once dependence formed, All the Land of Fire had to do was tighten funding a little, and Konoha would be constrained at every turn. If this continued, sooner or later Konoha would go from being an ally of the Land of Fire to a vassal of the Land of Fire. If the village wanted true independence, it had to have an economic lifeline of its own. If the commission cut from mission fees is too high, it'll hurt the ninjas' motivation. If it's too low, it won't be enough to keep the village running. Besides mission fees, we also need industries of our own. Tobirama stood up and walked to the large map hanging on the wall. Starting from Konoha's location, his gaze swept along rivers, mountain ranges, and plains. Around Konoha, there were large stretches of undeveloped wasteland. The soil was fertile and water was abundant, making it suitable for farming. To the south were mountain forests rich in timber resources. To the east were mineral veins. They were not large, but if managed well, they could still become a stable source of income. He then returned to the desk and took out Konoha's planning map. Farmland is being opened up little by little, but without 3 to 5 years, there won't be any returns. The storefronts on the commercial street can be rented out to outsiders. Use business to support the village. Let those merchants do business in Konoha, and Konoha collects their rent. With more people, there'll be more spending, and the village's tax revenue can rise along with it. He picked up a pen and began writing and drawing on the paper, filling up one page after another. His thoughts moved faster and faster, and the tip of the pen scratched continuously across the paper. After finishing, he set the pen down and leaned back in his chair, reading through everything from beginning to end. Feasible. But carrying it out will require manpower, time, and the ability to push back against the Land of Fire. His fingers tapped the tabletop twice, as if striking the final hammer. But this is something I have to do, and it has to be done now. The rules had not yet been set, habits had not yet formed, and the balance of power had not yet solidified. This was the golden age for reform. A few more years from now, once all interests were tied together, making any move would become difficult. He picked up the documents on the desk, pushed open the door, and walked straight toward Hashirama's office. Standing outside the door, Tobirama knocked. "Big brother, do you have a moment? There's something I want to discuss with you." A muffled thud came from inside the office, as if someone had fallen off a chair. After a burst of hurried scrambling, Hashirama's voice squeezed out through the crack in the door. Yes. Come in. Tobirama pushed the door open, looked at his older brother's face still stained with ink, and expressionlessly placed the documents on the table. "Starting today, Konoha is going to start making money. Your dream can come true too." The next day, Hashirama would release to clear land and build the village. The daimyo, having somehow learned of Konoha's construction plan, immediately ordered Konoha to send people over to explain the situation. After receiving the daimyo's summons, Tobirama did not dare hesitate or refuse, and immediately sent people to the daimyo's residence. After a round of friendly discussion, Madara and Izuna successfully persuaded the daimyo, and even secured autonomy and independent jurisdiction for Konoha. 3 years later, Konoha. Over the course of 3 years, Konoha had gradually become a town with an initial scale, and it was still expanding outward. The streets crisscrossed, houses stood in neat rows, shops opened along the roads, and children chased and played at the mouths of the alleys. Today was the opening day of the Ninja Academy. The academy gates stood wide open, and the entrance was packed with children who had come to enroll. Some carried small cloth bags on their backs, some had wooden swords tucked at their waists, some were led there by their parents, and some came in groups of 2 or 3, chattering non-stop. Every face was filled with excitement, as if crossing this threshold meant that by tomorrow they could become great figures who would dominate the ninja world. Because it was the academy's first opening, the Hokage came in person. When Tobirama walked in through the academy's main gate, the entire place fell silent for a moment. Wearing a white robe, he stepped onto the high platform. His gaze swept across those young faces, and without a long speech, he only said a few words. "You are Konoha's hope. We will all grow old in the end. Konoha's future is in your hands." Below the stage, the children's eyes sparkled. They did not understand the weight of those words, but they understood future and in your hands. Those few words were like seeds, buried deep in their little hearts. In the crowd, a child with an immature face jabbed the companion on his right with his elbow. His voice was kept low, but the excitement in his tone could not be hidden. "Hiruzen, did you see that? That's Lord Hokage, the one who ended the chaotic era." Sarutobi Hiruzen was knocked slightly off balance. Helpless, he sighed and rubbed the sore spot on his ribs. "I saw him." "Danzo, stop making a fuss. Everyone is watching." Danzo curled his lips, still wanting to say something, but one look from Hiruzen stopped him cold. He stood there sullenly, but his eyes still drifted toward the stage from time to time, full of eagerness. Hiruzen turned his head and looked at the boy on his right who had barely spoken the whole time. The boy had a rare head of short pink hair, and his eyes were blood red, making him especially conspicuous in the crowd. "Yuhu, did you successfully cultivate chakra yet?" Hiruzen asked. Yuhu raised his head, the corners of his mouth curving up into a confident smile. "Of course I did. After all, I'm a genius." Danzo stuck his head out from behind Hiruzen, looked Yuhu up and down, and let out a snort. A genius? You don't even have a clan name, and no elder has taught you. Yuhu's smile did not change at all. If anything, it grew even brighter. A clan name isn't important. Inheritance isn't important either. What's important is... He paused, then raised one finger and waved it in front of Danzo. I'm stronger than you. Danzo's face instantly flushed red. Just as he was about to argue back, Hiruzen grabbed his shoulder. It's the first day of school. Don't fight. Hiruzen's voice was not loud, but Danzo actually stopped moving. He glanced at Hiruzen, then glared at Yuhu, swallowing the words that had already reached his lips. On the platform, Tobarama's gaze swept across the children below, then paused for a moment on that pink head. That child seems to be very important to me. After thinking it over for a moment, Tobarama withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at him, planning to make contact later. The land of Earth. Inside the large courtyard of Iwagakure, Sukuna leaned against a corridor pillar, holding a freshly washed green pear polished bright, taking a bite every now and then. 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, he had traveled across every inch of the land of Earth, crossed every mountain, waded through every river, and spread out his senses again and again. In the end, he only found one finger. That finger had only been found because the seal had weakened after too many years and broken on its own. A passing farmer picked it up by the river, and after changing hands several times, it was sent to Iwagakure. By the time he got it, more than half the sealing paper talisman had already rotted away, exposing the dark red surface underneath. As for the rest of the fingers, it was as if they had evaporated from the world without leaving a single trace. Sukuna casually tossed the pear core away. It traced an arc through the air and landed in the dirt at the corner of the courtyard. He raised his head and looked at the gray, gloomy sky above. The expression on his face was less disappointment and more boredom. He ordered a servant to summon Ishikawa. The Tsuchikage hurried over from his office, stood in the courtyard, and gave a slight bow. What are your orders, my lord? For 3 years, he had lived in fear every single day, as if a blade were hanging over his head, never knowing when it might come down. I'm leaving. Whether that thing gets found or not doesn't matter anymore. Ishikawa froze for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask, then do we still need to keep looking in the future? But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them again. He did not dare ask, and he was also afraid of hearing an answer he did not want. As if seeing through his thoughts, Sukuna's lips curled slightly. If you can't find it, that's up to you. He did not explain the reason. As long as the seals had not broken, those people would never find them no matter how thoroughly they searched the earth. Even if they somehow found one by luck, there was no need to worry about what would happen to the finger, because no one had the ability to destroy it. And as for him, as long as a finger appeared within the range of his senses, he would notice it immediately, so there was no need to care whether it was hidden or not. Sukuna stepped down the stairs. When he reached the courtyard gate, he paused for a moment without turning back. You've done pretty well these past 3 years. Ishikawa stood where he was, watching that white figure walk farther and farther away until it disappeared beyond the courtyard gate. After a long while, he let out a long breath. He slowly sat down on the steps beneath the corridor, feeling as if he had been standing for an entire lifetime and could finally sit down now. Sukuna walked across the wasteland of the land of Earth, his senses fully spread out, covering every inch of land within dozens of miles. Nothing. No trace of a finger's aura, no fluctuation from any seal, nothing at all. He withdrew his senses and kept walking. Next stop, the land of whirlpools. Sealing techniques. Over the past 3 years, the more he thought about them, the more he felt he needed to learn them. Not because sealing techniques were so powerful, but because he had already had enough. And besides, the more knowledge the better, and sealing techniques were clearly the weakest link in his knowledge system. He did not deny that, and he did not want to stumble again. At the same time, Konoha. Inside the underground laboratory, the place was brightly lit. The shelves all around were filled with bottles, jars, and scrolls, and the air was thick with the mixed smell of medicine and paper. Tobarama sat at the experiment table. Beside him sat a tall man with long red hair draped over his shoulders. Uzumaki Mahito, the clan head of the land of whirlpools, and also the elder brother of his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mito. At this moment, the two of them were studying the shrine brought back from the Atsurugi clan. Beside it lay a finger, its dark red surface giving off a strange sheen under the light. The two of them studied for an entire day, repeatedly deducing and verifying everything from the structure of the seal to the chakra composition inside the finger. Finally, when dusk fell, they both set down the brushes in their hands at the same time, leaned back in their chairs and let out long breaths. Tobarama placed his brush on the rack, turned around, looked at Uzumaki Mahito, and spoke with a solemn expression. Brother-in-law, if the shrine or these fingers are ever found again, no matter where they're found or who gets them, they must be brought to me, even if you have to seize them by force. He paused, then added, of course, if the other side is too strong, you can notify me first. Uzumaki Mahito nodded and did not ask further. He was not someone who liked digging to the bottom of everything. He did not know what use this thing had, and he had no plans to find out. Something personally sealed by the Sage of Six Paths could very well be some evil object, vicious object, or ominous object. If ordinary people touched it, it might bring disaster upon them. Only someone like Tobirama, bold yet meticulous and unbound by taboos, would dare mess with this kind of thing. Mato replied, "Later, I'll let the clan know and have them keep an eye out." Tobirama nodded, sealed the shrine and the fingers separately into scrolls, and placed them back on the shelf. After leaving the land of grass, Sukuna passed through the land of waterfalls and stepped into the territory of the land of frost. The snow fell harder and harder. The world was a vast sheet of white. His footprints stretched into a long thin line behind him, only to be quickly covered by fresh snow. Inside a crude wooden hut, dim candlelight cast swaying shadows across the paper window. A ninja in a white robe pulled out a money pouch from his chest and placed it on the table, pushing it forward. The pouch was heavy, and it landed on the wooden tabletop with a dull thud. The middle-aged man greedily grabbed the pouch, untied the string, and revealed bundles of paper bills inside. As his hand touched them, the corners of his mouth nearly split to his ears. A small hand grabbed his pant leg. "Dad, don't sell me." The little girl's voice was thin and trembling with sobs, tears swirling in her eyes. "I can earn money. I can do chores. I can cook. I can do anything." The girl was 7 years old, with short dark blue hair that gave off a faint sheen under the candlelight. She wore old clothes washed pale from wear. Tilting her head up, her bright black eyes looked at her father. Tears slid down her cheeks, gathered into a crystal-clear drop at her chin, and fell onto the floorboards. The middle-aged man looked down at his daughter. His tone softened a little, but the greed in his eyes did not lessen in the slightest. "Shuin, our family is poor. If you go with this ninja, you'll live a good life." "No, I don't want to." Shuin shook her head desperately, tears flying everywhere. "I don't want to go with a stranger." The middle-aged man frowned. He suddenly jerked up his leg and threw off the little hand clutching his pant leg. Shuin stumbled and fell to the ground, her forehead striking the cold wooden floor with a dull smack. She lay there on the floor, her shoulders trembling, her cries muffled and broken. The white-robed ninja bent down, grabbed Shuin by the collar, and lifted her up around the waist as easily as if he were picking up a chick. "Let go of me! Let go of me! Dad, save me!" Shuin cried as her body dangled in midair, her hands and feet flailing weakly. "Ha ha ha!" The ninja laughed loudly. "Don't go dropping my treasure." Shuin looked at her father clutching the money pouch, looked at the intoxicated expression on his face, and felt as if she were looking at a stranger she did not know at all. She had called that face Dad for 7 years. Yet at this moment it was so unfamiliar that it terrified her. "Dad, save me. Save me." Her voice grew smaller and smaller, so small that even she could barely hear it. The middle-aged man gave no response. He kept his head lowered, and the smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. Laughing, the white-robed ninja turned around and carried Shuin out of the wooden hut. Half an hour later, in the snow, more than a dozen figures dressed in the same white robes had gathered at the edge of a pine forest, the white breath from their mouths condensing into mist in the freezing air. Everyone looked at the sobbing girl in the other man's arms and started chattering all at once. "Who's this girl?" Someone stepped closer for a look. "She's pretty delicate looking." He shifted Shuin into another position and raised her up, as if displaying a treasure. "Ice release Kekiai Genkai. With her, our ninja village can have its own bloodline clan." Everyone froze, and the pine forest fell silent for a moment. Then gasps and laughter exploded at the same time. "Ice release! You're sure you didn't see wrong? Good. Very good. Daikai, this is a huge merit. You've really done it. To think you ran into a kid with ice release Kekiai Genkai just from coming out once. This really fell from the sky. Low key, low key." Daikai pressed his hand downward, but he could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth no matter what. He lowered his head and glanced at Shuin in his arms, his gaze like he was looking at a piece of uncut jade. Shuin's tears dripped into the snow. Each drop smashed a tiny hole into the white surface before being slowly filled in by the newly falling snow. She stopped struggling and she stopped shouting. She only cried quietly, tears sliding down her cheeks in silence, because she understood what was going to happen to her next. The next day, the snow had stopped, but the sky was still gray and gloomy. Daikai carried Shuin at the very front of the group. The ninja behind him were still quietly talking and laughing, discussing how they would raise this child with ice-release Kekiai Genkai after returning to the village. Shuin kept her head lowered. Her dark blue short hair was blown into a mess by the cold wind. Her eyes were red and swollen, her lips cracked dry, and she could no longer cry out. Suddenly, Daikai's steps halted. The smile froze on his face. The same happened to everyone behind him as they stared at the man walking toward them. That man came through the wind and snow, unhurried. Black markings were carved across his face, stretching from the corners of his eyes down to his jaw. Most frightening of all were his eyes, for pupils gave off a faint dark purple glow. With just one look, it felt as if the soul itself was shaken. Shuin raised her head and, through her blurred, tear-filled eyes, saw that person. Sukuna stopped walking, his gaze sweeping across the more than dozen white-robed ninja ahead of him. His perception brushed across them, and he found nothing worth lingering over. Just as he was about to dismiss them with a casual wave, his eyes suddenly fell on the girl tucked under Daikai's arm. Dark blue short hair, pale cheeks, swollen eye sockets, and that abnormal yet incomparably familiar chakra fluctuation inside her body. Sukuna's brow twitched slightly. He knew that fluctuation far too well. That was his power. In the next moment, he casually waved his hand, and several invisible slashes shot out. Daikai's smile was still frozen on his face, but his body had already split into two from head to toe, along with the ninja behind him who had not even had time to react. Blood gushed out, and corpses sprawled everywhere. Shuin fell from midair. She nervously shut her eyes, waiting to crash into the snow, but there was no pain. A large hand supported her from below, holding her steady by the stomach. Shuin opened her eyes and looked up, seeing those 4 purple pupils. They were right in front of her, cold as frost, yet without killing intent. She turned her head and glanced at the surrounding snowfield. Red blood seeped into the white snow. Bodies lay scattered all over, some already chopped into several pieces by the slashes, strewn across the snow in irregular shapes. Her gaze swept across the chunks of corpses. There was no fear, no disgust, because she knew the person in front of her had saved her. No matter how terrifying he looked, no matter how many people he had killed, he was the one who had turned that group who wanted to use her as a breeding tool into chunks of flesh that would never speak again. Sukuna set Shuin down and let her stand on the snow, then crouched down and looked her straight in the eyes. What have you gotten recently? What have you come into contact with? What have you eaten? Shuin clenched her hands and lowered her head, starting to recall. That year she was 6 and the winter was very cold. After losing money gambling, her father shoved her out the door and told her, "Don't come back." She had crouched in the snow outside the whole night, cold and hungry. So hungry that her vision turned black, so hungry that she thought she was about to die. Just as she was about to pass out, something suddenly fell from the sky and landed in the snow in front of her, smashing out a small pit. She could not see clearly what it was. She only remembered that it was a dark red thing. She had been too hungry then, too hungry to care what it was. She picked it up, stuffed it into her mouth, and swallowed it. I ate it. Shuin raised her head and looked at Sukuna, her voice tiny. I ate one. Red thing, kind of like dried sweet potato, just a little hard. Ate it. Sukuna's brow lifted. He pressed his hand against the top of Shuin's head. A moment later, he withdrew it, and the expression on his face shifted from confusion to something complex and unreadable. There was no doubt about it. It was indeed his power. What she had eaten really was one of his fingers. But why? Why did this girl eat his finger, yet not have her soul taken over by his? Where exactly did the soul fragment sealed inside that finger go? Sukuna stared at Shuin for a long time. Shuin lowered her head, clutching the torn corner of her clothes, her voice muffled. Can I follow you? I was abandoned. My dad doesn't want me anymore, and the people in the village don't want me either. They all say I'm a monster. When I was 5, Mom wanted to run away with me, but then we got caught. From that day on, Mom disappeared. Shuin sniffled, tears glimmering in her eyes. She did not know why she had said something like that. She only knew that by this person's side, she felt a kind of safety. She would not be abandoned. She would be cared about. Sukuna fell silent, his gaze landing on Shuin's hands. A few snowflakes fell onto her fingertips. They did not melt. Instead, they condensed into tiny ice crystals between her fingers. Ice release. His memories were stirred, and the figure in his mind overlapped with Shuin. He saw Yuram and he also saw himself. Big brother. Shuin's voice pulled him back to reality. Sukuna came back to himself, stood up, and looked down at the little girl who only reached his waist, falling into thought. This little girl. My power is still flowing in her body. Ice release just awakened first. As she grows up, as she becomes stronger, her power will also awaken little by little. Sooner or later, she will be able to inherit my technique, inherit my abilities. After thinking it over, Sukuna turned around and said as he walked, I'm short a servant by my side. If you want to follow me, then keep up. Shuin froze for a moment, then hurried after him on her little legs, stumbling as she ran. The snow reached past her ankles, and every step took a great deal of effort. She did not say she was tired, and she did not cry. She just ran with all her strength. After more than 10 steps, she caught up to Sukuna and reached out to grab the hem of his pants. Her tiny hand gripped that piece of cloth tightly, as if afraid that if she let go, the person before her would vanish from her life just like everyone else. Sukuna did not lower his head to look at her, nor did he shake off that hand. Their footprints stretched across the snow, one big and one small, one deep and one shallow, one in front and one behind, gradually covered by the newly falling snow. The wind was still blowing, and the snow was still falling. One day later, on the northern wasteland of the Land of Frost, there was an extra wooden cabin. Sukuna stood to the side, watching Shuin rush around, gathering firewood, starting a fire, boiling water, and cooking. The next morning, Sukuna sat cross-legged, his elbows resting on his knees, looking bored as he stared at the endless white snowfield in the distance. Shuin knelt on the straw mat in front of him, her little hands folded on her knees, her back straight, her bright eyes fixed on him. "Teacher, let's begin." "Don't call me teacher." Sukuna glanced at her, his tone flat. "Calling me Lord is enough." "Yes." Shuin obediently changed the way she addressed him, her voice crisp and clear. Sukuna extended a hand, sending a trace of chakra into the center of her forehead. The chakra slowly traveled along her meridians. Shuin closed her eyes, her little palms facing upward on her knees, doing her best to sense the chakra inside her body, the way Sukuna had told her. Her tiny brows furrowed, and she bit her lip. Her breathing turned heavy one moment and light the next. "Don't rush." Sukuna's voice came, neither too light nor too heavy. "The chakra was already in your body to begin with. You don't need to deliberately search for it. You need to feel it. It's like when you're hungry, your stomach growls, and when you're thirsty, your throat goes dry. You don't go looking for them. They come looking for you." Shuin took a deep breath, relaxed her shoulders, and stopped being so tense. After a long time, she softly let out an "ah," and her little fingers curled slightly. I think I felt it." Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of scaring something away. Sukuna looked at her face. He neither praised her nor urged her on. He watched her for so long that Shuin started to wonder if he had fallen asleep. Unable to resist, Shuin cracked open one eye to sneak a look, only to find Sukuna staring at her, and she quickly shut her eyes again. The corner of Sukuna's mouth lifted slightly. Another way of living, not bad either. The next morning, Shuin jumped up from the cot and ran to Sukuna, tilting her head up at him, her eyes sparkling. "I did it. I really did it." She held out her hand. A weak blue glow, so faint it was almost invisible, floated above her palm. Look, I brought it out." Sukuna lowered his head and looked at that little flame that seemed like it could go out at any moment, then praised her. "Not bad." Shuin's eyes lit up all at once. Hee. She laughed out loud and raised that tiny flame even higher, as if she were holding up some precious treasure. Day after day passed. Outside the window it snowed, then cleared, then snowed again. The snow piled up, then melted, then piled up again. Shuin went from barely being able to condense a stable clump of chakra at first, to being able to condense and compress it. Every bit of progress came with countless failures, and every failure was filled with her laughter and sighs. Most of the time, Sukuna sat under the eaves, holding a green fruit he had picked from somewhere unknown, taking a bite now and then. Watching that tiny figure practice over and over again in the yard, Sukuna would occasionally say, "Your hand is too low, too hasty," or "Your chakra is dispersing too fast." But every single time, Shuin listened seriously, corrected herself seriously, and practiced seriously. One afternoon after a snowfall, Shuin stood in the yard with both arms extended flat, palms up. 2 fist-sized blue chakra spheres spun above her palms. Shuin turned her head and looked at Sukuna sitting under the eaves, lifting her chin slightly. "Teacher, I succeeded." Sukuna bit into the green fruit, chewed, swallowed, and said, "Not bad." Shuin grinned, her 2 rows of small white teeth shining in the sunlight. Sukuna narrowed his eyes as he looked at that small figure standing in the snow, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. In Konoha, inside an underground laboratory, Tobirama stood before a mirror, watching the 3 tomo slowly rotate in his pupils, and smiled faintly. This was the result of his own research alone. By analyzing the chakra structure inside Sukuna's finger, reverse engineering and imitating it bit by bit, he had finally generated this pair of eyes within his body. Immediately after, Tobirama raised his hand, palm up, and a tender green sapling broke through from the center of his palm. Would release. A surge of chakra moved through him. If the aura leaking from him were sensed by anyone, they would definitely be shocked. Because at this moment, Senju Tobirama's chakra quality and total amount had already greatly surpassed Hashirama's. Over these past few years, Tobirama had pushed his research on the finger to the limit. He had nearly completely understood the formation mechanism of Kekkei Genkai and the principles of chakra fusion, and had organized it into an extremely complex and cumbersome cultivation method. This method filled 57 sheets of paper, each one densely packed. Outsiders could not understand it at all. Even Mito Uzumaki had shaken her head and said, "This is already beyond the scope of sealing techniques." Using this method, he had successfully cultivated many Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan would release, ice release, scorch release, explosion release. As long as it existed in the finger, he had replicated almost all of it. And his next goal was the fusion of 7 chakra natures. Fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. If these 7 natures could be perfectly fused within the body, no longer just a simple stacking, but some kind of deeper level reorganization, then if he succeeded, perhaps he could stand on a higher dimension and redefine the boundaries of ninja power. The corners of Tobirama's mouth spread into a grin, and he laughed in a low voice. "Hee hee. The ninja world will be unified by me. After putting away his emotions, he turned and walked to the experiment table, picked up a brush, and wrote a line on the open scroll. 7 Nature Fusion Experiment, 87th Trial, begin. 1 year later, the door to the underground laboratory opened, and Tobarama walked out. He had not left the laboratory in a long time, but because of 2 pieces of news this time, he had no choice but to pause his training. The first came from the land of whirlpools, a letter from Uzumaki Mato. Uzumaki Mato's letter had been written in great haste, and the handwriting was far messier than usual. The letter said that a man named Sukuna had appeared. He possessed the Rinnegan and was collecting fingers everywhere. At the end of the letter, Mato added one more line. This man's chakra is exactly the same as the fingers. The second piece of news came from the Ninja Academy. Inside the Hokage's office, a pink-haired boy stood in the middle of the room, his face carrying a bit of the nervousness and excitement of entering the Hokage building for the first time. Beside him stood an Umbu, his expression impossible to read beneath the mask. Tobarama pushed the door open and entered. His gaze passed over the Umbu and landed directly on that pink-haired boy. He had seen this person once at the entrance ceremony a few years ago, but training had made him forget to make contact. But at this moment, when he carefully sensed him, the faint power fluctuations leaking out from the boy's body made the string in his heart tighten sharply. It was far too familiar. He had studied this chakra for several years. He had been with it day and night. He could recognize it even with his eyes closed. When Yuhu saw the Hokage walk in through the door, his eyes lit up. His body unconsciously straightened a little more. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he held it back. Tobarama's gaze paused on his face for a moment, then turned to the Umbu. You can leave first. The Umbu did not ask any questions. With a flash, he disappeared outside the door. The door closed, leaving only 2 people in the office. Tobarama walked up to Yuhu and looked down at him. Boy, what is your name? Yuhu! The boy answered in a crisp, loud voice filled with excitement. Tobarama nodded and did not ask anything else. Then he reached out and placed a hand on Yuhu's shoulder. The next second, their figures vanished from the office. The 2 of them landed in a wide, empty training ground. Dense forests surrounded the area, and several bare mountaintops could be seen in the distance. There was no one within several miles here, so there was no need to worry about unrelated people seeing them. Tobarama let go, stepped back 2 paces and said, Yuhu, show me the power you've awakened. Yuhu's eyes instantly lit up. He had been waiting a long time for those words. From the academy to the Hokage's office, from the office to this open area, he had been waiting the entire time. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand, pressed his 5 fingers together, and swung hard. An invisible slash shot out from his fingertips. A large tree in the distance was cut apart, and the upper half of the trunk slowly slid down before crashing onto the ground with a muffled boom. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, without even the slightest splinter. Yuhu lowered his hand, turned his head, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Lord Hokage, how was it? Tobarama did not speak. He looked at the tree that had been split in 2 and remained silent for a moment. A clean and decisive cutting method, exactly the same as his. He turned his head and looked at Yuhu, his tone serious. Have you touched anything recently, or come into contact with any special person? Yuhu froze for a moment, tilted his head as he thought, then shook it. No. Every day I just go to school, go home, train, eat and sleep. I haven't touched anything special. Never. Tobarama pressed, his gaze fixed tightly on Yuhu's eyes, not missing even the slightest subtle change. Yuhu thought again, then still shook his head. Never. Then he quickly asked, Lord Hokage, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my power? Tobarama did not answer. His brows furrowed slightly. There was no problem, but there was no answer either. This boy's power undoubtedly came from the fingers, yet he himself knew absolutely nothing about it. Could it be that he had unknowingly eaten a finger before, or was it some kind of bloodline inheritance? He withdrew his thoughts and looked at Yuhu again. There was no fear and no confusion in the boy's eyes, only excitement toward his power and anticipation for being acknowledged. That look was too pure. It did not seem like he was lying. It's nothing. Tobarama paused, then added, Your power is very strong, but you still need control. Come here once every week from now on. I'll teach you personally. Yuhu was stunned at first, then the whole person jumped up. The smile on his face was bright as New Year's. Really? Lord Hokage is going to teach me personally? Thank you, Lord Hokage. Tobarama looked at the wildly gesturing boy. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, then the expression vanished in an instant. He turned around and walked in the direction of Konoha. After taking a few steps, he tossed out a sentence without looking back. Tomorrow at dawn. Be here on time. Don't be late. And call me teacher. Yes, teacher. The land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan grounds. Sukuna sat cross-legged in the guest hall, surrounded by piles of sealing jutsu scrolls brought over from the Uzumaki clan library. An Uzumaki elder by his side would peek over every so often, or explain the parts Sukuna did not understand. But little by little, he fell silent because there was really nothing to explain. This man's learning speed was so fast that the old man, who had taught sealing jutsu for his entire life, started wondering if he had lived all these years for nothing. Shuin sat beside Sukuna, also holding a scroll in her arms. Her brows were twisted into a knot, and her lips moved as she softly read those obscure and difficult incantations. Her head kept drooping bit by bit. Every time it was about to hit the paper, she would suddenly jerk it back up, shake her head, and keep reading. Seeing that Sukuna no longer needed him, the Uzumaki elder turned around and began patiently teaching Shuin. 1 month later, Sukuna closed the last scroll in his hand and placed it on top of the pile of finished scrolls at the corner of the table, producing a soft sound. He closed his eyes and quickly reviewed everything he had learned over the past month in his mind. From the basics of seal inscription, from single target seals to barrier setup, from theory to practice, every part was incomparably clear. Shuin lay sprawled over the table, her face buried in a scroll. Her breathing was even, and drool flowed from the corner of her mouth, spreading into a small dark wet patch on the paper. She was too tired. A few days later, Sukuna and Shuin left the land of whirlpools. As the gates of the Uzumaki clan grounds slowly closed behind them, the several elders inside immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Who could understand what it felt like when this man came to the Uzumaki on the first day and directly killed all those stubborn Uzumaki clansmen? The two walked south along the coastline. The sea breeze was salty and fishy, whipping their robes until they flapped loudly. Shuin walked half a step behind Sukuna, her steps light, her mood clearly quite good. Finally, I don't have to keep looking at those headache-inducing sealing jutsu scrolls anymore. As they walked, Sukuna's steps suddenly slowed. He turned his head and looked toward the rocky coast on the left. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a half-smiling expression. So you're still alive. Not long after those words fell, a figure walked out from behind the rocks. That figure was entirely pale blue, humanoid, with skin as smooth as porcelain and a faint sheen under the sunlight. A long, slender tail extended from the back of his head. The tip curved slightly upward, swaying gently in the air. 3 eyes were evenly distributed across his face. 2 were in normal positions, while 1 sat vertically in the center of his forehead, with golden pupils. He wore a pair of black pants. His bare upper body did not have an ounce of excess flesh, only sleek and hardened lines. Although his appearance had changed, Sukuna still recognized him through the yin-yang release inside his body. Standing behind Sukuna, Shuin tilted her head as she looked at this person, who had walked out from behind the rocks, her eyes wide and round. She had seen many strange things, but this was the first time she had seen a creature with 3 eyes and a tail behind its head. Mushi was also rather curious as he looked at Shuin, because he sensed that familiar power inside her. Then he walked up to Sukuna, stopped 3 steps away, and bowed deeply. When he straightened up again, his 3 eyes curved into 3 crescents, and the corners of his mouth spread open into an almost fawning smile. Hee. If I didn't get to see you return to this world again, my lord, how could I die? Mokish held a wooden box in both hands and respectfully presented it to Sukuna. The lid was lifted. Inside was lined with dark red velvet, and lying quietly in the center was a finger. The talisman paper was already gone, and the seal had been undone. Only the bare finger remained. Sukuna took the wooden box, lowered his head for a glance, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Well done. He picked up the finger, examined it for a moment, then opened his mouth and swallowed it. A warm power exploded from his stomach and surged through his meridians toward every part of his body. That power was not weak, but compared to the power this finger should have carried in Sukuna's memory, it was far too lacking. His expression darkened. The soul is gone, he said in a low voice. Half a soul. The half soul that should have been attached to that finger had now vanished without a trace. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Could Mokish have done this? Impossible. In the ninja world, aside from the Sage of 6 Paths, there was no second person who could tamper with his soul. Most likely, when the Sage of 6 Paths sealed part of the fingers, he also stripped away the souls attached to them and sealed them separately in another place. The fingers could not be destroyed, and neither could the souls. The Sage of 6 Paths could not kill him, nor could he completely destroy his soul, so he could only settle for the next best thing and seal the souls and power of some fingers separately. The power was sealed within the fingers and scattered across the ninja world. The souls were sealed in some unknown corner, sleeping forever. The finger Setsuna had eaten back then was very likely one of those. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, nicely done. There was a smile on Sukuna's face, but it was so gloomy that it was terrifying. The wind blew in from the sea, making his robe flap loudly. Mokish stood 3 steps away with his head lowered, his 3 eyes fixed on the ground, not daring to look up. Setsuna stood behind Sukuna. Although she did not quite understand what had happened, she could feel from the suddenly oppressive aura that her lord was in a very bad mood right now. She pressed her lips together and stood there quietly. Seagulls circled in the distant sky, letting out sharp cries. Sukuna casually tossed aside the wooden box, turned around, and walked toward the southern coastline. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but every step landed heavily, leaving deep footprints in the sand. Setsuna glanced at Mokish, then at Sukuna's back, and quickly jogged after him. Mokish's 3 eyes curved slightly as well, and he followed behind. Half a year later, Tobarama came alone to the land of whirlpools. The gates of the Uzumaki clan grounds opened before him. The guards recognized him, and no one stopped him. Uzumaki Mito saw Tobarama in the guest hall. The teacup in her hand paused midair, and her brow lifted slightly. Not because of Tobarama's sudden visit, but because she could no longer sense Tobarama's chakra. He was clearly right in front of her, only a few feet away, yet she could sense nothing at all. You have gotten stronger again. Uzumaki Mito set down her teacup and chose her words carefully. So strong that I can't even see through you anymore. I made some progress. Tobarama did not linger on the topic. That man called Sukuna, where is he now? Uzumaki Mito fell silent for a moment, then raised a hand and pointed southeast. He left. He went toward the land of water. He is very dangerous. If you plan to make contact, be careful. Tobarama nodded and turned to leave. Land of water, Kirigakure. Sukuna walked at the front, his pace neither fast nor slow. Setsuna followed half a step behind him, her steps light, her bright black eyes darting around, full of curiosity about the customs of this foreign land. Mokish walked at the very back, his 3 eyes narrowed into 3 slits, the corners of his mouth carrying that faint half-smile, while his tail swayed gently behind him. The mist in Kirigakure was thick, shrouding the streets and houses in hazy blur. The air was filled with damp, salty moisture. Several ninja wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors emerged from the mist and blocked the road ahead. Stop! Who are you people? What are you doing in Kirigakure? The lead ninja rested a hand on his sword hilt. His gaze paused for a moment on Sukuna's 4 eyes, and the vigilance on his face deepened. Sukuna did not stop walking. He did not even look at them. He tilted his head, his gaze falling on Setsuna at his side, and said in a flat tone, "Kill them." Setsuna's steps paused. She raised her head and looked at those Kirigakure ninja. All 5 carried swords, and their eyes were unfriendly, but they had not made a move. They were only standing there, carrying out their duty as guards. Her hand tightened slightly at her side, then loosened. Over the past half-year, she had killed wild beasts and wandering swordsmen who attacked them, but those had all struck first. This was the first time her lord had ordered her to attack people who had not acted first. My lord! She parted her lips, her voice slightly dry. You'll have to get used to it sooner or later. Sukuna did not look at her. Setsuna bit her lip, took a deep breath, and raised both hands to form hand seals. Ice blue chakra surged from her body. The temperature in the air dropped sharply, and tiny ice crystals condensed in midair, spun, and accelerated. 5 ice spikes shot from her palms, swift as meteors, and precisely pierced into the chests of the 5 ninja. The ice spikes entered their bodies. There was no blood, only the faint sound of freezing. The 5 of them had not even reacted before their bodies stiffened. A layer of white frost rapidly spread over their skin. Their eyes were still open, but the light in their pupils was slowly going out. A few breaths later, 5 bodies like ice sculptures stood where they were, already devoid of life. Setsuna lowered her hands and looked at the 5 corpses. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her breathing was somewhat hurried. She did not cry, nor did she tremble. She only watched quietly, as if wanting to carve this moment into her memory. Then she realized Sukuna had already gone ahead, and she quickly followed his footsteps. Mokish walked up from behind. As he passed those corpses, he let out a strange laugh and slowly rubbed his hands together in midair. 5 clumps of pale gray, semi-transparent mist floated out from the corpses, gathered in his palms, compressed, kneaded, and finally turned into a gray round sphere like a stone. He nodded in satisfaction, pressed the sphere into his body, and then quickly followed after them. The streets of Kirigakure opened up before the 3 of them on their own. No one came out to stop them anymore, and no one dared to. The Mizukage building stood at the center of Kirigakure, its roof corners faintly visible through the dense mist. Sukuna stopped in front of the building. Mizukage Byakuren stood beneath it, as if he had been waiting a long time. His robe was neat, and not a single strand of hair at his temples was out of place. There were no guards at his side and no attendants behind him. From the moment he sensed Sukuna's completely undisguised chakra, he knew the one coming was not someone he could fight by force. Sukuna walked up to him and stopped. The 2 were only 3 steps apart. Byakuren's gaze swept across Sukuna's face, paused for a moment on those 4 eyes, then moved away. What business do you have here, sir? Byakuren's voice was very steady. Sukuna did not answer. He walked past Byakuren and stopped at the entrance to the Mizukage building. Won't you invite me in for a seat? Byakuren was silent for a moment, then stepped aside, raised a hand, and made a gesture of invitation. Inside the Mizukage building, all the ninja were dismissed by Byakuren, leaving not a single one behind. The hallway was empty, with only the footsteps of the few of them echoing on the wooden floorboards. Sukuna walked at the front as if he had been here many times before, accurately finding the door to the Mizuki's office. He pushed the door open and sat straight down in the chair that belonged to the Mizuki. Leaning back, he rested his elbows on the armrests and swept his gaze across the entire office. Setsune stood at his right side, quiet as a little statue. Mokish stood at his left side, his 3 eyes narrowed, that unchanged smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. Byakuren stood in front of the desk. Sukuna looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you want to defeat the other ninja villages?" Byakuren's gaze sharpened slightly, but his expression did not change much. He shook his head, his tone calm. "No." After a pause, he added, "Kirigakure only wants to live peacefully in its own corner." Sukuna let out a sigh, and his face turned gloomy. He glanced sideways at Byakuren and said coldly, "I hate liars. There won't be a next time." With just one look, an invisible pressure surged out from his body. Cold sweat instantly soaked Byakuren's back, and fine beads of sweat seeped out across his forehead beneath the Kasa hat. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed that fear. "I do." Konoha is no longer staying quiet. Ever since the Senju and Uchiha joined forces, their sphere of influence has been expanding outward. Senju Tobarama is extremely ambitious, and his methods are ruthless too. Today he swallows one small clan, tomorrow he takes over a mine. He talks about peaceful development, but deep down, he understands better than anyone what power means. One day, he won't stay obediently inside the land of fire. After saying all that, he let out a long breath, as if he had finally poured out words that had been buried in his heart for a long time. The corner of Sukuna's mouth lifted slightly, and Byakuren could feel that pressure ease a little. "That's more like it." He leaned back in his chair and lightly tapped the armrest twice with his fingers. "Do you want power? I can give it to you." Byakuren fell silent. 1 second he was being threatened, and the next second Sukuna was suddenly saying he would give him power. How could there possibly be such a good thing in this world? He looked at Sukuna, his voice heavier than before. "What are the conditions?" Sukuna chuckled. "The condition is, there are no conditions." Byakuren froze for a moment. He did not believe it. Those words were too light, and that only made them feel heavier. No conditions was the biggest problem of all. Sukuna leaned forward slightly and looked straight into Byakuren's eyes. "I can help you become stronger, but you have to sincerely accept my power. The moment you resist, you die. I won't interfere with Kirigakure. I have no interest in it, and I won't harm the things you cherish." He leaned back in his chair and smiled. "Now there are 2 paths in front of you. The first is to accept my gift. The second—" He paused, his gaze shifting away from Byakuren as he swept a glance toward the village outside the window. "Kirigakure ceases to exist. Come on, choose." Hearing that, Byakuren's expression twisted. What kind of choice was this? It was clearly a blade at his throat, asking him, "Do you want your own life, or the lives of a whole group of people?" Byakuren closed his eyes. When he opened them again, most of the hesitation in them had faded, replaced by a calm acceptance filled with helplessness. "I understand." Half an hour later, inside the Mizuki's office, Byakuren lowered his head and looked at his own hands. His skin was firm, his joints distinct, and every inch of muscle looked as if it had been reforged. He shot to his feet. How is this possible?" Even his voice had changed, clear and powerful, no longer that age-old tone. He subconsciously reached for his face. His features were sharply defined, and the frosty white at his temples had completely faded away. A middle-aged man stood in the middle of the office, brimming with heroic spirit. It was him. "I've regained my youth." Byakuren burst into loud laughter, and before the sound had even faded, a vast power surged up from deep within his body. He raised his right hand. Ice release chakra formed 6 senbon, hovering at his fingertips. Lava release turned into a crimson flow of molten slurry coiling around his arm. Boil release steamed out scorching white mist with a hissing sound. 3 kinds of Kekii Genkai kept shifting across his palm. His pupils suddenly contracted. But the mutation had not stopped. From the center of his palm, a tender green sprout poked out. Would release. Byakuren's breathing stalled for half a beat. With this kind of power, what was Konoha worth? What Hashirama Senju could do, he could do as well. What's more, these bloodlines had already fused into his body. If they were passed down through bloodline inheritance, Kirigakure's strength would usher in a leap forward and completely break the balance of the 5 great nations. He suddenly lifted his head and swept his gaze toward where Sukuna had been sitting just now. The chair was empty. The 2 figures beside him were gone as well. On the other side, Sukuna's group passed through several streets, turned a corner, and stopped in front of a large residence. The courtyard gate was tall, painted dark brown, and above it hung a plaque with 2 large characters written on it. Takemura. Sukuna looked at that plaque, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. 1,000 years ago, he had once stayed with the Takemura clan. Back then, the clan head was called Takemura Tsukasa, a smart man who knew how to read the situation. He had knelt before him and said, "From this day forward, The Takamura clan will honor my lord above all. Sukuna gave that man power, and that man handled trivial matters for him. Each took what they needed, and things stayed peaceful for a while. The courtyard gate opened from the inside. A white-haired old man walked out. He wore a dark kimono, his back straight as a spear, his face stern. At a glance, he was clearly the kind of elder in the clan whose word was absolute. His gaze landed on Sukuna's face, and a trace of submission flashed through the murky depths of his eyes. He instinctively felt awe. Just moments ago, he had been reading documents in his study when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. That voice was very soft, as if drifting over from somewhere far away. He had not tried to make out what it was saying. He had only stood up for no reason at all, crossed the corridor, and come to the entrance. And then he saw this person outside the gate, for eyes with black markings crawling across his cheeks. He was certain that he did not know this person. Sukuna did not look at him, nor did he even pause. He walked past the old man, stirring a faint breeze, and then went straight through the gate into the courtyard. Shuin and Mushi followed behind him, one in front and one behind, as calmly as if they were walking into their own home. The Takamura elder stood where he was, his lips moving a few times, but in the end, not a single sound came out. He turned around and watched that figure pass through the front yard, cross the stone bridge, and walk toward the main hall. He had wanted to catch up and ask, "Who are you people?" But the moment his foot moved, that inexplicable reverence surged up in his heart like a tide and forcibly choked the words back down. In the courtyard, several clan members who were trimming branches looked up and saw those three unfamiliar faces. Their feelings were the same as the Takamura elders. An inexplicable reverence rose in them. Everyone silently stepped back to the side of the road and lowered their heads slightly, as if welcoming back a master who had been gone for a long time. Following behind Sukuna, Mushi's three eyes swept across those Takamura clan members who kept their heads down and did not dare speak, and the curve of his mouth widened a little more. He leaned close to Shuin's ear and lowered his voice. "See that? This is what my lord is. Wherever he goes, that place becomes his territory." Shuin did not speak. Her gaze rested on Sukuna's back. The doors of the main hall stood open. Sukuna stepped over the threshold and sat down in the main seat, one hand propping up his chin as his gaze swept across this unfamiliar hall. "After 1,000 years of reproduction, my chakra has continued to spread because of it. Now it has already formed a vast scale," Sukuna thought to himself. Standing in the hall, Shuin could not help asking the question that had been circling in her mind for a long time. "My lord, why did you give chakra to that one called the Mizukage before? You don't seem to need him to follow you, so why give him chakra?" Sukuna leaned back in the chair, lightly tapped the armrest twice with his fingers, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sukuna raised a hand and touched the area around his eye socket. "When I obtained these eyes back then, I gained a special dojutsu. That was also what gave me this idea and led me to act on it." He lowered his hand and smiled. "Sushenyu, that is my dojutsu." As he said that, he recalled his battle with several Otsutsuki. "Back then, when I countered Himura's silver will reincarnation explosion, Hagoromo and Ishiki thought that technique absorbed and reflected attacks. But that was only a shallow application, just the bare surface of this dojutsu. The true Shishinomiya is exactly like its name suggests." He paused, then said in a low voice, "Offer up a sacrifice. Offer everything you have to the gods." The hall fell silent for a moment. Mochihibe narrowed all three eyes, as if thinking. Yukine frowned, weighing the meaning of those words. "You mean, the people you grant chakra to are the sacrifices?" Sukuna glanced at her, and a rare trace of approval flashed through his gaze. "Correct. As long as someone sincerely accepts my chakra, once I activate this dojutsu, no matter when or where, I can absorb everything they have until nothing is left. Chakra, combat experience, talent, bloodline, and even if I don't actively absorb it, once those people die, everything will automatically return to me and be absorbed." Yukine's pupils shrank, and she said excitedly, "Then, doesn't that make you invincible? As long as you keep giving people chakra and keep absorbing it back, your power will grow without limit?" Sukuna shook his head, and the smile at the corner of his mouth faded a little. "There is a prerequisite. The target must sincerely accept my chakra, and their strength must be far below mine." Hearing that, Yukine looked a little disappointed. "I didn't expect there to be so many conditions." Sukuna chuckled and said, "That's right, and because of that, I couldn't absorb silver will reincarnation explosion. I could only spit it back out." At that, he fell silent for a moment, then said, "A god is called a god because it is powerful. So powerful that when others look up at it, they do not even dare to entertain the thought of climbing up to it. If someone ever succeeds in offending a god, even for an instant, the halo will fade, the symbol of omnipotence will vanish, and control will collapse. A god will no longer be that person's god. This is Shishinomiya." After saying that, Sukuna laughed at himself, feeling that this dojutsu really was twisted. The hall fell into dead silence. Yukine stayed silent for a long time, then finally nodded lightly, as if she understood something, and as if she were confirming something. "Then are you very strong now, my lord?" Sukuna shook his head. "Still far from it. During the time I was sealed away, I couldn't absorb the power that should have returned to me." Just thinking about how he had been sealed for 1,000 years, and how the gains from those 1,000 years had simply vanished, Sukuna could not help but feel it was a pity. Mokuhibe suddenly spoke, his voice sharp and carrying a trace of sinister amusement. "So back then, when you helped Takagawa Tsukasa and modified him, it was to spread your chakra through bloodline inheritance?" Sukuna leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and a faint curve hung at the corner of his mouth. He did not deny it because what Mokuhibe said was basically correct. Back then, he had only wanted to see whether he could spread his chakra outward through bloodline inheritance, just like the Sage of Six Paths. The result was obvious. He had succeeded. At that moment, Mokuhibe suddenly slapped his forehead, and all three eyes narrowed at once. "My lord, there's something I forgot to mention. I'm currently working with Black Zetsu. He helps me find your fingers, and I help him revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. The finger I offered you before was the one Black Zetsu found." Sukuna leaned against the back of the chair, lightly tapped the armrest twice with his finger, and showed little expression on his face. "Do whatever makes you happy. Handle it however you want. I'm not interested." He paused and his finger stopped. "However," the corner of his mouth slowly lifted. "Black Zetsu has a white Zetsu army under him. His intelligence network is spread wider than anyone else's. No matter what is buried in any corner of the ninja world, he knows it better than anyone." He did not continue, but Mokuhibe had already understood what he meant. He bent at the waist and gave a deep bow. "I'll take care of it right away." Mokuhibe took several steps back, and his figure slowly sank into the shadows on the ground like melting ink. Within a few breaths, he vanished without a trace. Only two people remained in the great hall. Sukuna stood up and glanced at Yukine. "You, go train." Yukine froze for a moment, then blinked. "Now? It's almost dark. What does it matter whether it's dark or not?" Sukuna stepped toward the outside of the hall. "Only by getting stronger can you protect yourself. Don't think about relying on me forever. Who knows when I might be gone." Yukine pressed her lips together and said nothing more, then trotted after him. As they passed beneath the corridor, Sukuna paused and tilted his head to glance at Elder Takagawa, who was standing quietly in the corner with his hands lowered. "Prepare 2 rooms for us." Elder Takagawa bowed deeply, his voice respectful. "Yes, my lord. I'll take care of it right away." 3 days later, outside the Mizukage building of Kirigakure, a white figure appeared on the rooftop. Tobarama Senju stood alone on the roof, the tips of his hair slightly damp. His figure shifted, and in an instant he appeared inside the Mizukage's office. Byakuren sat in the Mizukage's seat, holding a pen in his hand. On the desk before him lay a document that was only half written. He looked up, and the moment he saw Tobarama, the pen in his hand paused, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. But that surprise lasted for only a single breath. Byakuren set down the pen in his hand and leaned back in his chair. The corner of his mouth slowly rose, revealing a self-satisfied smile. He looked at Tobarama as if he were looking at prey that had delivered itself to his door. "Tobarama Senju, barging into Kirigakure alone? Have you lived long enough?" Leaning against the wall, Tobarama looked at Byakuren with calm eyes and did not answer. Byakuren stood up, braced both hands on the desk, and leaned forward, the smile on his face growing wider and wider. The chakra Sukuna had given him made him feel as if he had changed into a different body. He felt that he no longer feared Tobarama Senju. He even felt that if they fought, he had a full 10 out of 10 confidence he could win. "You came at the perfect time." Byakuren walked out from behind the desk, rolled his wrist, and his knuckles let out a crisp crack. "I was just worrying about not having anyone to test my current power on." But before he could finish speaking, a strange feeling swept through his heart. Byakuren's expression faltered, and he stared closely at Tobarama. Within a few breaths he understood. It was not that Tobarama had done something. It was that he could sense nothing at all. Tobarama Senju was standing right in front of him, only a few feet away. He could see that white figure with his own eyes. He could see the marks where the mist had dampened his robes, but his perception felt completely empty, unable to grasp anything. Cold sweat slid down from Byakuren's temples. He suddenly remembered that the moment Tobarama had appeared in the office, he had sensed nothing then too. No presence, no chakra fluctuations, as if he had appeared out of thin air. If Tobarama Senju had wanted to kill him just now, he would not even have had time to react. Byakuren's expression gradually darkened, and the heat drained away. Tobarama said indifferently, "I didn't come here to fight. I only want to ask whether you've seen a man with 4 eyes and black markings on his face, and what his purpose is, and what abilities he has." The moment he arrived in Kirigakure, he had activated his sensory ability. Aside from one weak but strange chakra, he had sensed nothing else. At present, the only information he knew was that the one called Sukuna had slashing abilities and 4 Rinnegan. So he had come to the Mizukage building now only to understand Sukuna's strength and other abilities. When Byakuren heard, I didn't come here to fight. His tense shoulders loosened slightly for an instant, but when the words for eyes reached his ears, his muscles tensed up again, even tighter than before. Why are you looking for him? Byakuren said in a low voice. Tobarama crossed his arms over his chest. His posture was casual, but his eyes missed none of the slightest changes on Byakuren's face. He understood that expression. It was the kind of tension, still carrying lingering fear, that only came from direct contact. So, you do know? Tell me. Balian fell silent for a moment, weighing it over again and again. On one side was a mysterious man with the Rinnegan, someone who could casually grant him power and clearly had impure motives. On the other side was Senju Tobarama, the man before him who gave him a strange feeling, and whose background he knew completely. The scales did not stay balanced for long. He raised his head and looked at Tobarama. A smile appeared on his lips again, but that smile held unwillingness, stubbornness, and the desperate resolve of someone forced into a corner with nowhere left to retreat. Want to know? Balian stepped out from behind the desk and stopped in the center of the hall. His gaze fixed straight on Tobarama. Fight me first. I want to see just how big the gap between you and me really is. He had been given power, and that power made him feel that he was no longer the same Balian as before. He wanted to test it himself with his fists, with ninjutsu, with his own flesh and blood. He wanted to test Senju Tobarama's strength. Out in the open space, the two stood 5 zhang apart. Mist churned between them, only to be pushed away by an invisible pressure, revealing a clean stretch of ground. Actually, there is no need for us to fight. That man is bad news. I can help you deal with this trouble, Tobarama said. Balian did not answer. He neither nodded nor shook his head. The next second, his hands overlapped, and his hand seals moved so fast that only afterimages remained. Ice blue chakra burst from his body. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals. The temperature dropped sharply, and a thin layer of frost spread across the ground. Ice release. Ice crystal seal. Tobarama let out a sigh and stood unmoving. The moisture in the air froze in an instant. Countless tiny ice crystals surged toward Tobarama from all directions, layering over each other until they wrapped him into a massive cocoon of ice. Balian stared at that glittering, translucent cocoon, his expression grave, without the slightest trace of pride. In his eyes, Tobarama was cautious by nature. There was no way he would do something irrational. Sure enough, the next second, a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the ice crystal. The crack spread rapidly, expanding in all directions like a spiderweb. The ice crystal exploded, shards flying everywhere and scattering countless glimmers of light under the sun. Tobarama still stood where he was. There was not even a trace of ice on his robe, and even his breathing had not gone out of rhythm. Balian gave a bitter smile. It was within expectations. He just had not expected the words completely unharmed to be this absolute. He clenched his teeth and formed hand seals again. Lava release, molten sea. Dark red, blazing lava surged from his mouth, carrying waves of scorching heat as it swept toward Tobarama like a tidal flood. Tobarama remained calm. He lifted a hand and made a slight motion. Before the lava could touch his palm, it was strangely redirected to the ground at his side. Balian's pupils shrank slightly. He did not give up, and his hands formed seals once more. Storm release. Laser circus. Lightning wrapped around vapor and transformed into sharp beams of light, stabbing toward the same target from different angles. Like a meteor shower crashing down, like a natural disaster descending, it drowned everything in the center of the open space in destructive light. Tobarama did not move. The storm release beams landed on him like mud sinking into the sea, without raising even the slightest ripple. At that sight, Balian's hands froze in midair, and a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. The world shouldn't be like this. The gap shouldn't be this wide. Balian gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a desperate finality in them. His hands slammed together heavily, and the crisp clap of palm against palm echoed across the empty field. Wood release. Wood dragon jutsu. The earth shook, gravel jumped, and a wooden dragon burst out from underground. Its body, formed from twisted trunks, was as thick and massive as a mountain. Its head was raised high, jaws wide open, as it dove straight toward Tobarama. The wooden dragon roared past, its pressure sweeping across the ground, instantly sending broken stones flying and dust billowing everywhere. A trace of surprise flashed through Tobarama's eyes, but only for an instant before calm returned. He raised his right hand, fingers loosely closing, and a black staff appeared out of thin air in his grasp. The shaft was pitch black like ink, and the head was curved in a rounded arc. It reflected no light, refracted nothing, as if all light was swallowed the moment it reached it. Holding the staff, he lifted his arm and gave a light swing toward the charging wooden dragon. The moment the tip of the staff touched the dragon's forehead, the dragon's body shattered at once, turning into countless tiny wood chips. Balian stood there blankly, his expression dazed. He looked at Tobarama, then at the black staff in his hand, as if he were looking at a being that did not exist on the same level as himself at all. He wanted to say something. His lips moved a few times before he finally forced out one sentence. What is it? Tobarama lowered his eyes to glance at the staff in his hand. His tone flat. The power of the 6 paths. Balian stared blankly at that pitch-black staff, at the faint, inhuman sheen flowing across its surface, and suddenly laughed. It was not a natural smile. The corners of his mouth were curved upward, but there was no mirth in his eyes. It looked more like a bitter acceptance, the helpless surrender of someone pushed to the extreme. While he had still been secretly pleased with these Kekii Genkai, Senju Tobarama had already silently reached a place so high that Balian could not even hope to look up to it. The Sage of 6 Paths. That name, which had existed only in myth and legend, that power from legend, was now right before his eyes. Balian let his hands fall, his fingertips turning slightly cold. Tobarama paid no attention to his emotions. He put away the staff and said, "What is that man's ability, and what is his goal? Tell me everything you know." Balian raised his head and let out a sigh. At this point, there is nothing left to hide. He paused, then pulled the corner of his mouth into a bitter curve. Maybe you really can defeat him. That would save me from living in constant fear too. My powers, ice release, would release, and the other bloodlines were all given to me by him. Not taught, given. He transferred chakra into me, and these abilities appeared inside my body. He looked down at his own hands. He had cultivated bitterly for decades, yet it was not worth as much as one casual transfer from someone else. The thought made him feel stifled. His voice dropped lower. I don't know his goal, and I don't know his ability either. I only know that he is very strong. So strong that, standing in front of him, I could not even summon the will to resist. He lifted his head and looked into Tobarama's eyes. And he has 4 eyes. Every one of them is a Rinnegan. Tobarama's expression stayed natural. He had already learned this from the Uzumaki clan, along with the man's slashing ability. Balian continued. He also has 2 people by his side, 1 man and 1 little girl. That man doesn't look human. Pale blue skin, 3 eyes, and a tail behind his head. The girl looks normal enough. Short blue hair, around 7 or 8 years old. Her ability is ice release. Tobarama asked, "Did he ask you to do anything?" "No." Tobarama fell silent. From Uzumaki Mido, he had already learned that the man called Sukuna was collecting fingers all over the place. But from Balian's account he got another piece of information. Sukuna was giving power to others. Why? What was he collecting fingers for? To strengthen himself, or was there some other purpose? If it was to strengthen himself, then his cultivation method should not be too different from Tobarama's own, both of them deriving power from the fingers. But he could transfer chakra into others and grant Kekii Genkai. That was something Tobarama still could not do. And then there were those Rinnegan. The legends of the Sage of 6 Paths did mention the Rinnegan, saying it was a power that controlled life and death. But a legend was still just a legend. When truly facing a living pair of Rinnegan, how much use could those written words really be? He needed more information, and he also needed to see Sukuna with his own eyes. Where is he? Balian pointed in one direction and said, "The Wuchuan family. They're there." Following the direction Balian had pointed, Tobarama arrived at the Wuchuan estate. He did not hesitate and walked straight in. Tobarama paid no attention to those astonished looks. He did not even spare them an extra glance. The moment he stepped through the courtyard gate, his perception spread out at full force, like an invisible net covering every corner of the entire residence. From the direction of the back courtyard, a massive chakra quietly sat there, so overwhelming it made one's heart tremble. It was neither flaunted nor concealed, like a sleeping beast. He crossed the front yard, walked over the stone bridge, and headed along the corridor toward the back courtyard. The back courtyard was smaller than he had imagined. A shallow pool, a few decorative rocks, and several clusters of short bamboo. Simple but elegant. Sukuna sat on the corridor, one leg bent and the other hanging casually over the edge. In his hand he held a green fruit, taking a bite every now and then. Yukai knelt beside him with a scroll spread across her lap, head lowered as she quietly recited something. The moment Tobarama stepped through the courtyard gate, Sukuna's gaze shifted away from the decorative rocks. 4 eyes turned toward Tobarama at the same time and looked him up and down. "Have your real body come over." He bit into the fruit, chewed twice, then swallowed. "I don't have time to chat with a shadow clone." Tobarama's steps paused for a moment. He looked at Sukuna. A moment later, he raised a hand and pressed it against the corridor pillar beside him, carving a Flying Thunder God formula mark into it. After doing all that, he said nothing. With a bang, white smoke scattered, and the shadow clone vanished from where it stood. 10 seconds later, Tobarama appeared in the back courtyard once again. This time it was not a shadow clone. That density of chakra, that oppressive presence, was not something any clone technique could imitate. Tobarama stood in the courtyard, his robes moving without wind, his expression solemn. Sukuna looked at Tobarama, and the corners of his mouth slowly split into a smile. There was no hostility in that smile, no mockery, not even any aggression. There was only pure, heartfelt pleasure. "Tobarama, in this era, you are the only person I admire." Tobarama gave a cold smile. Is that so? Sukuna casually tossed aside the fruit pit in his hand, straightened his posture, and fixed his gaze on Tobarama. It seems you've replicated my power quite well, Sukuna said in an unhurried tone. Slashes, flames, and all kinds of bloodlines. You've dug quite a few things out of my fingers. Tobarama fell silent for a moment. He took a deep breath and slowly let it out, suppressing the shock rising in his heart. Your power? Those fingers are yours. Sukuna nodded and lightly tapped his fingers against his knee twice. Those fingers were made by me before I was sealed by Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki. Each one contains part of my power, and is scattered across different places in the ninja world. He paused, then added, Hagoromo is the sage of 6 paths you people speak of. Hamura is his younger brother. Yukine pretended to keep reading with her head lowered, but she had not taken in a single word on the scroll. Her eyes peeked over the top edge of the scroll, secretly glancing towards Sukuna. Tobarama's pupils shrank. He noticed one thing. Those fingers had been made by Sukuna. Every single finger was a vessel storing power. Then where was his real body? The fingers only held part of his power. So where was the real body? Sealed away? Or had there never been a real body from the beginning, with the fingers being his whole existence? These questions flashed through Tobarama's mind like bolts of lightning. If there was a real body, and the power contained in the fingers was already this shocking, then just how strong would that real body be? Tobarama let out a long breath. Most of the shock in his eyes had already faded, replaced by a heavy solemnity pressing down between his brows. Why are you telling me this? His voice had returned to calm, but his fingers unconsciously tightened. Sukuna looked at his reaction and gave a light laugh. It has been 1,000 years. This world has changed batch after batch of people, but there are only a few who can actually fight. You're different. You dug power out of my fingers and then used your own way to turn it into something that belongs to you. That's very interesting. I hope you can become my opponent. Tobarama was silent for a moment. He looked at Sukuna, then slowly nodded. I will. You can look forward to it. In midair, a white figure trailed a long stream of air, tearing through the clouds. Tobarama did not use the flying thunder god. Instead, he chose the most primitive method, flight. He needed time to think. He needed the cold wind to clear out the tangled thoughts in his mind. 1 hour, from the land of water to the land of fire, crossing the entire sea, and he never stopped for even a moment. His chakra was released without reservation, exposing his position to every sensory ninja along the way. He did not care. At this moment, nothing was more important than returning to Konoha as quickly as possible. Konoha, the Hokage building. Hashirama was in the office, worrying over a mountain of documents. The pen in his hand hovered over the paper for a long time without writing a single word. Madara Uchiha stood by the window with his arms crossed, looking at the sunset. Izuna Uchiha sat in a chair with a ninjutsu scroll spread across his lap. Suddenly, all three of their expressions changed almost at the same time. The pen in Hashirama's hand stopped. Madara turned away from the window, his brows knitting tightly. Izuna closed the scroll on his lap and stood up, his hand unconsciously pressing against the sword hilt at his waist. An enormous chakra, so vast it was suffocating, was rapidly approaching from the south. Its speed was astonishing, and its aura felt both unfamiliar and familiar. The three of them set off from different places in Konoha at the same time, heading toward where that chakra would land. On the open ground outside the village, Tobarama had just landed, his robes still fluttering in the wind. A moment later, he saw 3 figures rushing over and was not surprised at all. Tobarama! Hashirama was the first to speak, his voice carrying a rare gravity. Whose chakra was that just now? How could there be something that strong? Mine. Tobarama cut him off. All 3 of them froze at the same time. Hashirama opened his mouth, wanting to say impossible. But before the words could leave his lips, he sensed the chakra Tobarama was deliberately releasing. How is that possible? The way Izuna looked at Tobarama changed, as if he were looking at a stranger. Madara said nothing, but his eyes fell on the black staff in Tobarama's right hand. He stared at the staff for a long time, so long that the wind blew the hair in front of his forehead out of place several times. What is that thing? Madara finally asked, his voice low, as if suppressing something. Tobarama answered flatly, 6 paths power. I cultivated it myself. The open field fell silent for a moment. Izuna's throat bobbed. He wanted to say something, but swallowed it back down. Madara's brows went from knitted to tightly locked. He looked at the staff, then at Tobarama's expressionless face, and suddenly felt like this world had become a little unfamiliar. 6 paths power, the power of the sage of 6 paths that had existed only in myth, was now in Senju Tobarama's hands. Madara and Izuna exchanged a glance, but neither of them spoke. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. I never would have thought it. I never would have thought it. My little brother actually became just like the sage of 6 paths. He reached out to pat Tobarama on the shoulder, but Tobarama sidestepped and avoided it. Stop laughing. Tobarama did not smile. Even the corners of his mouth did not move. I have something to tell you. Hashirama's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked into Tobarama's eyes and saw a gravity that had never appeared there before. The smile slowly faded from his face. What is it? Tobarama took a deep breath, put away the staff, and looked at the three people present. Hashirama, Madara, and Izuna. These three were Konoha's strongest combat power, and they were also the people he trusted most. He did not hesitate, nor did he build up to it. He directly began telling them everything about Sukuna from beginning to end. From the news received from the land of whirlpools, to the clash with Byakuren in the land of water, to the conversation with Sukuna. Every single word was laid out plainly, without exaggeration and without holding anything back. Back in the lab, Tobarama took out a thick scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the table. He unfolded the scroll, and dense writing and diagrams spread across the entire tabletop. I've sorted out the 6 paths cultivation method. He turned and said, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. But whether or not you can learn it, he paused, his gaze sweeping across the three of them, depends on yourselves. Hashirama was the first to step up to the table. He lowered his head to look at the complicated meridian charts and chakra conversion formulas, his brows twisting into a knot. Madara stood at his side, his eyes moving slowly across the scroll without saying a word. Izuna stood at the very back, rising onto his toes to look forward. After watching for a few breaths, he silently stepped back. The evening wind brushed through the treetops, carrying a chill. 20 days later, Hashirama set out alone on a journey. He crossed over great mountains, endured wind and dew, and traveled day and night without rest. A few days later, at night, he finally arrived at a hidden valley. Moonlight slanted in from the mouth of the valley, revealing a massive shadow so huge it was suffocating. That thing was lying on the ground resting, and each breath it took stirred up a heavy, rumbling howl. Hashirama did not stop walking and stepped into the valley. The next moment, 2 red moons lit up in the darkness. The giant beast opened its eyes. Red light flickered in its vertical pupils, and the fur all over its body bristled soundlessly as it stared at Hashirama with extreme caution. Quite a few shinobi had come looking for it before. Those who wanted something from it, those who came to die, and those who overestimated themselves. It had seen plenty. But not a single one had made it instinctively feel threatened the way the man before it did. The 9 tails slowly pushed itself up, planting its limbs on the ground. Every step made the valley tremble slightly. It stepped out of the shadows, and the moonlight finally outlined its full form. A gigantic orange fox, with 9 tails swaying behind it like flames. Human. Its voice was low, like muffled thunder rolling up from underground. Why have you come here? Hashirama did not beat around the bush. He kept it short and told the whole story about Sukuna, from beginning to end. At the end, he raised his head and looked straight into those crimson beast eyes. I need your power. When the 9 tails heard the name Sukuna, its pupils suddenly shrank. In that instant, countless images surged up. The battlefield from 1,000 years ago, the earth-shattering roar, Azura being split open by a sinister slash. It itself had also been scattered apart in that battle, and it had taken 100 years to gather itself back together. Sukuna is very strong. The 9 tails' voice sank lower. I once fought against him together with a friend. Unfortunately, we lost. Hashirama's brows tightened sharply, and he took a step forward. You know Sukuna? Know him? The 9 tails let out a cold laugh, its tone complicated. It's more than that. Told that old story. There were not many words, but every sentence hit Hashirama's chest like a stone. After hearing it, Hashirama's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He suddenly looked up and stared fixedly at the moon in the night sky. You mean, Sukuna's true body is inside the moon? The 9 tails nodded. And there are 2 moons. Both of them were that old man of the 6 paths handiwork. Hashirama stayed silent for a long time. The wind poured in through the mouth of the valley, stirring the tips of his hair. If what the 9 tails said was true, then Sukuna's strength had already gone beyond what he had imagined. A monster sealed inside the moon had already thrown the ninja world into chaos with only scattered fragments of its power. If its true body were unsealed, then who could stop it? He lowered his head, then bent both knees and knelt down. Please help me. The 9 tails froze for a moment. Its massive head tilted slightly, and for the first time, confusion appeared in its crimson eyes. You... The rest of its words got stuck in its throat. Why was he kneeling already? Just now this man had walked in with the presence of a mountain, and in the blink of an eye he had dropped to his knees cleanly and decisively, without even a little build-up. One of the 9 tails' tails unconsciously lashed against the ground. With a boom, shattered stones flew everywhere. It stared at the kneeling Hashirama and remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, its voice carrying a trace of something hard to describe. Human, stand up first and talk. Hashirama let out an "oh," stood up briskly, raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, and gave the 9 tails a simple, goofy grin. The 9 tails stared at that face for 2 seconds, then forcefully snorted out a blast of hot air through its nose. It suddenly felt a little irritated, and also a little amused. It had lived for over 1,000 years. The humans it had seen were either greedy beyond measure or timid and overly cautious. But something like this, someone who could kneel so cleanly and smile just as cleanly. This really was the first time it had seen one. Enough! The Nine-Tails flicked its tail awkwardly. I agree. Hashirama's eyes lit up. Good. 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 But the Nine-Tails did not look at him again. It raised its head, and something deeper than anger churned in those crimson beast eyes. The old debt from 1,000 years ago was finally time to settle. Even if it had to stake this life on it, this time it absolutely could not let him wake up again. Elsewhere, at the place where the mountains had collapsed, Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back. 3-tailed beasts were prostrated before him, each in a different posture, but not one of them dared to raise its head. Madara's tone was calm, and in just a few sentences, he finished explaining Sukuna's matter. Who it was, what he had done, how great the threat was, and that power was needed. There was no pleading, no explanation, and he did not even ask, "Are you willing?" He simply finished speaking, then quietly looked at them. The 3-tails sank into the water first and let out a low, muffled cry. Understood. The 5-tails shook its head, its hooves crushing the rock beneath its feet. Fight. The 7-tails vibrated its wings, and tiny glimmers scattered from its scale powder, uttering only one word. Move. The corner of Madara's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned and strode into the depths of the night. Kirigakure, the Tekawawa residence. Sukuna sat beneath the corridor with his eyes closed. In his mind, the sealing techniques of the Land of Whirlpools, the curse marks of the Uzumaki clan, and the restrictions left behind by the Sage of Six Paths were all spread out before him. He was trying to innovate, fusing sealing techniques from different schools, discarding the dross and preserving the essence, in order to deduce a new and more efficient technique. 5 days later, 10 o'clock at night. Inside the room, Mesh walked to a stop 3 steps behind Sukuna. He took out a cloth bundle from his robe and held it up with both hands as he presented it. My lord. It's here. Sukuna opened his eyes and reached out to take the cloth bundle. He untied the string, and the bundle spread open. 9 dark red fingers were secured in specially made grooves. He picked up the first one, examined it for a moment and swallowed it. The second, the third, the fourth. With each finger he swallowed, the power within his body swelled a little more. After all 9 fingers entered his stomach, Sukuna felt that slowly awakening power inside him, and his eyelashes trembled slightly. What about the others? Mesh lowered his head, his voice steady. Their locations have already been confirmed, but those 4 shrines are still sealed shut. They can't be opened. Apart from the one on Senju Tobarama's side, the last finger is with the Uchiha. Sukuna said nothing. He stood up, went to the edge of the corridor, tilted his head up, and looked at the night sky. The clouds were thin, and the moonlight was like clear water. 2 moons hung in the sky, one large and one small, one bright and one dim. Sukuna vanished from Kirigakure, his figure instantly appearing across different parts of the ninja world. For sealing grounds, for shrines, for fingers. By the time he took the last one from a shattered shrine, his figure had already vanished beyond the horizon. Currently 16 fingers. Sukuna stood on an unnamed mountain peak, casually playing with the finger he had just taken from an underground shrine before putting it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and felt that power slowly settling within him. There are 3 left. 1 was digested by Yukain, 1 is with the Uchiha, and 1 more. He opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Senju Tobarama. The next day at noon. Above Konoha the clouds suddenly split apart. The villagers looked up, only to see a figure standing on the horizon. Robes fluttering in the wind, black markings giving off a dark gleam under the sunlight. From the street vendors of Konoha to the Ambu inside the Hokage building, everyone felt that suffocating pressure bearing down from above. Tobarama's figure appeared on the rooftop of the Hokage building. He looked up at Sukuna, his robes snapping loudly in the wind, but his expression did not change in the slightest. You got here pretty fast. Sukuna lowered his head with a smile and looked at Tobarama. He raised a hand, his 5 fingers curling slightly, and a black crack split open in the air at his side. He reached his hand into it, and when he pulled it back out, he was pinching 2 dark red fingers between his fingertips. One had been passed down from Indra and held the power of 2 fingers. The other was the one Senju Tobarama had obtained. He loosened his fingers and put them into his mouth. His throat bobbed once, and his power rose again. Aside from Shuin, all the scattered power had now been gathered. Tobarama stood where he was, his gaze falling on that closed spatial crack. When he saw what the other party had eaten, his expression turned grave. I didn't expect him to break my seal so easily. Sukuna gave a savage grin and looked down at the white figure on the rooftop of the Hokage building. He had just opened his mouth to speak when he suddenly fell silent. He sensed a familiar chakra from one of the buildings, and his expression sank bit by bit. Following Sukuna's gaze, Tobarama looked over, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The Ninja Academy. A face flashed through his mind, that pink-haired student. He whipped his head around, but Sukuna was already gone. This is bad. At the Ninja Academy. Inside the classroom, the children were sitting in a circle, listening to the teacher explain the basics of chakra. Yu, who sat by the window, propping up his chin with one hand, his eyes slightly unfocused, as if he were thinking about something else. The sky outside the window suddenly darkened for an instant. He instinctively looked up, and a person appeared outside the window. For eyes, black markings, and a half-smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Yu-Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. A white flash streaked past. Tobarama appeared inside the classroom, immediately grabbed Yu-Hu, and activated the Flying Thunder God. In an instant, the two of them vanished. Sukuna's figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared in the Uchiha clan grounds, cutting off the path of the two of them. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood to Tobarama's left and right respectively, their robes whipping in the raging air. Sukuna's gaze moved away from Yu-Hu and landed on Madara and Hashirama's faces, then stopped. Madara's eyes had already changed into Rinnegan, pale purple ripples slowly flowing within his pupils, and his body seemed to contain many tailed beasts. Hashirama was the same. 6 paths power surged through his body, but even more striking was the wild and blazing aura mixed into him, the 9 tails. Azura Indra. Madara narrowed his Rinnegan slightly. Who are those two? Sukuna did not answer. Yu-Hu lowered his head, his lips pressed tightly together. He did not speak, nor did he struggle free. Hashirama looked at Sukuna and frowned. What is this child to you? Why are you looking for him? Sukuna tilted his head and glanced at Hashirama without answering, his gaze remaining on Yu-Hu. Interesting. The corners of his lips curved slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. That fluctuation of the soul was practically identical to his own. He suddenly remembered something, the lost soul fragments from those fingers of his that had been sealed away. Now it seemed that old fox Otsutsuki Hagoromo had fished them out and sent them into reincarnation. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, who knew how many cycles? That will had been washed over and over between life and death, diluted, crushed apart, then pieced back together again, until it finally became what stood before him now. Sukuna let out a low chuckle. So your plan was to make this child eat my fingers, and then use him to devour my consciousness instead. He tilted his head, as if talking to himself, and also as if speaking to someone who was not present. Hagoromo, you really are ruthless. There was no anger in his tone. If anything, there was even a trace of admiration. But in the next moment, that trace of admiration turned cold. If I hadn't heavily wounded Hagoromo back then, that old thing might really have had the strength to send every remaining soul fragment in all the fingers into reincarnation. What a pity. Sukuna withdrew his gaze and looked at the child before him again, a hint more amusement appearing in his eyes. You won't get that chance. In the next moment, invisible slashes exploded from all directions, like an airtight net covering the entire space. Go! Senju Tobarama grabbed Yu-Hu and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God. The two of them vanished directly 1 second before the slashes closed in. Sukuna did not even look at the two left behind and immediately pursued Tobarama. All that remained in place were countless cutting lines dancing through the air. Madara! Hashirama roared, and the 9 tails let out a sky-shaking howl as its golden-tailed beast cloak instantly swelled. At the same time, the dark blue skeletal frame of Susanoo rose from the ground and precisely covered the 9 tails, layer upon layer of armor stacking over it. 9 tails Susanoo, complete. The first wave of slashes crashed in, and the earth collapsed as shattered rocks flew everywhere. The 9 tails' limbs sank deep into the ground, its claws gouging several deep trenches through the stone. How much longer can we hold? Madara asked through gritted teeth. Not much longer. Veins bulged across Hashirama's forehead. Just 2 seconds. Cracks began spreading across Susanoo's armor. The giant shadow of the 9 tails swayed, on the verge of dispersing. Madara cursed bitterly. Damn it, just what the hell is this guy? High in the air, Sukuna raised one hand, brought his 5 fingers together, and casually swung it. Think you can escape? A horizontal slash, a full 1,000 meters wide, cleaved out along the clouds. Its target was exactly the location of the Flying Thunder God. Tobarama had just landed with Yu-Hu on a mountain ridge 1,000 meters away. Before his footing on the rock had even settled, an ice-cold sense of danger exploded across his back. Damn it! Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God again. In the next second, that 1,000-meter wide slash swept past the afterimage of where they had just vanished. The mountain silently split apart, smoothly severed at the waist. The upper half slowly slid down, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Hehe. Flying Thunder God, huh? Sukuna lowered his head in midair and looked at his own hands, then pressed them together. Smack. A crisp sound rang out, as if the world itself had been put on pause. Sukuna slowly pulled his hands apart, and between his palms, a translucent sphere emerged. It was not large, quietly floating there. Runes occasionally flowed across the surface of the sphere like ripples on water, flashing by in an instant. It looked as harmless as a bubble. 10,000 meters away, Tobarama had just appeared when his heart suddenly clenched. He violently turned his head, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Sukuna's face was right in front of him, less than 3 feet away. You! The corner of Sukuna's mouth curled up, and he suddenly pulled his hands apart. That translucent sphere instantly expanded. Without a sound, that translucent boundary spread outward at an unbelievable speed, swallowing the sky, swallowing the earth, swallowing the clouds and birds, swallowing everything in sight. Everything within 1,000 li was covered. Tobarama's body froze. He tried to activate the Flying Thunder God. The jutsu formula was still there, the marks were still there, but space itself had been locked down. Sukuna stood before him, looking down at the man famed for his speed. His smile was not wide, but it ran deep. Run! In the outskirts, the sound of the wind suddenly stopped. Yu Hu looked at the man before him, his pupils trembling slightly. He did not understand why the person before him was harboring killing intent toward him, when he had clearly never met him before. Sukuna simply stood there without doing anything. Yet Yu Hu felt the air around him growing thicker and thicker. Humph! Tobarama suddenly laughed once, the corner of his mouth pulling into a cold, hard arc. Sukuna? He raised his eyes, his tone wrapped in a thin shell of mockery. A mere sealing jutsu, and you think you can? Domain expansion. Sukuna did not let him finish. In a low voice he said, Malevolent Shrine. The moment those words fell, the world changed. A barrier filled with an all-encompassing, ominous presence silently spread out, swallowing everything between heaven and earth. The shrine and the bones reached a strange harmony at this moment. Here, nothing is uncuttable. Sukuna's voice surged from the front. The cold sneer on Tobarama's face froze. He could feel it. There were blades everywhere around him. The air was cutting, the light was cutting. Even every breath of oxygen he inhaled was being filtered through a net of blades. This was not a sealing technique. This was a slaughterhouse. Yu Hu's legs began to tremble. He could feel that inside his body, between his bones, in every single blood vessel, there hung an invisible blade. Tobarama forced himself to calm down and infused the truth-seeking ball's annihilation property into the technique. He raised both hands. Light suddenly burst forth. Then he violently pushed both hands forward, and a barrier enveloped him and Yu Hu within it. The slashes kept cutting in, and the chakra inside Tobarama's body drained away at terrifying speed like a collapsing dam. He began thinking rapidly. Flying Ryomen won't work. Space has been locked down. But the Flying Ryomen marks are still there, and my perception is still there. Which means, the line between the two marks hasn't been cut off. A dangerous curve rose at the corner of Tobarama's mouth. One hand supported the barrier while the other pointed straight at Sukuna with his index finger. Sukuna sensed it. The chakra flowing through those fingers carried a property that belonged to space itself. He froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. That laughter was deep and unrestrained, carrying an almost insane delight. Now that's something. Senju Tobarama. Sukuna's grin stretched to his ears, and the fire in his eyes roared to life. You really are making me see you in a whole new light. Tobarama did not respond. He let out a low roar. Space slash. A pitch-black slash shot from his fingertip. Space itself was cut open. That crack swallowed light, swallowed sound, swallowed everything in its path as the slash hacked straight towards Sukuna. Sukuna did not dodge, nor did he use Amanamanaka. That kind of thing was meaningless in a clash of space at this level. He simply gave up controlling the domain and raised a hand, pointing with one finger as well. Space slash. The two slashes collided in midair. There was no loud bang, no shockwave. Space shattered like a mirror smashed from the middle. Black ruptures exploded in every direction, revealing a deep passageway beneath. A violet glow seeped out from the cracks like the wound of this world. That passageway was bottomless. One glance into it felt as if even your gaze would be sucked inside. No one moved again. Heaven and earth fell silent for several breaths. Then those cracks slowly began to heal. Space wriggled like a living thing, swallowing the purple glow back little by little and returning to the appearance of nothing ever having happened. Sukuna lowered his eyes to the void that was healing and slightly curled his lips. Interesting. Tobarama's face remained expressionless, but the string in his mind had already tightened to its limit. Why could Sukuna use space slash 2? This was not a technique. This was an understanding of space itself. No, there was no time to think about it. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and a shadow clone stepped out from his side. The shadow clone did not hesitate. It used Flying Ryomen, and its figure vanished straight into the air. Sukuna's gaze sharpened. A little trick. Before the words had even fully fallen, the slash was already out. Crisscrossing invisible slashes descended from the sky like a net covering Tobarama. There was no way to avoid it. Tobarama moved. He did not retreat. He charged toward Yu Hu, and in his eyes was reflected the terrified face of the boy. Tobarama tugged at the corner of his mouth and actually laughed. Mutual instant return technique. Flying Ryomen. Yu Hu's body was wiped from the spot by an invisible hand, replaced by that shadow clone from just now. The slashes had arrived. Tobirama had no time to dodge, and from the very beginning he had never planned to. Chakra poured out wildly, covering his whole body as he chose to take it head-on. The first blade broke through his protective chakra. The second blade cut open flesh. The third, the fourth, the fifth. A mist of blood exploded. With a bang, the shadow clone dispersed into white smoke, but the original body was no longer human-looking. Tobirama stood there, not a single patch of skin on his body still whole. Blood poured from countless wounds. His left arm was almost severed, and a gaping horizontal wound ran across his abdomen, with intestines slipping out and hanging at his waist. He remained standing. He did not fall. Sukuna landed in front of him and looked down at the blood-soaked man. There was no mockery in his tone, no pity, only a flat statement. "What a shame." He paused, then said, "If you hadn't protected that brat, you wouldn't have died." Tobirama barely opened one intact eye. The socket was full of blood, yet the pupil was still bright and clear. He opened his mouth, his voice broken and intermittent like a leaking bellows. Heh! He laughed once. As Hokage, and as a teacher, protecting the younger generation. He caught his breath, and another gush of blood flowed from his wounds. "Is the responsibility I should bear. Besides, the fact that Sukuna wanted so badly to kill you who proved one thing. That child would threaten this monster in the future. A being this powerful had actually developed killing intent toward a mere boy? Then that boy was worth trading his life for. Use his own life to exchange for a hope. Even if that hope was only 10%. Even if that 10% was only a possibility. It was still worth it." Sukuna looked down at him. He had seen that expression on the blood-smeared face many times before, on the faces of many dead men. Protection, responsibility, hope, all of it was boring nonsense. But that kind of gaze he had never disliked. He smiled. "You brat." Sukuna crouched down until he was level with Tobirama, his mouth spreading into a grin. "You think that just because you sent him away, I won't be able to find him?" The smile on Tobirama's face gradually disappeared. Sukuna stood up and said blandly, "It seems you've forgotten the power of the Rinnegan." Sukuna tilted his head and looked into the distance, not at Tobirama. Human path. The air fell silent for a moment. A gigantic head slowly rose up. "I admit it, you're the most decent ninja I've ever seen. Farewell." The wind blew past, and Sukuna was already gone. Only Tobirama remained at the scene. His eyes were lifeless as he lay in a pool of blood. Sukuna hovered high in the sky with his arms crossed over his chest, his robe snapping loudly in the wind. His expression looked somewhat unpleasant. In the next instant, his vast perception spread out like a tide. It crossed mountains, pierced through clouds, swept over lakes and rivers, covering the land, forests and villages. 50,000 li, 100,000 li, more than half the ninja world was swept by that invisible consciousness. Not a single fluctuation of chakra could escape his senses. Nothing. There was nothing at all. Yuhu's presence was as if it had been erased cleanly from the world, leaving not even the slightest trace behind. Sukuna opened his eyes. He ran? Or was he hidden away? From the information he got from Tobirama, Yuhu had been brought here, but now he was nowhere to be seen. His brows furrowed slightly. Troublesome. I might as well just burn this place down. Elsewhere. Hospital. The smell of disinfectant mixed with blood lingered through the hallway. The ward door was half closed, and faint light from medical ninjutsu glowed from inside. Hashirama lay on the bed to the left, wrapped head to toe in bandages, with the half of his face exposed pale as paper. Madara on the right was not much better off. One arm was in a sling, and dark red still seeped through the thick gauze wrapped around his chest. Their breathing was steady, and both had their eyes closed. A gray-black space, boundless and endless. Beneath their feet was a flat void. Above them was a chaotic sky curtain. There was no wind, no sound, no real sense of life or death. Hashirama and Madara floated in this void, with no solid ground beneath their feet and no sky above their heads. Then they saw the light. An old man in a white robe sat cross-legged in the void. His hair was white as snow, 2 horns grew from his head, and he held a shakujo staff in his hand. Madara's gaze fell on those eyes, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Rinnegan. His voice was not loud, but every word sounded like it had been squeezed out through clenched teeth. Who are you? How do you have the Rinnegan? Hashirama grabbed Madara's sleeve. Madara, don't be like that. He hasn't even spoken yet. Madara shook off his hand. His eyes locked tightly on the old man, but he did not press further. The old man looked at the scene below and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he let out a warm, quiet chuckle. I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He paused. The world calls me the Sage of Six Paths. Hashirama froze for a moment. Madara also froze for a moment. The two looked at each other, and their expressions returned to calm. It wasn't strange. After all, at this point, nothing was fresh anymore. Tobirama Senju had already come up with the Six Paths cultivation system, and that madman Sukuna had shown up too. So for the legendary Sage of Six Paths to appear now, yeah, that actually made sense. Then, Sage of Six Paths, why did you call us here? Hashirama scratched his head, his tone casual. The Sage of Six Paths did not speak. He lightly tapped his staff, and ripples spread through the void from the tip in all directions. Where the ripples passed, light and shadow intertwined, and colors emerged. An image slowly unfolded beneath their feet. Madara and Hashirama both stepped back a few paces. In the image, a man's face gradually became clear. For eyes, for arms, and black markings all over his face and body, like curses, or like marks he had been born with. Even though it was only an image, that overwhelming killing intent and madness almost spilled out of it and pressed down on both their chests. Hashirama's brows shot up. This is Sukuna? Correct. The Sage of Six Paths' voice was calm as still water. This is what he originally looked like. The image began to move. It was an ancient battlefield. The heavens collapsed, the earth split apart, and mountains and rivers flowed in reverse. Kagaya, Hagoromo, and Himura joined forces and fought that four-armed, four-eyed monster in a brutal battle. The Sukuna in the image was so powerful it made people feel suffocated. His combat experience was so rich it was unbelievable. The moment he was injured, he healed in an instant, without even leaving a scar. Hashirama's palms began to sweat. What is that? Madara suddenly asked, pointing at a black flash in the image. The image froze. A strange black lightning crackled around Sukuna's fist, twitching like a living thing. The Sage of Six Paths slowly spoke. Black flash. His tone was still calm, but there was an extra trace of gravity in those Rinnegan eyes. After landing a black flash, Sukuna's condition will greatly improve. More importantly, his understanding of techniques will break through its bottleneck in that instant. Madara's brows twisted into a tight knot. So that means, the longer he fights, the stronger he gets? Exactly. The image continued to flow. Ishiki, and the other Otsutsuki, powerful experts fell one after another at Sukuna's hands. In the end, only the two brothers, Hagoromo and Himura, remained. The battle in the image could no longer be described as merely tragic. It was a symphony of blood and bone, a collision of will and madness. The two brothers were drenched in blood, their chakra nearly exhausted, while Sukuna was still smiling. They gave it everything they had and finally sealed that monster away. The image froze on the final scene. The space fell into a deathly silence. Hashirama and Madara stood side by side, and neither of them spoke. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his jaw twitching. Only after watching those images did he realize that the strength Sukuna had shown before was only the tip of the iceberg. Just a casual strike had left both him and Hashirama badly injured. Thinking of that, a deep sense of powerlessness rose from within him. After a long while, Hashirama took a deep breath, his voice a little dry. Sage of Six Paths, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Will that seal be broken? The Sage of Six Paths fell silent. The staff in his hand trembled slightly. A moment later, the Sage of Six Paths slowly spoke. At present, Sukuna's strength is only 60% of what it was at his peak. Hashirama's pupils shrank slightly. Because the Ten Tails and his true body are still sealed inside the moon. The Sage of Six Paths' gaze fell on the two of them. In other words, now is the best opportunity. The opportunity to kill Sukuna. After those words fell, the space was quiet for a moment. Hashirama let out a long sigh. He lowered his head, and his shoulders beneath the bandages drooped slightly. Sage of Six Paths, you saw it too. His voice was very low. We can't win at all. It wasn't humility, and it wasn't self-preservation. It was the truest, cruelest judgment after seeing that monster with his own eyes. Madara stood to the side in silence and closed his eyes. The Sage of Six Paths looked at these two young men, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Correct. He nodded and did not deny it. With your current strength, you really can't win. The Sage of Six Paths laid the staff across his knees, folded his hands, and changed the subject. But I can give you power. Madara's eyes snapped open. What did you say? Hashirama bounced straight up from the ground. He rushed in front of the Sage of Six Paths, his eyes so bright they looked like two lanterns. All the exhaustion on his face swept away. Hurry, hurry. Where's the power? How do you give it? I need to go find Tobirama right now. The Sage of Six Paths raised one hand, signaling for him not to be impatient. There is no need to be in such a rush. He paused, and a trace of softness flashed through his eyes. As for Tobirama, my younger brother has gone to him. Sukuna's robe fluttered violently as wind surged in from all directions. His eyes were closed, and his perception swept across the land like a tide. Still haven't found him. That brat named Yuhu seemed to have evaporated from the world. Sukuna opened his eyes, expressionless. What a waste of time. I'm done looking. Right after that, he raised his right hand, and space tore open. Sukuna stepped into it, and the crack silently closed behind him without leaving even the slightest trace. On the moon, the deathly gray wasteland had not changed for 1,000 years. In the void, A spatial crack opened once again, and Sukuna stepped out from within it. He lowered his head and glanced at the gray-white surface beneath his feet, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He did not choose to slowly break the seal, nor did he have the patience to study those complicated technique patterns. His hands began to form seals as he muttered in a low voice. The moment the final seal fell, spatial slash, a line slashed out in front of Sukuna, cutting from one end of the moon to the other soundless, without explosion, without firelight. This slash was about 100,000 li wide. Where the slash passed, everything split into two halves. Rock, mineral veins, seals, even space itself. The moon split apart from the middle. The two massive halves slowly separated, revealing an ever-widening crack between them as broken stone and dust drifted and scattered in the weightless environment. Sukuna straightened up, his figure flashing as he went directly into that crack. The deeper he went, the greater the resistance became. The power of the seal pressed down layer after layer, like countless invisible hands trying to push him back out. Sukuna paid it no mind. He let those forces tear at his robe and skin. Wounds would appear and then heal at once, and after healing, appear again. He passed through the crack, through layer after layer of barriers, and finally reached the very center of the moon. There was something there, a blurry outline, covered by thick layers of dirt and rock, like a fossil that had slept for tens of millions of years. Sukuna stopped in front of that outline. He recognized it at a glance. Even wrapped in dirt, that outline was as familiar as his own breathing. Found you. Sukuna reached out and pressed his hand against that covering layer. Finally, found you. With a low, muffled boom, the dirt and rocks shattered under his palm. The soil cracked apart and fell in rustling streams like dust. A four-armed body was revealed before his eyes, black markings covering its skin, all four eyes tightly shut. Sukuna lowered his head and looked at his original body. He smiled. At first, the laughter was low, then it grew louder and louder, wilder and wilder, echoing through the core of this dead planet and shaking the surrounding rock walls until they trembled and shed debris. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly thrust out his hand and pressed it against that body's chest. That body turned liquid-like and flowed into him through his palm. Muscles swelled, bones reassembled, and an almost violent sense of power exploded through every fiber of his being. His aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing stronger with every passing second. 60%, 70%, 80%. Outside the fissure, the moon that had been cut in half began to collapse, and massive chunks fell toward the ninja world. And he stood at the center of it all four eyes opening one by one, spreading his forearms and bathing in rebirth. That was no longer a posture a human should have. That was the prototype of slaughter. The real Ryomen Sukuna. The moon split apart. People across the ninja world looked up. First, a dark line appeared on the surface of that nearby moon. Then the crack spread, branched out, and multiplied, crawling densely across the entire surface. And then it shattered. Countless fragments floated in the void, some as large as mountains, some as small as dust, slowly falling toward the ninja world under the pull of gravity. The silence on the ground lasted only for a moment. Then panic exploded. In the villages, women knelt on the ground clutching their children and wailed in despair, while men collapsed on their own doorsteps, staring blankly at the sky. In the towns, some people rushed into shops and looted like mad. Some tore their own clothes apart in the street and laughed up at the sky, and some held kunai pointed at the heavens, screaming words no one could understand. In the prison cells, inmates smashed through the doors, and the guards did not stop them, because the guards themselves were kneeling in the corridors, trembling. A ninja stood up on a rooftop and shouted at the shattered moon. Come on, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Some were breaking down, some were going insane, and some finally dared to do what they had never dared to do before in their final moments. All the many faces of life were nothing more than a farce before the end. And the one most shocked of all was not human. Somewhere in the wilderness, black Zetsu attached to white Zetsu froze on the spot. It stared at the moon breaking apart in the sky, its pupils shaking violently. That was the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. That was the shackle that had sealed Sukuna's true body for 1,000 years. Now it was broken. Sukuna has truly returned. Black Zetsu stayed silent for a full 3 seconds, its thoughts racing wildly. The seal had been broken open, which meant Sukuna had a way to break seals. Then a thought exploded in its mind. Could I ask Sukuna for help? To save Mother? It slowly turned its head and looked at the two people beside it. Mokish was sitting against a rock, a carefree grin hanging from the corner of his mouth. Yukine stood not far away, head tilted up toward the sky, wearing the kind of expression that had been shocked speechless. Black Zetsu's gaze moved back and forth between the two of them, its thoughts tangled like a mess of threads. From what it had heard from Mokish, Sukuna was clearly much closer to Yukine than to Mokish. Yukine was someone Sukuna kept by his side. At best, Mokish was just a useful tool. If I ask Yukine to speak for me, would the chances of success be higher? After thinking it over, it immediately snuffed out that idea. No, a person like Sukuna hated being schemed against the most. Using someone close to him to make demands, what was that? That was coercion. That was disrespect. That was telling him, I've figured out your weak spot. Even if Yukine volunteered, in Sukuna's eyes, that would still be crossing the line. It would still be an offense. People with no sense of boundaries would not survive 3 sentences in front of Sukuna. So, Mokish is still more suitable. Black Zetsu ran the numbers in its heart. It had helped Mokish collect the fingers and told him their locations. Those were real favors. And Mokish as a person, how should it put this, he knew how to read the room. He knew what should and should not be said, and he would not act recklessly in front of Sukuna. This path could work. Not far away, Yukine was still staring at the sky. The shattered remains of the moon streaked across like a meteor shower. Her lips were slightly parted, but she could not say a single word. She had always known Lord Sukuna was strong. But before seeing it with her own eyes, the word strong had only been an empty label. It was like hearing how vast the ocean was, versus truly being out in the sea yourself. Those were 2 completely different concepts. Now she had that concept. Planet had shattered. Mokish chuckled a couple of times and lounged there with one leg crossed over the other, swinging it lightly. That expression of his could be summed up in 4 words. Utterly fearless because he had backing. The stronger my lord is, he said, narrowing his eyes, the safer I am. And the safer I am, the happier I get. Hey hey hey. At that moment Black Zetsu moved. It silently walked to Mokish's side and lowered its voice. Mokish, Lord Sukuna is so powerful. Could he do me a favor? Mokish's smile paused for a moment, and he shot it a sidelong glance. I want to ask Lord Sukuna to help save my mother. The air went quiet for the span of 2 breaths. Mokish did not answer immediately. He uncrossed his legs, sat up straight, and stroked his chin. Black Zetsu stood beside him without moving, holding even its breath. It had lived for over 1,000 years and seen countless storms. Yet at this moment it felt like a young person looking for a job for the first time, waiting to hear back. A few breaths later, Mokish looked up and flashed a grin. Sure. I'll mention it for you when the time comes. Black Zetsu's shoulders relaxed slightly. But, Mokish chuckled, I can't guarantee my lord will agree. You know that man's temper better than I do. Of course, of course. Black Zetsu nodded repeatedly, an uncontrollable urgency in its tone. It's fine. Just introduce me to Lord Sukuna when the time comes. As for the rest, I have my own way. As it said that, a faint smile rose at the corner of its mouth. This was stable now. It did not need a guarantee. It only needed a chance to speak, and it already had complete confidence, a full set of arguments, a certain angle, a way of framing it so Sukuna would feel that this is also beneficial to me. The moon turned into countless flaming meteors, dragging long tails of fire as they crashed down upon the ninja world like a heavenly downpour. This was not war. This was a natural disaster. Iwagakure, the Tsuchikige's roar exploded through the tunnels. Don't just stand there. Get the elderly and children underground first. All ninja, take your positions. The IWA ninja moved like a precisely operating machine, sending the villagers into the underground caverns batch by batch. Dozens of Earth-released ninja formed up at the cave entrances, slamming their hands against the ground as thick layers of rock stacked one over another, sealing the cave mouths as tight as iron barrels. Not enough. Reinforce it more. The earth was trembling, and rocks overhead kept falling with rustling sounds. Kirigakure, Mizukage Byakuren stood atop a building, looking at the burning meteor shower across the sky, his face ashen. We have no anti-air measures. His voice was very low, as if he were speaking to himself. The ninja behind him remained silent. Kirigakure excelled at assassination and water release. Against things falling from the sky, they had no way to stop them. Full evacuation. Byakuren turned around, his tone resolute. Run as fast as you can. We'll talk about rebuilding the village later. Not a single person questioned the order. Sunagakure. Sand and wind filled the sky. The first Kazekage stood atop the highest rock at the village entrance. His arms spread wide. Chakra surged out like a tidal wave, and the yellow sand on the ground began to boil, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. Rise! The entire desert responded. Sand waves rolled and surged into the air, condensing above the village into a sand shield dozens of meters thick, a golden yellow barrier that covered half the sky. The Kazekage gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. No matter how many come, we'll block every last one. Kumogakure. Retreat. Fall back into the mountains. The Raikage's furious roar echoed through the village. The Cloud Ninja carried the elderly and the weak, pulled the children along, and sprinted down the mountain paths toward the interior. Konoha. A translucent barrier rose from the edges of the village like an upside-down bowl, covering all of Konoha within. Runes flowed across the barrier wall, glowing deep blue. It was the ultimate masterpiece of Konoha's barrier team. Hashirama and Madara woke up almost at the same time. The moment the two of them sprang up from their hospital beds, the wounds on their bodies had already fully healed. Hashirama rushed out of the ward, pressed his hands together, and let out a furious shout. Wood release! Wood locking wall! Massive wooden pillars burst from the ground, bending and interlocking, adding another wooden dome inside the barrier. The thick timber locked together with a heavy roar, sealing all of Konoha completely. Madara was one step faster than him. The blue skeletal frame of Susanoo rose from the earth, and the towering warrior stood outside the wood-locking wall, looking up at that burning death in the sky. Hashirama. Madara's voice came from within Susanoo, low and calm. You guard below. As for above. He raised his head, the Rinnegan reflecting the rain of fire filling the sky, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Leave it to me. The meteor shower lasted for a full 5 minutes. Every second, tens of thousands of burning boulders smashed toward the earth, spreading destruction evenly across every inch of land. The underground caverns of Iwagakure trembled as dirt rained down in a constant shower. The stone ninja kept both hands pressed to the ground and did not dare let go for even a moment. Their knuckles were worn down to white bone, and still they did not dare stop. Whenever a layer of rock above them was blasted open, they reinforced it with another layer. Then it broke again and they rebuilt it again. Tsuchikage personally held the deepest position, grinding his teeth so hard they nearly shattered, not saying a word. Reto of Sunagakure endured the first wave, the second wave, and the third wave. By the fourth wave, all 7 of his orifices had begun bleeding at the same time. The sand shield was smashed through with a hole, and meteor fragments poured into the village, crushing 37 houses. He roared and forcibly patched the sand shield back up with chakra. Konoha. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo destroyed one meteor after another, while the smaller meteors were blocked one by the wood-locking wall. And those villages with no means of defense. It was hell. A meteor crashed into a village. With one muffled boom, everything was reset to zero. Houses, streets, all of it turned into a smoking crater. At the edge of the crater, not even a single intact brick could be found. Some people saw the direction the meteor was falling from and screamed as they ran. They ran 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, then the ground behind them bulged upward, and the shockwave caught up, smashing them apart like an invisible giant hand. Some people were on the outskirts and were not hit directly, but they still could not survive. When the shockwave swept over them, their bodies were flung away like rag dolls, and when they hit the ground, their limbs pointed in directions they never should have. 5 minutes passed. At last, the sky fell silent. Gunpowder smoke filled the sky over the entire ninja world, and the earth was covered everywhere in giant smoking craters. The people who survived crawled out from shelters, from beneath the ruins, from piles of corpses. Then they saw it. An old woman knelt on a pile of rubble, both hands frantically digging through the debris. She dug out half a shoe, hugged it to her chest, and let out a howl from her throat that did not sound human. A young man sat by the edge of a crater, holding a child's body without moving. The child's eyes were closed, and blood kept spilling from his mouth. The man did not cry. He just sat there, his chin resting on the top of the child's head, his lips moving soundlessly, no one knowing what he was saying. A woman dug a severed hand out of the ruins. It was still warm, and on one finger was the ring they had exchanged only yesterday. She pressed that hand to her face and knelt there, crying without a sound. Her lips were splitting open, and tears mixed with blood as they ran down. Crying was everywhere. Hoarse cries, broken cries, suppressed cries, dying cries. All kinds of sobbing tangled together. Some knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky, smashing their foreheads until white bone showed. Yet still they did not stop. Some collapsed into piles of rubble, staring blankly into the distance, their pupils reflecting nothing at all. The sky over the ninja world was still veiled in a layer of gray-red smoke, and the air was filled with the mixed stench of burning and blood. Space tore open, and a figure stepped out from within. His entire body was pure white, while the flesh and bone on the right side of his face were ash-gray. In the very center of his forehead, a scarlet Rinnegan slowly turned. Beyond that, there were 4 more purple Rinnegan, each radiating a different frequency of oppressive force. He wore a white 6-paths robe, its hem silently fluttering in the wind, the sleeves hollowed out to reveal 4 strong arms. Sukuna spread his arms, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The ninja he had planted chakra into died one after another. With every life that went out, that energy did not dissipate and did not return to heaven and earth. Instead, it flowed back into his body with absolute precision along invisible threads. Power was returning. He. Sukuna held his forehead as laughter spilled from deep in his throat. Ha 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 ha. He threw back his head, and his laughter exploded out, utterly unrestrained and wild. The corners of his mouth stretched all the way back to his ears. All 4 eyes opened, and scarlet and purple light intertwined together. A few seconds later, the laughter gradually died down. Then, next, before the words had even fully fallen, his figure vanished. A remote clearing. Black Zetsu was speaking in a low, cautious voice. Mesh leaned against a nearby rock, listening absent-mindedly, while Shuin stood a few steps away, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the shattered remains of the moon in the sky. Then, all at once, the air became still. The 3 of them froze in place, their eyes slowly turning in the same direction. Sukuna stood there, No one knew when he had arrived, or how long he had been standing there. He simply stood there casually, all four arms hanging naturally at his sides. The white six paths rode perfectly still in the windless space. Shuin was the first to react. She lifted her head and saw that pure white figure standing 3 steps away. For arms, black and white markings, scarlet and purple Rinnegan. Shuin froze for a moment. The aura in those eyes had not changed. Those black markings, that lofty, condescending stance. Only the shell had changed. Inside, he was still the same person. She recognized him. Shuin trotted over, her hurried steps growing light, and finally stopped in front of Sukuna, tilting her head up to look at him. There was no fear in her eyes, no hesitation, only a pure and bright joy. Lord Sukuna. Sukuna looked down at her, a smile appearing on his face. He raised one hand, placed it on top of Shuin's head, and gently rubbed it. Did you slack off while I was away? How did you improve so little? Shuin's eyes instantly widened, her mouth opening and closing, and a look appeared on her face that was both aggrieved and too afraid to act out. No way! She blurted out almost immediately. How could I possibly get stronger as fast as you do? Sukuna looked at her flushed face, and suddenly burst out laughing. True enough. Shuin puffed up and let out a huff, then began examining Sukuna's new body, her gaze moving from his forehead to his shoulders, then from his shoulders to his arms, as if confirming something. All of a sudden, it feels like you've gotten really tall, my lord, she gestured with her hands. And even more burly. Sukuna did not refute her. He merely lowered his head slightly and looked at Shuin. That child who had followed him from the very beginning had not retreated even half a step because of his transformation. Then his gaze shifted away, passing over Shuin and landing on the two behind her. Mokish stood there with a standard fawning smile on his face. Black Zetsu stood there too, but its body was a bit shorter than usual, and its eyes quietly flicked toward Mokish. That glance carried urging, implication, and the anxious meaning of, say something already. Mokish leaned against the tree trunk and looked back at him expressionlessly. Then, looked away. He said nothing. Black Zetsu cursed Mokish's ancestors for 18 generations in its heart. Useless. Couldn't count on him at all. It took a deep breath, even though it had no lungs, and forced its emotions down. It spent a moment gathering itself, as if polishing a set of words over and over inside its body, weighing every word, calculating the timing of every pause. Then it walked forward. It dropped to both knees. That black and white body prostrated itself at Sukuna's feet, its posture so humble it was down in the dust. It raised its head, and its voice carried just the right amount of earnestness. Not a bit too much, not a bit too little. Lord Sukuna, I wonder if you could save my mother. My mother is Kagaya Otsutsuki. She was sealed inside another moon. Sukuna looked down at the black and white thing at his feet, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. Oh, then do you know that your mother fought me before? Black Zetsu's body stiffened slightly. It was silent for a moment before saying, I know, but I don't want to give up this chance. Paused. For 1,000 years, I tried countless methods, countless paths, and all of them failed. You are the only one who has let me see hope. Sukuna said nothing. Silence. The wind swept past the edge of the clearing, stirring up a few dead leaves. Fine. Black Zetsu's figure trembled. For the sake of the help you've given me. Sukuna's gaze swept over Mokish, then returned to Black Zetsu. You did put effort into collecting those fingers. I can help you. Black Zetsu almost couldn't suppress the ecstatic trembling surging through its body. It opened its mouth, ready to give thanks. However, Sukuna spoke again. After Kagaya is revived, I need to ask her a few things. Sukuna lowered his gaze. All 4 eyes looked at Black Zetsu at the same time. That feeling of being watched all at once made Black Zetsu feel like it had been nailed to a chopping block. I hope she knows what's good for her. So you'd better do some ideological work on your mother beforehand. Without another word, Black Zetsu slammed its forehead against the ground. Understood. Its voice had gone slightly sharp from excessive excitement, but it quickly forced it back down. Please rest assured, my lord. I will definitely persuade mother properly. She won't refuse. Absolutely not. Of course it knew what Sukuna wanted to ask. The location of the Otsutsuki clan. Other than that, what else could possibly interest this man? Funny enough, that was exactly the bait it had originally planned to use to guide Sukuna. It had carefully prepared countless lines, thought through how to lead him step by step, how to make Sukuna become interested on his own. But Sukuna spoke first. Black Zetsu laughed inwardly. It believed mother wouldn't refuse either. No one knew her attitude toward her clansmen better than it did. It was a disgust rooted deep in the bone, mixed with fear and wariness. Those so-called main family members were nothing more than hunters who would come to harvest her sooner or later in mother's eyes. If Sukuna went to cause havoc in the Otsutsuki clan, kneeling on the ground, Black Zetsu's mouth, silently curled into an arc mother, might even be very happy about it. Sukuna turned his head, and his gaze fell on Shuin and Mokish. You two, enter my space. As soon as the words fell, he raised a hand and sliced through the air at his side, and a spatial passage silently opened. Shuin froze for a moment. What is it? I won't be able to watch over you next. You're too weak. Shuin opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but realized she couldn't get a single word out. She bit her lower lip and nodded unwillingly. I have to become stronger. She swore it to herself, then turned and walked into the spatial passage. Mocha shrugged and followed behind her. On the other side of the passage was a completely different world. Shuin stepped onto the soft grass, looked around, and was slightly stunned. The sky was a clear azure blue. Birdsong came from the distant woods, and the air was filled with the scent of earth and flowers. A villa was built against the mountain, with upturned eaves and corners. In front of the villa, a small river flowed by slowly, the sound of water gentle and clear enough to see the bottom. This? Mokish looked around and let out a whistle. My lord really knows how to enjoy himself. Shuin didn't reply. She stood by the riverbank, looking at this paradise apart from the world. Outside, Sukuna looked up at the night sky. That moon-sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki was hanging high in the heavens. He raised one hand. Release! A million slashes gathered into a torrent that shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds, tearing through the atmosphere, and rushing straight toward that moon. The slashes struck the moon. That moon, which had accompanied the ninja world for 1,000 years, turned to ashes in that instant, completely and utterly reduced to dust. Within the ashes, a cloud of blood mist exploded. Kagaya Otsutsuki was cut into the finest spray of blood, fragments of flesh drifting through the vacuum. But Kagaya was immortal. The blood mist began to gather. Bones were rebuilt, meridians regenerated, and skin layered itself back on bit by bit. 10 seconds later, Kagaya opened her eyes. In those Byakugan eyes was nothing but confusion. She floated in the universe, her long hair slowly drifting in the weightless state. There was no seal around her, no planetary devastation, only endless stars and the blue planet beneath her feet. She sensed it. Down below in the ninja world, a familiar chakra. Black Zetsu, her child. Kagaya's brows furrowed slightly. This was not the kind of rebirth she had imagined. Forget it. Kagaya shook her head, her long hair drifting soundlessly in the vacuum. No point thinking about it. She was free now anyway. Her figure flew toward the ninja world, passing through the atmosphere, passing through the clouds. The wind shrieked by her ears. She swept her gaze over the land and quickly found the location of Black Zetsu's chakra, on a clearing that familiar aura. But there was another person beside it. Kagaya's figure stopped abruptly in midair. Her gaze landed on that person, and her pupils rapidly contracted. Pure white skin, a 6 paths white robe, for arms, the red rinnegan on his forehead, and that familiar face. She recognized him. Sukuna. Her lips trembled slightly, and her voice was so soft it was almost impossible to hear. She couldn't beat him before when he wasn't the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Now that he was the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, she stood even less of a chance. Kagaya stopped in midair, unable to advance, unable to retreat. Sukuna's voice rose up to her, neither high nor low. Come here. Do I have to invite you? Kagaya's body stiffened slightly for a moment. A few breaths later, she descended. She landed 5 meters in front of Sukuna. The moment her feet touched the ground, she felt like a student who had been called into the office. Black Zetsu immediately detached itself from White Zetsu's shell, turning into a mass of black shadow as it swiftly shot up Kagaya's sleeve and slipped inside. Good, good, good. Black Zetsu's voice came from inside the sleeve, carrying the relief and satisfaction of finally returning home. This is the only home that truly feels safe. It paused, as if remembering something, lowered its voice, and quickly began speaking into Kagaya's ear, explaining Sukuna's current state, explaining what had happened, explaining what should be done next. Kagaya's expression kept changing as she listened, furrowing, relaxing, furrowing again, and finally settling into calm. She was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Sukuna. Sukuna didn't beat around the bush. Where is the Otsutsuki clan? Kagaya spoke out that string of coordinates. After saying it, she hesitated for a moment, but still added one more thing. The Otsutsuki clan has a god. Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. His power is very strong. I know. Sukuna lifted his eyes and looked at the sky, his gaze passing through the clouds, through the stars. The Otsutsuki god. Can't beat him. He admitted it very directly. With his current strength, going up against a being on that level was no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Unless he copied the Otsutsuki god's path. One planet after another, draining every inch of energy dry. Devouring without end, expanding without end, until he himself became an existence of that level. We'll talk about it later. Sukuna withdrew his gaze, raised a hand, tore open a spatial rift, and stepped inside. Only Kagaya and Black Zetsu were left at the scene. Kagaya stood there silently, her white robes like snow, her eyes without ripples. Black Zetsu crawled out from her sleeve and spoke in a low voice. Mother, let's leave the ninja world. After a long while, Kagaya's thin lips parted slightly. All right, Her figure rose like a white moon, slowly floating into the air. Black Zetsu looked up and revealed a satisfied smile. Kaguya rose higher and higher, her robes fluttering loudly in the wind, until she turned into a cold glint at the edge of the sky. She left this place of sorrow. Inside the space, the birds were still singing and the flowers were still fragrant. Sukuna first met Yukioto and Maja, split off a clone to guide the two in cultivation, and then his main body returned to the room. Inside the room, Sukuna began sorting through his abilities and the direction for becoming stronger. He lacked no offensive methods. Slashes, domain, black flash, ninjutsu, inyang release, every one of them had been honed to the limit. He lacked no support abilities either. Reverse curse technique, barrier techniques, perception, Amanamanaka, he had everything he should have. What he lacked now was a way to raise his strength. The dragon vein system's speed of absorbing energy could no longer keep up with his appetite. It was like drinking the ocean through a straw. And his dojutsu, Kamamatsuri no Mikoto, had a process that was far too cumbersome. It was not suitable for large-scale plundering at all. So, Sukuna stroked his chin and muttered to himself, can it be improved? To plunder directly? 5 years passed. The scars of the ninja world slowly healed over the long years. Green sprouts grew again from the ruins, and the charred black land was washed over again and again by rainwater, finally revealing its original color. New villages were built, and new families were formed. Everything was developing in a better direction. Konoha, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open. Hashirama was sitting behind the desk, and his hand paused for a moment while reviewing documents. When he turned his head, he found Senju Tobarama standing at the doorway. Tobarama had changed. His temperament was calm like water, his eyes azure blue, and he wore a loose black robe. There was not the slightest fluctuation of chakra coming from him. Hashirama froze for 3 seconds. Then he rushed over in big strides, grabbed Tobarama by the shoulders with both hands, looked him over from top to bottom, and his eyes reddened. Tobarama? Is it really you? Tobarama let him hold on and nodded. It's me. His voice had not changed much. It was still that calm tone that was almost cold. But his next sentence made Hashirama's hands stiffen. I came this time to borrow power from the Sage of Six Paths. One person's power is too weak. You actually don't need to worry. Hashirama patted his own chest and showed a simple, honest smile. The Sage of Six Paths gave power to me and Madara. We can fight too. Tobarama looked at him and let out a sigh. Big brother, Sukuna's strength far exceeds your imagination. Back then, the Sage of Six Paths and his younger brother had to exhaust everything they had just to barely seal Sukuna. You think, Tobarama's voice did not rise or fall, that after the Sage of Six Paths split his power between you, you'd be able to win? Hashirama froze, his mouth hanging open, unable to say a single word. Thinking about it carefully, it really was true. The Sage of Six Paths giving power to him and Madara meant the Sage of Six Paths' own power had been weakened. Using weakened power to deal with an enemy stronger than back then, how had he not thought of that before? Big brother, release the Sage of Six Paths' power. Hashirama lifted his head. Although he didn't know what Tobarama was going to do, he still did as told. He spread open his palm, and Six Paths' power surged within it. The silver-white light was gentle yet profound. Tobarama raised his hand and pointed. A tiny beam of light shot from his fingertip and sank into the power in Hashirama's palm. Then he began forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu. The Six Paths' power in Hashirama's palm began to tremble. That silver-white light seemed to be pulled by something, slowly separating from his hand and drifting toward the center of the office. The light gathered, contracted, and changed shape in midair, gradually outlining a human figure. White robes, a Shikujo staff, an aged face, and Rinnegan eyes slightly closed. The Sage of Six Paths stood in the center of the office. Those eyes slowly opened, carrying a trace of undisguised confusion. He looked at Tobarama. Tobarama? His voice was old and peaceful, but his brows were slightly furrowed. What did you do? Tobarama did not beat around the bush. He stepped forward, those azure blue eyes meeting the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan, and said word by word, give me your power. I already have Hamura's abilities now. With yours added on top, I have a chance to defeat Sukuna. The office fell silent. The Sage of Six Paths remained silent, his gaze resting on Tobarama for a long time. You plan to concentrate both people's power into one person? Tobarama nodded. In a battle between the strong, the weak have no room to interfere. Plans can't keep up with changes. Sukuna has already fully revived. The threat Big Brother and Madara can pose to Sukuna, he paused, is negligible. Black lines hung over Hashirama's face, but he had to admit that was the truth, and his body slumped. Tobarama continued, rather than scattering the power among several people, it's better to gather it all into one person. The office was quiet for a few breaths. The Sage of Six Paths stood in the middle of the room, white robes hanging to the floor, his Shikujo tilted slightly. Those Rinnegan eyes watched Tobarama. On that aged face, there was no surprise, no hesitation, only the calm that came after seeing through everything. You're right. Tobarama raised his eyes to look at him. The Sage of Six Paths smiled faintly. In that smile was relief and approval. My power, I'll hand it over to you. He released the Shikujo. It did not fall to the ground, but turned into a strand of white light and merged into Tobarama's body. The Sage of Six Paths figure began to turn transparent. Starting from his feet, inch by inch, he transformed into golden points of light that drifted through the office like fireflies. Those points of light did not fly toward the sky. Instead, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, they poured into Tobarama's chest. With each bit that fused into him, Tobarama's aura rose another level. The Sage of Six Paths' body grew fainter and fainter, until only a transparent outline remained. His lips moved, and his voice was as light as the wind. I'm counting on you. The last point of light vanished. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, completely disappeared from this office. Hashirama stood where he was, looked at the patch of air that now held nothing at all, and let out a sigh. Tobarama stood there with his eyes closed, like a statue. A moment later he opened them. Those eyes were no longer anything anyone had ever seen before. Against an azure blue base, the ripples of the Rinnegan spread layer upon layer, and in the depths of his pupils, it seemed as if stars were flowing. His aura sank inward, no longer leaking out. He was so strong he was like a peerless blade returned to its sheath. Its sharpness could not be seen, only its steadiness. He looked at Hashirama. Big brother. Hashirama lifted his head. Tobarama reached out and lightly patted Hashirama on the shoulder. The force was not heavy, but Hashirama felt that palm strike sink deep into his soul. Wait for me to come back. Leave all of this to me. Hashirama looked at his younger brother, his lips moving slightly. Tobarama, don't die. Tobarama let out a light chuckle. We'll win. After saying that, he walked toward the door until he disappeared from sight. Inside the different space, the wind passed through the valley, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. Sukuna sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff, his forearms hanging naturally at his sides, his eyes slightly closed. He had been sitting like this for a full 3 days, and there was a very faint crease between his brows. Just a little more. The improvement of Shishenyu had already made breakthrough progress. The path of plunder, the efficiency of conversion, the avoidance of risk, every single step had been broken apart and reassembled by him countless times. Now all that was left was the final step. But that one step was as hard as ascending to the heavens. He knew something was missing, but he had no idea what it was exactly. After thinking for a while, he let the matter go. He had figured it out. Some things were useless no matter how hard you thought about them while sitting here. If he went out and did something at random, the answer might just come crashing into him on its own. By the riverbank in front of the villa, a young woman was practicing with a blade. 5 years had passed. The little girl who used to follow behind Sukuna had already grown into a graceful young woman. Her figure was slender, her waist and back straight, and her black hair was tied into a neat ponytail, revealing a sharply contoured side profile. The childishness on her face had completely faded away, replaced by a calm, tempered sharpness. Her expression was much more serious than before. The corners of her mouth were no longer habitually pressed together, but naturally drawn in slightly, and her gaze was focused and steady. She sensed something and turned her head. That serious face instantly blossomed into a smile. My lord. She came to a stop in front of Sukuna and looked up at him. My lord. Makuja walked out from the shadow of the villa and called lazily. He was a whole round fatter than 5 years ago, and that expression of, I'm just here to coast through life, had become even more deeply rooted on his face. Sukuna nodded in response, his gaze resting on Yukain for a moment. Not bad. If this were placed in the future Great Ninja War, Yukain's strength had already reached the level of reanimated Hashirama. Yukain's eyes lit up for a moment. Her lord rarely praised anyone. Not bad was already an extremely high evaluation. I'm going out for a while. Sukuna withdrew his gaze. It won't be long before you two can come out as well. A sharp gleam flashed through Yukain's eyes. Yes. She lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth curved upward slightly. With her current strength, she was absolutely no longer some little girl who couldn't help at all. Leaning against the doorframe, Makuja looked at Yukain's eager expression and muttered in a low voice. You really aren't afraid of dying. Sukuna's figure disappeared from the different space. Above the ninja world, space split open with a crack, and Sukuna stepped out of it, suspended in the sky. Wind swept past beneath his feet, clouds churned at his waist, and the earth spread out below him without end. He looked down at the land, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Come. The next moment, a white figure appeared in midair and stood facing Sukuna. The newcomer wore a black robe. His white hair was like snow, and there was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in those azure blue pupils, like 2 neutron stars collapsed to the absolute limit. Senju Tobarama floated in midair, his robe snapping loudly under the impact of the air currents, without a single unnecessary movement on his body. Sukuna turned his head, all four eyes falling on that stern face at the same time. The corners of his mouth slowly stretched open, revealing a smile that could only be called savage. Tobirama, you're still not dead. There was genuine delight in his voice, but beneath that delight was naked killing intent. Sukuna's perception slithered out like a venomous snake, sweeping across Tobirama's entire body in an instant. The next moment his brow twitched slightly. Inside the other party's body was a mixture of Hagoromo's and Hamura's chakra. Tobirama spoke, his voice not loud, yet incomparably clear. Sukuna, today you will die. Sukuna stared at him for 2 seconds, and a pure frenzy surged up from the depths of his marrow. Come, Tobirama. Today, only one of us walks away alive. The moment his words fell, Sukuna raised one hand and waved it casually. An invisible blade spanned 10,000 miles and slashed straight at Tobirama's face. Tobirama did not dodge. He raised a hand, palm forward. An invisible force field unfolded before him, and space immediately began to twist and deflect. The instant that slash, enough to split a mountain range, collided with the force field, it was as if it had crashed into an invisible slope. It slid away along the incline, and its trajectory was forcibly shifted into the sky above. The slash plunged into the clouds, splitting the sky in two as the cloud layer rolled to both sides. Sukuna's expression paused slightly. Looking at Tobirama, he was reminded of an old acquaintance. The same white hair, the same blue eyes. The corner of Sukuna's mouth twitched, and then he burst out laughing. Ah, come. Amid his wild laughter, Sukuna's figure suddenly shot forward. All four arms spread out at the same time, merging slashes together with Yamatsu Hirasaka. Now his space slash required no hand seals and no chant. A killing move that ignored defense and ignored distance, aimed straight for Tobirama's head. Tobirama did not take it head-on. His figure vanished instantly and reappeared above. Sukuna immediately began chasing him. Ninjutsu of all 5 basic natures mixed with slashes poured out from his 4 hands. Every shot was compressed to the absolute limit, and every shot was enough to flatten a city to the ground. The slashes threaded through them, airtight, like a constantly shrinking net. Tobirama's response was terrifyingly calm. The force field deflected part of the attacks, and space-time techniques evaded the rest. His figure flickered erratically through the sky. Every time he appeared, it was from a different angle. Every time he vanished, it was the instant before the attack reached him. Sukuna grinned and closed in, giving up on long-range bombardment and sticking directly to Tobirama's front. On his fists was the spatial property 8. Every punch he threw split open the space in front of it. Tobirama gave a cold snort and did not retreat. His fists were likewise covered in a visible layer of force field. He had compressed the Tensigen's gravitational control to the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. With every punch he threw, the force field twisted the space around his fist, forming a miniature point of gravitational collapse. The moment it struck anything, that point would suck in, crush, and erase all matter around the target. The two of them exchanged blows in midair. Fist against fist, blood flying, faces twisted ferociously. The 8 attached to Sukuna's fists cut through Tobirama's force field, cut through his black robe, and cut through his skin, muscles, and ribs. A horizontal wound was carved across Tobirama's abdomen. Just as his intestines were about to slip out, the flesh at the edges of the wound had already begun to squirm. Flesh buds grew madly, muscles stitched together, and skin covered over it. Within 1 second, he was completely restored. Humph, so this is all you've got. An attack like this is nothing more than scratching an itch for me. At that exact same moment, Tobirama's fist slammed into Sukuna's chest, and the force field collapse point made contact with Sukuna's skin. The next moment, that small area, along with its flesh, bones, and organs, was compressed down to the atomic level within 1/10,000th of a second, then vanished. A smooth hole the size of a bowl appeared in Sukuna's chest. From the front, the sky behind him could be seen through it. But very quickly, new flesh began growing out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ribs regenerated, muscles wove themselves together, and skin spread over them. In the same way, within 1 second, his chest was flat and whole again, without even a scar left behind. Heh! What's the difference between your fist and a back massage? The two looked each other in the eye. Sukuna was smiling like a madman. Tobirama was smiling too, with a wicked charm. Then they clashed again. Fists, elbows, knees, feet. The battle grew more and more white-hot as limitless power poured out without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. The air around them grew thinner and thinner, and the temperature lower and lower, but their speed only kept increasing. They fought their way out of the atmosphere. The instant they broke free of the atmosphere, everything around them went silent. There was no wind, no explosions, only the low-frequency vibrations produced by their bodies colliding in combat, transmitted to their brains through their own bones. In the cosmos, the two figures crossed, separated, then crossed again. Sukuna's 4 eyes looked especially bright in the vacuum, and the red Rinnegan on his forehead spun wildly. His movements grew more and more unrestrained, the angles of his attacks more and more vicious, and his expression increasingly fanatical. Tobirama twisted his body in midair, his palms overlapping as his force field erupted at full power. Ha! A wave of repulsive force exploded outward from him in all directions, like an invisible high-yield bomb. Sukuna was blasted back tens of thousands of meters, tumbling several times through the vacuum before finally steadying himself. He lifted his head and realized they had already moved far away from that blue planet. Below them was barren red land. Above them was an atmosphere so thin it was almost non-existent, and in the distance was a sky full of stars. Mars. They had fought all the way from the ninja world to Mars. Sukuna hovered above Mars's red wasteland, all four arms spread wide. He looked at Tobirama, who was hovering opposite him. His chest rose and fell a little more than before, but that was all. Not bad, Tobirama. Again. Sukuna rolled the joints of his forearms, then tilted his neck once to each side, producing a series of cracking sounds. His grin stretched all the way to his ears, and the light in his four eyes burned so bright it was almost scorching. Tobirama stood amid the Martian dust storms and raised one hand, his palm facing Sukuna. On the red wasteland of Mars, two humanoid natural disasters were bombarding each other head-on. Boom! 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 Every collision was like a nuclear bomb blooming. Shockwaves spread outward at light speed, kicking up red dust waves thousands of meters high, grinding across the land ring after ring. The rock layers on Mars's surface, built up over countless ages, were now scarred beyond recognition and shattered apart. Sukuna swung his arms, unleashing slash after slash without limit, hundreds upon thousands bursting forth at once. Invisible blades split the land, split the sky, and split space itself. Mars's surface was carved by him into bottomless canyons, their cross-sections as smooth as mirrors. Tobirama's force field was equally violent to the point of suffocation. Gravity and repulsion intertwined around him into an invisible giant net, while the ground beneath his feet twisted, collapsed, and was annihilated. He tore an entire Martian mountain out by the roots with his force field, compressed it into a rock the size of a basketball, then hurled it at Sukuna. With one slash, Sukuna split the rock in two. It exploded into countless fragments in midair, then was ground into powder by the next wave of shock. Every second they fought on Mars, they were reshaping the planet's terrain with the efficiency of nuclear weapons. Tobirama suddenly stopped retreating. He pressed his hands together, palms facing each other, fingers closed tightly, aiming straight at Sukuna. A light lit up between his fingers. An extreme white, so intense it was almost impossible to look at directly, leaked through the gaps between his fingers, illuminating his cold face and also the rare trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. His hands were trembling. The terrifying power in his fingers had already exceeded the physical limits his body could bear. The energy he had compressed to the absolute limit was like a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, frantically smashing against the walls, trying to break free, trying to erupt, trying to destroy. Sukuna's mad laughter exploded soundlessly in the vacuum. He felt it, the terrifyingly immense energy coming from Tobirama's palms, an aggregate of mass and energy compressed to the limit. A miniature star was being held between Senju Tobirama's palms. It's coming! It's coming! It's coming! All four of Sukuna's eyes widened to their limit. That increasingly bright light was reflected in his pupils, and the expression on his face could no longer be described as mere fanaticism. He immediately used Shirshin no Mi Ninja World. On the ground, the people Sukuna had once planted cursed vows into lit up with strange light at the same time. Their skin turned transparent, revealing the burning blood vessels and meridians beneath, like human-shaped lanterns being lit all at once. The next moment, their entire bodies crumbled into countless fine ashes and silently drifted away into the air. That energy did not disappear. As if drawn by something, it passed through the clouds, through the atmosphere, through the starry sky, surging toward one single direction. Surging toward Sukuna. Power was returning. Sukuna's aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. His expression had twisted to the extreme. The corners of his mouth split back to his ears. His Rinnegan expanded to the limit, and the red Rinnegan on his forehead spun wildly, as if it were about to burst out of its socket. Sukuna formed a hand sign with two fingers and pointed forward. Te Shario, the fusion of dismantle and cleave. Two completely different slashes merged into one, with energy of a space-time nature attached within it. On the other side, Tobirama was ready too. The light between his palms had already been compressed to the absolute limit allowed by the laws of physics. After being compressed, folded, and refined tens of billions of times, his unparalleled chakra had finally become a thread of light as thin as a strand of hair. But the energy contained in that line was enough to erase Mars from the solar system. The two attacks collided within Mars's thin atmosphere. At the moment of impact, there was no sound. But Mars's surface was illuminated in an instant. So bright it was as if a new sun had risen on its surface. Then, in the next second, something horrifying happened. From the point of collision, countless pitch-black cracks spread through space itself in all directions at light speed. Space collapsed with a thunderous crash, followed immediately by a purple abyss that released a terrifying suction force from within. Mars's surface, atmosphere, rocks, dust, all matter was swallowed into that absolute abyss. That was the underlying layer of space, the gap between dimensions. An invisible giant maw dragged in all surrounding matter, energy, and light. Sukuna and Tobarama were too close to the point of impact. That suction came too fast and too violently, and both of them were swallowed by that irresistible force. Purple fluorescence engulfed their figures. The world turned over. The concepts of up, down, left, and right completely failed here. All around was a chaotic void, impossible to tell whether it was black or purple, with an occasional fluorescent flash in the distance. Sukuna adjusted his posture. He discovered Tobarama was not far away, also adjusting himself. Their gazes met in the void. Sukuna struck first, one arm swinging out violently. But nothing happened. His chakra was still there, his body was still there, but things like technique seemed not to exist in this space. The slash did not take shape, the space slash gave no response, and even his domain could not be opened. This passage rejected all laws. Sukuna froze for a moment, then he laughed. Tobarama laughed too. No techniques, no force field, no slashes, none of that flashy nonsense. Then let's. Sukuna kicked off with one foot, his body shooting forward fiercely in the zero-gravity environment. All four arms drew in into fists, and the first punch went straight for Tobarama's face. Tobarama tilted his head to dodge, and his right fist blasted upward from below toward Sukuna's jaw. Sukuna turned his head, and the punch brushed past his cheekbone, bringing a string of blood droplets with it. In this space, even the reverse curse technique could not be activated. Sukuna's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt nothing but overwhelming excitement. All four fists swung out at once, smashing toward Tobarama like a storm. Tobarama blocked with both arms, took blows head-on with his shoulder, and answered back with a headbutt. Their fists slammed into each other's bodies, producing dull sounds of flesh and bone colliding, transmitted to their brains through their own skeletons, each one like being struck by an iron hammer. Sukuna smashed a punch into Tobarama's ribs. Crack. The ribs broke. Tobarama did not even frown. He drove an elbow into Sukuna's collarbone. Crack. The collarbone shattered too. The two of them floated in the void of the spatial passage, like two wild beasts trapped in a cage, tearing at each other with fists, elbows, and knees. Drops of blood drifted out from their wounds, condensing into tiny red spheres in the weightless environment, floating around them like a scarlet nebula. No jutsu, no force fields, no slashes. Only fist against fist, bone against bone, will against will. Ha 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 ha! Sukuna was laughing, his face covered in blood, throwing punches as he laughed. Tobarama was covered in wounds, and the smile on his face was wild and sinister. Deep within the spatial passage, the purple glow was growing brighter and brighter. They did not know where this passage led, and neither of them cared. Sukuna and Tobarama had already lost track of how long they had been locked in combat. Maybe a day, maybe a month. Time had no meaning here. Only the guy in front of them worthy of being cut down. Sukuna was drenched in blood. Not one of his forearms was intact. The bone in his left arm had pierced out through the elbow, pale white splinters still hanging with bits of flesh. The joint in his right shoulder had already been dislocated 3 times, and every single time, he had brutally shoved it back in himself. You can still cut more, Senju Tobarama. Sukuna licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile cruel. Now I want to kill you even more. Tobarama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You talk too much, Sukuna, running out of steam, so you're stalling for time. Tobarama was not in much better shape. His body was covered in bruises. 3 ribs on his left side were broken, and every punch made him feel the broken bones grinding inside his chest cavity. His right eye was so swollen it could barely open, and the cut across his eyelid had split apart, exposing the dark red muscle underneath. But their eyes were still shockingly bright, filled with a pure, beast-like, unquestionable excitement. They were enjoying this. Sukuna threw another punch straight into Tobarama's cheekbone, splitting skin and flesh. Tobarama's head snapped sharply to the side, and he spat out a tooth mixed with blood. He did not step back. Instead, using the force of that turn, he slammed an elbow hard into Sukuna's temple. Sukuna's vision blurred for an instant. He shook his head, blood pouring from the wound at his temple, running down his cheek, dripping into the void, and condensing into a dark red bead floating in midair. The two of them panted as they stared at each other from several steps away. Neither one moved first. Then, from the corner of Sukuna's eye, he caught something. In the distance, within that eternal chaos, a patch of white had appeared. An exit. Tobarama saw it too. At the same time, both of them pulled their gaze away from that white light and back onto each other. No words, no eye contact, not even a nod. Yet both of their trajectories began shifting toward that white light at the same time. Fighting while moving. Sukuna threw a punch. Tobarama dodged, using the momentum to drift several meters toward the white light. Tobarama answered with a knee strike. Sukuna blocked, and the recoil force shoved both of them several more meters toward the exit. They were falling, killing, and drawing closer. The white light was getting nearer and brighter, from the size of a grain of rice, to the size of a fist, to the size of a wash basin, then into an open door. The light was blinding. Both of them narrowed their eyes at the same time, but neither stopped attacking. The ninja world, the fourth great ninja war main battlefield. Madara Uchiha floated in the air, the god tree already completely fused with him. He looked down at Six Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke below, the corners of his mouth lifting. Having absorbed the god tree, I am now immortal. Madara's voice spread across the battlefield. You cannot defeat me. Madara slowly lowered his head, those Rinnegan looking down at the two heavily injured young men below. Let's see whose power is greater, yours or mine. Before his words had even finished, Madara had already moved. Naruto and Sasuke burst forward at the same time. Naruto's Six Paths Senjutsu and Sasuke's Ameno Tajikura worked together flawlessly. But Madara's combat experience had been tempered through countless battles. He could always slip away at the most dangerous instant, and even counterattack to force the two of them back. But as the exchanges piled up, Madara's expression changed. The power of one Rinnegan was limited in the end. Madara was forced back several steps. Dang, I still have to get that eye back. Madara suddenly left behind Limbo Shadow clones to hold Naruto and Sasuke in place while his real body shot straight toward Kakashi. Kakashi only had time to widen his eyes before Madara's hand had already pierced through his eye socket. I'll be borrowing this Sharingan. Madara pressed the bloody eyeball into his own eye socket, then immediately turned around. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword had already slashed toward his waist. Too late! Madara roared with laughter. The moment his upper body was split open, Kamui's spatial vortex had already swallowed him. Sasuke sheathed his sword. Not a drop of blood on the blade. Damn it! He got away. Naruto landed on the ground, looked at Kakashi's empty eye socket, and said, Heal Kakashi-sensei first. A few minutes later, on the distant ruins, the vortex opened again. Madara slowly stepped out from within it. This time he had two complete Rinnegan. Beside him stood Obito, controlled by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's face was pressed against Obito's back, wearing a sinister grin. Kakashi had just been helped up by Sakura Haruno. When he saw this scene, his pupils shrank sharply. Obito! The corner of Obito's mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Sakura's hands were trembling. The pressure crashed down on everyone's shoulders like a tangible tsunami. Naruto and Sasuke stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions more serious than ever before. Madara raised his chin, purple light flickering from both Rinnegan. Next, it's time to... Before he could finish speaking, the sky exploded. A chakra fluctuation appeared that made everyone's marrow turn cold, like two universes crashing into each other. Madara's smile froze, Naruto's eyes widened, and Sasuke abruptly looked up. The sky split open, white light poured down, and through that crack, two figures could faintly be seen still fighting each other. Two completely different, overwhelmingly massive chakra presences were approaching. Madara slowly lowered his arm, and for the first time, uncertainty appeared in his Rinnegan. What is that? The crack grew larger and larger, and the terrifying aura poured down like a waterfall. Sakura's legs had already gone weak, and Kakashi could only remain standing by leaning on her. Naruto swallowed. You've got to be kidding! Sasuke placed a hand on his sword hilt, sweat sliding down from his forehead. They're here. In the sky, two people were falling toward the ninja world. Boom! The earth trembled. Dust swept in every direction like a tsunami, gravel flew everywhere, and shockwaves churned wildly. Within a 100-meter radius of the impact point, the ground had sunk into a massive ring-shaped crater, and the rock walls of the crater had been melted by high heat. Every person on the battlefield stopped moving at the exact same instant. That chakra? Madara muttered, his voice so low only he could hear it. Even I can't see through it anymore. The dust cleared. At the bottom of the crater, two figures gradually became clear. Sukuna stood on one side of the crater, all four arms hanging naturally at his sides. Most of his Six Paths white robe had been torn apart, exposing the scar-covered body underneath. Tobirama stood on the other side of the crater. His black clothes had been shredded into strips hanging from his body, and there was not a single patch of intact skin left on him. The next moment, both of their bodies began to repair themselves. Wounds were healing, bones were resetting, flesh and blood were regenerating. In the span of a few breaths, the two of them recovered from blood-soaked, critically injured states to full strength. Back in the dimensional realm, none of their abilities could be used, and that included their regeneration. Now that they were out, their regeneration had returned. Sukuna rolled his neck, and his cervical spine gave off a series of cracking sounds. He leaped up from the bottom of the crater and landed on the ground, looking down over the battlefield from above as his gaze swept across those faces one by one. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Madara. Then his gaze fell back into the crater. Tobirama also jumped out of the crater, landing with almost no sound. He looked around, and when his gaze passed over Madara, it paused for a split second before he turned to Sukuna with an expressionless face. The battlefield fell silent for 2 seconds. Everyone's eyes kept jumping back and forth between the two of them. On one side was a four-armed, five-eyed monster. On the other was a white-haired, blue-eyed man with a cold expression. Sukuna suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha.
Tobira Masenyu.
Now there aren't all those messy restrictions anymore. We can kill each other properly. Tobarama's gaze was calm. You think this is killing? Sukuna, I'm only doing this to protect what's behind me. You're different. You kill for the sake of killing. What? Naruto froze. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly shrank. Madara widened his eyes. Everyone looked at that white-haired, blue-eyed man. Tobarama Senju. But wasn't Tobarama an Edo Tensei body? The person standing by the edge of the pit now was not an Edo Tensei, not a phantom, but living flesh and blood. And how had Tobarama become this strong? Tobarama glanced at Naruto, Sasuke, and Madara, quickly sensed the situation, and said in a heavy voice, "Leave this place now. This man is not someone you can handle." Naruto was instantly unhappy. "Old man, Before he could finish, Sukuna's voice rang out. "Say, did you forget about me?" He chuckled. "Looks like I need to clean up the trash first." The moment Sukuna finished speaking, one of his forearms lazily lifted, his fingertip aimed at Naruto. "Move!" Tobarama's figure vanished from where he stood. Almost at the exact same moment, Naruto was slammed away from the side by a tremendous force. At the same time, the invisible slash fired from Sukuna's fingertip brushed past the spot where Naruto had just been. The earth was cut open into a crack that stretched beyond sight, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Naruto hit the ground and rolled twice before stopping. He propped himself up and looked up, his face pale. At that instant just now, he hadn't sensed any chakra fluctuation at all, nor had he seen any trace of the attack. If he hadn't been shoved away, he would have already been split in half. "Kid, what are you standing there for?" Tobarama's voice came from the side. "If you don't leave now, I won't be able to protect you a second time." Sasuke had already drawn the Kusanagi sword. Pitch-black Chidori current wrapped around the blade, giving off a piercing crackle of electricity. He did not step back. His eyes were locked onto Sukuna's four eyes. "We don't need your protection." Sasuke's voice was low. Madara remained where he was without moving. His eyes slightly narrowed as his gaze swept back and forth between Sukuna and Tobarama. Sukuna withdrew his finger and smiled. "Trash?" And still not convinced, Tobarama said no more. His whole body turned into a streak of white light and shot straight into the sky. He was so fast that even the air had no time to let out a sonic boom. Only a trail that tore through the heavens remained in sight. Sukuna looked up and laughed once. Trying to change the battlefield? He did not hesitate. Spreading all four arms, he shot upward from the ground and followed right behind. That kind of speed, that kind of presence carried the madness of wanting to destroy everything. The two figures crossed above the clouds. Boom! At the first collision, the shockwave exploded and tore a giant hole several thousand meters wide through the clouds below. Sunlight poured down through that opening, lighting up the pale faces of everyone on the battlefield. Naruto stared up with his mouth slightly open, unable to say a single word. The sky was shattering. The atmosphere was being torn apart, space was twisting, and black cracks spread across the high sky like a collapsing dome. Sasuke's Sharingan had already spun to its limit, but all he could catch were 2 points of light crazily colliding, separating and colliding again. With every impact, a visible ripple spread outward in all directions. Then things started falling down. One slash deflected from high above landed at the edge of the continent, and an entire mountain range split into two soundlessly. One out-of-control chakra beam brushed across the ocean, instantly vaporizing a massive depression in the sea as a tsunami swept out in all directions. On the ground, countless people were running, screaming, and falling. Naruto clenched his fists so hard his bones crackled. "I!" His voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from deep in his throat. "I can't do anything." Sasuke stood half a step behind him, silent in a way that was terrifying. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan had been active the whole time, yet he still could not see the two men's movement trajectories clearly. Those images fell on his retinas, leaving behind nothing but a blur of light and shadow. Madara said nothing. He stood on the highest rock, looking up at the sky. The constant bursts of light reflected in his Rinnegan. His face was calm, but that calmness was more unsettling than any expression, because it was confusion. That man who once said he would create a world without war, that man who once believed he could stand above everyone, now had nothing in his eyes but helpless bewilderment. What exactly had I been fighting for all my life? The sky lit up again. In outer space, the two fought fiercely all the way from the upper sky to the moon. On the gray-white ground, the force of fists and techniques exploded as they crossed. Every clash sent dust surging from beneath their feet. Right in the middle of the heated battle, a figure appeared. Tonari Otsutsuki was burning with fury. "You too? Just what are you?" Before he could finish, Sukuna did not even bother to look at him directly and casually waved a hand. Boring. A slash swept past soundlessly. The air didn't even have time to tremble before Tonari's body was cleanly split in half, falling silently. Tobarama ignored him and quickly pulled away to create distance. But Sukuna suddenly stopped moving, as if he had suddenly remembered something interesting. The Tensigen. The corners of Sukuna's mouth slowly lifted. Interesting. The next second, his figure vanished without a sound. Tobarama immediately took a defensive stance, his sharp eyes sweeping in every direction. The air was deathly silent. Only Tobarama remained, along with Tonari's corpse that had been cut in half. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Nothing happened. Where did he go? Tobarama muttered under his breath, his palm already pressing against a kunai. The 3rd second, Sukuna appeared back in place without any warning, as if he had never left. The smile on his face would not stop. What did you do? Tobarama asked in a low voice. Sukuna raised a hand and slowly clenched his fist, his eyes reflecting an excitement that seemed ready to devour everything. I just picked up something good. A faint blue glow flickered at his fingertips. That was the lingering trace of the Tensigen. The power of the Otsutsuki. Sukuna let out a low laugh, his voice filled with barely restrained delight. Give me a little time and it'll be mine. At that moment, Tobarama clearly felt that the energy at those fingertips was extremely familiar, almost exactly the same as his own Tensigen. There's actually a Tensigen on the moon too? Inside Amanamanaka, a gigantic eyeball floated in midair, with the surrounding space twisting around it. Sukuna's clone looked the eyeball over with great interest. Interesting. This power. On the moon, Tobarama's expression was grim. If Sukuna fully absorbed it, he would have no chance of winning left. I can't wait any longer. Tobarama took a deep breath. The next second, his figure shot out explosively. No probing. No holding back. He pushed the Tensigen's power to the limit. Force field spheres, spatial slashes. Every strike carried the ruthlessness of mutual destruction. Sukuna's eyes shifted slightly. Oh? Trying to get ahead of me? He tilted aside to dodge a shockwave powerful enough to tear space apart, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Sukuna raised a hand, and a pitch-black spatial slash swept out. The 2 attacks collided, the force field shattered, and the moon's surface split apart from the middle. Amid flying rubble, the 2 figures crossed again and again, every strike making the satellite tremble. A few breaths later, the moon exploded. Gray-white fragments scattered into the cosmos like a torrential storm, and right within that chaos, a figure suddenly broke free from the shattered space. Her long hair drifted loose, her white eyes were empty, and remnants of seals still clung to her entire body. Kaguya Otsutsuki. She had only just broken free for less than a second. She hadn't even had time to clearly see the world in front of her. Countless invisible slashes had already struck her body. Her flesh exploded into red mist, her bones shattered into powder, then rapidly reformed under the regenerative power of the Tensigen. Kaguya let out a pained scream, her body violently wavering between disintegration and reconstruction. Tobarama's pupils contracted. This is Kaguya Otsutsuki? You know her? Sukuna's voice carried a trace of amusement, but his figure had already vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared behind Kaguya, his 5 fingers hooked like claws around her not yet fully restored neck. You! Kaguya struggled, but her mind had not yet fully awakened from the seal. Sukuna did not waste words. Chakra surged in like a flood from a broken dam, directly crushing toward her spirit and will. Stop! Tobarama roared, and a gravity sphere shot over with a howl. Sukuna held Kaguya with one hand, gritting his teeth as he used sealing jutsu and barriers, forcefully enduring Tobarama's attack. God-offering Imperial. The massive chakra within Kaguya's body was drained dry in an instant, rushing through Sukuna's arm into his own body. Tobarama stopped attacking, his expression becoming extremely grim. What did you do? Sukuna released his hand, and Kaguya's body drifted down soundlessly. He flexed his fingers, feeling the surging power inside himself, and the smile on his face kept widening. The result of all those years in seclusion. His tone was casual, like he was commenting on a fairly decent dish. Even if the gains are cut in half, the effect comes fast. After being improved, God-offering Imperial could plunder by force, but memories, experience, jutsu, and talent could not be absorbed. What remained was only an empty shell, along with pure energy. He lifted his eyes toward Tobarama, shattered stars reflected in them. Now it's your turn. The battle had already tipped. During the fight, Tobarama's body was covered in wounds. Blood ran from his forehead into his eyes, but he clenched his teeth and refused to retreat. The next second, Sukuna's clone appeared on the battlefield, and the faint glow of the Tensigen still lingered at his fingertips. He did not stay long, turning into smoke and disappearing. Memories surged into Sukuna's mind like a tidal wave. The structure of the Tensigen, the genetics of the Otsutsuki, the pathways of Inyang power. Every detail was dismantled and understood in an instant. Ah! He threw back his head and laughed, his laughter filled with pure, nearly mad delight. It was the delight of standing above the heavens and looking down on ants. The next second, he appeared in front of Tobarama. Tobarama's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! A fist slammed into Tobarama's crossed arms, and that power was completely beyond what it had been before. Tobarama was blasted away like a cannonball, smashing through the moon's remaining fragments and tumbling through the vacuum for who knew how far before he barely stabilized himself. This power. Tobarama coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression changing. Sukuna raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and violently tore through the void. Rip! A pitch-black crack split open in response, leading to the depths of Amanamanaka. That enormous eyeball was on the other side of the crack, its dim blue light almost overflowing. Sukuna reached his hand inside. The instant his fingertips touched the Tensigen, a cold energy bit up along his skin. God-offering Imperial. Buzz. A deep tremor sounded, as if the entire world were resonating. The light of the Tensigen began to dim, while blue patterns lit up beneath every inch of Sukuna's arm, shoulder, and chest. Like stars were flowing through his veins. Energy poured in like floodwater from a broken dam. His aura was rising, the essence of his life was being elevated, as if he were being dragged from a mortal body toward another kind of existence. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, feeling every cell in his body transforming. Still not enough. His low voice suppressed a boiling anticipation. In the next moment, light suddenly burst from Sukuna's body, impossible to look at directly. An incomparable radiance bloomed from Sukuna's body. Dim blue and pale white light intertwined, surging out from within him and melting his outline into a blurry mass of light. The light grew brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, like a miniature sun born above the ninja world. Tobarama narrowed his eyes and clenched his teeth, not retreating even half a step. I have to stop him. I can't let Sukuna complete his transformation in peace. Even interrupting him for a second, even causing the slightest disturbance, might be enough to succeed. Tobarama raised his hand, and 3 pitch-black slashes cut toward the massive light from different angles, tearing apart everything in their path. At the same instant, he pushed out force field spheres again. 3 fist-sized spheres, black to the point of reflecting no light, flew towards Sukuna, mercilessly crushing space wherever they passed. The attacks sank into the mass of light. Then they disappeared, silently swallowed without even the slightest sound. Tobarama's pupils suddenly contracted. The light began to draw back, from blinding white, to gentle dim blue, to warm jade. The light fully dispersed. Sukuna stood there, changed. His skin was no longer gray-white. At this moment his skin was jade-white. Warm, delicate, translucent. When light fell on it, it did not reflect, but seeped in and spread out half an inch beneath the skin, forming a soft, flowing halo. Aside from the Rinnegan on his forehead, the other 4 Rinnegan had changed. Their pupils had turned azure blue, like the coldest ice, and faint ripples appeared in the white parts of the eyes. Sukuna looked at Tobarama and gave a faint smile. Looking at the opponent across from him who was struggling to hold on, he softly said one sentence. You lost. Tobarama said nothing. His lips were pressed into a straight line. His brain was running frantically, analyzing every piece of information about the existence before him. Tobarama. Sukuna spoke, but there was no direction, no distance. The voice sounded directly inside your mind. You are no longer my opponent. Tobarama did not answer and immediately sent out a spatial slash. Sukuna did not dodge. The spatial slash that was enough to split the moon struck above his head, then stopped 1 inch from his scalp. Tobarama's pupils constricted violently. Sukuna still wore that faint smile. I told you, you are no longer my opponent. This time, it really is farewell forever, Tobarama. I probably will never forget you. In the next moment, Sukuna formed a hand seal that had never existed before. Domain expansion. God-offering sealed imperial throne. The world changed. The void beneath their feet vanished. The stars overhead went dark, and the ruins of a divine temple floated with an endless emptiness. Ancient, majestic, ruined. Enormous stone pillars were broken and collapsed, and the shattered walls were carved with curses no one could decipher. The ground was made of massive slabs of black stone, smooth as mirrors, reflecting the twisted star map above. At the deepest part of the temple stood a scarlet flesh and blood statue. Sukuna's face, Sukuna's form, but enlarged twofold. It sat at the end of the temple, its 4 arms folded over its chest, its 4 eyes half open and half closed, as if sleeping. At the temple gate, Tobarama stood there. His lips were slightly parted, his pupils unfocused, and the muscles on his face seemed frozen solid. He could not move, but his consciousness was clear. Tobarama's consciousness was clearer than ever before. He could see the flesh and blood statue at the end of the temple. His brain frantically sent signals to his limbs, but those signals were like strikes into empty air, with no reply at all. His fingers did not move in the slightest, his knees could not bend, he could not even turn his eyes, and his chakra could not be activated. In the next moment his leg moved. Tobarama's left foot stepped forward once, landing on the black stone floor with a crisp sound. That sound echoed through the empty temple, like the first toll of a funeral bell. He took another step, then another, and began walking toward that flesh and blood statue. His steps were neither fast nor slow, the rhythm so even it was like it was being controlled by a metronome. Damn it! I'm being controlled! Tobarama screamed madly in his heart. Stop! He was getting closer and closer to the statue. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps, the statue grew larger and larger before him, more and more imposing. Those 4 half-closed eyes looked down on him from above. At the corner of the statue's mouth, there seemed to be a faint, hair-raising smile. 1 step. Tobirama stood before the statue, less than 10 centimeters away. It was over. His road had come to an end. The statue moved, that flesh and blood statue, that statue which had remained in a sleeping posture the whole time with its eyes half-closed, slowly opened its eyes. Then, it reached out a hand and lightly pressed it against the top of Tobirama's head. The world disappeared. In the universe, the temple ruins, the twisted star chart, and the flesh and blood statue all disappeared, as if they had never existed. Only one person remained in the void. Sukuna. He floated where he was, his posture almost unchanged. His 4 arms hung naturally at his sides. His 4 eyes were half open and half closed, and within the depths of his azure-blue pupils, a dim light flowed. His aura had changed. Everything Tobirama had, his body, chakra, jutsu formulas, wisdom, talent, ability, and memories, all became nourishment, completely devoured by that flesh and blood statue and fully offered to the master of this domain. Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage of Konoha, the god of forbidden jutsu, had now returned to nothingness. Sukuna hovered above the ninja world, looking down at the blue planet beneath his feet. Domain expansion. The invisible barrier expanded instantly, and in the blink of an eye, swallowed the entire planet within it. All ninjas froze at the same moment. Their chakra was pulled out of their bodies uncontrollably, turning into fine streams of light that rose into the sky. Some fell to their knees in agony, some struggled desperately, but none of it did any good. In just a few breaths, there was no one left in the ninja world. Sukuna withdrew his hand, feeling the surging power inside his body, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Still not enough, but he had plenty of time. Several years later, Sukuna awakened a divine art. He stood in the void, his finger touching a living planet. The divine art activated without a sound. The earth cracked and dried, the oceans evaporated, and hundreds of millions of lives turned into energy in an instant and surged toward him. One planet after another. Wherever life existed, it became nourishment. His life level was raised again and again, long since surpassing the category of human or Otsutsuki. At last, he arrived at the home planet of the Otsutsuki clan. Those beings who called themselves gods did not even have time to feel fear in front of him. The domain opened once more, and countless streams of light surged out from their bodies, all stripped away. Bloodline, jutsu formulas, memories, will. Everything returned to nothingness. The Otsutsuki were dead. Sukuna stood there, sensing the final trace of silence left between the star systems. He looked up into the sky. Where is God? No one answered. From beginning to end, that supposedly supreme and exalted Otsutsuki god of legend had never appeared. Sukuna lowered his head and looked at his own palm, then slowly clenched it. Maybe it doesn't exist at all? Or maybe it just doesn't care. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the sea of stars, a trace of coldness showing within his smile. Doesn't matter. I'll go find it. The end.